our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Lillard lets fly from half court and hits the three. Lillard's got 33 with 9 triples.
9 3-pointers. I think he ended with 10, 11, 12. Who cares? Holy
end
cow.
this. Please,
Holy
God,
cow.
end this.
Wow, NBA All-Star. It was the Damian Lillard show over the weekend.
It was.
Yeah,
Three-point
MVP of
shooting
that.
champ.
And the three-point contest. But the NBA All-Star weekend, they wanted defense. They wanted effort. They did not really get defense. 211 to 186. The Eastern Conference wins that call on Sirius XM radio.
Karl Anthony Towns played 28 minutes.
Cat.
And he got off 35 shots in 28 minutes.
Not a lot.
To put up 50 points.
Yeah.
It's the most meaningless. I hate it because I really used to love the NBA All-Star game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was when Michael Jordan got a triple-double, that was amazing. When you get Glenn Rice raining down threes in one of them, that was great. I always remember the Tracy McGrady self-alley-oop from the three-point line that he dunked. There's a lot of really great moments throughout All-Star game history, but they've hit this point of these games becoming so meaningless that to me it's a different thing, but it's the same sort of moment to me as something's got to change as when the All-Star game for baseball tied. Where it's like, okay, you guys got to do something different. Like, this isn't going to work anymore.
Yeah, it's football did they changed up to a flag football game. I think that's kind of cool. And I enjoyed watching that day, the day they had like everything right thrown around into it, and it's like a contest where they do like this little skills challenge, and they cut to the first quarter of the flag football game. They do another skills challenge or two, and then they cut to the second quarter. It's the weird thing is that, and the same thing with baseball's All-Star game is like we have access now to all these players.
Yeah,
we can watch these guys play night of the week. Do we really need to see them play all on the same floor? That's the only draw. Used to be the draw was, oh my God, you get to see these guys you never get to see because the game's on TV.
Right.
Now they're all on TV.
Yeah. Or in baseball's case, it used to be you never get to see the NL and the AL go up against each other. Now that's gone out the window. This is just, I mean, especially after Adam Silver had laid the groundwork for the last couple weeks of like, hey, this one will be different. We're not going to turn this into any, shenanigans. And then like Luka's taking a ball out of bounds 70 feet away and going like, well, let's shoot it from here.
But might as well.
Yeah, let's see if I can make it go. By the way, Luka last night finishes with slot machines. Chop, triple sevens.
Sevens everywhere.
777 points, rebounds, and assists. And so he was not great. He still, didn't score many points. He went 3 for 10 from the field. But just in general, it's like, I don't know how you fix it. Maybe you just say you don't. You just get done with it. Put it away. Get rid of it. The one thing
they're not going to get rid of it, right? They're
not. I get it. I get it. But you've got to change what it is. This is so pointless. The only thing I could think that could spice it up at this point, Chop, play the game in like Rucker Park or something.
Oh, that would be cool. Your issue with that is it's February.
Right.
So you have to move the game to the summertime.
No, you wouldn't. You have to make them play in February. That's what you make them do. If they're not going to play defense, the elements will do it for you. That way, there will be some level of defense, even if it's from Mother Nature. If Dame Lillard's not going to do it,
yeah, because like in New York City, you're going to get like rain basically nonstop from October to May,
right?
Or gray skies. I don't know. It may not work as well, but that's an interesting take. I wouldn't hate seeing that one.
Either way, it's just something's got to change. Even if it's like, change it to 3-on-3 or do that, just something that's a little different.
Now, that'd be kind of cool. Do like a big 3 kind of game.
Yeah, because I mean, does anybody really give an S about getting into this game anyway?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who wins. It doesn't matter.
But you know what? I was still watching it. I was still watching the dumb thing. And I was hating every second of it. But it was just like, it's on. It's the only thing on. It's the only show in town. And here we are watching it. But it is such a brutal. It is the worst to me. It's the worst of the professional all-star games.
I wonder if they should move it back to the middle of the day like they used to have it.
Just some sort of change up, something
change,
to make it different.
Something. I thought the Saturday stuff wasn't as bad as I was expecting. I thought the dunk contest was mid at best, but
I will have a lot to say at like 6:20 today about the complete gifting of high scores to Jaylen Brown in the dunk contest. And
they wanted somebody with a name in the final, I think.
And so they clearly gifted. I'm not exaggerating. Peyton, did you watch the dunk contest?
What was it, Saturday? No.
I'm not exaggerating when I say I think I could have done Jaylen Brown's first dunk chop. Just a windmill.
Yeah, I was trying to think. Was that the first one? Or was it the D Brown one? The D Brown.
No, he did the Dominique Wilkins, like, oh, here's a tribute to, and that's probably why he got the high score. It was a tribute to Dominique.
Yeah.
But man, there was so much to dislike about that. I thought I will say Mac McClung is really exciting. The 3-point contest, Dame Lillard, of course, winning it back-to-back years.
It's tough. Doesn't happen.
It is.
Very Larry Birdie.
I saw a note from Malika Andrews, actually, that Dame Lillard is the first one to win one of the skills competitions and All-Star Game MVP in the same weekend since Michael Jordan won the dunk contest and won
like 86.
the MVP. So it's been a while. But and you know what? And we'll talk about how the spotlight was stolen for other reasons. I actually was really into the Sabrina Ionescu Steph Curry shoot off.
Of course.
That was interesting to me.
I love it. I loved it. That Saturday night, I thought was pretty cool. The floor was the star for me.
Yes.
The court.
Tacky as hell.
Yes. But give me tacky, man. Give me as much tacky. Look, I used to watch Real Housewives of everything. Tacky is in, baby.
That's about as tacky as it gets. The NBA All-Star floor and Real Housewives. It's the same thing.
Was that floor? That was like lights underneath it, right?
Yeah, I think it's the same. I think it's the same sort of thing. Whatever they were doing with, like, remember Dirk's ceremony?
Yeah,
his last. I think it was something like that. So.
Because I thought, like, there's no way it could be lights at the top because that would be like create shadows everywhere.
Oh, well, then, yeah, you're right, probably, because it was lights from the top with Dirk, I think. That's how they did the imagery on the floor.
They do it hockey.
Adam Silver has this bizarre obsession with, like, making the court look cool, though. Because remember during the IST, as we call it, the in-season tournament, during the IST, he had all these, like, we're going to spice up the courts. We're going to make them all look funny. And
I think it looks cool.
I like some of them are okay. Most of them were an eyesore.
Yeah,
and then his big takeaway at the end of the IST was he gave an interview to somebody and he was like, "Yeah, I'd like to see us do more with the courts." It's like, would you settle down with the courts? Nobody is that into it.
Well, they have the dancers and stuff there,
all the overnight dancing.
Yeah, that's what they.
You were just trying to find any way to shoehorn that in.
He loves that.
My gosh, so random. Yeah, it's the All-Star game, man. Like, you either love to be able to see all these guys get in one place, or you hate the fact that it's not what it was. There's really two schools. There's really two camps there, and
I'm that one. I hate that.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are. They're like that with all the sports.
But I also recognize there's no easy fix for it. There's nothing.
There's not. There's no easy fix for it. I mean, baseball's All-Star game most resembles a regular game, but some people would say that's a problem.
Sure.
That it most resembles a regular game. Like, they wanted you much rather see guys up there with the NHL All-Star game. I mean, it's 11-7. Like baseball is 2-1 because you have these pitchers out there come out there one inning. You can't hit these guys. These guys are absolute monsters, and you're gonna have a 2-1, 3-2, 1-zip baseball game. That's boring as hell for a lot of people.
Yeah, I don't think there's an easy fix for it. I think we'll just shrug and complain about it, or I'll complain about it. Maybe nobody else will, but I'll complain about it just every year, and yet I'll still watch it every year. So. I mean, there is that, but it was the only show in town this weekend. That was all we had. Other than Oilers Stars, we had that, I guess.
We did have that. We had a rare weekend day game over the weekend. That was cool. And then we had what I did last night, which was a little college baseball, which we will get into.
Did you shower after that?
Did I shower after the baseball game?
Yeah.
No, I did not.
Oh, okay.
Shower before.
Oh, good. Okay.
Shower before, but I am wearing the same hoodie as I wore last night to the game. I think that's okay, though. I took it off mid game.
Go Vols, baby.
Yeah, I took the hoodie off mid game. I was like, I'm just too hot in here. It's just too hot.
You just taking it easy, having a nice, relaxing weekend before your big day on Thursday.
That's right.
Your big trip to Stephenville.
Big day. We're gearing up for college basketball, baby. It's college basketball week here on 105 through the Fan because I got a game. I'm calling a game for ESPN on Thursday.
I started doing some Googling. I guess, like,
you've done more research than I have.
I guess some people think there's some people trying to make the argument like Grand Canyon's a borderline top 25 team.
They are.
Like, people think like they could
absolutely
be in contention.
You're gonna have to tell me everything you know about them because I've done absolutely nothing yet.
I mean, that was the extent of my knowledge of it. Was they're a borderline top 25 team, and that I'm gonna go to Stephenville to take in your game, but also to just take in the Tarleton State culture.
Yeah. Now, did you respond? I texted you yesterday.
I did respond. Yes.
Okay. I don't remember.
Yeah, I said I want to sit as close to you as possible, and I said I promise I won't disrupt it.
Okay. We got that. We got that. The NFL draft. The NFL says the draft is safe. We have an update on the Kansas City parade shooting. Taylor Swift doing great things out there. It's all coming up next year on this President's Day edition of Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan.
Coming up in the
to what we always say about the Oiler power play. Struggled lately, but a chance to win it right here. Bouchard scores! Right off the draw! Edmonton prevails! 4-3 in overtime!
Man, I say the same thing about the Edmonton power play all the time. Yeah, all the time is what I say that. Absolutely. 4-3 Edmonton in the overtime period. They get the victory over the Dallas Stars. Edmonton, let's see. Man, they really struggled out of the gate. Really, they lost the Golden Knights, who were there. Mm-hmm. Well, I was there for most of it. Bobby was there for...
I was there.
Very little of it. I was there for all of it.
I was there. I saw the helmet lower. I saw that giant-ass helmet lower on a field. I heard you yell stars during the anthem.
I did.
I was there for the important parts.
But they had lost 3 of 5 out of the break, and then they get the victory over the Stars. at the American Airlines Center on Saturday afternoon, 4-3 in overtime.
Yeah, this was a wild third period where every time one team scored, the other team would come back and match it within a minute, it felt like. And then you get into overtime, and it's first 30 seconds, just boom, over. This is going to be a tough game right out of the stretch. And now this enters into what? This is a 5 or 6 game road trip that the Stars have coming up. Toughest road trip of the season for them. So, not the best way to start it off, but look, I mean, they had come off of several really good wins in the last week or so. And then this one was just a little disappointing. This is a little bit of a coin flip. Let's go Stars, baby. That's the attitude all morning still. Let's go Stars, baby.
It's a nightmare trip. They've got Boston, Rangers, Ottawa, Carolina, home for a game to the Isles, and on the road to Colorado before they come home for Winnipeg. That's a tough stretch. It's a tough 6 games right there. Brutal.
That's going to be tough, especially when you close it with Winnipeg. That's going to be a difficult stretch there for them.
You just because of the team name.
Yeah, Winnipeg.
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
They're good. Look, they're good. They've fallen off a little bit, but they had a good start to the season. Last night I told you I was at this college baseball game at the Globe, and I they don't really promote this. I knew like there was a tournament, and I knew that like Tennessee was in it. I didn't know what exactly it was, and then I see that the tickets were available over the weekend. I was like, oh, I'm going to take this. So to the kiddos out there and Sarah and Luka's girlfriend.
I saw that. That's the first appearance. Is that a soft launch of sorts?
I don't know. They've launched. They've launched on socials.
But for you.
For us, yes. I don't. Yeah.
That's a soft launch to debut Luka's girlfriend.
Probably shouldn't have done that. Probably should have checked with their parents first. But I know them well. So it's like, I don't know. I guess they're kind of cool like that.
And if you did mess up, they know you don't go to church. They'll just keep praying for you.
Right. God. But she was crucial to this because she kept him off his phone.
That's incredible.
If we didn't take her, he would not have seen a single pitch. Now, as it was, he didn't see a single pitch either because he was just looking right at her. But no, he saw a lot of it. He was actually watching very intent in this game. And it was the Tennessee Baylor game last night.
We've talked about this before, the idea of like not being a fan of it. So he's not a fan of baseball. Like he plays it, but he's not a fan of it, or was it just he wasn't interested in this game?
No, he's a nerd about it. Julian doesn't really care. Luka's like a nerd about baseball. Now he doesn't watch like day to day. He'll watch like YouTube shorts on like the games. Like just they'll put like a lot of
little cut ups and stuff like that.
Yeah. He won't sit around and watch a game, but he's like a nerd about it. Like he watches nothing but like Instagram videos. I'm like, dude, stop. Like these Instagram hitting coaches suck. Like stop.
A lot of them do. Yeah.
Yeah, please. Just ask Jeff Fry what he thinks about Instagram hitting coaches.
Ask Jeff Fry what he thinks about anything.
Yeah, it's but it was a good look. It was a good event. I tell you this, Baylor fans, y'all would be embarrassed. I think Tennessee fans outnumber Baylor fans like 3-1.
Why should that be embarrassing though?
Because they're an hour away.
But it's SEC baseball.
That's true. It just means more.
It does.
It just means more.
You guys are the cult. The cult follows.
We are. I mean, it was every Tennessee fan was gathered up in a 200-mile radius that was at this game.
Gather the volunteers.
We gathered the Vols. Right, Peyton?
That's right.
Yeah, absolutely. So there you go. Gathered the Vols.
We got an update on the Kansas City Super Bowl rally shooting. So 2 juveniles, as ESPN terms it, 2 juveniles were charged with crimes connected to the mass shooting at the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl rally, authorities said Friday afternoon, as the city tries to recover in the aftermath of the violence. A news release from Jackson County Family Court said the juveniles were charged and are being detained in the county's juvenile detention center on gun-related and resisting arrest charges. So this one, there were questions at first about, okay, was this something that was orchestrated? Yeah. Was this a targeted attack? That doesn't appear to be the case. That is, it seems like this was just a dispute or some sort of other issue that spilled over and just happened to occur at the parade. And that, the shooting at the Super Bowl parade is what caused the NFL over the weekend to have to release a statement. The city of Detroit and NFL had to release a statement to let everybody know, like, hey, we have 100% certainty the NFL draft will be secure. Nobody has to wonder about it. I mean,
You can't really say you're 100% secure.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Detroit's been trying to tell people their city's secure for like 40 years, and they haven't
Maybe
been
more
able
than
to.
40.
Yeah.
Maybe more.
And I don't know how accurate that's been. But the NFL recognized that this is something that they've had to answer, something that they've had to address. James White, the Detroit police chief, said, "We've been in full preparation mode for months and are confident in our safety plan. The city of Detroit has hosted several large-scale successful events recently, including the Ford fireworks." Don't think that's the same as the NFL draft, but okay. The Detroit Grand Prix, America's Thanksgiving Day Parade, and Lions games with more than 70,000 fans in attendance, as well as many other events and concert. And they say, taking from those experiences, we're confident that we're going to be able to provide the necessary security.
Okay, let me ask you this. Is the draft outside?
I don't. So they've done it. Typically, these like when they've made it a location event recently, a lot of the times it's been pseudo outdoors. Like maybe it's under a canopy and then there's an outdoor overflow or whatever. When it was here, it was not.
Right.
It was indoors. It was in the stadium. So I'm not sure if Detroit's setup is in the stadium or if they've got it outside. I would imagine it's inside of.
If it's in the stadium, then I think they can say with relative certainty that there's not going to be a problem because they have metal detectors.
Yes.
When it's outdoors, you can't control that. Like anybody can get a hotel room.
Right.
Like we saw in Vegas, right? You just can't control that. Like any nut can get out there. Or you can have a situation like this where you got a couple of people having a dispute and they're both carrying legally or illegally. And since they were underage, I assume it's illegally.
Mm-hmm.
That, hey, here you go. Like here's a shooting. And that's the last thing you want. That's terrible.
Now,
it's indoors. If it's at the arena, it's at Ford Field. Okay, then you might be able to contain it.
So here's the thing, Chop. Who is my least favorite couple in America today?
Kanye and
Taylor and Travis.
Taylor and Travis. Tay-Tray.
Which, by the way, I don't like that the name that has caught on apparently is Travis.
Yeah,
I preferred Swelsey.
Swelsey's much better.
Swelsey was good. I'm gonna have to let go of that animosity towards the power couple because they did a good thing over the weekend, Chop. Taylor Swift donated $100,000 to the family of the woman who was killed at the Chiefs parade. We talked about Lisa Lopez Galvin. She was a local radio personality there.
I think Lisa G was her radio name.
Yep. And then matching that was Travis Kelce. So Travis Kelce also donating $100,000 to Kansas City Super Bowl parade shooting victims. So Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift doing good things, reaching into their pockets. So I think one of the other things that we can take from this, Choppy, is that Travis Kelce is putting his money where his mouth is, and you don't have to worry anymore about, how silly the dinner was later that night or whatever. I obviously said I wouldn't have gone forward with that. But in terms of anybody who was questioning whether he really cared or any other optics, he just made a sizable investment to show you that he cared, and this was not just something flippant to him.
Yeah, I never thought him going to the dinner showed he didn't care. It was a reservation that was previously done. That's it. But I understand the other take, the other side of it. But this is good. Look, this is great. Both they have money. There's probably $1 billion between the two.
Oh,
easily.
Yeah.
Easily.
Well, that's the thing. You know what I saw this weekend?
Oh, stop.
I did.
We have charity shaming now?
It was not rampant, but I did see a few on social media because I was just searching for it. I was like, let me see. I bet there are people doing it. So there was a few of the people going, Taylor Swift's net worth is yada, yada, yada. This amounts to, $2 for somebody who makes $100,000. Wow, very generous, Taylor. So you did have some people doing that bit.
Did you donate your $2? Did you? No. Then shut up.
Exactly.
Like it's don't charity shame.
That is one of my least favorite things about like modern hot take society is everybody is whenever a donation is made to any sort of a thing. We saw this when Kyrie had donated like $50,000 to some GoFundMe or whatever. There's always somebody who's got to go, well, that actually only adds up to this. So shut up. It's a good thing. They're using, they don't have to give anything, and they're using that power that they have, that ability that they have to make an impact. And so even if it's not an impact for him, it's an impact for those people, and that matters.
Now, you would be the one most likely at the fan to say something like that, but you didn't, so I'm proud of you.
I didn't, and I don't
Very
think
nice.
so I wouldn't say it.
Very nice.
Especially on this President's Day, John.
No, it's President's Day. Bobby has all kinds of President's Day history for you coming up at 6:40. What do we have next inside the Star?
The Dallas Cowboys have made 3 coaching hires.
Woo!
Mike Zimmer's staff is filling out.
Oh,
We'll tell you
man.
about it next on The Fan.
There's no reason. From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, baby.
Oh, baby.
Happy President's Day, Metroplex. Why isn't Sean here to bring us in? Why isn't Sean here to bring us in, Chop?
Sean is celebrating our presidents today.
Well,
On this President's Day.
top 5 presidents right now. Go.
He would do that. He would observe the presidents. That would be how to do. I personally would go Chris Del Conte. That's number one. And
I think he's an athletic director.
I'm just throwing out names, dude. That's what I do.
Is he still at Texas?
I don't even know. Yes, he is.
Some Longhorn fan you are.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, how about you, Mr. Texas Tech Red Raider?
Guns down.
No.
The Cowboys have 3 new defensive coaches, RJ Choppy, and we finally done it. If you can't beat them, join them. We went and stole from the San Francisco tree.
Oh, man. Kyle Shanahan?
Well, I mean, it's the defensive side. And he was only there for 2 years. He was quickly fired into Kyle Shanahan's time there. But he coached in San Francisco still.
So we want somebody who was fired by Shanahan.
Well, look, I mean,
that's how desperate we are to get somebody in here for the Shanahan tree.
Probably not. I don't think he was fired by Shanahan. Probably fired by Robert Saleh is what it was, I would guess. Since he was the defensive coordinator. But let's go through these coaches really quickly, RJ Choppy. The first one that we've hired, defensive line coach Jeff Scania. If you are going to Google that, good luck, because it is not the way that it is phonetically pronounced. Scania, Zgonina. If that name sounds sort of familiar when you see it spelled out like that or you hear it spelled out like that, that would be the former defensive tackle who spent 17 years in the NFL. He was on the Rams' Greatest Show on Turf team. Kind of a lunch pail guy. Mm-hmm. He was the the defensive, the interior, the one technique type of defensive lineman that came in on rotation, would play like 15 snaps. Wasn't in there a ton, but had a very long career, a 7th round pick out of Purdue who played from 1993 to 2009. So extensive experience. He's been a coach in the NFL for the last decade, stops in Houston, New York, San Francisco. And the last 4 years, he was with the Washington football team. He was the assistant defensive line coach in 20 and 21. Then the last 2 years, he was the full-time defensive line coach. And Chop, this right here is why the interview process matters.
Oh, I'd love to hear this.
Because, and look, it may go poorly, but this is why. I would bet a sizable sum of money, if I was allowed to bet per NFL policy, NFL Network policy. I would bet a sizable amount of money that when you look through Jeff Scania's history, he has no connection to Mike Zimmer or anybody else on this staff. You know who he does have a connection to?
Bob Hope.
Ron Rivera.
Okay.
The Cowboys typically, whenever they're interviewing any head coach, they go, well, give us some of the names you might have in mind. Like who are some assistants you would bring in here? So I believe that Ron Rivera probably mentioned the name Jeff Scania would be my defensive line coach. Probably sold them on the name in his quick little pitch.
You think he had to spell the last name for him so they could look him up?
I think he probably did. Yeah, but either way, I think that you look at the connection of they brought Ron Rivera in. They typically ask these guys, what assistant coaches would you hire? The fact that one of the big advocates for him, a guy that had him there on his staff, was Jack Del Rio. Cowboys still have a relationship with Jack Del Rio, specifically Stephen Jones. I think that that's where you're getting the connection. This is not so much a Mike Zimmer hire. This is, I'm sure it is, but I think that a lot of this was an idea that they probably got from, hey, here's a name that we should consider, and Zimmer probably gave it the thumbs up.
So real quick, I looked at this guy's photo. You know who he looks like?
Who he look like?
He looks like the dude from Family Guy that's voiced by Patrick Warburton.
Oh, Joe. Yeah.
Photo of Scania.
Peter. Yeah, absolutely. We got to tell him that when we get to training. That's dead on. We got to tell him that.
Yeah.
I'll get a comparison shot for when we bring this up later in the show, and then Ryan will have to throw it up there because I think that's a good call there. Assisting old Jeff Scania on the defensive line as their assistant defensive line coach, Greg Ellis. A man you covered.
Oh, I did cover Greg.
A man you used to see.
Absolutely.
Former top 10 pick. And so this is interesting. I knew that
Him and Ebenezer Ekubon at Carolina.
One of them was considerably better than the other. Greg Ellis was considerably better than Ebenezer Ekubon. But Greg Ellis had gotten into coaching in the last couple of years And I knew that was something that he had a real passion for, something that he wanted to do. So I remember thinking it was interesting back in November when he had resigned as the head coach of Southwestern Assemblies of God. He had been the coach there the last 2 years, head coach, and he just kind of abruptly resigned in November. And I thought, oh, that's a little odd. I thought he wanted to do this. I guess he's...
Did you get a notification on you on that
No. I had looked him up for something. I was trying to research something, and it was like 2 weeks after he'd resigned, and I saw it when I was looking his name up. But I remember taking it away and going, oh, okay, he's a Renaissance man. He's opened restaurants. He's funded plays. Carter High, the movie Carter High, he was a producer for that. So he's got his hands in a lot of things, and I just figured, oh, okay, he must be doing something else. I think he probably got an idea from Zimmer. Zimmer was getting back, and he knew he'd have a spot on staff because he did Cowboys crosstalk at the end of December. Did that with Chris Arnold and Nate Newton for DallasCowboys.com, aired right here on 105.3 The Fan. And he had mentioned, he said, well, I know Mike Zimmer, coach I have a lot of respect for. I know he's looking to get back in the NFL this year. And when I heard that interview, that's when I was like, oh, I need to call some people. Because this was before the Cowboys were even out of it. Called around, asked some folks. And I was like, hey, if Quinn were to go, would Zimmer be a name? And they were like, yeah. Like Zimmer's looking to get back in, and Zimmer we're going to call. And so this is an obvious connection here. This is a big Mike Zimmer guy. Somebody who, when we talk shop about the idea of, is Mike Zimmer going to be too gruff for these players? Is he going to be too hard on them? Is it going to be too over the top? Does this era need more hand holding, an arm over the shoulder, that kind of a thing?
Yeah.
Greg Ellis can be that advocate on the coaching staff now, in my opinion. Where if you've got a guy who's feeling a little beat up, little run down, does Micah Parsons feel like, man, he is riding me? Greg Ellis, as a player, can say, hey, dude, I've been there before. I've had him as my coach. Right. I've gone through this. I've seen the other side. This is the way he does it. It's tough love, but the guy loves you. He's here for it. This is usually important to NFL coaches when they start building a staff. If they've had previous stops, they like finding player advocates to communicate the message.
It's the Herb Brooks, I'm your coach. You want a friend to go to the assistant.
Exactly.
That's what it is. I don't know how, I have no idea how well that works anymore. Because the players, I think, will be well, if he really loves me, he wouldn't talk like that to me or yell at me like that.
See, that's what Kristen always says to me.
Are you a yeller?
No, I'm just kidding.
Do you think Bobby's a yeller at home?
Yeah, I think he is.
No way.
I think he might be.
He probably throws stuff too. He seems like an anger management guy.
I have thrown stuff before. Not just like when I get upset
at somebody.
No, if one of the kids fell and hit their head on a table. Like we had one of the younger ones slipped and hit her head on a coffee table one time, and I picked her up and she was crying. And then when Kristen came and grabbed her, I was so upset at the little side table thing. I just picked it up and I threw it. So generally, I take out my aggression when they hurt my kids. I take out my aggression on inanimate objects.
She fell and hit her head, so I threw the remote across the room. I'm so angry.
No, I just broke the table.
No, Bobby's definitely a take my hat off and throw it kind of guy.
I've done that in the studio before.
Yeah, he has. He does it all the time. Sean throws his pen.
Yes. Right. No, Sean doesn't just throw his pen. Sean will do this, especially when when Sean has given a final question and the answer's going too long, Sean will go.
He'll throw it up in the air to the ceiling. I'm like, we're on a fan cam here.
Yeah.
But he always uses crap pens. He doesn't use the good pens. If he used the good pens like me, he would never throw them. You've got to use the pilots.
But that's why
he uses Staples pens. By the way, I don't care for their new logo.
That's why he has the crap pen, though, is because he wants to be able to throw it. But Greg Ellis, advocate here. Mike McCarthy, he brought in Scott Tolzien when he first got here as an offensive assistant, and that was a guy that had played for McCarthy before. Coaches like doing this. If they're coming from another system, it's like, hey, let me find somebody who wants to get in coaching, have an internship role, do something else. But Greg Ellis wants to be involved. He's somebody who is a success story of Mike Zimmer's, and I think is a good pick. The final coaching hire is one that makes a lot of sense, but I'm going to have to ask you, Chop, if you've got any problem with it. Paul Guenther is hired as the run game coordinator for the Cowboys.
All right.
And Paul Guenther had been a brief senior defensive assistant for Mike Zimmer his final year in Minnesota. But before that, he had been the Raiders defensive coordinator for a few years. He was the he was the Bengals defensive coordinator when Mike Zimmer left. So when Mike Zimmer got the head coaching job in Minnesota, Paul Guenther was elevated to the defensive coordinator spot in Cincinnati. So Zimmer had coached with Guenther in Cincinnati for 6 years. That's why when he was out of a job after the Raiders, he was brought on as an assistant, a senior defensive assistant in 2021. So makes sense. There's a connection there. This is an experienced guy. This is somebody who's got experience coaching at the NFL level at all three levels. So he's coached defensive line, linebackers, and secondary. He's got varied experience, a lot of expertise with the run game, so it makes sense to bring him in as a run game coordinator. Here's what I'm curious about from you, Chop. When we talk about being out of the game for a while or anything else.
Right, big on that.
He has not, when you think about run game coordinator, he has not been a coordinator in the last time he was a coordinator, there were restrictions on how many people you could have in NFL stadiums. And he coached.
Is that a COVID thing?
It was COVID. It was a COVID year. That was the very last year that he coached, where he was coordinating a defense in any form. And in 21, he was a senior defensive assistant. He was coaching, but you're still talking about a guy that's been removed for 3 years from the NFL period and 4 years from coordinating anything on defense. Are you concerned at all about what he may have lost, what he may have been able to keep up with over 4 years?
I mean, yeah, of course there's a concern. I mean, like, now, granted, there are ways to keep up with the game and stay in the game. Campo told us last week that he gets that all 22 film, the NFL Game Pass, whatever, and he watches it. There's ways to stay into it. Maybe you take a liking to the college game more than the pro game. Who knows? There's ways to stay into it. I prefer somebody who's been in it. Now, the advantage to being out of it is that you can reassess things. Mike McCarthy did that. He reassessed. You could take to what you could, use of that, what you believe in terms of how much he changed, right? How much he changed and everything from that. But no, I mean, I think that you could absolutely stay in the game. I just think it's a little more difficult.
You know how long it's been since Paul Guenther ran anything on defense, Chop?
8 years.
It was 4. But he was fired by John Gruden.
Oh.
John Gruden fired him. And then John Gruden went on and had like another year of employment at the Raiders. That's how long ago we're talking about. That's a while ago. But look, Paul Guenther, I just say it as something that, hey, it's something to acknowledge, something to keep note of, that he has been away from it. What kind of adjustment period is there? Maybe there isn't one. He may be completely fine, can jump right in. Like Campo said, like you just referenced, these guys keep up with it. Campo said he feels like he could jump right back in there with how much he's kept up with trends and study things. We know this has become a popular thing with like the 33rd team or the Mike McCarthy method of, I'm going to just go back in the lab, in essence, and study and do things. Quinn did that. Dan Quinn did that for a mini version over the course of a couple months when he was between Atlanta and Dallas.
Yeah, I mean, look, it just depends also what you want. Like, if you're done, then you probably won't. But if you still have aspirations, you have to stay in the game. The one thing is, like, you look at, like, ESPN's got, like, Tannenbaum and Rex Ryan. All right, they're in it, but are they in it? Like, you could be in it from a 10,000 foot, but are you really in the weeds?
Right.
And that's the question. How in the weeds was Zimmer or Guenther? How in the weeds were they?
Right. And I think for Zimmer was doing, and Guenther may have been too. Zimmer, I think we have evidence of him doing it. He was doing stuff, I think, for the 33rd team at times. We know that he was assisting, giving a hand with some stuff just on a very cursory basis with Jackson State. Jackson State and Colorado with Deion Sanders and the relationship that he had there. So we know that Zimmer's done that. I assume Paul Guenther's done that, but it's at least something to keep an eye on. Now, what's interesting is this is the first time, I believe, maybe in franchise history, if not, it's been a decade plus, that the Cowboys are hiring a run game coordinator on defense with that title. Like, they obviously have people in the game plan who are responsible for the run strategy and everything else, but to hire somebody who's a run game coordinator is unique. And I know we've had a lot of people ask us, well, are you going to fill Joe Witt's role, the passing game coordinator on defense? Are we going to get that? Because you had Chris Richard do that.
No, this team is going to sell to stop the run.
No, it's that's going to be where Mike Zimmer's going to have his hands. Mike Zimmer is a secondary guy. Mike Zimmer is big into coverages. So even though he's not going to have the title, Mike Zimmer, I don't believe, is going to hire a passing game coordinator because he is going to say, nope, that's where I'm going to have my hands. Hired a run game coordinator. I've got some defensive line coaches. I've got some guys to do this and this. Where you're going to really feel my impact is going to be what I'm doing on a day-to-day basis with some of the coverage schemes and stuff. So I think passing game coordinator without the title is going to be Mike Zimmer. But that, I think, probably fleshes out their defensive staff. Maybe they hire another assistant, like an assistant linebackers coach or some quality control guy. But in terms of the position coaches, I think we're pretty much locked in as the staff, and this is what it is now.
Size of the staff is average, league average?
A little above average.
Well,
come on. Don't call it average. It's an above average size. Okay. No, it's they've got so many quality control and assistant to the position coach guys that they've had over the years, it's still above average. It's not the 27 or 28 that it was a couple of years ago, though.
That was a lot.
It was.
Okay, very good. Good stuff. Robert Belt on Inside the Star here on 105 through the Fan. Sean and RJ. Sean's out. He is celebrating your presidents, all of them. Let's see. We're on number 46.
Maybe he's only celebrating half of them.
Oh, maybe. I don't know. Maybe not even half. Maybe a little bit less than half.
That's true.
So Sean will be back tomorrow. Micah Parsons, though, is the best athlete on the planet, and it's not even close. It's all coming up next year on the Fan.
Hey, miss anything on Sean?
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. Sean's back tomorrow, which is good. That means I don't have to do this part of the show. I can just sit back and crack jokes.
How much do you hate this? How much do you hate steering it?
I actually like preparing for steering it better than actually steering it.
I think you do a really good job at it.
I appreciate that.
You and you're much more comfortable with it now, I think, than you were a year ago.
Well, yes, I didn't do it for years.
Right. So I remember the first day you did it, you were a mess, like a sweaty mess, like prepping. You were in here like an hour early, like writing everything out. I think you found a comfort level.
Found a little comfort level. Yeah. I mean, I enjoy like the off-air side of it more than the on-air. I think like getting ready for the show. And I find it to be easier for me. But this is we're getting there. It's a work in progress.
Doing a great job.
Thank you. Speaking of great job. Micah Parsons.
Dude. It's nice to see a Cowboy dominate in February, dude.
Best athlete on the planet. Change my mind on that one.
I mean, CJ Stroud's pretty impressive. CJ Stroud's a top-tier quarterback. He won the home run derby for at the Astros Stadium last week.
Anybody get a home run in Houston.
He was top-tier recruit. I mean, Stroud's up there, I think.
Top-tier recruit for what?
Basketball.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Jaime Jaquez, who was in the dunk contest, plays for Miami. He dropped 40 on Jaime Jaquez in high school.
Well, maybe that's why he only went to UCLA.
Yeah,
maybe a better place.
Yeah, that's probably it. But look, he was great.
He was. Mike was fantastic.
And Micah, his highlight reel play of the celebrity game was his spin move layup. He was hitting us with the Euro steps. In fact, I think Peyton's got the Micah spin move on Stroud.
Oh, wow. Parsons is trying to close the deal here. Oh, wow. Look at Parsons spinning around Stroud, and maybe look at this.
Oh, it would have been nice to come back with that.
I know, it would have been great. They were talking so much trash to each other leading up to it, Stroud and Parsons, because they have the same agency, they're buddies, they're close, and so he did the podcast with him. They were just talking trash about I did this in high school as a basketball player, I did this, yada yada yada. And Micah, man, 37 points, 16 rebounds,
monster.
The celebrity game MVP, making Shannon Sharp just giddy over there, sticking it to Stephen A. Smith. It was a great performance.
Dude, the court was amazing. I'm going to go to the court. I'm like Adam Silver. I think I like the courts more than Adam Silver does.
Dude, that's not possible.
Those were amazing. That court they had for the celebrity game with the very Vegas-like three-point line that's moving, where it's got the arrows on it that are constantly moving. I thought it was very cool, very well done. I didn't think it took away from the game. I think it enhanced the game. And then Micah's performance was just tremendous.
I'll tell you what, though. I didn't care for Micah's game time swag. I did not like the long sleeve undershirt.
I have a problem with that. I don't get it.
And man,
I don't get it.
I know he's a professional athlete, but unless you are a professional basketball player, even if you're really good at basketball, I tend to roll my eyes at sweatband guy. Like
the headband?
Yeah, take it off. You're playing in a celebrity game. This isn't, you're not Mike Bibby. Take it off. You're not Jason Terry. You're Micah Parsons. Just go out there and play. You don't need the long sleeve undershirt. You don't need the sweatband. Come on, doesn't that just feel like a bit much when you see the photo of him?
Oh, it's definitely I'm here to play try hard guy. Like all he needs now with the goggles, the Kurt Rambis goggles.
Yeah,
like that would have been
Rip Hamilton mask.
Can you imagine? Yeah, do you need a mask like it? No, I know. I just want to wear it.
He is an absolute badass. I honestly, Micah Parsons is at this point for me, Chop, where I feel like if he wants to commit to it, like if he wants to put his focus on it and put his work ethic on it and everything else, he's going to be successful. I don't care what it is. Like he's just one of those guys. Yeah. I mean, that's why he's always like talking about how he's been fighting Bones Fossil for 3 years now. He wants him to let him return a kick. He's like, let me get back there and run back kicks. I can do it. I can run them back. And I don't doubt that he could. During his introductory press conference, they were talking to about what a competitor he is. And he's like, I love winning more than anything else. Like, I want to win so bad. He's like, and I don't care what it is. Like, if we're playing chess, I'm going to do everything I can to just make you miserable and beat you. And that's the mentality that he has that has made him as good as he is, I think. And I think he can even achieve greater levels. It's just you got to have that locked-in version.
You do, but you have it. This guy seems to be locked in on anything he's interested in.
Yeah.
And that's the key. If he's interested in it, then he's going to be massively all in. Like that, Jerry, you want to know what all in means? Micah Parsons. Like, that's all in. Like that. And you know what's going to happen is that, if he wasn't doing this podcast, he would have been much more all in the regular season, the postseason. Micah finally comes through in February.
It's true. It's a good point. You don't have anything to say back to that, do you, Chop?
I don't. But
it was an entertaining game nonetheless. I've always enjoyed the celebrity game, especially when you get, I remember T.O. playing in that years ago.
Yeah, so you get these NFL players who are obviously great athletes anyway, and then a lot of them, I mean, basketball is the one sport that just about everybody plays. Mm-hmm. Like, it's easy to play basketball. You just go out there, grab a ball, and shoot by yourself, right?
Universal.
Baseball, you need help. You need other people with you. Football, you need other people with you to practice. Basketball, you can do it by yourself. Like, so even if you were completely by yourself and alone, everybody played basketball. Everybody. Now, and then that shows. It shows. And then you get the celebrities out there. In years past, like, Bieber had some handles. You've seen celebrities that have had a good little game. This one was about Micah, though.
Who's the one that's notorious for apparently being a total baller? Is it Tim Kurkjian?
Kurkjian, yeah.
I still refuse to believe that. Now, one of my favorite things was, did you see the Puka Nacua dunk in this game?
I saw a video of it, yeah.
It's a standard, like, you'll look, he goes up, it's a one-handed finish. It says, Puka Nacua, this is Rich Orenberger, a former NFL offensive lineman. He says, Puka Nacua might be the most underrated athlete on the planet right now. And he got roasted for tweeting that based off of just a simple one-handed right-hand dunk, including by Wanye Thomas of the Dallas Cowboys, who quote tweeted it and said, boy, 95% of the NFL can do this. Respect to that boy Puka, though.
Yeah.
You always got to throw in the respect at the end of it so that people don't think. But, man, he got roasted. It was just a bunch of people going I can do this.
It was a fine dunk. It was wonderful. Wow, cool. I wish I could do it. Yeah. But just about everybody in the league could do something like that.
Yeah.
You could do it. Basically.
I just think the smoking affected the cardio and the explosiveness.
I think it was the fat. Yeah. My own body that would have affected the ability to jump up that high.
You got the diamond calves.
240 pounds doesn't move very well. All right, now what about Saturday?
So, first off, also it was a disappointing finish to the Rising Stars Challenge. Derek Lively didn't take home MVP, but he did play really well. 12 points, perfect shooting, 6 for 6. Really, really good in his performance. Nice. So he had a really positive weekend, some positive attention there. We got the 3-point shooting contest. Damian Lillard wins it for the second year in a row. He scores 26 in the first round, 26 in the final round. He won last year with 26 and 26.
Yeah.
That dude has just shot 26 on 4 straight 3-point shooting contests.
And you don't usually win that thing back-to-back years.
They had 4 guys hit 26 in the first round.
They did. It was. Look, I thought it was pretty good. We started watching this, and it was on the skills challenge.
Yep.
And it was the Trae Young. Let's see. It was Barnes, Young. I forget who their third guy was.
Barnes, Young, and Tyrese
Maxey. Yeah, and then you had the number 1 picks.
Yep.
You had Wemby and Edwards.
Paolo Banchero.
Yeah, and then you had the Pacer guys, right? Yep. And the Pacers, they had Mathurin, they had Halliburton,
Miles Turner.
And I was like, all right, let's see. This is going to last this long. We could probably come back and flip it back to the 3-point contest before it's all said and done. And I go to change the channel. And you thought I would have changed it off of, like, the Oscars as they're about to announce Best Picture.
Sarah freaked out?
She was like, what are you doing? Why?
Really?
Yeah. And I was like, what? And she's like, this is fun. This is cool. I was like, oh, okay. All right. I'll keep it on.
I don't think I've ever asked you this, and I don't know to what extent. How big of a sports fan is Sarah?
I mean,
is she like a social sports fan, or does she have like a sport she really follows that she's into?
She's not like, she didn't follow like, oh my God, I got to keep up with everything. She, she'll see the score. She gets the notifications on her phone.
She listens to Below the Belt.
She does.
Yep.
We'll watch like Ranger games at night, but she's not like we're not like diehard into it. During the playoffs, she was.
But she's like following it. She's not just like I'm watching Super Bowl for the commercials gal.
No. She'll watch now, like at the Super Bowl parties. She'll be talking at times as the game gets closer to the end.
But she would consider herself a sports fan.
Sports fan.
So that's good. That's good. She was correcting. Well, you're getting corrected all over your house lately. Luka telling you stop taking the Lord's name in vain.
I know.
Sarah telling you stop changing the channel.
Don't turn it off of the skills challenge. I was like, well, you want to see Trae Young dribble around some little light fixture that is out there?
You want to see it like just dribbling around like one of those wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube
I'm like,
men?
okay, I'll watch. There's nothing else on. Saturday night, there's nothing on.
Well, there was something on after. You got the dunk contest, Chop. And this was funny because we talked about this on Friday. And I remember I ran through the list for you. Mac McClung, Jaylen Brown, Jacob Toppin, Jaime Jaquez. And you went, oh, nice. They threw at least one name in there. They threw Jaylen Brown in there. Although Mac McClung's kind of well known at this point. Jacob Toppin is Obi's brother, and Jaime Jaquez, he was a first round pick. He's been pretty good for the Heat. But it also is like clear, like Jaylen Brown is the only star name there.
Right.
And man, it was obvious with the way the judges were scoring this.
Yeah, they wanted Jaylen Brown in there.
This dude, Jaylen Brown, on his first dunk, just does a windmill. Like, I mean, I don't want to totally like downplay that. I wish I could do a windmill. I can't. But he does a windmill. He jumps up. He just kind of brings his arms over and dunks it. Like, that was it. And I remember thinking, like, that's going to get 5s across the board. And not like the ice skating 5s. Like, this is 5 out of 10. And they give him 48.8 out of 50.
Yeah.
For a windmill. Now, it was a Dominique Wilkins dunk. It was like he did it like the same way he did. So I guess
it was a tribute.
They're crediting the tribute angle of it. But man, he scores higher than Mac McClung, who does this cool like double clutch, toss the ball in the air thing. Jaime Jaquez and Jacob Toppin, I thought their dunks were okay in the first round. But by far the worst one I thought was Jaylen Brown, and yet he gets the highest score. And then in the second dunk in the first round, he jumps over a short guy sitting in a chair, misses it the first time, and that was enough to score him again. Nice score, second highest of the round. He's on to the finals where justice is finally served. Mac McClung wins. But
it's a sad state where the guy who wins it's a G leaguer.
But he's so good. He is a good dunker. And he's a Texas Tech Red Raider.
He is.
Here's what, you know how we talk about there needs to be something to salvage the All-Star game or something else? We had that conversation a few years ago about the dunk contest before it was Aaron Gordon and gosh, who was he? Who was it?
Was it Zach LaVine?
Yeah,
right?
Zach LaVine. Zach LaVine and Aaron Gordon, where they had kind of rejuvenated it and we're taking it to a new level. And we're like, oh my gosh, how come we haven't seen stuff like this in forever? I'm back to a point where it's like, we need something like that again. Because I'm tired of the dunk contest just being, how many people can you jump over? How tall is the guy that you're jumping over? It's just become jumping over dudes.
Right, especially when like Vince Carter did that in an actual game.
Right.
So some, Twitter folk, slam dunk contest officially dead, 2/17/24. Dunk contest couldn't be more dead. Dunk contests have been bad before. It's whatever. This is the worst contest we've ever seen. And I don't just mean from a dunk perspective. Between Jaylen advancing for whatever reason, judges scoring like they're on something, TNT not showing a dunk, awkward interviews. And that's it. They missed a dunk. They missed a dunk.
My favorite of this was because Mac McClung was not scoring as high as Jaylen Brown early in this dunk contest. Jim Nagy from the Senior Bowl tweeted, if Mac McClung played defensive back, these all-star judges would be projecting him from corner to safety.
God.
They're pigeonholing him.
Pigeonholing him.
That's what they were doing in the dunk contest.
Yeah,
they're like, no, that guy can't play corner.
No, he cannot. Absolutely not. So I thought the NBA All-Star Week was fine.
The Friday and Saturday night were solid.
Yeah, I thought Saturday was, the dunk contest notwithstanding, I thought it was kind of mid. But I thought the rest of the night was pretty fun. I enjoyed the 3-point. I enjoyed the skills. And then Mike put on a show. And as simple as that, he put on a show. He's the best athlete in sports right now. So there's a little dunk contest, NBA All-Star Weekend recap. Bad news for the Rangers already. And Bobby Belt's got a little history lesson for us coming up next on 105.3 The Fan. But let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler.
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Good morning, DFW. This is Sean and RJ here on 105 through The Fan. Sean's back tomorrow. He's celebrating President's Day. Bobby's going to tell you all about that. You're coming up in a few minutes.
Well,
tough.
Do we call it President's Day? Maybe we don't.
Tough weekend for the Rangers. They have not really started their games yet out in Surprise. We will be out there starting next week.
Yes. So Sunday, G-Bag, KNC, they fly out. They will be out there in Surprise, Arizona, representing. Jared Sandler's going to be out there. And you know why we're going to be out there, RJ Choppy? Because we are the home of the World Series champion.
Breaking news.
Texas Rangers.
Look at that.
You weren't dreaming, as Eric Nadel said.
It's not dreaming.
You weren't dreaming when they won the World Series, and you weren't dreaming when you heard it right here on 105.
No.
We are the home.
You absolutely heard that. Josh Young expected to miss about 3 weeks with a calf strain. And the biggest concern with these calf strains or any kind of muscle pull is generally that players try to rush back, and then it lingers throughout the rest of the year. That's the big concern with these things. They just linger and linger and linger and linger. It would not surprise me if Josh Young hit the injured list at some point with a calf issue throughout the rest of the season, just because that's the nature of sports, man. Like you have a little bit of a pull or a strain, and then you re-aggravate it somehow. It happens. It stinks. That's what happens. The only thing that really heals these things is rest.
I mean, we're still a ways off. We're 6 weeks out, 5-6 weeks out from the first game. There's plenty of time for this to get corrected. Josh Young, it's not like it has been in years past where it's like, we're trying to break him in. He needs this rhythm. He needs this time. He just had an extensive run into the playoffs. He's going to be fine. I don't think this is anything that he needs. No.
The issue, not the issue. Like the good thing about like today's sports world is that these guys practice or train year round.
Mm-hmm.
So he may not need. Like, this was 1947, and he's driving a Pepsi truck in the off season. He may need more time to get ready for the season. I mean, he'll be fine. Like he'll need a week's worth of at bats at the end.
Yeah,
and he'll be ready to go for opening day.
Or young player you're trying to work in.
Yeah.
Like, do you want Justin Foscue? Do you want Wyatt Langford? Do you want even Evan Carter? Would you want him missing 3 weeks? Maybe not.
No,
because those guys, you're trying to get them established. You're trying to figure. I'm sure Leote Taveras is one they wouldn't want missing 3 weeks. Josh Young, it's a little bit of a different story, but it does suck. It's just another thing that's cropped up. It had been this pitching issue consistently for the Rangers of guys getting hurt and guys that were going to be out. And then just to get the news in the last couple of weeks that it's like, well, Corey Seager's going to miss all of spring training. And, the goal is we think he'll be ready for opening day, but, we'll have to see. Yeah, and then it's, Josh Young, he's going to be a little bit limited here. It's another thing. It's just another thing.
There's no doubt it happens. But the good news is that you win a World Series, you've got a little bit of you got a honeymoon period, you got some time, and they're a good enough team to where they hopefully should be a playoff team no matter what. That last year wasn't it wasn't a fluke. It was the real deal. They're a real good baseball team, but again, you don't want to see injuries. You don't want to see injuries in your starting rotation, and you don't want to see multiple injuries either on to your infield. Like that's not something you want.
You had, you just referenced it there. We say you just won the World Series. You're going to be given a little bit of time.
Hopefully.
No, and I don't disagree. I would hope so too. I would hope they'd be given a little bit of, grace if they start out, slow. I would hope people would have some patience with it. But I'm trying to think back, and maybe it's different. It's different fan bases. It's different expectations, whatever else. But like, for instance, the Mavericks, when they won and they came back the next year, there was not, I don't remember there being much grace when they struggled and they had the Lamar Odom issues and everything else. Do you think that's just a different fan base potentially? Or do you think, hey, we might see that this fan base would get pretty antsy pretty fast?
I've always felt like the Rangers fan base has been more positive.
A little more optimistic?
Yeah, I think so. I think you have to be. As a baseball fan, you have to be optimistic because it's such a long season. It's a nightmare season, man. It's like, basketball season, it's the same length in terms of days, but, it's every other night. It's not every night, every couple of nights.
Well,
Like, to be a baseball fan, dude, you've got to be like legitimately. You can just get over a loss real easy.
Do you think coming off of the lockout impacted any of that?
I think so.
Because there was already just negative sentiment built up against the NBA.
That, and then they didn't bring anybody back. Like they had, the roster was, not completely different, but a little bit different.
That was frustrating because also I think because Texas kind of came out of nowhere here.
Yeah.
They got here a year early. Dallas, that was the culmination of 12 years of like finally.
And they wanted to see another one.
Yeah, and it was like, oh, great, finally, there it is. All right, let's see another one. And it's like you realize pretty quickly, oh no, this team's done. Like they're gonna do what they can to kind of remain
this house money
competitive for playoff spots, but they're done.
Yeah,
and that was the realization that you had. One more interesting note out of Rangers training camp or spring training, Choppy.
Yeah,
Jack
we don't call
Leiter.
it training camp.
I know that's why I just
get it right.
I know. Jack Leiter. He had a few goals that he wanted to accomplish this offseason. Obviously we had the I don't remember the exact designation they gave him where he was off of the active roster for a while they worked on mechanics and like, hey, let's check on your mentals, buddy. Let's make sure that your head's in the game and everything else. He did accomplish one major thing off the field, Chop. He finished his degree at Vanderbilt. And it's in a perfect field, I think, for what we would hope would help turn things around. He got his degree in human and organizational development from Vanderbilt. So we got basically this is apparently, I'm reading over the Vanderbilt description of this. Prepare yourself for a successful career focused on finding solutions to human problems in organizations and communities. So if anybody is going to fix their standing within the organization and fix between the ears, Jack Leiter and his degree from a very nice school in Vanderbilt. Sean's godson going there.
I have no idea what that degree means at all.
Human and organizational development. He just told you, or they Vanderbilt told you. It's
human development isn't human. Human development to me sounds like something that would happen in the womb.
Something that are we saying that like Jack Leiter's a zygote right now? Is that what it is? And he's developing into everything else. Yeah,
I knew what a zygote was. I would agree with you on that.
It's like the 9 months. Well, hopefully, it's been more than 9 months that we've been trying to fix this stuff with Jack Leiter. So hopefully that gets corrected. But congratulations, he gets his degree from Vanderbilt.
Good stuff.
Says he's really focused on right now. He wants to make sure his goal is he's pitching every fifth day.
Nice. Yeah, that'd be nice. With strikes thrown in there.
Yeah,
that'd be good. It is President's Day. It is the third Monday in February, as I'm told. But what does that actually mean? Bobby Bell went through a deep dive on just what President's Day really is. Why we are off today. Why is everybody off except for us?
Yeah, we're not off. This day, according to Wikipedia, Chop, this day is an official state holiday in most states with names including Washington's birthday, President's Day, Lincoln's birthday. Different states use different definitions for it.
So it's not President's Day.
Well, President's Day is initially it was George Washington's birthday, and it's kind of become an all-encompassing President's Day celebration at this point.
So do we just celebrate? Are we celebrating George Washington? Or all 46 presidents?
So it turns out the definition kind of depends on how you view it and what state you're in. And I think that's where the question of the apostrophe comes into play, Chop. Because when I think of President's Day, in fact, I think in the run sheet, how I'd spelled it out when we were sending our emails, I put it as just presidents, no apostrophe in there. Like it is the day for all presidents.
All the presidents.
And it's not their day like they own it. It's just the day to recognize presidents. So I would put no apostrophe in there. Did you know that President's Day is referred to differently, is referred to as 14 different names and punctuations and spellings across the country? Here in Texas, we use the apostrophe after the S.
So they own it. So they own the day.
Yeah, the presidents own the day.
Okay.
Alaska, Idaho, Maryland, Nebraska, New Hampshire, Tennessee, West Virginia, and Wyoming, they put the apostrophe before the S. So they're saying, no, this is the president, his day. This is Washington's day.
Okay, so this is President is.
Yes.
Isn't that what the apostrophe has to be? President is.
Well, it's owned by the single president. It's not owned by all the presidents, just him. President's Day with no apostrophe, mine that I had, I might be a little bit of a Pacific Northwest guy.
Oh, man.
It's Oregon and Nevada.
No, Nevada's okay. You can deal with that. In Oregon, you don't be associated with that. That's crunchy.
Maine calls it Washington's birthday / President's Day with the apostrophe before the S.
Maine's just weird.
Arizona calls it Lincoln / Washington President's Day.
That's just weird. They don't even change their time.
Virginia doesn't even put presidents in there. There's a bunch of states that don't put presidents in there. Virginia goes with George Washington Day. Connecticut, Florida, Illinois, Iowa, Louisiana, a bunch of other states do Washington's birthday. You have Lincoln's and Washington's birthday in Montana. Washington-Lincoln Day in Colorado and Ohio.
Never heard of it.
Washington and Lincoln Day in Ohio and Utah.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah. Washington, Lincoln's birthday. It's everywhere. Now, here's my
Can we
favorite.
not just have a name?
I know. What is this? Why can't the states get on board with this? Everybody's got to have their own name. Everybody's got to have their own, their own punctuation with it, where they want to put the apostrophe. Do they want to even include president in there? My 2 favorites, though, here, Chop. Well,
Okay.
actually, my 3 favorites. Alabama refers to it as George Washington / Thomas Jefferson birthday.
Oh, they would never
TJ.
honor Abraham Lincoln there.
They would definitely.
They would never do that.
definitely. They go like, nah, we're not putting this.
No.
This will be Thomas
Not
Jefferson.
him.
But my favorites here are Delaware does not observe it at all. Do you think that's because George Washington crossed it?
That's a good question.
They're like, once you cross us,
They're a little
we're
weird
out.
there. They're just worried about their LLCs.
But my favorite one, which state do you think says, no, we're not recognizing any presidents or anything about this country? We are going to literally call this holiday, which is a holiday within their state, the 3rd Monday in February.
I'm going to have to say,
Wyoming.
yeah, someplace that is like a rebel.
California.
California, very bad
California.
place. That makes perfect sense.
We don't observe any presidents. We don't do that. And so California literally, and I clicked on it because you were like, there's no way that's true. I clicked. I went through and looked on the California legislature where it lists out the company holidays, and they list all the days with the title of the holiday within them, except you get to this one, and it says the 3rd Monday in February.
Well, it's a great reason to have off. It's a great reason to have all that time off.
Happy
man.
the 3rd February in Monday, Chop.
Happy the 3rd February or 3rd Monday in February. We got an NFL suspension. We got NBA All-Star Weekend. Stars the tough one against the Oilers. And then, of course, our best and worst of the weekend coming up in the 7 o'clock hour right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and IJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I don't know if we watched basketball tonight, but it was an exhibition, and the Eastern Conference hit three-pointer after three-pointer after three-pointer, 42 of them, as the East wins it 211 to 186.
Oh, yeah, that was the finish of the NBA All-Star Game, 211 to 186 on Sirius XM Radio, as Dame Lillard is your MVP with 39 points, 11 of 23 from beyond the arc. 23! And he wins the MVP. It's not often a guy who scores 50 does not win the MVP in Karl Towns.
Especially when he gets off 36 shots in 28 minutes.
Yeah, he made 23 of them, though. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good percentage. What a what a night for the NBA, if you want to call it that. I think the people have from what I saw over the weekend, I really enjoyed Saturday. All right, I mostly enjoyed Saturday. The dunk contest was kind of mid. The dunk contest and this were like, it kind of misses. So I love the 3-point shootout and the skills challenge, and the celebrity game was pretty cool. This was just another. They thought they were getting more effort. The NBA said we want more effort.
Yeah,
we're going to play some defense, and this was the first time a game ever got to 200.
They didn't get any effort in this one. It's funny. I was just watching up there on the screen. They have some highlights up on ESPN, and you can just watching it back, which is how nobody's even moving. They're you can't even say they're just walking across the board. There are times where guys are just not moving. No, I'm not going to defend that at all. I'm not going to do anything like that. But look, 397 combined points, most in All-Star Game history. That is history right there, Chop. My favorite thing, we had the Dame Lillard. He hit 2 of those behind the logo threes, or behind half-court threes. Somebody a couple days ago, a Twitter account had said, if Damian Lillard hits another 3 from beyond half court in the All-Star game, I'll Venmo everyone who likes this $20,000.
Oh my gosh!
So it was the clickbait.
Yeah,
it
was.
got him.
Now listen, league and this game blew by the over-under. The over-under was 353.5.
What is Vegas now?
Well, they were buying in what the NBA was trying to sell. That the NBA wanted to have more defense in this game. They were buying into that big time, but it didn't happen that way. They did not play more defense. This was a 3-point fest, dunk fest. I mean, these two teams combined for, the East took 97 3-pointers.
Jeez.
The West took 71. That's a lot. That's a lot of 3-pointers, man.
It's a lot of threes, Chop.
It's 170 3-pointers, dude.
I'll tell you what was more entertaining than the actual game that was just over the weekend, and we'll get into some of it here at 720, but just some of the Reggie Miller and Kenny Smith chirping at each other, Barkley going after San Francisco again with Draymond Green. We had the at the end of their little sidecast there, the Draymond Green Barkley one. Barkley's talking about how I've loved working with Draymond, great job, blah blah, and he's like, best of luck to you in the play-in. Best of luck to you guys in the play-in.
Yeah. So come on, it's great.
That was more entertaining than
that was
else.
entertaining. I think overall the NBA had a good weekend. I didn't care for like I said, the All-Star game itself was blah. It's the same thing. It is what it is. You're not going to change. There's nothing you can do to change it. You can't make it play defense. And maybe you want to play, have play a half-court game. Have play a 3-on-3 half-court game. Just a bunch. You have a bunch of teams. Yeah. Maybe you have the NHL did this, right? They had the divisions. Each division had their own team. So maybe you have instead of 2 teams of 5, 6, 7, 8, 2 teams of 12 guys, you have 7 teams, 8 teams of 3, have 8 teams of 3, and then just have a half-court 3-on-3 game, and then a round-robin tournament. Have a tournament, a bracket. There you go.
And make them play those round-robin games, or maybe even do this. You play the All-Star. I know this has been suggested, and people are like, the NBA players would never do this for risk of embarrassment. But the idea of get a street ball team together, play a street ball team, have the NBA All-Stars play a street ball team.
Yeah, they wouldn't do that because the street ball guys would be out there playing the Super Bowl.
Right, and they would risk looking really silly. But you know what? The Redeem team needed the embarrassment of 2004 or whatever it was when they got that bronze medal. But Luka Doncic in this game, Chop, 3 of 10, 1 of 6 from 3, including 1 3 he threw it from 70 feet away for no reason. But he finished with triple sevens, 7 points, 7 boards, 7 assists.
Man, he could pad it. He could pad a box score. There's no doubt about it.
He did that.
He absolutely did. Okay, so there's NBA All-Star Weekend. Stars lose a tough one over the weekend to Edmonton.
We go back to what we always say about the Oiler power play. Struggled lately, but a chance to win it right here. Bouchard scores! Right off the draw! Edmonton prevails! 4-3 in overtime!
4-3 in overtime. Stars fall to Edmonton in a game. Look, Edmonton kind of slumped after the break. They had their 16-game win streak snapped in the game we were at. Mm-hmm. They had lost 2 more. They had split their next 4 games after that, so they lost 3 of 5 coming in, and they get this victory.
Yeah, and this was one Dallas got up, and then immediately it's, okay, Edmonton matches you. About a minute later, Dallas gets up again. Edmonton matches again. You had that wild second period with all the scoring where, Dallas and Edmonton both score 3, and they kind of match each other goal for goal within a minute of each other. And so that was crazy. But you get into overtime. It's over really quickly. That was 7 seconds into the power play. Dallas had killed 10 straight penalties without giving one up. And that was the first goal that the Oilers had scored on a power play in their last 5 opportunities. So a little bit frustrating, especially heading into this really tough road trip that they have coming up with a lot of really big time opponents on it. But, you were going to have that snapped at some point. Dallas was on a good little run there recently after the All-Star break. And just, fell short in this one.
They had won 3 in a row, 7 of 8. They lose this one to Edmonton on Saturday. Now they head east at Boston today. That's it looks like a noon game. Then they're at the Rangers tomorrow night, so right back to it. And then they're at Ottawa on Thursday, and then at Carolina. Very good Hurricane team. Boy, look at the ticket prices for today and tomorrow. $129. Tickets as low as $129 to get in the door price at Boston, and $130 at the Rangers before you go to Ottawa, and you get tickets for $8.
Damn.
Wow.
It's like the Tampa Bay Rays or something.
Yep. And they're home to the Islanders on Monday before heading out to Colorado. What did the Cowboys do over the weekend, Robert?
They made some hires, some very familiar names. First off, they hired a new defensive line coach, Jeff Scania, the 17-year veteran, was a defensive tackle, most prominently for the Rams. He was on their greatest show on turf teams.
So this is really Zagagnia.
That's what it looks like. Zagagnina is what it looks like. It's Zgonina or something like that. But it's Jeff Scania is how it's pronounced. So he's being brought on to be the defensive line coach. He had been the defensive line coach the last 2 years with the Commanders. Worked with Ron Rivera, Jack Del Rio over there. Assisting him on the defensive line, very familiar name to Cowboys fans, very familiar name to Mike Zimmer. Greg Ellis is joining the coaching staff. I imagine he's going to be used as a communicator and somebody to talk to players. Also, I would suggest this, Chop. The fact that they're bringing in Scania to be the defensive line coach and is not a coach with obvious ties to Zimmer, it may just be a factor of, hey, let me make sure I've got somebody there to also help Scania understand what it is that I want to do. Let me bring somebody in here who's dealt with my coaching before, knows how I want to do things. You got to remember, the Cowboys had initial defensive line coach that they had in mind, Andre Patterson from the Giants. Giants rejected that interview request, so Scania was a fallback for them, and I think Ellis is going to be brought in here to, one, help mentor players, but also maybe help communicate concepts and teachings that Zimmer believes to Scania while Zimmer focuses more on the secondary. And then the other one, the big hire, one of his longtime associates, Paul Gunther, who had been an analyst in Minnesota in 21, but had last served as a coordinator between 2018 and 2020 as the defensive coordinator for the Raiders. He is being hired as the run game coordinator. So he's not going to have a position that he's doubling up on or anything else. He's got experience on the defensive line, coaching it, linebackers, secondary. His entire focus will be the run game. And so the Cowboys pick up a run game coordinator. That will be a big focus for them this offseason. And that's probably it for the coaching hires for the Cowboys.
Done with the coaching hires.
I would guess done. And I know some people, there was question about Robert Prince, the receivers coach. He was out of contract. He re-signed. They announced that at the end of last week. So Robert Prince is back. And I know some people questioned if maybe they might make a change at the offensive line position and be one and done with Mike Solari. That doesn't sound like that's happening. So it sounds like they're pretty comfortable there. I would guess that's about it, other than maybe we'll hear an intern or a quality control coach joins.
Sean and RJ here, 105 through the fan. Have they discussed anything with Dak Prescott? Have you heard?
Not yet. They
can, right? There's nothing.
Yeah. They can start working on stuff now. I would guess that that's something that Indy's always the target where you get there and they have conversations on those buses with agents and everybody else. It's also a place where you we'll find out from people being out there, discussions had out there. We'll start to find out what their thought process is. So even if they don't have discussions out there in Indy with Dak and his agent Todd France, we'll know coming out of Indy in all likelihood what their thought process is, what their plan is, but nothing no movement on that one so far.
What happened with Jimmy G?
Boy, you would think for a guy using performance-enhancing drugs, he'd be a better football player. Chop. Jimmy Garoppolo.
The position's about decision-making.
Jimmy Garoppolo is being suspended 2 games for violating the NFL's performance-enhancing substances policy. League sources told ESPN. This is from Adam Schefter on Friday.
Is it not supposed to be 6?
So here's the thing. This is where it gets a little muddied. I think it's because of certain language and what he tested positive for, why it was a violation, everything like that, because it says here the policy violation is said to be related to Garoppolo using a prescribed medication without having a valid therapeutic use exemption from the league, according to sources. So the idea is that he's got a prescription for whatever this is. This was something that a doctor prescribed him. He just didn't get it cleared with the league. He didn't get an exemption for it and say, I've got a prescription for this. I'm not going to speculate what that is. I know in the past, that has been, for certain players, that's been stimulants, right? So Adderall, Vyvanse, things like that, Ritalin. If you're prescribed that by a doctor, you have to get clearance from the league to be able to take it. And so in order for, even if you've got a doctor's prescription for it, doesn't matter. You have to clear that through the league and have them say, yes, you're allowed to take this. So Jimmy Garoppolo, I don't know if that's what it was, but whatever this was, it's a 2-game suspension for something that is a prescribed medication, something he has a sincere use for, something he was prescribed by a doctor, but it was not something that was run by the league and cleared, and he didn't go through the proper channels to get it used. And so that's what this was about.
Josh Young with a calf strain. He'll miss a few weeks and get back to it. It's nothing, I don't think that's major serious, but it is something that's going to keep him out for a few weeks, and NASCAR gets delayed.
Yes, NASCAR got delayed. Not only is today President's Day, not only is it the first full workout for the Rangers as a team, your World Series champion Texas Rangers, the home of the Texas Rangers right here on 105 through the fan. We're also going to get the Super Bowl of NASCAR today, because the Daytona 500 was postponed on Sunday because of 2 days of rain. So they actually had to push everything ahead. The Xfinity Series race is scheduled for 10 a.m. this morning, right after we get off the air. I know you'll probably hang around in the prep room to watch that, Chop.
Sure.
And then at 3 p.m., you get the Daytona 500, which to me, it really is the Super Bowl of racing, because that is one that I used to be really big into NASCAR 15 years ago, 20 years ago. That is one that I do feel like that race, there's so much pageantry and excitement about it. And, it's a new season. It's easy for people to kind of pop in. If you're going to watch a race, that is a good one to watch every year.
Hideki Matsuyama wins the Genesis. $4 million. Boy, PGA Tour really finding money they didn't have before Live. Now they're all of a sudden finding $4 million to give to players for just a regular old tournament, not the U.S. Open or anything like that. Here's a $4 million check for Hideki. He wins it, and we will get into the Jordan Spieth controversy with him getting booted out of the tournament. That's going to come up at 8:20 this morning. But your Expressway commercial-free coming up next. We've got hot water for Kenny Smith, and Jay Williams just became Bobby Belt's best, newest, favorite announcer. Plus your best of the work of the weekend. All coming up next on 105.3.
and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the On Time Experts, because it is the expressway right now on the 105.3 The Fan.
Sean Rogers on the 105.
Yeah, jeez.
Well, he threw me off there.
Stephen A. Smith was that? It's Sean and RJ on the 105.3 The Fan.
That's like people calling it the MLB instead of just MLB.
Oh, yeah.
It's very
It's not
strange.
the Major League Baseball.
It's not the Major League, which is right. It's like the NBA. Yes, the NFL. Very weird. Sometimes people think the MLB. And there's Peyton there with the 105 through the Fan. It is Sean and RJ on the 105 through the Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt. Peyton and Ryan alongside. Sean's back tomorrow. Happy President's Day. There's actually more people on the road than we expect this morning.
There are. I'm kind of surprised.
It's dozens.
It's not like crazy busy out there.
Dozens
but
on the road.
There's definitely a lot of people who were not informed that today is happy third Monday of February.
They're definitely doing 70 miles an hour on Central right now.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely moving 70 miles an hour. Okay, so we got into NBA All-Star Weekend a little bit. We not get into the controversy yet, or the controversy, as they would say, across the pond. Kenny Smith is in a little bit of hot water. Now, this is 2024, which is an extension of 2023. So I don't know how much of this is fake outrage coming from social media, but there was plenty of it out there. So here's how this whole thing started. So Steph Curry took on Sabrina Ionescu of the WNBA in a three-point contest. This was going to charity. So she has her own SI20 charity, and he has his Eat, Learn, Play charity where they were going to get money donated, and it turned out there was like this another charity was going to donate $1,000 per three-pointer that these two made. Look, it was a fun event, right? It was a fun event. It was a battle of the sexes in their prime, man versus woman, toxic masculinity against femininity,
and you remember,
all the things.
And she went super viral, however long ago it was at the WNBA All-Star Game when she did the three-point shooting contest there, and she missed 2 shots. She hit like 23 in a row or something. Like she's
a savage.
Yeah, she is a dead eye out there shooting, and she started this one on fire. She like nailed like the first 7 shots she put up or something. I mean, she is legitimately a freaking talented shooter.
So on the call for this is Reggie Miller and Kenny Smith.
Reggie Miller, who it's important to remember, has a very famous basketball playing sister.
He does?
He does.
Was her name Cheryl?
That is her name.
Holy cow. Wow, so Cheryl Miller is a very famous basketball playing sister of Reggie Miller. All right? And Kenny Smith, so backstory here. They're shooting from the NBA three-point line.
Yep.
Steph Curry was using NBA basketballs, which is it's 29.5. I think they call it size 7 now, if I'm not mistaken. And Sabrina was using the WNBA ball, which is it's slightly smaller. It's like 28.5.
But shooting from the same distance.
Shooting from
same distance, different ball.
NBA three-point line. The WNBA line is a little bit closer. So she was using the NBA line, but her own size basketball. And I think if you gave them a choice of which one they would rather do, they would choose, if she had to choose one, you either get the shorter distance with the bigger ball or the longer distance with the smaller ball. She would absolutely keep the same ball.
Yeah.
Absolutely keep the same ball. Not even a question. You could back up. It's not a big deal. Kenny Smith, though, did not like that.
I think she should have shot from her. She should have shot from the women's line. That would have been a fair contest. I still root for Sabrina. We all are rooting for Sabrina. No, this is not so. She should have shot from the three-point line that the women shoot from. Why are you putting those boundaries on her? That's not a boundary. That's what the game is. She wanted to shoot. They have a smaller ball, don't they? She shot a WNBA ball. WNBA ball is smaller. She shot with the WNBA ball. Yeah, but she should have shot from the line. There's a women's tee in golf and there's a men's tee for a reason. No. She a shooter shoot. Isn't that what you said? Yeah, but they shoot from where they shoot from. Thank you. No. Sabrina, good job, Sabrina. No, but don't let any man put boundaries on you like him. Well, then give him a regular ball then. Don't let him put boundaries on you. Give him a regular ball then. It's not fair.
Yikes.
All right.
Which it was hard to hear a little bit at the beginning because of all the crowd noise that was there. I mean, that was from the TV broadcast.
Boy, I bet you Bobby was just livid at the sound guy during this entire event.
Oh, yeah. Sound mixing is, come on.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing? You guys need some...
need Ruben or someone else.
You need some Ruben Portillo, some DJ Pride more out there to get your sound right. Because this was not it.
Okay.
But this is because this had just ended. Steph Curry wins this 29-26. Pretty close game. In fact, none of the participants of the three-point shooting contest scored more than 26. Sabrina Ionescu tied that.
Yeah.
Steph Curry just beat her 29-26, which with the money ball racks and everything else, he ended up making 21 shots. She made 18. But it was pretty close. And Kenny Smith had said essentially like, this wasn't a fair fight. Fair fight would have been move her up. This wasn't fair. And to me, I just thought that was a silly criticism because it was, to me, it's like, no, this seemed pretty even once you made sure they were like using the separate balls. Like, I think that was the evening factor. She can shoot from behind that line. She shoots from back there in WNBA games. Not every time is she up against the WNBA line. So I thought that was just a silly criticism to begin with. I don't see how it's that big a difference.
I don't think it's an unfair fight, but I do think for the ultimate level of fairness, there would be the two lines to make it completely even, right? The ultimate level of fairness, right? That way you would have, because she did have to make a concession of some kind.
Sure.
And, like that would have been.
That's the intrigue.
That is the intrigue. And then, obviously, it's the basketball being different. I understand what he's saying. Like from a standpoint of, look, they know there's a difference between the two. They're already changing the basketball. They already admit that, right? So it's like, it's okay. It's okay to have different rules. If Brooks Koepka was playing Lydia Ko in a golf event, she's not going to tee off with the same tees he is.
Yeah.
So she's going to have her own tees. The LPGA plays with different tees. It's okay. It's okay to admit that there's a difference. But, to say that she couldn't have beat him from that line, from the NBA line, I mean, she almost did.
Yeah, I mean,
she almost did. Would she have won if she was at the normal WNBA line? I have no idea.
He made 9 of his last 10 shots.
Yeah.
To win by 3.
Yeah.
I mean, he was
clutch.
He had some thin margins there. So, yeah, Steph Curry, best shooting performance of the weekend, everything else. But to treat it like, this was just, she never stood a chance. It's like, well, no, she was
right there. She was right there. She was right there. Now, these two, they had a night together.
Oh, they did.
So the next one here is they go back and forth, continuing with this Sabrina versus Steph, and talking about Reggie Miller firing a shot across the bow. Kenny Smith.
And men versus women in the three-point contest, we put the best 4 NBA players against the best WNBA players. Shooters shoot, and let's see it. Even playing field. There's no 10-foot rim that holds you back, and let's knock it down.
Well, according to you, you want her just playing with dolls, right?
No, I want her to shoot from where she shoots from.
No, she does shoot threes in the game.
Not like from there.
Caitlin Court. All right, coming up, it's the AT&T Slam Dunk. Can Mac McClung defend his title, or will we crown a new Slam Dunk champion?
And there's nothing wrong with playing with dolls, Kayla. In London, you can play with dolls. Y'all are good with that too.
Man,
woo.
Okay.
Ernie
now we're getting testy.
Ernie having to step in and go, all right, gentlemen.
Mac McClung defending his crown next. All right.
That's the equivalent of when Peyton hits the bell. When we're talking ding, ding, ding. It's like, oh, crap. Okay, that's the recognition. But Kenny couldn't even let that go with the throw to break. He had to come back and go, by the way, nothing wrong with playing with dolls. I have no problem with that. You can and should play with dolls. That's good too. And so there was some testiness there between those two. And it kept going.
Yes, it did. Okay, here's the next one. Now, so Tyrese Halliburton is in the game. He's in the three-point shooting contest. And I guess Kenny made
Kenny was floored by how good of a shooter he's been this season.
There's an observation, too, about the ability of Tyrese Halliburton.
But I didn't know, Reg, that he could shoot the ball with this frequency as he's doing it this year.
Watch games?
No, this year. As he's doing it this year.
Like, what are y'all doing in the
When he came to Indiana from Sacramento, you believed that he could shoot it with this frequency.
When he was doing that in Sacramento, that's why people were like a little scratching their head that they stayed with the Aaron Fox over him.
Well, they're scratching it.
So that's again a Tyree. He's sitting here analyzing. Wow, when Tyrese Halliburton got here, I didn't know he could shoot. And Reggie goes like, what are you doing back in the studio? Are you watching the games? Like Tyrese Halliburton, that's his game. And so it's that now you're starting to challenge, like, do you even watch the sport? And it doesn't sound playful. Some of the, like when it's Charles and Kenny, it sounds like there's some playfulness there. This sounds like just genuinely like Reggie's thinking, you're dumb, Kenny.
Yeah, that's
like,
it.
What are you saying?
Yes. I watch more football.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is.
Yes. I watch more football than you.
Yes.
Okay. They continue.
With the dunk contest.
With more bickering. Now we have moved on to the dunk contest, right? It's Jaylen Brown, it's Jaime Jaquez, it's Mac McClung, and they continue with more arguing and bickering.
He made 7 of his last 8 shots. This is exciting, man. You got 4 guys at 26. No, I'm not saying it's not exciting, man. Come on, look, the building isn't exploding. You remember when Vince Carter jumped and dunked?
So now they're arguing about, like, because he had said, this building, it's not as intense as it's been in the past. And then Reggie's like, oh, I guess this isn't exciting. There were a couple other ones during the game. They were like taking little cheap shots in there. So I don't know what it is. There's some sort of just Kenny Smith, Reggie Miller tension. I don't know if it just all stems from what he said about the little shoot off there between Sabrina and Steph.
Might be. It
and
might
if it's
be
a Cheryl Miller thing.
It could be.
I honestly, because Reggie's going to have is going to be more in tune to that sensitivity, I think. But I'm curious for you, Chop. You make the call here. Was what Kenny said about the Sabrina Ionescu, where she should shoot, would you view that as, is there anything sexist about it? Is it just a bad take? Or do you think he was actually right in what he said and this is overreaction?
No, I mean, look, I don't think there's anything sexist about it. It's like if she wanted to play from the NBA 3-point line with the women's ball, like that's fine. Let her do it. If they had said that they wanted to, if she said no, I want to play from the WNBA line with the WNBA ball, then fine, let her do it. I mean, she was within her rights to do that because she's the one that had to make a concession and a change of which line to use. I mean, yeah, if you want to talk about the ultimate fairness, which would have leveled the playing field completely to zero, it would have been to have a separate line for her. But I mean, I don't think that there was an unfair advantage to not. I mean, she doesn't shoot at the line all the time. No. She shoots from 30 feet all the time.
And that's why, like, to me, I agree. Don't think it's sexist at all. There were a lot of people who were claiming Kenny Smith's a sexist from this. I don't think it's sexist at all. I just think it's a bad take. Like, I thought it was just he had it locked and loaded, was ready to drop that point as soon as the competition ended.
Right.
Like, should have been fair if you would have shot at the same line. It's like, no, that was pretty evenly matched shooting contest as it turned out. So it just seemed like a dumb criticism.
All right. Speaking of sexist, by the way, we have a ticket giveaway in this expressway.
Ooh.
At some point, what's his name? Peyton is going to hit the buzzer.
Peyton is
going to hit the buzzer. And we have some great tickets to give away.
Dirks Bentley, Chase Rice.
Bentley tickets to give away. I was in my Dirks Bentley mood over the weekend. I was listening to a lot of his tunes. I found out we had these tickets to give away. But you mentioned sexist and misogynist. Speaking of that, here comes Duke's own Jay Williams into the chat.
I think she is a Stephen Curry.
I'm sorry, stop. Talk about Caitlin Clark. They were talking about Caitlin Clark because she had broke the record, and they were talking about her and her greatness.
This was on Saturday's College Game Day.
It was on College Game Day. Here's Jay Williams.
I think she is the Stephen Curry of women's basketball. I think she has changed the dynamics of the way the game is played. I think the way she plays, the pizzazz, is that she's probably the most prolific scorer the game of basketball has ever seen.
Unmatched.
I am unwilling, and maybe it's more the Kobe mentorship around me, to say that she is great yet. I think she is the most prolific scorer the game has ever seen. I hold great, or the levels of immortality, or the pantheon, to when you win championships. That's just me. So Diana Taurasi, when you win 3 consecutive championships, 2-time National Player of the Year, it has to culminate with the chip. It has to. I mean, Breonna Stewart, if we're talking about GOAT legends of the game, she's won 4 chips. 4 chips, multiple National Players of the Year. So I'm not saying that she's not at a high level, but for it to go to the states of immortality, in my opinion, it has to culminate with your team winning a champion.
Okay.
This is dumb.
Yeah, this is a bad take. Like, this is sports talk radio. I do think ruined discourse among sports fans, where it's like there was a time where if you didn't win a title, you could still be great, and people would just blame the players around you, like Ted Williams and Ernie Banks.
Yeah, Dan Marino. Nowadays,
they blame the great player, not the players around them.
Right. I call it the Dak Prescott effect.
Oh,
you don't give credit to the fantastic player. You just try and tear him down.
Ernie Banks, if he played today, bum, scrub, can't make the playoffs. Barkley, bum, scrub, Marino. But back then it was just like, they didn't have a good enough team. It's a wild world we live in. I blame sports talk radio for it, the media, social media, and this is a bad take by Jay Williams.
This feels like, all right, I gotta have a take. Oh, I got to take here. All right, like we're talking about Caitlin Clark. It's boring, right? Like I'm saying, like that's probably what Jay Williams is like walking into the set thinking is like, well, it's boring. What are we going to talk about? We're all just going to sit here and fawn over here. We're going to talk about like come on, we got to have some conflict. There's got to be some tension. I got to take here. She's not even great. She's prolific, but she's not great. And maybe it's I've been held to too high a standard. I've just got Kobe Bryant's got to me too much. Kobe's got in my ear a little too much. And I have a different standard than all you peons.
Yep, we were in the league together for 2 years, and it's just a different world.
But she ain't great, yo. No. That to me just reeks of like, hey, we need an opposing opinion. Jay, what do you got? Well, I got one. She's not great. That's honestly what that. Like, I don't even genuinely believe that. That didn't even feel like a sincere take from him to me.
It didn't, man. It really did not feel like that sincere of a take.
But again, I don't think, because I did see this a little bit on social media. Some people going sexist, trying to hold her to some standard he would never hold a male basketball player to, whatever else. Again, I don't think sexist. I think that's a function of hot take culture and needing a take for, the producers' blocks that they're filling out and going, all right, what are we going to talk about here? Okay, Jay's got, she's not great. Cool, let's run with that. That's what I think that was. Again, I don't think sexist there at all.
I think sexist.
I think just hot take. Looking for
hot take.
Looking for an opposing opinion to drive conversation.
Yep, you can be great and not have a championship. Now it's more difficult in certain sports. Like I think baseball is easy to be great, not have a title because there's so many guys around you. Basketball, I do think a championship is what sets apart the goats from the not. But I understand that. But also, there is a level of you need guys around you too, or Caitlin Clark's. You need girls around you too. Like you need the players around you to win. You can't just do it all by yourself. I mean, she made the title game, and you watched last year. They were just overmatched by LSU. They didn't have a chance. Yeah. LSU they had dogs up and down that roster, and she didn't. And Caitlin didn't have that around her. So LSU was just a better basketball team. That's why she didn't have a title. All right. That is a little bit of the look at the controversy surrounding the NBA All-Star Game this past weekend. Before best and worst of the weekend, Peyton is going to hook you up.
I'm getting drunk.
All right, fellas, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Dierks Bentley, Chase Rice, and much more at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth on Friday, June 7th. Get tickets and information now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Man, look at that. You just tell him, you give him a little bit of direction. A little direction, and he comes through. Heck yeah.
There's
well
hope
done.
for you yet, the Peyton Russell.
Hell yeah, man. Proud of you. Proud of you, Peyton Russell. Okay. Best and worst of the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
Oh, I've been dying to see this one, Peyton. I want to talk to you about this. We'll let you take care of your calls first.
Yes. Get your calls.
So I'll do mine right quick. Do you say right quick or real quick?
I don't know. I had somebody from up north mock me for saying real quick. They're like, that's a Southern thing, real quick. It would just be quick. Let me talk to you quick or whatever. I don't know. They said real quick was redundant or something.
I mean, it might be redundant. I like real quick. I like right quick.
I don't know. I like the way we talk here. I don't like the way they talk outside here in the Midwest where they don't say like wash. They'll say warsh.
Warsh.
So
yeah, very strange.
You've got your own issues out there.
Absolutely. Okay? So I went to the Baylor Tennessee game last night, the college baseball game at Globe Life Field. It was a big tournament. It was the Shriners Challenge. So you had Nebraska, Oregon, Texas Tech, Oklahoma, Tennessee, and Baylor, right? You had the 6 teams. And we finished 2-1 over the weekend. lost to OU, beat Tech, beat Baylor. So 2-0 against Texas, State of Texas this weekend, and 0-1 against that land up north.
Do you think that's that's going to sort of be predictive
It's
for
going
what's
to carry
happen
over
to you
into the fall? Absolutely. It's going to carry over. We're going to be 2-0 against the State of Texas and 0-1 against Oklahoma. And I hope not. Listen, we'll give OU this win, and we'll take one on September 21st. How about that? All right.
There you go.
But that was a cool event. You know, I had not been out to the college baseball at the Globe. There was not many people there. This is the last game of the tournament. This was the night game. It didn't start till about 7 o'clock at night last night. So it started at 6:30. And I assume most people had already gone home because the last two games were Tennessee and Baylor. We had a good showing of crowd. I thought way more than Baylor. Now, again, the orange pops and Baylor wears the green. They kind of blend in with the green seats. You really couldn't tell. That is something that, though, like if I would, you know, if we went to Saturday's game, I think we would have enjoyed it more. It would have been like way more into it, right? It would have been more people there. Sunday night, it was not very crowded. It was open seating, which, by the way, is awesome. We were sandwiched between scouts.
Ooh, for what teams?
I saw the Diamondbacks guy. I saw he had on he had his D-backs gear on.
Did you lean over to him and be like, "Hey, is this really tough for you to have to come back to Arlington and feel the
you see
pain
that seat
of
up
your
there?
loss?"
That's where Corey Seager's home run landed in game 1. So in front of us was 3 scouts. I think they were all in Arizona. I know one guy was because he had it all on his stuff. And then a row ahead of them, you had 2 more guys. And then 3 guys behind us were all with some major league team. And everyone had cameras set up, right? So they got their Rapsodos, their TrackMan.
Yep.
And the guy in front of us keeps clicking the stopwatch, for pop time. And he had the radar gun. And it's amazing how different the radar guns are from what's on the board.
Really? Like several miles per hour?
So there were a couple where I can't remember. I think it was the Baylor guy that was pitching. And the guy in front of me lifts up the gun, and it said 101. And on the board, it said 97. And then he hit up again, 102. And on the board, it said 97, 98. It was whatever it was. And it was just very, very different.
There's not that this would have been in effect here, but I know there's a theory out there that certain venues cook numbers a little bit.
But why would you cook it low?
Either they juice them or they put them down, to sort of get in a pitcher's head. Why's my velocity down?
Well, if that's the case, they succeeded because they were about 4 miles an hour off from the guy in front of me.
Who was the pitcher throwing 101? Tennessee or Baylor?
Well, they both had one. This was the Baylor guy that I noticed the difference on. And if I'm a scout, it's what do you use? Use your gun, or do you use the one in the stadium?
I don't know how baseball would do that. I know that NFL scouts, they are going to trust what they timed. So NFL scouts, they will take their time over what somebody else timed or whatever an official time was. They will internally take their own.
Okay, so if you're doing a 40, you do a stopwatch. Will they do the stopwatch, or they would do the official timer on the thing?
A lot of teams will take the stopwatch time. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, look, it was cool. I thought I had a lot of fun watching them and they were just talking randomly. And they pick up on things after 2 or 3 pitches. It's wild. There was a guy that was throwing there was a guy that was throwing for Tennessee, and it was a lefty. It was the starter. And the first pitch, they're ooh, 85-mile-an-hour changeup. What's he got coming on, And then 2 pitches later, the guy in front of me looks over to the guy on his right, and he says, watch his head as he throws. And his head does this weird, up-down motion as he's releasing the ball. Very strange. He's not even looking at the target. And that was on pitch 2 or 3.
Dude.
Their eye is so on point. It was wild.
All scouts in general for all sports, I'm always amazed at the little things that they pick up. And it makes sense. It's their entire career. I understand that. But to me, the bigger thing that's always interesting to me is how cerebral and detail-oriented baseball players always are. Whenever I hear Mike, I've mentioned this before, when I hear Mike talk about the details of the game, Bassick or Holland or whatever else, it always stuns me. I'm oh, I don't know anything about this sport. Relative to them, I don't understand this at all, because they see things that I'm how do you ever figure that out? Your A-Rod talk about things that are pitch tipping. It's how do you even notice that? It's wild to me.
Yeah, you live it.
It's incredible. They are incredible with how quickly they recognize things.
Yeah, and if Now there are some teams that still have the we're not touching you if you're under 6'1", whatever.
Right.
Or we want to have this spin rate or this velocity or whatever. But then you got other guys that don't really care about that stuff, and there needs to be a mix. I mean, you could certainly Greg Maddux probably doesn't even make the major leagues today.
You think?
I don't know, man. I mean, I know that he could hit the strike zone at any quadrant, but I mean his velocity was so low compared to what they throw now. I mean, I remember a time not too long ago, they didn't have 95 miles an hour in college baseball.
Yeah.
And now, like, it's, your weekend pitchers, I mean, they all have it. It's a different game. It really, really is. So that was one of the things. And also, I got TK, gave me a bottle of Weller 12 this weekend. And that was something special. That's something you can't, it's hard to get. Big fan of that one.
You should have the hookup on everything, though, I would think.
Well, I mean, we got a little bit, yeah. But some of these things you can't get very often, and we got that one.
When are you going to be saving that bottle then? Or are you going to crack it open?
Well, I have a bottle saved. I have a bottle of 18-year Scotch saved for when Tennessee wins the championship.
Oh, you're going to pass that on to Luka?
Yes. It's also for the Cowboys to win. So yes, I am going to pass that on.
Luka's going to pass that on
to Luka. You got something?
Yeah, just really quickly, we're beginning to introduce the girls into more movies that are less of the animated variety, getting them into watching some more.
Madam Web?
No, so they watched like Truman Show recently. I told you about Groundhog Day, some other stuff. We watched The Kid, starring Bruce Willis, on Saturday, and I had never seen it before. That's not the point. The point was that we had to come to that one because Kristen was like, I don't want to watch a sad movie. And I was looking over a list of movies, and it dawned on me, any live action movie that's about the relationship that a man or a boy and his dog have, that movie is 100% going to end with that dog dying in the final 15 minutes.
Yes, it is.
Why? Why can't we just make a movie where, hey, it just ends? Dog and man were happy and we don't have to see anything else. They went and lived on a farm where they ran around. Because it was like, we were looking at this one. I've never even seen these movies. We were looking at having them watch Marley and Me or something called like Hachi. It stars Richard Gere. And I saw they were about dogs and relationships. I was like, oh, those dogs probably die, I guess. And I asked somebody, they're like, yeah, they do. So that's how that movie ends. It dawned on me that I was like, this is just the most predictable genre that exists, is the man's best friend genre. They're going to end that movie pulling on your heartstrings and have that dog end. But otherwise, a lazy weekend. Certainly not as active as Peyton Russell.
Oh, Mr. Man, Peyton Russell.
Yeah, I became a little man, a big man, actually, this weekend when I discovered the greatness of Home Depot.
All right, that's my guy.
Baby. Nothing like a good old Saturday morning, getting up, going to Home Depot.
Listening to Dirks Bentley.
Yeah, well, kind of.
And this Lowe's music?
No, this is Home Depot.
It is Home Depot.
It is.
So, and I didn't feel as big of a man whenever I drove up in the parking lot. It's been a while since I just went there on my own, right? I've always gone with my dad as a kid. I've never driven there really on my own to get stuff because I never really, owned a house, or I guess in this case, rented a house.
Yeah.
Moved into a new house with a girlfriend, needed some parts for the house, and I drove up to Home Depot, and I was like, a lot of manly mans here. And I parked right in between a bunch of like F650 Super Duty pickup trucks.
I don't think they're 650s.
My little Camaro, I never felt. I almost had to park on the border across the street and walk over.
PlatinumFord.com, baby.
I just could not. I just, walking up there in my sweatshirt, I didn't have my Wranglers on. Didn't look like a man that was looking for something. Just looked like a little boy out there.
What were you looking for?
Dishwasher or washer and dryer parts.
Okay.
Tolo Robert hit me up last weekend with a free washer and dryer.
Nice.
So just to get some parts because the house is a little different than those washer and dryers. I needed a 4-prong. Learned about the 4-prong instead of the 3-prong on the dryer. So I had to go get that.
So you just you felt like emasculated because they were all in trucks and you were in a 2-door.
Yeah, because I couldn't haul anything out of there. I had to get stuff that I could fit in my little Camaro. They were hauling wood, a lot of wood out there. So, you'll be proud of me. I did not ask one question.
That's so you can ask questions.
No, you
it's
can't.
Okay.
You can't. Man card violation.
No,
if you go to Home Depot, you better know what you want.
They're there for a reason. There are tons of people that are there in their jeans and their tan Carhartt hoodies with a cat hat. Those hats that say cat on it, right? Yeah. And all you gotta do is you gotta sit there. you got to scratch your cheek and look up and look annoyed, right? You get, what the hell am I looking for?
Do I want this one or
right?
this one? And then you're on the complete different aisle.
And then you pick something up and you're like, that's not it. And you're just looking around. And then finally you ask, like, somebody's eventually they're going to come on up to you.
Okay.
And you hope it's an old, gruff guy, right? You hope it's an old, gruff guy, right?
But with a heart of gold. Some grandpa.
But with a heart of
energy.
gold. He's just trying to help you out. He's just trying to help you out, man.
Yeah, he offers you a word
And
that's candy.
then you're like, he's like, man, what you looking for? You look like you're looking for something.
Yeah.
And then you tell him, and you go, it's 11 aisles over. And it always happens like that. Oh, you're not even in the right place. You're not even in the right department. You got to. Do you know what hardware is?
No, I
Hey,
didn't.
see, there you go. It's in the hardware section. Right?
Yeah. I knew the appliances. Aisle 11, baby.
But
Right there.
It's in the hardware section. The whole place is a hardware store. So what's the hardware section?
But man,
Hardware
you know
section.
what I was thinking? You know how girls are like fabulous about like, they're all about, Target. They're about like, oh, Target, I can go to Target and shop for hours. I
Sure.
can just be there for hours. Home Depot's that for guys.
Oh, yeah.
You can go to Home Depot for, you don't even need to go to Home Depot.
That's the thing. I don't think I can actually go in and shop at Home Depot for hours, but I could walk around the store for hours. Like I could walk around and take it all in, but like there's nothing that I'm like, oh, I want to buy this. I don't have that urge.
I go by the handheld saws, like the handheld saws, not the old school Paul Bunyan ones. With
like the circular saws. Yeah.
And I contemplate buying one all the time, and then I come to my sense like, what would I ever possibly build?
Look,
because I could fix things. I can't build things. I am not a
treehouse guy.
I can't measure. And if I do measure, I'm always going to be wrong on something. My angles are going to be off, and I'm just like, I'm not building anything.
This is how, I mean, no joke. Tim Allen created a whole stand-up career based off of this realization from Peyton. Just the manly satisfaction of being in a Home Depot and buying things and having a couple. Like that was, you know, Tim Allen. Peyton, do you know who that is? He had the TV show Home Improvement in the 90s. He was the voice of Buzz Lightyear.
Oh, yeah.
So he was a stand-up comedian first after he was a redeemed cocaine dealer or whatever he was that he got arrested for. Tim Allen created his entire stand-up act used to just be jokes about like the manliness of your tool wall and everything that you had. So this is that still exists to this day. Even in 2024, that energy still exists. And I'm glad you found that.
By the way, people are saying use the Home Depot app. You'll never have to ask.
Oh,
what aisle?
Because
they're all
it gives you the aisle. And
they're all
everything.
probably the same. And if they're not,
you number and all that.
Yeah, you would go by location. So you would just type in what you need on the app, and it would tell you exactly where to find it. That's a good point.
I'll be back though.
I never even think of that. I just go in there and I start looking, or ask. It's okay to ask.
All right,
it's okay to ask, man. Ain't nothing wrong with asking where to go. You know what? It is baseball season, though.
It is.
We're excited about this. An update on the Rangers and their injury situation. And who's the most important player on this Rangers spring training this year? Most important Ranger player in spring training. It's all coming up next on 105 through the Fan.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
There's a chance that we see them in piggyback style as Young drives one into deep center field. Dubon going back. He looks up. It's gone! Second home run of the evening for Josh Young. He once again brings the Rangers back off the canvas, makes it a ball game. It's 7-4.
Oh, that is Hicksy with the call. Hey, did you know there's a game you can hear right here on 105 The Fan that we are the home of the Texas Rangers?
No kidding. No, not just the home of the Texas Rangers. The home of the
World Series champion.
Damn right.
Texas Rangers.
Gonna make it back-to-back.
In surprise, starting on Monday of next week on the G-Bag Nation.
We'll have boots on the ground. G-Bag Nation, KNC Masterpiece. Yep, starting next Monday. So we are going to have it covered for you. This is what
and
we
Jared
do.
Sandler.
Jared Sandler, man, yeah, this is what we do. We get boots on the ground, whether it's Super Bowl at Las Vegas, training, spring training and surprise training camp in Oxnard, California. We're going to be there. We're going to be present, and we're going to be bringing it to you guys.
Holy smokes! I love seeing these, most important player in each team's spring training. All the teams now are fully invested in spring training, right? They're all, the pitchers and catchers reported last week. Now all the players are there in their various camps in Arizona or Florida. So they're all fully engaged right now in spring training. So I love these articles that say who is the most important in each team's camp.
Which is interesting because I feel like this has historically been like a Cowboy, or not a Cowboy, it's just like an NFL question more. Like, your training camp coming up, who's your bubble player, who's your this or that. I feel like this has been less relevant to baseball as like a who's the singular player type of discussion heading into a spring training.
Right, because there's never a singular player in baseball that matters.
But I thought this article you sent over, I thought this was pretty good.
Are you trying to log into ESPN
I'm logging
Plus?
into my ESPN now, but I read it yesterday. So.
All right, so they went through every team, and some teams, a lot of them had, guys that have never played before.
Mm-hmm.
And some of them had guys that were, recent signings or guys that were coming off bad years, like Alek Manoah.
Carlos Rodon.
Carlos Rodon coming off a subpar year when they were expecting bigger things from them. So you get to the Texas Rangers, World Series champion Texas Rangers. And their player is Wyatt Langford. The number 4 prospect in our top 100. He could hit his way to an outfield/DH rotation alongside Adolis, Leote, and Evan Carter with a hot spring despite just 44 games in the minors. He demolished minor league pitching. Making the opening day roster would be an aggressive promotion. He played just 17 games above high A. That's amazing. When you're being compared to Austin Riley and Pete Alonso as a hitter, that doesn't sound like a stretch. Okay.
Man, this is, and it's wild. Like, I remembered thinking back and going like, yeah, he was just raking really quick. He was in, rookie ball, and then it was A, and then it was double A. And I was like, but I couldn't remember the exact specifics of what the numbers looked like. It is incredible what he did. Rookie ball, his OPS was 1275. A ball.
Good?
It is. A ball, 1,097. Double A, 1,280. Triple A, 1,065. Cumulatively, between those three levels, Chop, he hits 360 with a 480 on base percentage, 677 slugging, 36 walks to 34 strikeouts, had 10 home runs, 17 doubles, 2 triples, and stole 12 bases. Like, this guy has the potential to be an absolute machine on offense. The comparison we heard from a lot of people who just said, hey, like, look, we know it's rarefied air to throw this name out here, but the guy that it's worth mentioning he might be pretty similar to was Mike Trout. And boy, if you can get, 80% of Mike Trout, aren't you pretty thrilled with that pick, Chop?
Yeah. 80% of Mike Trout. 80% of Mike Trout's a Hall of Famer.
And so, I mean, like, this is one of these situations where
80% of Mike Trout is current Mike Trout.
Yeah, exactly. This is Leo. Here's the thing. I think fans are going to have, or fans have had, relatively speaking, a decent amount of patience with Leody Taveras and his growth. I think. I mean, there have been times where people have been frustrated, but I think overall, people have been pretty patient with his development and some of the, ups and downs that he's had. I think people have been interested in seeing, what it's going to look like when Foscue comes up eventually. Like, because he was a top pick and he's been a top, but man, I don't think there's going to be a lot of patience for Foscue or Taveras if they're potentially standing in the way of Wyatt Langford getting at bats, because he has just created such a buzz about him that I can't even remember the last time this much buzz existed about a Rangers prospect. Who would it have been? Like, I mean, Jerks and Profar was the number one prospect in baseball, but it wasn't even this level of buzz, I don't feel like. Like Feliz, maybe? You might even have to, no joke, you might have to go back to Ruben Mateo for one that people would get this excited about. And that was 25 years ago.
God. They get him in the... Was Ruben Mateo?
Ruben Mateo, they signed him out of the Dominican Republic.
Okay, I was thinking of somebody else.
I
was thinking of the guy they took over.
That was the guy they refused to give up in like a trade for Randy Johnson and Roger Clemens.
Okay, and I was thinking of who they got in the A-Rod trade, where they chose this guy over Robinson Cano.
They got Joaquin Arias.
Joaquin Arias. Okay,
yeah. But
this is the amazing thing about Wyatt Langford. So on Baseball Reference, they do the age differential. Have you seen this?
Mm-mm.
All right. So it basically shows your age versus the weighted age of players in that league.
Okay.
All right. So Wyatt Langford, when he got to rookie ball, all right, he was older than the average player in that league.
Yeah, because he played at Florida for a few years. He's 22.
Right. So his weighted age difference was -5, which doesn't make any sense because at 21, he's not playing against 16-year-olds. There's 16-year-olds in the league. So I don't know how they do this.
Yeah.
But in the same, it's basically from June to August, he went from -5.5 on the age-weighted scale to +1, which means by the end of his minor league tenure, he was younger than the average AAA-er.
Insanity.
And he was like, according to this, they said 5. I have no idea how they calculate this, but his number was -5 for the average rookie league player, which means he was like so much older than these guys. Well, now he's younger, and now he's like ahead of the curve. He was behind the curve at Florida. I mean, he didn't get to Florida until he was 19.
Right. He was
old. He was older.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
Which is kind of like you want the cheat code, young parents out there of young kids. Hold your kid back in school. Make him be an 18, 19-year-old senior.
Stop that. No one would do that.
No, they wouldn't.
Chance somebody would do that.
Nobody would do that in high school football in Texas. That was a former Cowboy. Nobody would do that.
Here, when you look at over the last 30 games that Wyatt Langford played, we already just read off how insane the numbers were like at each level and everything like that. But if you just collectively take it over the last 30 games, Chop, we're talking about he hit 7 home runs. His batting average was .394. This guy was hitting almost 400 against, and he was doing the majority of that at double and triple A. He was doing this against some future major leaguers, or in some cases, like guys who maybe have been to the major leagues and come back down. So I'm incredibly excited for him. I don't want to rush it or anything else, but look, there also reaches a point where it's like, what is he getting in terms of being challenged at the other levels? If he is out of challenges at AAA, if he's done everything he can in the minor league system, just go ahead and put it out there for him. Do what you did with Evan Carter. Just make the decision and say, hey, it's time. Like, he's clearly shown he's learned everything he can here. Let's approach it that way. And, you know, let's embrace that era if that's the case.
Yep. People saying you Darvish the hype, Profar.
Darvish was big. I just don't think of Darvish as a prospect, really.
I don't either. I agree. Shohei's not a prospect.
Profar I definitely do, and Profar was number one. I just don't remember it being this kind of buzz.
It was big. I remember that
it was
first,
big. It was definitely
his
big.
first game. Then he hit a home run in his first at bat.
Hit a home run.
Just we were like, oh my god. Profar, Blake Bevan. He had a.
Smoke was pretty big. Justin Smoke was a pretty big prospect.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, quick update on Josh Young.
Josh Young, yes, he has a calf issue. He will be out for 2 to 3 weeks, it sounds like, which you and I were talking about this earlier. I think that this isn't as concerning as if it was, for instance, Justin Foscue or Leody Taveras. Two guys that we're talking about they need to have their consistency right. You don't want them to be behind. Even Evan Carter. Right, like Evan Carter, a guy who played really well at the end of the season, got meaningful at bats in big time situations, performed well. But you don't, now that he's entering the fray and everything like that, you don't want him to get behind or thrown off. You'd like him to find that rhythm. Josh Young, I don't think it's nearly as critical that he gets these 3 weeks as it would be for maybe some of these other younger players. In the past, in previous years, where there's been frustration about his health and his availability, absolutely, because you wouldn't want that disrupting him getting into that rhythm. But I think given what you got from him last year and the experience that he gained, let's just take things on a very precautionary side, handle it the right way, don't push it, and, hey, we'll see you in 3 weeks. So Josh Young joins Corey Seager as guys who are going to miss significant time on, the position player side for this spring training.
What do you have on Evan Carter?
So Evan Carter, there was a good piece up by Kennedy Landry over at TexasRangers.com just about Evan Carter and his growth and stuff like that. And he says the big difference for him this year so far is he thinks it's relationships. That having been up last year, he kind of got there and it's like, okay, maybe he knows a handful of people, but he's not really in with the big league club. But after going through that playoff run and everything else and being a big star, specifically of the Tampa and the Houston series, is you look at series. You look at what he did there and the bond that he developed and the trust he developed with the guys. He said, I think the difference this year is that I have a relationship with a lot of the people here. It's a little bit more comfortable than just walking in last year and looking around like, oh my gosh, look at all these big leaguers. Now it's like they're my buddies, I guess. So it's definitely a better feeling. He says you get called up and the team has somebody like Robbie Grossman, who's an unbelievable hitter against lefties. It was just mentally one of those things like, how do I take this? Talking about like the approach of not going to play against lefties. Everybody around me is saying I can't do that. So how do I respond to this? For me, in my mind, I know I can do it. So he's pushing himself, saying he wants to be a full-time player, doesn't want to be sad against lefties. It's funny. He mentions the issue there with or talking about how he's getting there and just kind of in awe of the big leaguers. They asked him what was his welcome to the big league moment. And he said, probably Verlander's fastball. And then he paused and he went, or Glasnow's fastball.
Yeah.
And then he paused.
By the way,
he went, or his slider.
We've all forgotten that Glasnow is signed as well with the Dodgers.
But yeah, I mean, it's just they're spending like crazy. They're building their dream team.
He is like, he's the afterthought of that team.
Yeah. I mean, because everybody's just talking about everything else that they've added.
Holy cow.
But he said that he named all these different pitches and he goes, there were several. He said, definitely some guys had pitches. And I was like, holy smokes. He uses the Jared Sandler.
Holy smokes.
He said, holy smokes. What was that? He said there were definitely a lot of guys where you kind of have to take a step back and calm down a little bit facing a Hall of Famer. But it is what it is. He's even. He's steady. That Evan Carter.
I think I'm going to drop a holy smokes on Thursday.
Oh, you should.
Holy smokes!
When you're calling your Tarleton State Grand Canyon University,
Canyon, baby.
Which I will be there in Stephenville at this game to cheer on RJ Choppy. Any other Tolos, you guys should go out there. Tolo J. Ochoa, he's going to go out there. Jim J, the morning gym workout J.
From now on.
Did you want a seat at the table?
Can I like right at the table? I want to be like in the crowd. I want to be there cheering. Okay. I don't want to distract you. But yeah, like sure.
We'll see what we can do.
I don't want to sit with the pores.
Real quick, what's Bryce Harper? You said he is
Bryce Harper. So Bryce Harper, obviously coming off the Tommy John surgery last year, as a way to get him into the lineup for the Phillies, had volunteered to play first base. And that was their way to kind of get him back in as he was, on the road to recovery. That was a move that this offseason, there were some questions. The Phillies announced that he was moving to first base permanently. And so this was the first time Bryce Harper talked about it. People were wondering, how is he going to receive it? How's he going to handle it? Well, he showed up to spring training on Sunday, said he loves it. He's all in on the move, thinks it's going to extend his career, wants to win a Gold Glove there, and also wants a new contract, or wants his contract, get some years tacked onto it, Chop. He says that he wants to play into his 40s and play there at first base. So this is a career-extending move. He's 31 years old now, so he's looking still 10 to 15 years in the future. But for the discussion that was out there of how was Bryce Harper going to respond to the first base move, he's saying yesterday all the right things, that he's all on board.
Very nice. Very nice. I like Bryce turned the corner, man.
Other than he's an Eagles fan now.
Who cares about that? He's a monster of a baseball player. Okay. It's a little good stuff here on Major League Baseball. Up next on 105 to the fans, Sean and RJ. Sean's out. He is back tomorrow. The dumbest rule in sports rears its ugly head again. Plus, the best thing in sports is back. That is coming up next on the fan. But let's get you over to Zero Res and let's get that carpet professional.
Here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
We go back to what we always say about the Oiler power play. Struggled lately, but a chance to win it right here. Bouchard scores! Right off the draw! Edmonton prevails! 4-3 in overtime!
That was a bummer on Saturday. Stars lose to Edmonton, who had stumbled out of the break, losing 3-5. But they're a solid team. So are the Stars. It's a potential, West Finals preview, maybe. They're fantastic.
If Edmonton gets there.
Then it's potential.
But,
the Stars will be.
Yeah, they have to. Look, Edmonton, we'll see what those kids do over there. Draisaitl and that lot.
Let's see. We weren't impressed. We were not impressed when we saw them in Vegas a couple of weeks ago after the All-Star break when they did not extend and tie the record.
They just heard you shout Stars twice during the anthem, and it rattled them.
Which I did last night, too.
Good for you.
At the college baseball game, Tennessee and Baylor. I yelled out Stars during the anthem, and I don't know
Spits and suds.
Many people cared for that. I don't think the Baylor and Tennessee fans knew what the hell I was talking about. Hopefully the Baylor fans did.
You would think there are people around there. Like, I would assume there's a lot of DFW people there.
Plus, I mean, it's obvious. It's like, Stars. You're down Stars. We're in DFW. You would think they know. But the Stars have a tough road trip ahead. They head to Boston today. It's a noon game. Then they're at the Rangers tomorrow. Those are back-to-back bangers, man. Ottawa, Carolina on the road to wrap it up before coming back for the Isles, then back out to Colorado. So a tough stretch for the Stars, starting with a loss on Saturday to Edmonton. All right, so you want to do the worst, most outdated rule in sports, or the best bad guy is back?
Ooh, let's do the most outdated thing in sport, because I know this was a big topic over the weekend. As we've established a lot, Chop, I am a natural at the sport of golf, but I don't understand what this rule even is. So you're gonna have to set me straight here and explain it to me like I'm five, and then I will tell you if I think it's a dumb rule.
Okay, so Jordan Spieth, local guy, if you're not familiar with that, golfer.
Hook 'em horns.
He was disqualified for the Genesis Invitational. Now that's a tournament that's out at Riviera in California. Why was he disqualified? Because he signed an incorrect scorecard. All right. So what happens is that every group has a guy that follows them around. They have something called a shot link.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So if you're at a golf tournament, if you're at the Colonial, the Charles Schwab, or if you're at the Byron Nelson, you will see the scoreboard, right? The scoreboard out there, the electronic scoreboard.
Yep.
That's the shot link. So somebody will input that score, and it'll flash up on the board. Well, on this one hole, Jordan Spieth signs for a 3. It was the fourth hole. He signs for a 3, but he made a 4. Shot link had him at a 3. Okay. So the scoreboard had him at a 3.
So he was referencing that.
Well, not necessarily. Each golfer is responsible for keeping their own score, and you have somebody else in your group keeping score for you as well. Like you're monitoring everything, right? And it's an honor system. So he goes into the scoring tent. All right, he goes in the scoring tent to sign his scorecard after the round. The guy that was in there was basically a newbie at this. Tells Jordan the scores match up. He's good to go. Leave the tent. So he hands in. The score was wrong. The official score said it was correct. So the official scorer in there said he was right. He signs it and he leaves. The moment he leaves the tent, that score is like official, right? You could sign it and then you can go back. Oh, wait a second. Hang on. Whatever. Even once you sign it, still like now you're really in trouble. But the moment he leaves the tent, it's also done. So he leaves the tent and they come back and they say, no, you had a 4, not a 3. You signed for a 3. Regardless of what shot link had, regardless of what anything had, he was cooked.
So
dumb. It's a very dumb rule.
Help me understand this.
I can't.
if they have clearly the ability to verify that you did not have the score that you wrote down, why do they even have them write down their score? Why is that
I don't know. We don't need it anymore. We have enough people that keep score. I mean, shoot, dude, there's people on TV that watch, like the fans at home, that if they get the score wrong, they'll call into the network.
So he's like done because he writes down something that was shown on the scoreboard as what he wrote down anyway. Even if that's not where he got it from.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
Even if it's not where he got it from, he writes down what is being put. So, like, did they fire whoever was running shot link or whoever was?
No, I don't think. Not that I know of. People make mistakes. Now, generally, these mistakes don't match up to a couple $100,000. But it's because at the end of the day, it is his responsibility to know what his score was. But
they're keeping track of that. That's what I don't understand. Why does he need?
I agree. He doesn't. They don't need
to. It's like telling Mike McCarthy, like when you go in at halftime, like sign what the score is, and it's like, well, you said you had 13, but you actually had 10, so your team's why? Why does he have to keep track of the score? I don't understand.
I don't know. I don't know why he has to.
This is a dumb rule.
Yep,
I agree with you, Chop. This is a stupid rule, and it I don't understand why. Like it would, like are they? What are you guarding against? Cheating? Like is that why you would have to disqualify him? Is that what the whole purpose of this would be? Would just to be like integrity of the game? You're guarding against cheat. If that's like, don't have them keep track of their score. I don't understand that.
I agree. They should not have to do that. It is the game of honor because the way it is you call penalties on yourself.
Oh,
nobody puts a penalty on you. You have to call the penalty on yourself, the stroke on yourself. He missed the 5-foot putt. Like he should have known. Like he obviously should have known. It's a par 3. Now, did he think it was a par 4? I don't know. I doubt it. Like because he put 3 down the scorecard. But he signed or he put the 3. He signs for a 3. At the end of the day, he signed for a 3. He just may not have remembered what he did on that hole. I don't know how it works, or I don't know how the whole process went down. But all I do know is that, I guess apparently the shot link had him at a 3, and he really had a 4. Whatever. It's a dumb rule. Just get rid of players keeping their own score then. I understand why they do it. It's a little outdated. It's 2024. The technology all over the place. All right, have each guy have a score guy with them on the and just do it that way.
Know your role and shut your mouth, man.
Speaking of that, the best bad guy in sports is back. This happened in Salt Lake City over the weekend. Man, this is I'm sorry. There is nothing better than full-on bad guy rock. He is calling out. He was in Salt Lake City. Now, backstory here, he's back in WWE. He was, supposed to be wrestling Roman Reigns at WrestleMania in the main event, but there was so much backlash to it that they somehow got rid of The Rock doing wrestling against Roman Reigns, and now it's back to Cody Rhodes. But Roman Reigns and The Rock are going to be in some kind of a tag team match on the first night of WrestleMania. If you haven't been keeping up, they now have 2 nights on the first night, and there's going to be some kind of a tag team match. And there's thoughts that maybe The Rock will turn on Roman Reigns. Who knows? All I know is bad guy Rock bringing back the old school awesome shirts. The old bad guy Rock shirt. Now, his arms don't fit in him anymore.
Is he bringing back the fanny pack too? Like that famous photo?
No, I didn't see a fanny pack. But here is The Rock going at the fans, the wrestling fans in Salt Lake City.
You broke the all-time record for the largest gathering of trailer park trash The Rock has ever seen. Now, if you didn't like that, you're going to love this. Finally. Oh, you want to boo that, huh? Are you sure you want to boo The Rock? Finally! Your life has meaning. Finally, you and your 50 wives will have a story to tell. And you know what I'm talking about? You'll have a story to tell your 600 inbred grandchildren one day. And that is what it's like to look at greatness in the flesh, because finally, The Rock has come back to Salt Lake City.
Man, He is so good.
There's so much about him, and I know we've talked about this. I don't know if we've said it like we've discussed it on the air, but I know we've talked about it during breaks and stuff. There's so much about him in the last several years that's felt a little A-Rod-ish.
Yes. This is vintage rock.
This is what I'm saying.
This is what we need.
This is bringing it back.
This is what America needs. Now, he lost any chance at the presidency.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, like,
he's not.
That kind of got turned on its head in the last decade, I would think.
Yeah,
but, like,
maybe.
I mean, anything's possible. So no, he's look, he is so entertaining in that rock persona.
Yes.
I do love it.
Yes.
I always I haven't watched wrestling in 20 years, roughly, whatever. It was like at the end of The Rock's run there, but man, he is so enjoyable as The Rock. It's almost like you forget he had that in him, like with the Dwayne Johnson that we've seen over the last several years.
This is really, like, the guy's the best, man. He really is. There are you could try to be a great heel. A heel's a bad guy in wrestling terms. He makes it because he did that, and then he got them still to go along with him.
Look, he's in yes, he did. In a lot of ways, it feels kind of like Conor McGregor. Like, no matter what, when Conor McGregor goes back to the UFC, even when people are like, "Oh no, we want him out. He's sold out. He's doing his other things." Not like it doesn't matter. It's still Conor McGregor, and he kind of is UFC, and that energy is, and that's The Rock. And so it doesn't matter how much you dislike that it came in and disrupted storylines. It's still The Rock, and he's still going to become popular. He's still going to win him over in the end, even as the heel.
Real quick, you've got a little shout out you want to give here.
Yeah. Condolences to the family of Mark Lane, who a lot of people in DFW media are familiar with Mark. He had written for a number of different platforms. He'd written with Fish for a while over with his Cowboys HQ stuff. I've known Mark for probably 10 years. He most recently was writing for the Texans Wire, had written covering the Texans and the Cowboys for most of his life. One of the nicest people you will ever meet. He passed away on Sunday, and the tributes from people around here in Dallas who had gotten to know him came pouring in. John McClain in Houston wrote a couple of really nice notes about him. Shireen Williams talked glowingly about him. RJ Ochoa, Awful Announcing, had an article up, but he was just a kind, genuine individual, somebody who loved storytelling. He was, everybody yesterday, the most common note you saw yesterday is that as his lungs were kind of failing him last year, he was walking around the combine with an oxygen tank behind him. That's how committed he was to doing things. And big time family guy, came from a big family, loved his mom, who I know dealt with a lot of health stuff, and really his entire life was his mom and writing. He loved to write about football. Great guy. And there's a void, not just in sports media coverage, but specifically in Cowboys coverage, and a lot of Cowboys media hurting today. So rest in peace, Mark. He was an absolutely fantastic guy. We're gonna miss him.
I hadn't seen Mark in several years, but he was always great. He was always a good dude, and he listened a lot. Every Jerry interview, he is posting out
all of them.
Yep,
and always gave credit. Always gave credit.
Doesn't happen.
And always shared his transcripts with the rest of the beat so that they could give them.
Yeah. Very good. Very good. Very sad to hear about Mark Lane's passing. What do we have coming up next in Below the Belt?
J.J. Watt might have a solution for all those non-holding calls against Micah Parsons. That's next.
But let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store.
Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Listen up, youngins. The old heads are talking.
Oh, yeah.
More on what they have to say in just a moment. First, I need to remind you guys, let you know that Below the Belt is brought to you by our friends at Johnson Fitness and Wellness Home Fitness Equipment Stores. We appreciate them very much. We got comments from 3 different out-of-work NFL players. I can't say retired completely because I don't think T.Y. Hilton is officially retired. Has Cam Newton retired? I think he's just out of work.
I mean, sooner or later, you're retired whether you admit it or not.
Right. I just didn't know officially. But either way.
I gotta say, Cam Newton did. I did not expect to see him at Radio Row.
No, he went all in.
And he was there. I gotta give him credit. He is going all in on this podcast. And a lot of guys, they retire. They're like, I'm gonna dip a toe into it, and they don't really give it what you gotta have respect of what you're doing. And he has done a lot of that, and that is good for him.
And I think he's getting progressively better at it. Like I think the more that I see some of the stuff that he does, I'm like, oh, okay. I can get down with that. So we got 3 comments today from out of work or retired football players that we're going to go over. The first one here is from T.Y. Hilton. You remember old T.Y. Hilton?
I do remember T.Y. Hilton.
Colts great. A guy who came to Dallas, had the big time 3rd and 30 conversion against the Eagles on Christmas Day. That was his big highlight being here in Dallas. But apparently he had a bigger contribution in Dallas than even that catch.
Real quick, how demoralizing for a defense to give up a 3rd and 30?
Oh, gosh. I mean, it was over then.
Gosh.
That was when the game was over. And T.Y. Hilton, that was a big conversion, big victory for them that day. But his biggest contribution, his most long-lasting contribution, if you ask him, to the Dallas Cowboys, had nothing to do with that play. It had to do with his impact on CeeDee Lamb. This was T.Y. Hilton on the Trenches pod last week, talking about some of the receivers across the NFL and how good they are, and it morphed into a discussion about CeeDee Lamb.
What, if any, difference do you see with wide receivers that came in with you in like 2012 and then like guys like now?
These motherfuckers athletic, bro. These motherfuckers different genes. Jettas, Chase, man, them boys different, you heard me? They so athletic that if they had a vet, like a true vet, bro, that I can like help them, like CD, like me over there helping him, because the vet he had was Amari Cooper. I know Amari Cooper. Amari Cooper doesn't talk. I helped him, but it was an option routes. Like I taught him like how to run a true option route, like how you should run this corner. We called it playing the game. CD runs it. I told him to run it. He catches it. That little split second that I told him to change his angle, spin off the safety and skull. He said, I appreciate you, big bro. Got my jersey that game. That's crazy. And I've been trying to tell people, bro, like CD is like that. Just me being around him, bro, and just watching him, like he works, bro. I mean, he deserves everything he gonna get, bro.
Good job by Ryan having the fan cam video up there from the pod. So a couple interesting things there. One, actually there are 3 interesting things to be there. First off, awesome to hear that kind of praise heaped on top of CeeDee Lamb as to T.Y. Hilton, a guy that he thinks is right there, it sounds like, with Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase and some of those guys at the top of the league. And I think something that was on display this year, he absolutely took that leap and became that guy. Also, the interesting thing there, very much feeling himself as a mentor and a teacher, which maybe he deserves the credit.
He is.
But he is like, he is.
Yeah, look, I did this. I showed him this. I did that.
Where he's like, dude, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, they can really take it to the next level if they had a veteran like me who imparted all this wisdom on CeeDee Lamb. I think that's funny.
That's a sales pitch.
It may very well be true, but it's still funny. Yeah, it is.
That's a sales pitch.
It undoubtedly is. What I think was really interesting there is, and I want to replay it again just so I don't get accused of taking out of context. Peyton, like 12 seconds in where he first mentions Amari Cooper is what I want to play that part again real quick.
You heard me? They so athletic that if they had a vet, like a true vet, bro, that I can like help them, like CD, like me over there helping him, because the vet he had was Amari Cooper. I know Amari Cooper. Amari Cooper doesn't talk. I helped him, but it was an option route.
So I think that's interesting because Amari Cooper, his reputation here obviously he was a different kind of cat, different kind of personality, didn't talk a lot. But CD really routinely talked about all the things that Amari Cooper helped him with. And I think Amari Cooper did do a lot to explained specifically exotic releases on the line of scrimmage. That was a big impact that he had on all the guys and the things that he coached them through. So I think is that any sort of a backhanded shot, or is that just T.Y. Hilton knowing that Amari Cooper's quiet and having not been in the building to see any of it, just doesn't understand? Because that sounds to me like he's saying, hey, I know Amari's quiet. Amari didn't do enough to impart wisdom to CeeDee Lamb here, and I filled in some of those gaps. It wasn't necessarily a shot, but it kind of unintentionally, I think, was a little bit of Amari Cooper.
Well, I mean, do you have to be a mentor?
Well, I mean, T.Y. Hilton's saying they need him. He's like, somebody should, and he's like, that veteran Amari wasn't that because he wasn't talking. But Amari, again, I think he did have an impact.
Like more so, what I think is like, yes, but do you need to be a good mentor? Like, not everybody needs to be a leader, right?
I think at that position, you absolutely, if you have certain wisdom about how to run routes, you should help guys in your group. Like I don't even think that's a leadership thing. I think that's just a advantage for the team thing.
It is an advantage. I guess some people are just, they're insecure about, is this guy here to replace me? Am I really going to be training my replacement?
Yeah.
And that happens at every position, and it's going to happen in every job. Look, I mean, sooner or later, you're going to train your replacement. That's the reality of it.
Yeah.
It sucks. It's got to suck, especially if you're in your prime. If you're 36 years old in the NFL and they bring in a hotshot 22-year-old wide receiver and you're at the end of your rope, like, it may be a little bit easier to take, or is it worse? Is it tougher because they know they're trying to push you out? If you're still in your prime, you can go somewhere else and succeed. You'll be fine.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's a good point, and it's a good dynamic that probably exists. I do think that Amari and CeeDee are tight, though, and I do think he did impart some. I think that's just kind of a misunderstanding from T.Y. Hilton, but still just kind of basically said that Amari left some gaps that should have been filled in there. I thought that was interesting. J.J. Watt, what is this is our next retired player and the knowledge that they're dropping. J.J. Watt spoke on the issue of lack of holding calls, right? Being called on offenses, something that Cowboys fans became very familiar with the lack of holding calls that Micah Parsons drew. So J.J. Watt apparently at the end of last week on Pat McAfee's show had a suggestion for how to fix this. He said that he believes the reason why guys get fewer holding calls called on them is because it happens every play, that sort of thing. But he also said, I think refs understand that a 10-yard penalty is a massive penalty in the NFL. So I think if you made it a 5-yard penalty, I think it's going to be called much more fairly and much more realistically because it's not as crippling to the offense. So this is kind of interesting because we do see, it feels like, how often do we at times go like, shouldn't that have been pass interference, and they call illegal contact, right? Like it's something that's not nearly as impactful or whatever else. Do you think that if you were to reduce the penalty on a holding call and said, all right, it's 5 instead of 10, do you think that J.J. Watt's onto something here? This could lead to referees maybe unconsciously saying, that's just too damaging. It's not worth the punishment doesn't fit the crime here. I can't call that on the guy. Do you think reducing it to 5 yards would potentially get Micah Parsons more holding calls?
I don't know. That means that they're not. That doesn't strike me as something that they should be doing. Maybe they are subconsciously doing it, but like, are they really sitting there thinking, "Oh man, I can't call that. It's too big of a deal." I think penalties are less important now than ever before from an offensive side.
Well, I mean, yeah, if you're converting 3rd and 30 to T.Y. Hilton,
just like the passing game, right? You won, and that's why if I was a team on offense and it was not late in the game, or an 8 point, like unless you're on a 4th and inches, I'm taking a delay of game instead of calling a timeout. I'm saving my timeout.
I agree. I don't think that they would. I don't think they actively think about it like that. I don't think they're like, oh, that's too much for a penalty like that. But if that penalty distance did change, I could see an emphasis being placed on it by the league. Like, hey, we're cracking down on holding. I know it's on every play, but we've got to start calling it a little bit more. We can't have one of our dynamic young players, Micah Parsons, go 2 months without a holding call and be prevented from wrecking games and being an entertainment draw that we want.
Like, I'm trying to think here, if you were to go look, and do they have a breakdown of what types of penalties are the most called?
I don't know about league-wide. By player, they do. Like, I know.
League-wide, are there more defensive holding or offensive holding calls?
I would bet there's more offensive holding.
Like a wide?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay, because the defensive holding, 3rd and 15, defensive holding is is a very penal penalty.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to say penal.
Yeah, I know you did.
But it is a tough penalty to take. especially if it's ticky-tack. Like, that is one that they should, like, be more judicious with, I think, than to calling it all the time. But, if they already call more holdings than that, and I don't know, maybe it would change if they call more holdings from a 5-yard perspective than a 10.
Pop quiz. Since COVID-era football, 2020, how many offensive holding calls have been enforced on Zach Martin?
2.
1 in 4 years. And that's kind of a thing where it's like, Zach Martin's a really great player, but it does make you say he's had to have held more than once in 4 years.
Isn't that one his entire career?
No, I think he's got enforced, he's got 3. It's not very many. He's a really technically sound player, but he's definitely held more than 3 times in his career.
Well,
That's
sure.
for
Yeah. I mean, look, and guys on the defensive backs have clutched and grabbed.
Sure.
More than a couple of times, but.
One more for you here from our old head department. Cam Newton, who we just mentioned, he's got his new pod and everything. One of the things he's become really known for on his podcast is the fact that he doesn't have a big appreciation for Brock Purdy.
No.
Called him the 10th best player.
Or Dak Prescott. Or best, Jared Goff. Or
game managers.
These are
game managers. So it was a little surprising that on his podcast last week, when reflecting on the Super Bowl, he said, oh, hell no. That one is not on Brock Purdy.
The 49ers, they were just trying to get points. And that is not Brock Purdy's fault. That's bad coaching. There was too many people who have exposed they didn't know the real rules of overtime. Listen,
Linda.
No, we're not understanding how serious this is. The fact that they weren't abreast to what the rules were, that's Steve Wilkes, that's Shanahan, that's John Lynch, that's the 49ers organization. And that's not Brock Purdy's fault. He played good enough for his team to win. He made plays, and he made plays in times of need as well.
Boy, that's a shift.
That's a shift.
Because there were not a lot of people saying that Brock Purdy had played a game good enough to win that Super Bowl. He took a lot of criticism. So I think it's interesting that in this one, Cam Newton looking back on it goes, oh no. Like one of the biggest Brock Purdy critics is going, no, what are you talking about? That dude made a ton of plays. He was awesome. He should have won the Super Bowl. That's on the coaching side. That's on Steve Wilkes, my old defensive coordinator.
My old defensive coordinator.
So that was wild there. But that is below the belt.
I thought Brock was fine. He was okay.
Great.
He was okay.
Could have done more.
I mean, dude, look. He had a QBR of 70.
Third down was brutal for him in this game.
Okay.
I'm just saying, if he makes more plays on third down, they win.
His QBR was 6 points different than Mahomes. He was fine. There was nothing wrong with Brock Purdy. You win. Brock Purdy wins that game probably against any other quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, with that defense, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, he was fine in that game. And how much that was the Chiefs' defense impacted it. Okay, there's a little bit of below the belt, but little college football kegger. We love doing the random off-season college kegger. Sark is here to stay. And why the NCAA? Just cancel the NCAA tournament. We don't need it. Cancel it. I'll tell you why next to the fan.
But before we do that, I need to tell you guys about my friends.
our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
College football!
Oh, this is not really a fist pumping song.
Look how quick he was with the kegger, though.
Yes, he was.
Were you faking us out?
Yeah, I was. I had it loaded
good
up.
Stuff,
Pulling back the curtain a little bit. As we were playing the intro, Choppy popped over the talkback and he said, you know this is kegger, right? And Peyton went, oh, crap. And then 3 seconds later, we heard the kegger music. So I was just thinking he was quick. I thought he was on the quick draw.
I listened to the teases.
He was just faking you out.
Yeah, he listened. Okay, a little college football, college basketball kegger, too. Just a kegger in general. All right, let's start right with it. The stakes have been raised. By the way, for those that don't know, I'm a college sports super fan. BetQL. I do a show on the BetQL network.
Yeah.
A college basketball and college football show on the BetQL network.
You've told me before, I think you've said it on the air too, your most intense fandom is Tennessee basketball.
Oh, it's not even close. Tennessee basketball, without question. Then a gap, then Tennessee football. Because we're a basketball school. We are a basketball school now, no longer a football school. We're trying to creep back, but right now, basketball school. But the stakes have been raised for Steve Sarkeesian at the University of Texas. He had signed a 6-year deal worth $5.5 million in February of 21. Now, his updated contract goes until 2030 and will pay him $10.6 million a year, almost a doubling of his contract. $74 million over the next 7 years. He has earned it, no doubt.
100% earned it. Look, that's not to say he can't lose it pretty quickly with how impatient, a lot of the boosters can get at Texas at times. But we're talking about, I remember, what was it? I don't remember if the college football season had started yet or we were just leading up to it or whatever else. But you had said, you laid out a scenario where, hey, you beat Oklahoma, you lose to Alabama, you lose one more conference game, you win the Big 12 title. Would that be a success? And I remember I said, are they in contention for the CFP? Because if there's no CFP discussion, then no, it's not a success. It's a failure. And you guys were like, well, that's not a realistic standard to hold them to. And a lot of people felt that way. I'm not saying, and I just said, that's the way the Texas culture holds their coaches.
Right.
Regardless of if it's deserved or not, that is what they say. It's got to happen. So to me, even though that was considered an unattainable thing, I didn't anticipate early on in the season that they were going to be contending for a CFP. I just knew that was going to be what they were demanding of him. So the fact that he got it, it's no, you absolutely deserve it. Yeah, absolutely. Double your pay. Now, that could get taken away really fast if things go south. If Quinn Ewers doesn't have a good senior season. If, Arch Manning doesn't, become the player that they believe he will be. If you're not able to bounce back from all the NFL talent that you're losing this year. I think Longhorns had 11 players invited to the NFL Combine. There's definitely a lot on the line, but it's a nice and deserved reward for Sark, and a guy that honestly, when the hire was first made, I did not anticipate ever seeing this day.
I did not think it was a great hire when they brought him in. I was like, man, this guy came in his own life, let alone a program.
Looks like that turned out to be the key.
An entitled program.
But that looks like it turned out to be the key.
Yeah.
Was like you mentioned, being able to handle his own life. It looks like that. Having that turn around for him made a big difference. And this is a guy who's been around some entitled programs.
He has. Life. He's got a great thing going down there in the University of Texas. They have the third shortest odds in the sport. Georgia's the favorite, then Ohio State, and then Texas. Texas at 7.5 to 1. Oregon, Bama, Ole Miss. I don't get the Bama thing still there.
Because it's the same thing we talked about last year, Chop.
They got to build. Look, they're just protecting themselves.
But what I've told you, it's just the deference. Bama, all powerful Bama. They don't recognize this as the Dennis Franchione Crimson Tide at this point.
Yes. Okay. So where is he now amongst the highest paid coaches? He's at $10.6 million per year. Ahead of him, Kirby Smart at 10.7, and Dabo at 10.9.
That's right, Lincoln. How's that feel?
That's right. Nick Saban was at 11.4. This is according to On3.
How's that feel, USC? The Texas is saying, hey, y'all remember Sark over there? We're going to pay him more than your golden boy that you hired over there. Your OU golden
wins. Boy. He actually wins.
Yeah, he does.
So, speaking of Sark, There is the college football game, the video game's coming out.
Yes.
We mentioned that last week.
Yeah, as we pointed out, this music here that you're hearing right now, that's the 2008 menu music.
After 11 years, it's back. Now, it's not going to be called NCAA Football 25. It's going to be called College Football 25. That concerns me. What if they don't get to use player likenesses now because they're not using the NCAA? I don't know.
Boy, there would be a riot if you produce this game and it's not in there.
What if you don't use team names because you're not using NCAA?
You better be throwing out a wild-ass conspiracy here, Chop, because if this becomes a reality, there will be pandemonium. It'll be riots in the streets.
What if they just call it Texas, not the Texas Longhorns? And it's just Texas, they're orange, but they don't have the logo in the middle of the stadium.
No.
I'm scared. I'm legitimately scared about this, but
I don't like this potential reality you've just suggested.
There are reports that there are 5 candidates for the cover. And I already don't like this. They're going too former.
Okay, list the names and then I'll at least play devil's advocate for you.
This is from USA Today. Lamar.
Okay.
Jaden Daniels.
Okay.
Joe Burrow.
Okay.
One current. Quinn Ewers.
Hell yeah. David Pollock would vote for that.
Nick Saban. By the way, foregone conclusion, Arch is on this eventually, right?
I mean, assuming things click into place like you do, yeah. Okay, so you don't like the legacy names?
No, man. I mean, just give it to somebody who's there now, right? I know that they used to have to do it like this. They had to wait till the year after because you couldn't be on the cover. Your current likeness couldn't be on the cover. Now they don't have to do that anymore. They don't have to wait. Just do it now. Let's put Quinn Ewers on there. Carson Beck still there?
That's who you want. You want Carson Beck. You want
Nico. Give me Nico, baby.
Yeah. You could do that. You want your Dylan Gabriel, somebody like that.
Jackson Arnold. Give me somebody. Quinn Ewers. Give me somebody now.
Oh gosh, I mean, with how much? You could get Drew Aller. Lots of good guys you could get.
Plenty of guys you can get right now. I don't just see Nick Saban's face on there. So that's a little bit
All
of
right,
a.
So I do understand. I do understand a little bit the idea of the legacy game though, or the legacy cover, because it's like, hey, this game has been away for a decade. Here's the reintroduction to it. And so it's
what you missed.
Here's what you missed. And I mean, when you think about what you've missed in these last 10 years, like, I mean, Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson would be at the very top of that
Trevor
list.
Lawrence, the whole Bama dynasty.
So that makes sense.
Sean Watson.
So you have Saban, Lamar, Burrow as kind of highlights of that era. And then you've got the reigning Heisman winner who's going to the NFL. And then Ewers, who, a lot of people think could be a big-time Heisman contender heading into this year.
Yeah. Okay, I understand what you're saying. Speaking of Ewers, give me this David Pollock stuff.
Yeah, so this is, I know when you had watched Quinn early last season, I think it was after the Bama game, you came away just really impressed with how natural he throws the ball. I don't think you said anything quite to this level, though. David Pollock, the former Georgia pass rusher, drafted in the first round by the Bengals, injury-shortened career, now he's an analyst for college football. He was on the Smothered and Covered pod and heaped pretty high praise on
Waffle House pod?
Yeah, it is. I think that's what it is. Heaped pretty high praise onto Quinn Ewers.
Okay, like Quinn Ewers, I'll start with Quinn. Like that dude, he is in the top 10 of I've seen just throw a football, grip it, rip it. It is beautiful. Like the way it comes off of his hand is gorgeous. It spins. And I know that sounds weird that I'm saying it's gorgeous, but it looks good. It's very impressive. Now, here's the thing with Quinn. If Quinn would learn to do the small things and get the details of the position, if he would get his footwork consistently set, like he's learned to change speeds a little bit and use different clubs. Like if he needs to use his lob wedge, he can use his lob wedge a little bit more. I love that about him, but his feet to me, if he could get his feet organized consistently. Yeah, I know you can throw off platform and you're really good at it. But like, I don't have to. When I do that when I need to, not when I don't have to. So I think if he fixes that, I think it could be incredible for Quinn, and he could take off even more from a talent standpoint.
Let's assume, Chop, that David Pollock didn't face any good competition when he was playing high school football in Snellville, Georgia, which I think he probably was. But let's just assume that. Let's assume that during his childhood and teenage years, he never watched the NFL and he never bothered to look backwards. Let's just start from his freshman year at Georgia, 2001. I like Quinn Ewers. Quinn Ewers is a good football player. That's pretty big to say that over 23 years of consuming football at a intense level, an X's and O's level, and at an analyst's level, he's saying that Ewers is a top 10 pure passer he's ever seen. Because I think there's some Texas fans that would dispute that with some of the inconsistency we see from him sometimes with his release. But
is he the best pure passer that Texas has had in that time?
I'm trying to think here through. Yeah, probably.
Sims, Applewhite, Vince.
Yeah, probably.
Colt.
Yep. Yeah, he is. But I mean, there's still flaws there.
Yeah.
And I would not, if I had to sit here and write down who are the top 10 most natural passers I've seen in my lifetime, I don't think Quinn, I'm not even thinking of Quinn.
Yeah.
He's very talented. He was one of the highest graded high school recruits in the history of sports for a reason. He is a very talented natural passer, but just basically say, and look, he's saying, look, you fix those mechanics in the lower body, you're talking about a legitimate superstar.
Yeah, that's the overall. If you're the best guy that he's seen, that you're the number one pick. The Nepo program, you know what a Nepo baby is? That's
nepotism.
Yeah, the Nepo program is the University of Washington.
Oh, really?
They're continuing. So they've already hired Steve Belichick, all right, Bill's kid. Then they went and they hired Brennan Carroll, Pete's kid.
All
right. So he will have offensive coordinator and offensive line coach.
Does Mike Vrabel have any kids?
I don't know. Then they went and hired Luke Del Rio. All right. Jack's son. He joins the staff as an offensive analyst. He was with the Commanders. And now they have gone and hired Jake Lynch, son of John.
Okay. This is
as an offensive assistant.
When you were first reading this off, I'm like, all right, Belichick, Carroll, whatever. Big deal. Look, I mean, Carroll, that makes sense. Pacific Northwest, and Belichick said New England wanted to retain Steve Belichick, so why not take him in? But yeah, you start reading off Jack Del Rio's kid and John Lynch's son. I'm like,
it's the Nepo program, man. Jed Fish.
Is it a philosophy though?
I believe so.
Do you look at it and just say, we want coaches' kids, though? Like we want to foster, we think that we can foster those minds to be something special here.
I think if you look at Major League Baseball did a really good job of like drafting like players of sons of major leaguers.
It's exploded in the last decade.
Now, why is that? There's a problem with it. It's an inherent problem that nobody talks about, and that is baseball at the youth level is becoming increasingly whose daddy has more money and who could buy all the coaches and who could buy all the good equipment and the lessons, right? That's what it is. That's what it's becoming. And obviously, if you're a major leaguer, Adrian Beltre doesn't have to buy lessons for his son for hitting.
Mm-hmm.
He just gives it to him. Jackson Holiday, same thing. I mean, it's Major League, the Guerrero, Bichette. Major League Baseball is rife with kids of major leaguers.
Bichette, unless it's during the lockout.
Unless it's during the lockout.
Then he can't. No, yeah.
And real quick, I wanted to get to this because it is my favorite tournament. It's my favorite time of the year. It's March Madness. Just cancel the damn thing this year, please. I don't want to see UConn go through another tournament where they don't win a game by less than 11 points the entire time. They are going to destroy everybody. This team is a wagon right now. They are a wagon. They just beat another top 5 team, number 4 Marquette. They beat them 81-53. Okay? That was the largest margin of victory in an AP top 5 conference matchup in the history of the sport. Just stop. This team and the youth selection committee, I saw your little thing that you put out there this weekend. You had the guts not to have UConn number 1? Are you paying attention? Are you paying attention at all? This is the best team. This may be the most dominant team we've seen in 30 years? This team is unstoppable right now. And you want to put them 2? Go ahead.
You have jinxed them, though.
Yeah, I know.
Because you just went on this rant. They will lose in the round of 32.
I hope so. Because I can't stand UConn. I hate UConn. It's
going to destroy your bracket again. Just like last year.
I hate UConn, and I hope they lose because I know we're going to get stuck with UConn. We're going to be the 2 seed in UConn's region. All right, and that's going to kill me because we're going to be stuck in Boston. UConn's not going to play a road game. They're going to play their games in Brooklyn and then Boston. I mean, they're going to have 85% of the fan base there. It's a good fan base. I can't stand them. But just cancel this thing because I don't want to waste my time getting all excited. And then UConn's going to win the whole thing, but just destroying everybody.
You don't have to get excited because you guys will lose to number 15 seed Our Lady of Sorrow or something like that.
No, we'll make the second round, maybe the third, and then we'll get beat by Sister Jean again.
Yes.
Oh, God. I know. We got a guy. We got a guy now, but we never win. We never win. Barnes never wins. We never win. We do nothing in this tournament. I'm gonna get my hopes up, and then I'm gonna have another drunk video that I refuse to post. I had one last year. I'm gonna post it. I'm gonna post this video that I had. All right. What should this Cowboys team learn from the past free agencies and the mistakes? We will detail that coming up next year on 105 through the Fan. But let's get you over to A number 1 air. That's right, A number 1.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Oh, baby, let's go. Like, good song. Good choice, Peyton Russell. It is Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. Sean's back tomorrow. Happy President's Day for everyone taking the day off. Everyone coming to work.
Yeah.
If you're in work,
I mean, it's not normal commute, but I'd say it's more than half the normal commute, I think.
Tough to tell. Could be.
Roughly.
Yeah.
Most this morning, I've just been very surprised at the number of cars, though.
I have too, especially earlier. It's kind of weaned. It's weaned off. All right, mistakes the Cowboys need to avoid during this as the upcoming free agency starts, March 13th?
Yes, this is actually an article from Blogging the Boys. They wrote this over the weekend. I was looking over it, and I thought there were some really interesting things here. I don't know that there's really anything I totally disagree with.
Okay.
And so I'm interested to run these by you because I know that you have certain metrics and analytics that you've looked at that cause you to have certain takes and projections out to the future that would cause you to rule out particular free agency options, right? So Blogging the Boys, this was written by one cool customer over at Blogging the Boys, and it is the 9 free agency mistakes that the Cowboys should not repeat. Number 1, RJ Choppy.
Hear it.
The veteran running back.
Oh, baby, yes. I do not want them to go get a vet running back. Vet running back, no. 5th round running back, yes.
Says Derrick Henry this, Derrick Henry that. It feels like every day somebody somewhere is pontificating about why the Cowboys should sign Henry. They should not. The Cowboys will probably draft a running back somewhere in this year's draft, and they could also bring in a veteran running back as extra insurance. But spending big money on a veteran free agent running back is not exactly the sign of a forward-thinking organization. They talk about some of the top 5 running back contracts from 2023. Chop, Miles Sanders, David Montgomery, Jamal Williams, Samaje Perine, and Dalvin Cook. All of them except David Montgomery had dramatic drops in production. Montgomery went up, but the others went. I mean, you're talking Miles Sanders from 1,200 to 400, Jamal Williams 1,000 to 300, Dalvin Cook 1,100 to 200. Just dramatic drop.
And David Montgomery is spelled by Jahmyr Gibbs.
Right. It's still a tandem. You're not paying him to be the guy.
Right. Now, who's your favorite media member? Blogger. Favorite, not blogger. Favorite, maybe blogger. Favorite.
I don't know. Are you are you getting at RJ Ochoa?
No, Marcus Mosier.
Oh gosh, you're asking me a sarcastic question. Okay, no, I didn't realize you're asking me about the albino. Sorry, go ahead.
Wow. So he has this Super Bowl winning running back, their cap percentage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Isaiah Pacheco, 0.4% of the Chiefs' cap. Now, this is the starting running back for each Super Bowl winning team plus 2,000 since 2009.
Mm-hmm.
Pacheco this year, 0.4%. Pacheco last year, 0.3%. Cam Akers, 0.8%. Leonard Fournette, 1.2%. Chiefs, Damian Williams, 0.9%. Patriots, Sonny Michel, 1%. LeGarrette Blount, back-to-back. Patriots, Eagles, 0.7%, 0.6%. You got to go back to 2013 to get anyone with more than a 1.2% of the cap, and that was Marshawn at 6%. Ray Rice at 4%. Ahmad Bradshaw at 2%. And then you go back to the Packers, James Starks 0.1%, and Pierre Thomas with the Saints 0.4%. Point is, your running back should not be taking up cap space.
No, and I think the Cowboys have gotten to that point. Now, I do expect the Cowboys will draft a running back probably in the top 4 rounds. I don't think it'd be the first round. But I do think that they would pick a running back somewhere in rounds 2 through 4, which I'm okay with. Draft them, use them up for those 4 years however you like, and then say goodbye. Number 2, the veteran defender from a top defense.
All right.
They draw the analogy of there was a time about a decade ago where there wasn't a single Seahawks defensive starter that wouldn't have been considered an immediate upgrade in free agency. It's like, if we can go get that guy, we'll be set. Byron Maxwell, you remember he was one that Miami went and got.
Brandon Browner.
Yeah, you got all these different guys out there.
Earl.
The issue with a veteran defender from a top defense is that you're never sure whether the player you're acquiring is good because of his talent, because of the scheme his team employed, or because of the teammates he played alongside.
Oh, do you mean defense is not an individual position and that no team is ever one defensive player away You mean that? You mean that no defense is a weak link unit? So you just want depth? You would rather have 11 C players than 8 A+ players and 3 Fs?
So with that in mind,
wow.
What is, in most people's opinion, the weakest area on the Cowboys defense right now, like the position group?
Well, based on last year, there was probably the linebacker. But that was injuries.
Right.
That
But people think they're thin there generally. That they're not very deep. One of the most highly anticipated free agents this year is Patrick Queen from the Baltimore Ravens, the linebacker,
number 6,
who a lot of people felt like hit late and maybe only hit because Roquan Smith was next to him. So an example of like this might say, tread lightly when you're looking at a guy like Patrick Queen. Don't be ready to just jump in and pay through the nose. So another good point there.
I love this. Okay, I love it because this is what I mean. These first two things,
these are right in line with you. I think you're going to take this third one too.
I wrote this article.
You may have.
I might have wrote this thing.
It does. You would refer to yourself.
Is it ghost written by me?
It says one cool customer. It doesn't have a name.
I mean, that is me. I am one cool customer.
This is you. The only problem is it's OCC 44, not OCC 23. If it was OCC 23, I'd know it was you.
I'm 44 years old.
Oh, see, you nailed it. Number 3, acquiring the second or third wide receiver in an effective passing game.
Oh, my God, look at this. This is amazing.
Bill Barnwell once called this the Alvin Harper rule, arguing that the performance of this type of receiver is based more on the offense they're playing in than on their talent. For younger Cowboys fans, we'll call this the Roy Williams rule. 2007, the Lions had Sean McDonald as their top wideout, Calvin Johnson as a rookie who's performing well, and they had this third receiver, Roy Williams, that the Cowboys said, let us swoop in, take a first-round pick. And in reality, it's like, no, you maybe were overlooking why they were productive at all.
Because they were going up against the 3.
Exactly. It's a different conversation. Number 4, the player you'll ask to do something else.
Yes.
So something else other than what they had built their name on.
You're gonna sign a defensive end and move them to what?
Right, you do something like, here's a corner who's had a lot of success in zone coverage.
You be safety,
and we're gonna have him play man, or like our scheme is man, or we're gonna have him shift through You're basically just asking him to do something else. You need linebackers, right?
Yeah, that's Byron Jones with Miami.
Yeah, it's very similar. And that's something that when you acquire the player, you go, we're going to move him to safety. Or, we're going to have him play a different technique on the defensive line. We're going to have him 2-gap instead of, doing this or that. So there are different things that basically it says, just be careful acquiring a player that made their name doing something, and then you're going to ask them to do something else that they haven't shown throughout their career. Number 5, the pass rusher coming off of a big year.
Okay, now
I thought this is the one you might have some hesitancy to. I have some hesitancy towards this one.
Now, everybody killed Trey Hendrickson.
Right.
In Cincinnati, and he's done really well there.
And even though DeMarcus Lawrence's production in terms of sacks has gone down, he's still a really good player. And he's maintained that level for the most part. It's just the sacks have been different. But it says, we know that historically pass rushers coming off of big years in terms of sacks tend to regress to the mean the following year. The problem with free agent pass rushers who are coming off of big performances in 2023 is that teams will pay them in 2024 like it's still 2023. You don't reward, this is not what the article says, but I know this is something you've talked about before. Contracts should not be a reward. Contracts should be an investment into what you believe they're going to do.
That's true. And I do believe that. The one thing with that is I think you got to watch out, because if you have a guy, let's just say you got Mike on one side and player X on the other.
Mm-hmm.
And player X is a really good year in a free agent year. Well, I would be hesitant on that because how much attention is given to Micah versus that player? Versus a guy like Trey in New Orleans. I don't remember anybody on the other side. He had a good year. He got
Cameron Jordan.
Right, but wasn't he hurt that year for a while? I thought.
I don't remember. I'm just saying. I know Cameron Jordan's in New Orleans.
Yeah.
But
but he has a big year, and he goes to Cincinnati, and he was fine.
Yeah,
like he was really, really good.
Really productive. Number 6, and I think all fans would agree on this one right now: the dumb player. So in the NFL, teams still value freakish athleticism over almost anything else. But if a player still bites on play action after 4 years in the NFL, if one of your fastest defenders consistently runs in the wrong direction, and if another guy tackles like a monster but can't diagnose a play to save his life, then you've got a problem. It's the Bill Parcells quote: dumb players do dumb things. Smart players seldom do dumb things. So don't just bank on the athleticism and pay for a guy who's got a history of doing dumb stuff on the field.
I played golf a couple months ago, with a former NFL quarterback.
Well,
And he said, look, the only difference between the guys in the NFL is they're all talented. Every single quarterback can throw the ball 70 yards. Every single quarterback, every single defensive end could do the same thing. It's the guys that are like students of the game that are the ones that go to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, the highest IQ players.
The highest IQ.
Yeah.
And you can go and you could take a defensive back who just plays off instinct. Then you take the other ones who they don't even look at their man, their cover. They look at across the other side of the field. And they know that if that other side of the field is in this formation, that this is going to happen, so I could do this or that. And it's like the mind game that is being a defensive back in the NFL or a quarterback or whatever is so far and away what you would think of in middle school, high school, college, etc.
It's like what we talked about earlier today about baseball players. Like when you're sitting next to the scouts in Tennessee and how quickly they notice like just they see the game at a different level.
Different level.
It's like a beautiful mind when Russell Crowe just sees all those numbers. That's the same sort of thing. Number 7, ignoring why the old team let the player go. All free agents share one defining characteristic. Their old team did not want to re-sign them, at least not for the price the player is demanding. That in itself should make every acquiring team wary of the free agents on offer. So, sound advice, I think. Pause and go, why did this team not want to pay it? Philadelphia should have said, why does Dallas not want to pay DeMarco Murray? Those are the sorts of questions that you need to ask. Really quickly, the last couple ones as we wrap up the segment. Number 8, not being active in free agency at all. Totally agree with this one. I think when you look over the history, I need to do this as a refreshed bit of research, but I know that if you look back over the history, there was a point a couple of years ago where something like the last 12 Super Bowl champions had signed a outside veteran free agent, like the amount of money they spent on outside veteran free agents was at least $20 million in guarantees or something like that.
Oh, wow.
Dallas very rarely gets anywhere near that. And so they're out of step with the rest of the NFL on that. And then number 9, not using your late round picks as trade currency to circumvent free agency altogether. Over the last 10 drafts, the Cowboys have drafted 43 players in the last 3 rounds of the draft, either with their regular draft picks or with comp picks. That's a long list of players that came to Dallas with high hopes, but mostly left with almost no lasting impact. So it says you need to be taking these late round picks and finding for every Deron Bland, and that's great, and every player like that who makes an impact in the last 3 rounds. Don't be so hesitant to circumvent free agency by using a 5th rounder on Gilmore or a 5th rounder on Cooks and some of those moves that they did last year. So those are the 9. We'll share this on the Facebook page. I think it's a really good article that RJ Choppy Ghost wrote.
Maybe I did. Excellent work, Bobby Belt. Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece. It's coming up next.
Coming up in the next.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
It is Crosstalk with the K&C Masterpiece, or 2/3 of them. Are you raising your hand, Corey Majors?
This is how we have to do on our show. Kevin said you either raise your hand or you don't effing talk on the show.
Wow.
So
I've heard him say
Patrick over here.
So I do have a question. When Peyton does that read, does he purposefully say roads like that so it doesn't sound like robes? So it's like find new robes.
Roads. Roads is supposed to be find new road? I thought road was plural.
Roads.
Like roads.
Like we wear robe.
No,
look, Corey, stick to hosting, please.
Wow. Oh my God!
You'll get an email from me
You
later.
do drag out find new roads
because I'm gonna need some personality in it, Chop. I can't just be like fine. I can't be like it's time for a giveaway like the last producer here.
Jeez!
Wow!
You know what we were.
Holy moly, dude! I think Troy gave some personality. Oh, is he talking about
Jeff?
I'm so proud. I'm so proud of you, Peyton. I'm so proud.
Yeah, he's talking about Jeff Carroll.
Station's crumbling around.
I mean, Jeff worked on on our show for like 2 days.
Yes, he did. No, I'll tell you the one that I've noticed recently. Like we've established recently that Choppy doesn't say nightmare. He says night mirror.
Nightmare.
No, he says night mirror.
Night mirror.
And so he'll go, it's a
nightmare. How about a nightmare?
Nightmare. I figured out recently.
All right, it's another giveaway.
Stop.
that is so wrong.
All right.
I'm sorry. Can you play that one more time?
I love and miss Jeff Carroll.
That was amazing. Can you play that one more time?
All right, it's another giveaway.
He is stoked for that.
Peyton's what I discovered recently. He says daring instead of during. So
he
he'll
also
say
says
like,
unprecedented.
Unprecedented, yes.
That's right.
Deering.
Because he can't say what he was saying was unprecedented.
Yeah.
Is what he was saying.
On
President's Day.
You know, Kevin said, and I'm sure I say words. You've always said, I've never told you this. I've never said this. The way you say protocol drives me nuts.
Ooh, how do I say it?
Protocol.
Protocol.
And it's probably the right way, but for some reason, it drives me nuts. That's the only one, by the way. That's the only word.
They get on to me for saying, and I didn't know this was wrong. They get on me for saying tour instead of like tour. Like, so I say like Tour de France or like the Firehouse Tour. They say that.
I don't know why, but Tour de France feels fine versus we went on a tour. I don't
tour. I went on a tour. It's very California. It sounds very SoCal. I went on a tour.
I don't know.
They say tour.
So they had all said, no, it's tour. It's basically like tour, like you tour something.
Yes.
And I was like, I didn't realize that.
Bruglia.
So now I'm like very like,
which is ironic. It's tour, but it's not tournament. It's tournament.
So we should say tour.
I've heard people say tournament.
Yeah, I have too, but they're generally like Bob Ryan and super East Coast.
Going on a tour.
Tournament.
I don't know. It's made me very self-conscious whenever I say the word. Now I avoid saying the word. I try and call it something else, and I look for a synonym.
What is
877-881-1053? Text in the words that we say that really irritate the crap out of you, and we'll say them more.
And we'll say them more.
Yeah, just defy you.
What is coming up on the show today?
Well, at 1 o'clock today, we discussed my dream about catching a Shohei Ohtani home run ball. We'll discuss that at 1 o'clock. But right out of the gate, rejoice as the rest of the world champion Texas Rangers report to spring training today.
Hey, where's their home on the radio dial?
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Now, is their future television play-by-play voice or color analyst going to grace our presence today in Crosstalk? Or
I don't know. He's talking with his attorney.
I was going to say, we're going to get a recap of this during Mike Likes It.
I think he has a court date tomorrow.
He does.
Yeah, so we're going to be at Nebraska Furniture Mart tomorrow. So everybody come on out. NFM at Grandscape. We'll be
Tom Osborne Way.
Yep. Oh, right there next
past
to
Eric Crouch Boulevard.
I don't think it's Tom Osborne Way, man.
But it should be, right?
Should be. I don't think it is.
That is such a great location to Grandscape. The Tolos. That was what. Remember, we did the Colony out there. And it was freezing and raining, and they all came out there.
Yep.
Like people show up big time over there.
Bigly.
Tony Pollard's going to be out there too.
Oh yeah, from noon to 1.
Oh, that's good. You guys should ask him about his appearance on Restaurant Impossible, or whatever it was. Not Restaurant Impossible. What's the Robert Irvine one where he comes in and fixes it? Is it Restaurant Impossible?
Oh, he's married to a wrestler.
Robert Irvine comes in and he like fixes your restaurant when there's like all these problems with it. So he had to come in and fix Pollard's barbecue a decade ago. And like you see Tony Pollard like in the kitchen for like 2 seconds as a teenager.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Tackled.
Yeah, like I mean when you watch it, that's exactly what it was. When you watch it, you if you watch that episode and see Pollard's barbecue, I don't think there are many Cowboys fans who go like, I want to go eat there.
He's coming out of the kitchen with a plate and he tries a spin move and he fumbles.
Golly, do you think this segment would work today? Who's your favorite or least favorite president, not based on anything political?
Oh.
Like I always thought Grover Cleveland was neat because he was the president.
Didn't he die? No, that was Rutherford B. Hayes that died.
But he got to be president twice, not consecutively. I always thought that was neat.
That he had to be, that Grover did?
Yeah. Plus his name is Grover.
So you're interested in presidents that have served a term once, then skipped one, and then come back and become president again?
This is why this segment's not going to work. This is why this segment is not going to work.
Corey just did a fantastic job of just showing you why it's a bad idea.
Okay, so we should not do that.
So you just said you thought it was awesome that he did that, and I'm just kind of curious on...
Yeah, no, I see why this segment's probably...
still stand on that.
Probably not going to work.
You still feel that way.
Shut up.
In this moment.
I don't know. I kind of like it. Franklin Pierce. Franklin Pierce is one.
Isn't he like one of the worst presidents?
That's the point. That's the point. He's one of the worst presidents. Millard Fillmore.
Yeah.
Another one. Just give me any of the worst ones.
Thomas Dewey.
Well, he was
he
president.
lost, remember?
Oh.
It said Dewey defeats Trump.
Yeah, I've got a paper.
No.
Look at you.
I've got a paper.
Nobody defeated me. Okay. I did not lose.
It says Dewey
Quite
defeats
frankly,
Truman on the newspaper.
How many presidents could you name? Because we put Carter to the
6.
test. Like Carter and Reggie got like 38. They
impressive.
got a lot.
Man, I don't know if this was 10 years ago. I could have, because I used to my dad had me memorize them when I was like 11. And he was like, I'll give you $50 if you can memorize them in a week and repeat them back to me.
So you're motivated by money.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, that's
I
interesting.
mean, we are a capitalist society. So
Yeah.
I went for it, got it, nailed it, and I could keep them for a long time. So most of it's still in there somewhere, I think, but it would throw me off.
Is he just like super into presidents, or he just wanted you to learn things?
No, yeah, I think I'd asked a question that he felt like you should know the answer to that, based on
Just write them down here.
I
just write them down.
He thought
I got George, John, Thomas, John Q.
Are you just writing first names?
I'm just writing initials. Martin Van Buren, James K. Polk, Franklin Pierce, Millard Fillmore, Rutherford B. Hayes, Grover Cleveland, Woodrow Wilson.
Yeah, come on, careful.
Teddy Roosevelt.
You could just write them down. Do you only know Martin Van Buren because of Seinfeld?
The Van Buren boys?
Yes.
I mean, I'm not going to lie and say that's not a major reason why he's one of the first 3 presidents that come to mind.
So
when I think of ones from I don't know, pre-war.
Yeah.
We talked about this earlier today. I was very surprised at this. I stumbled into this yesterday, and Chop and I were kind of thrown off. It's called President's Day or whatever else. Did you know that there are 14 different names for it across all 50 states? Different states call it different things with different punctuation. Like here in Texas, we call it President's Day with the apostrophe after the S.
Oh,
so do 7 other states. There are a bunch of other states that just put the apostrophe before the S because they say, no, it's Washington's Day. So it's President's Day. And then there are other people who take the apostrophe out of it completely and just say, no, it is the day where we observe presidents. They don't own the day, though, so there's no apostrophe. Then you get California. What do you think California calls President's Day?
Very bad place.
On their official, like it's within their legislature and everything else. How do you think they refer to the holiday?
Look, I have lots of jokes that I would like to say, but instead I will just say, I don't know.
The 3rd Monday in February.
Oh.
That is officially what the holiday. Every other holiday is called.
That's
whatever they're called.
When?
That,
when did they start that?
I don't know. I saw there was a hyperlink thing that showed the California documents, like their legislature. So you go in there, it's california.gov, and it lists their calendar, what holidays they observe, and they said, whatever this is, and they said the 3rd Monday of February. So that's what they call the holiday on all their official documents out there.
See, when you were a kid, my name was Majors. Last name's Majors.
Yes.
So whenever they called
Mike
roll,
has his name spelled differently in his phone because of that.
I was too far into the roll call to be the funny kid that said president whenever your teacher was like, here, present. I was too, to let us know that you're present. I was too far in. There was always somebody else that got president out before I did, and it really irritated me. I just wanted them to start in the middle of roll call one day, and so I could be like, president. There's always that one kid.
I don't think anybody in my school ever said president when they did roll call.
They never did that at my school.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to
877
leave you out. I don't recall that
1053.
either.
I hate all y'all now. I'm outta here.
I didn't mean to alienate
and see, because
you.
all y'all Belt, Choppy, of course, y'all stopped paying attention to roll as soon as they called y'all.
I'm closer to the middle.
I understand, but
to be fair,
really, are you?
To be fair, everybody in my school was Belt, though.
Oh yeah, because you were home.
I was.
But you were with being Bobby. You had to be close to the top.
My sisters were Ashley and Amanda.
Oh, damn.
Wow.
Yeah.
So he was the Z.
Yeah.
But I mean, if it started today, like if we start over again, we've disowned Ashley. So it would just be one that I would have
Has
to
Ashley keyed
Wouldn't you also not have a teacher, though?
Huh? Yeah, I would not. That's true. Because she was out. But I mean,
I never do
I'm going to
that.
go for the, I had a joke ready for myself that would get me in trouble with my siblings if they heard it, so I stopped.
Did y'all check out NBA All-Star Weekend?
Hell yeah.
MVP,
I love Saturday.
MVP and LVP of the NBA All-Star Weekend at 11.
MVP has to be the court. Has to be the court.
The LED court? Or is that
yes,
something?
Yeah, whatever that is. Whatever that is.
not
Has to be the court.
What you said.
Oh.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
We did it.
Mike Bastick will join the show eventually at some point.
Allegedly.
Why did Micah Parsons throw Tank under the bus?
Oh, well, I did that. That's very true. All right, KNC Masterpiece next.
Ready.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland, Corey Majors, and Alec Medford. I can tell you this. Mike Bassick is here in the building. He is taking.
Could be over at McDonald's talking.
That's a good point. He is taking an important phone call.
Yeah.
I am famous.
That's kind of the way he treats everything, you know?
And I believe he will miss the show tomorrow due to pending litigation over card stuff that he is hoping to get wrapped up.
With who?
I do not believe I'm supposed to answer that question.
Just general card, big
no,
card
it's not
company?
against big cards. It's not like against Tops or something. No, I just am not supposed to say.
Okay, all right, well, that's
who the
fine.
litigation is against.
But if big card comes after you, just don't forget.
Yeah,
big card
that is what happened.
can get it.
All right, today it's a big day.
What is that?
Is the rest of the world champion Texas Rangers report to spring training today. Now, there are other people who are already there. You've already heard from Evan Carter. The pitchers are already there. But today is the report day for everybody else. Is this another level of excitement, or is it pretty much just the same as pitchers and catchers? Because that feels like the real start of everything.
No, I mean, like, I think this is big. This feels really exciting now. Now, it kind of stresses me out that Josh Young got hurt before everybody was supposed to show up. Like, that scares me a little bit. But no, man, I know by next Monday, because we get there Sunday night. By next Monday, when we're in Arizona, that's when I'll be like, all right, it is hit. We are officially here. So they're gonna work this week, Kevin. But I kind of look at them as NPCs. They're non-playable characters until I arrive there. And then when I arrive,
like Ryan Reynolds and Free Guy?
Yeah, everything's an NPC, a non-playable character until you show up and interact with them. And now they're there.
I think it's really cool that the world champs are back together. And I know the team's not back together. Mitch Garver's not there anymore.
Right.
Aldis Chapman's not there anymore. Obviously, Jordan Montgomery's not there anymore. But
they weren't at spring training last year. Oh, man, Mitch Garver was.
Yeah, but I remember this. I remember having Derek Holland right next to us and him getting the contact of Colby Lewis. And after their first meeting, Colby Lewis said, I want to pitch again, because it was such an inspirational moment. And I think in 2023, you can look back on that through the eyes of a couple people we talked to. And that moment that Bochy, for the first time ever, addressed that team became something that they hadn't been a part of.
Yes.
And it's nothing against the managers between, let's say, Ron Washington and Bruce Bochy. But the way it was explained to us, one, you got to hear it on the air if you're a Tolo from Colby Lewis, but we've heard from other people too. That was a moment where this isn't a rebuilding franchise. This isn't just a team that's just here to try to play 500 baseball, because really the expectation was, I think over-under was 80.5 wins in Vegas.
Yes.
It was around there saying, hey, you pick them to be 500, you win money. You pick them to be below 500, you lose money. That's who the Texas Rangers are. And Bruce Bochy changed that message immediately from the coaching staff, from the players in that organization. We're here. I know it sounds like Major League, the movie.
Yes.
But we're here to win the whole damn thing. And maybe they did start strip teasing John Daniels. I don't know. But
can't rule it out.
It is today, Bruce Bochy gets to have that moment with his world championship team and gets to explain to them what 2024 is about. And I'm going to be shocked if we don't hear, doesn't mean they're going to win it all, but I'm going to be shocked if we don't hear that Bochy got the team fired up for 2024.
I do wonder, like, what he does, because he's never won back-to-back, right? He's never won back-to-back. So I do wonder.
I don't even know if they've made the play. I have to look back. I think they've missed the playoffs in San Francisco every time they won the World Series.
So I am kind of curious what his message is this time around, and how different it is from last time. Because one of the things that we love about Bochy so much is his consistency. And so, do you stray away from the same message that you had with those guys last year too much? Or you just stick with, hey, look, we're going to go back out, do our work, do those things. I think those things exist, but they built the foundation for it.
That's fine. And you're probably right. I would like to hear rumblings up, because remember, nobody would say exactly what he said. But whenever we talk with Bochy throughout the season and he goes, I believed in this team really early. he ain't lying, because you heard it, person after person after person say that same thing. I would love at least a little bit of grandiose speak right there when he's like, we won the World Series, and that's unbelievable. But you know what I've never been able to do? I've never been able to go back to back. I've never been able to do it. My teams have never been able to do it. I'm betting nobody in this room has ever been able to do it. So let's go and win the whole effing thing again. Everyone's like, yeah. And then you realize it's March. And then you still have to like have the talks for fun, or I guess still February. And then you have fundamental talks and everything like that.
I do think that they're covered a lot different than the Chicago Cubs. The Chicago Cubs of, make sure I have my year right, 2016, that won it all, is they kept celebrating throughout the next season and then found themselves in a bad spot 2 months into the year because Chicago Cubs fans, there's zillions of them. Way more Chicago Cubs fans than Texas Ranger fans. But they kept the celebration going. And us as Ranger fans, look, we're celebrating our world championship team is back in spring training, getting ready for a new season. And we as fans can keep celebrating last year throughout this season. The players can't at all.
Sure.
And even talking to some of my old friends, sounds braggadocious, but I was part of the Phillies organization. Ryan Howard, Jimmy Rollins, Chase Utley, Shane Victorino, all those guys that won the championship for the Philadelphia Phillies. And it had been a long time. 83, I think, was the last time they had won it. So it had been over 20 years. And what's tough is the city wants to keep celebrating, and you want to celebrate with them. But you're not supposed to, and you can't, because as soon as you start celebrating last year during a season, you really lose the focus of it's a brand new year, and it doesn't count. You don't carry over any wins. They don't give you an extra 10 wins for winning the championship the year before. You have to reset at 0-0. And talking to those Phillies guys, it took them till about the All-Star break to say, guys, we're better than this. We're not playing up to our standard, and we're not going to defend this title unless we pull our heads out of our rear ends and start playing the way that this team can play. The talent in here is way too much to be playing this way. And you know what? That second half, they took off and they made the playoffs again. They obviously did not win the championship again. In fact, it's almost impossible to win back-to-back championships when you look at the history of Major League Baseball and other sports too. That's what Kansas City just did, which was so impressive.
20 years,
So it's going to be a really tough task. And some of the toughest task will be is we get to celebrate. We can keep celebrating. They can't celebrate anymore. They have to get to work like it's 2023, the beginning of it, not the start of a celebration. The celebration is over as a Texas Ranger.
I wonder if this will help at all. I saw an interesting little note is there's a 4-person crew out there that have been doing behind the scenes interviews for a limited series that will be 10 to 15 minutes talking about.
Is it called Pitcher?
I don't know if that, and it's just going to be on the Rangers YouTube. So
gotcha.
Not Netflix or anything like that. But I wonder how many of those people will be like, hey, it's amazing. It's been the greatest year of my life, but now it's time to get back to work. If that kind of stuff helps at all.
One of the other things that I think is really intriguing, I know we talk a lot about it, but somebody just kind of brought up, and I have not seen it, so I don't know, but they said, did you see Evan Carter put on like 20 pounds? He's at 192 after dipping to 175. I have not seen this. But that's him and Wyatt Langford. I'm interested not just for like to see whether or not they make it and everything, but how they inject energy into the clubhouse. What kind of roles they try to take on while they're at spring training. Does Evan Carter walk into this thing like, look, I'm here. I arrived last year on my way to a World Series. I am here and I'm ready to rock with this thing. I'm ready to take this thing. Y'all are part of my team now.
That's not going to be the case.
It's still Seager and Simeon's team.
Wow. Yeah.
And I think there's this, there's still this pecking order of everything, but I am very interested to see what kind of energy those two add to the clubhouse and that environment.
We can tell Evan Carter's not that type of person, never will be, right? He's going to be a guy that's happy-go-lucky type of, I'm just here to play, work hard, play hard. I don't think that he's, and it can change. He's just turned 21, but is he going to stand up in front of a room and take over the room? 100% no at 21 years old. That will be Simeon's job. That will be Evaldi's job. That will be Scherzer's job. I don't know Jacob deGrom that well at all, and obviously he hasn't really done much here yet to maybe stand up yet, but he doesn't have to, and that's great. You honestly don't really want 21-year-olds being the leader of your team. It's rare. That's why I know we make fun of, I don't, but I know a lot of people that are Ranger fans make fun of Derek Jeter. That's what made him so unique, is somehow he's just sitting on the bench in 1995 when Ken Griffey Jr. scores in the Kingdom to knock them out, and they're all bawling and crying because that's Don Mattingly's last game ever, and that team was based around, we got to get Don Mattingly to a World Series. He deserves this as a great New York Yankee, and he's been on so many crappy Yankee teams. And somehow the next year, some young dude named Derek Jeter starts kind of taking over the clubhouse and being like the guy they're rallying behind. But that's what makes him so unique of a person. And doesn't mean Evan Carter's not going to be a future Hall of Famer or an All-Star this year. But taking over the room, no, I don't think that's happening. But it will be interesting. This is his first spring training where he's on the team. He's a starter on the team. Last year, he was just there to show off, and we talked to Chris Young about it. He's like, dude, he's showing off enough that we think he can play in the major leagues opening day, but we're not going to force him or push him to do that.
And for people that are asking, did I miss something about Jordan Montgomery? He hasn't signed yet, but Chris Young said, I'm not anticipating any other additions. Yeah. And that's funny.
He's been taken off the books. In Vegas, you can't even bet on the Rangers anymore that he's going there.
And that kind of mindset is sort of paralleled by what Bochy said about spring training in terms of Josh Young. Now, you brought it up on Friday, Corey, maybe Thursday. I think it was Friday,
panicked a little bit when I saw it.
Is, depending on how you feel, could have been better, could have been worse. Obviously, you wish Josh Young wouldn't have got hurt at all, but he has a calf strain. He's expected to be out about 3 weeks, give or take. And so now you have Corey Seager with sports hernia, Josh Young with a calf strain that will miss the bulk of spring training, and then we'll talk about if that could go on into the season. But one of the things that Bruce Bochy said is, I think we've got coverage with the guys that we've got in camp. So if you're thinking like, hey, could you reunite with, Elvis Andrus or whatever, is Ezekiel Duran, Josh Smith, Justin Foscue, Ornelas, Wenzel. Those are the guys that it sounds like are getting the shot. And I know Foscue's been working over at first as well.
Luckily, these are minimal injuries that they should be back in mid-March. Like they should be. What I mean by that is you're hoping that around March 15th, so you have about 2 weeks left, a hair less than 2 weeks, that they start getting spring training at bats.
And Bochy said for both of them, we're hopeful that they'll both be ready to go for opening day. So
and if it was different, I would talk about Elvis Andrus or whatever if you know that they're going to be back at the All-Star break.
Sure.
Then you'd say, hey, we don't have coverage for 3 months, but we do have coverage for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Look, man, all we got to do is make sure that around August we're taken care of, because that's when the real cavalry's coming in, all right? And that's when we really make our run to this World Championship year 2.
Look,
full season's kind of tough to make it through, man.
I hate saying this.
Josh Young just played the most baseball in his entire career, and now he's about to go out there and give it another go.
And that's kind of who I wanted to talk about. Is I hate saying this because he's a super nice guy and he's an awesome player, but we're kind of to the point where he'll get hurt every season at some point.
Say he's Kyrie?
In a way, yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting analogy, but I'm glad it happened if it has to happen.
KP, I got you.
In spring training as opposed to the regular season, because this is somebody whose development got slowed by injury issues. And then last year, he was phenomenal. What cost him Rookie of the Year, or at least a second place finish, was an injury, and now injured again.
I'll tease this for Baseball Nuggets. That Josh Young injury hurt them more than I knew last year. And I'll talk about during Baseball Nuggets how much it can help if Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford, especially Wyatt Langford, are on the team opening day. I didn't know all the rules that applied to guys making opening day rosters as rookies. Ooh. So it's kind of like, I think Wyatt Langford's going to make this team. I'm leaning more towards you, Kevin, on that.
Yeah.
Because of rules that I didn't know of until like this weekend. I was like, wow, I didn't know these rules applied. And Josh Young's injury actually cost the Texas Rangers more than you knew.
Kevin, I don't know if you're seeing this, but the Brooklyn Nets have dismissed
Jacques
Jacques
Vaughn.
Vaughn. So he's no longer coaching.
It wasn't Steve Nash's fault.
Is this the second time this year that a coach that's like just their team's just doing great has been fired?
Wait.
Their team is not doing great.
Oh no.
Their team is.
So he got fired for good reason.
Maybe he was doing too good. They're like, look, we might be the 10th seed. We need to be in this lottery.
That's what I was going to argue. If I'm Jacques Vaughn, I'm like, with what? Like, what is it that you're wanting me to do here? So that's an interesting point. Is
we want you guys trying like it's an all-star game.
Yes, good point indeed. You know what? Perfect segue. Coming up next, the MVPs and least valuable players from NBA All-Star Weekend. Not just the game, the whole weekend. Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
Told you, Dame time. Dame time. You got to give me one, Dame. Oh, you got to give me one, Dame. Dame time.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Damian Lillard wins the three-point competition. By the way, he missed a whole bunch of shots on that last rack when he just needed one shot. So he just kept saying, Dame time is MVPs and LVPs for the NBA All-Star Weekend. This can be about the game. This can be about Friday night, Saturday night, whatever you want. I would like to throw this out if I can. Let's talk about the skills competition. LVP. Harrison Barnes lost the ball during...
Scotty Barnes?
I don't know why I put Harrison. Scotty Barnes lost the ball during the skills competition. And then Tyrese Maxey and Paolo Banchero went the wrong way. Now, they had...
There's literally arrows.
Yeah, they had
on
the
court.
LED court, and I was like, go this way with the arrow.
So they had a map?
Yes!
Yeah, they gave them a map.
Yes!
And didn't follow the map?
Correct.
Now, by the way, LVP for me this weekend, Fubo TV. I don't have TNT.
But they know drama.
I'm going to tell you something.
Pretty upset about that.
You didn't really miss anything.
I know I didn't, but I didn't. So basically, y'all are telling me a lot of stuff. I did read as much as I could about it, but thanks a lot, Fubo TV, at this moment.
Well, we'll try to catch you up soon.
But they had a map and couldn't find their way to the X.
Yes, exactly.
And they weren't the first person to do it either. Maxey, I think, was the third or second in his group, and then Scotty Barnes,
Banchero went the wrong way.
was the first guy to do it in his group, but literally a whole team had done it. So he'd seen it done 3 times. To show you how much he was paying attention, he was not even paying attention. So then when it was his turn, it's like when you coach 12-year-olds and the person in front of it, you explain to the person in front how to do it.
Yeah.
And they mess up. And you're like, that's okay. They're the first person. I'm going to explain it again. And then they do it correctly. Then the next person steps up and does the exact same thing as wrong as possible. You're like, so literally you didn't pay attention at all to the kid in front that I was telling how to do it. You were just like picking your nose or thinking about Fortnite or something. And they're like, yeah, I was thinking about Fortnite, or I just didn't care. And that was what you saw from Paolo Banchero.
Now, on the flip side, MVP Tyrese Halliburton, they were going to win the skills competition. He had 12, 15 seconds to spare. So he took the ball between his legs and threw it off the glass and dunked for the Pacers to win. However,
much like Luka, huh?
Yes. Well, that's like, take this analytic. However, on the LVP side, the number 1 pick team of Wemby, Banchero, and Anthony Edwards were the worst. Oh, no. They won none of the competitions. They got 0 points. In some of these competitions, like the passing one, they got truly embarrassed, and they were terrible. Terrible. Let's move on to...
I watched it. It was a long competition, too. If you wanted to watch an hour, it's literally an hour. So the team competition, because there's 3 different things, they were taking commercial breaks. You're like, this is an hour? But it did. It lasted an hour.
And then we move on to the 3-point competition. I want to see if you guys can get this. I had no clue. Damian Lillard's the first to win back-to-back 3-point championships in 16 years. Who is the last player to do that?
Back-to-back 3-point Craig Hodges.
Nope.
He won 3 in a row.
That is true.
3 in a row?
Steph Curry. Thank you.
No, this player is significantly worse than
Tim Legler.
Ooh, I might argue worse.
Dougie McDermott.
Jason Capono.
Who?
Oh, yeah. He's a white dude. I think from UCLA.
Makes sense.
He won in 2007 and 2008. LVP, Karl Anthony Towns, for standing on the line during the tiebreaker round. He was shooting 3-pointers just standing on the line. They're like, that's fine. Dame didn't like it. Dame is competitive. He goes, well, some people just weren't following the rules, but we don't care, whatever.
Why not just go dunk it?
Yes. And then LVP, the announcer, who said Cat previously was the first big man to win the competition.
Oh.
Dirk Nowitzki.
I guess he's not fat enough. Maybe they're saying Karl Anthony Towns weighs more. It wasn't going by height. He was going by weight.
I took it by height, but...
Karl Anthony Towns is the fattest person to ever win this competition.
No.
Maybe that's if you're saying, I got it right. He weighs a good 40 pounds more or 30 pounds more than Dirk did when he entered the competition.
From the 214, MVPs, the 3-point contest between Steph and Sabrina, that was great. Here's what I didn't realize, because I have to admit, I wasn't always locked in on the commentary. Is this created quite the social media buzz that people were angry at Kenny Smith for saying that she should have shot from the WNBA 3-point line.
She got to shoot WNBA basketballs.
I have to admit something to you, Mike. I did not know that the WNBA 3-point line was at a different spot.
I think it's the college. I think it's the college 3-point line.
Oh, because you can't tell because of the court, Kevin.
You can't tell because nobody watches.
Okay.
That's the truth. Well, I won't say
some people that watch.
Yeah, 2,000 people watch. I mean, literally, if you go to a Wings game, you will see about 2,000 people there. That is good. That's about what a Frisco Rough Riders game gets.
I do kind of like the idea, the concept of it all. Like those two and doing that. Two good personalities to go for it.
I thought Steph was going to lose, to be honest. After the round, she got 26 points. That was the same as all the men were getting as a high score in the 3-point competition. I'm like, oh crap, this girl's going to win. And then Steph Curry was like, no, she's not.
Yeah. Adam Silver says that he would like that to continue, like that to cross over with that.
And then have a woman dunk competition with the men.
Well, I don't know, but the
oh my God, I would so watch that.
I'm very interested, like for the future of something like that happening. Like I don't know how much longer Steph's around in the league for that.
He said he's not retiring anytime soon.
All right,
so
then however long those two are playing, then those two should be the ones doing it. I wonder if they if other people are like, hey, I want to be involved in that too, and if it grows a little more, and that would be kind of interesting and fun too.
Let me ask you this: do you have any clue before this? I still don't. Who's Sabrina? I just know she's a
Ionescu. Yeah, she was.
Is she like an all-star?
She's excellent, and she was an all-time great college player.
Okay.
And
I assume that because she shot the ball great. Like, to give her credit, she started off. I don't know. She might have made the first 8 3-pointers she took.
She
and
did
I was like,
have a great.
She missed the first money ball, but then after that, it was like, but between there, it was all. Everything.
She got a little fatigued at the end, but like I thought when she made 26, I looked at my son and go, crap, that's as much as like all the 3-point comp. Like that's what Damian Lillard won with. That's when they had the 4-way tie. They all tied at 26.
Cat, Halliburton,
I'm like,
Trey.
she just had the winning score for the 3-point competition. I think Steph's going to lose this, and then we're going to have to hear that women should get paid $20 million to play WNBA basketball.
A few years ago, she was like the number 1 pick, but everyone was like, I want this pick to go
Sabrina.
get Ionescu.
Okay.
And so that was interesting. Somebody brought this up, and this is a great point. From the 214, Reggie Miller wore me out going on about how amazing they were, scoring 26 points in one round, and then comparing it to Larry Bird. There are, I believe,
there's 4 more money balls plus 2 more starry shots.
Yeah. So there's 10 extra points on the board.
I think those starry balls are worth 3.
They are. And
so there's actually 8 plus 6. There's 14 extra points.
I don't think so because
I know so.
Okay. I'm almost positive
when you have a money ball rack, you get 4 extra money balls on that rack.
Which is 1 extra point each.
You are correct. Yeah, because you get 1. So you're right. So 4 plus 6.
But still. That's,
right?
Yes.
10. So
but
10.
That's 40 points versus 30 points. If you say Bird got 26 and Cat got 26, not quite the same.
Unless you want to go to, what do you think? You think it's 52?
I'm just doing math for the Twolos who are watching. I'm getting my calculator out and trying to keep up with you guys.
So I guess if you want to go back to that 26 round and go, which one does Larry Bird like shooting the most? Like if you would ask Larry, which one would be, and then you give him an extra point for every one he makes on that rack, and then you're like, I'll give him. I can't remember if he made a starry ball or not. Damian Lillard was taking advantage of that because that's an easy shot for him. But if you give him 1 or 2 on the starry ball,
he could have 33 or something
so I don't know. It's
like that.
I do love the 3-point competition. I'll be honest, that was super entertaining. That was great. We were rooting for Jalen Brunson in our household because he is a former Maverick.
Yeah.
And did he finish with 25? Or 24?
Which put him in in fifth, even though that's not bad at all.
He had a legitimate chance to make the final three, and unfortunately, the last rack, I think he missed the last ball. I remember that for sure. If he would have made that, I think he would have made it to the finals. But you have real people doing it that are really in the NBA, and they're really good basketball players.
Now, I get the distinct feeling. Go ahead.
I wanted to. I think that Damian Lillard is the MVP this weekend.
That makes sense.
Did you see the video of him going to find Jalen Brunson and ask him for an autograph?
Oh, no, I did not.
And he autographed one of his an Adidas shoe or something like that. But I just kind of thought that was a really cool moment, and it kind of also brings to light, Jalen Brunson is considered one of the top players in the league by other players around the league too now. We saw it here, we saw it flourish here, and whether or not it was ever going to work with him being back here, we don't know. But that dude's gone on to stardom, and the rest of the league looks at him that way and sees it that way. And I think Paolo Banchero was trying to track down Damian Lillard for autographs. So that's kind of a fun little game that they're all having there too.
Absolutely. Now, when you make reference to these are real NBA basketball players, so I'm going to go to cut 3. I'm going to assume this is at least partially who's this in reference to, because we have a back-to-back dunk champion.
Never seen any other dunk contest. Well, let's see it. So he started up there. He started off on one side, and I think when he threw it in, though, Kenny, he was close to the other side. I think I got to see it again.
All right, Mac McClung.
By the way, he is awesome at this. I don't want to take anything away. He's one of the best dunkers I've ever seen.
Jumped over Shaq.
He's just not an NBA basketball player.
Yeah, and he had his
nor
G
an
League.
all-star.
Yeah.
He's not an NBA player or an all-star.
He had his G League jersey on, I believe, for most of the time.
Orlando, they're from Pensacola or something. I don't know, some small town.
Now, he's my MVP for winning again. 50s across the board and jumped over Shaq for a dunk. I do not believe anyone's ever won this 3 times in a row in the NBA competition. So I'm sure he's not doing anything next year. He'll be back.
Have we run out of dunks?
No, he created a brand new dunk to start the competition off, which was awesome. But they intentionally, the stars, he had Dominique Wilkins, Gary Payton, Fred Jones, he won the dunk competition, and he was a pacer when he did it. Some dude I've never heard of that won the competition in 1977.
Even Cam Smith got that wrong.
And then one other person, I'm sorry I'm forgetting, but they got together before the competition, you could tell, and they said, look, we want the stars to do this. Jaylen Brown's making the finals no matter what. On his last dunk to make it to the finals, he dunked the basketball.
Nice.
That's what he did. He literally
dunk contest,
he
Kevin,
dunked the basketball, and they're like 48, 49. And it's like, you could tell at that point they said, if we're ever going to get Ja Morant, Zion Williamson, you name the player that you'd like to see in the dunk competition that's considered a high pick, a star in this league, or a future star in this league. They say 89 Kendall Gill.
Because of his haircut?
Yeah, and he dressed up in the whole Dominique Wilkins jersey. He didn't look anything like Dominique Wilkins, but he did dress up in the whole Dominique Wilkins 1988 jersey.
And because of that, they missed one of his dunks. However, I saved my least valuable player award for this, the last one for Kenny Smith, who thinks every dunk is boring and stupid. I don't know if he should be on the call anymore. Every dunk that happens, he's like, it's a 4. I'm exaggerating, but he thinks every dunk is stupid.
Well, the Jaylen Brown one was.
I want next year, I want somebody to put a jetpack on.
That would be awesome.
I do think this.
Or get trampolines.
I think that they should eliminate NBA basketball players unless they're really great at dunking and just say, let's go get, I don't even know where the competition is next year, the All-Star game. Go get 4 dudes who are on these YouTube pages as some of the best dunkers in the world and just be like, let's watch these 4 YouTubers because I do think young kids would rather watch the great YouTube dunkers than G League players who are good at dunking. And Mac McClung is unbelievable at this.
Yes.
But he's not an NBA basketball player. He's going to be in the competition next year. I would say at least get one YouTuber to be in the competition.
I do like the idea of kind of incorporating the All-Stars in some way with them. Like, not necessarily that they have to jump over them. Like, everybody jumps over somebody now. Like, that's the only thing. But, like, in some kind of fashion of coaching it or, being part of it too. If you're going to do something like that, still associate it in some way.
And the one thing I don't know if this is in the rules, but I keep waiting to see is somebody to like catapult them. So like instead of jumping over Shaq, he puts his hands out and like launches you, and you just go flying and try to catch the ball and maybe smash the backboard and everything.
Or land on the rim and just stand there and drop the ball through the basket.
I'm going to shout out my buddy who's a Tolo. Brian Hardy, who went to Arlington Martin. He's a firefighter. He was one of the best I've ever seen at crushing a ball 500 feet. Now, sorry, Brian, you never made it out of rookie ball.
Oh.
But I think Brian Hardy in his prime at 20 years old might have been able to win the MLB All-Star Home Run Derby. I'm not saying he would have, but that's how far he could hit a baseball. It was amazing. In the game, I love you, Brian, you couldn't hit the baseball. But that's who we have in the NBA dunk competition. We have guys that, like, they're not NBA basketball players. There's plenty of dudes in this world in batting practice who might be able to beat Pete Alonso and Aaron Judge in a home run derby. I'm not saying they would, but they would have a chance. That's how good they hit batting practice. I played with one of them from Arlington Martin. But it doesn't mean that they should be in the MLB All-Star Game Home Run Derby.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
Could the Rangers get 2 future first-round draft picks from the Texas Rangers this year? Next.
Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, tomorrow we'll be doing the show at Nebraska Furniture Mart in the Colony. So make sure you come out.
Great state of Nebraska. Can't wait to be there somewhere in Omaha, I'm assuming.
It's in the Colony of Omaha, Nebraska, I believe. Now it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
I'm excited about that interview with Charlie Ward tomorrow. Oh, wait, he's Florida State.
Florida State.
Tommy Frazier. Tommy Frazier.
Tommy.
All right, so this is interesting. If you're not following my teas, I'm going to be honest. I guess I should have known this, but I didn't. There is rewards for winning Rookie of the Year for your organization. Not only does the player get the award, I'm sure there's some like $50,000 bonus in his contract. If you win Rookie of the Year, you get $50,000 bonus or something like that. But last year when Josh Young was the favorite to win Rookie of the Year at the All-Star break, as he was the starting All-Star third baseman for the American League, the Rangers would have received a first-round pick for that, or just after the first round. It goes into, you lose picks if obviously you sign a Corey Seager, you sign a Marcus Semien, you lose picks. So sometimes it can fall. When Julio Rodriguez won Rookie of the Year, in this last draft, the Seattle Mariners got the 29th overall pick for him winning Rookie of the Year. So Josh Young not winning Rookie of the Year, look, we're world champs. Big deal.
Yeah.
But when he got hurt, I didn't realize that as an organization, Gunnar Henderson got a first-round pick for the Baltimore Orioles. And then if you finish second or third, Josh Young finishing outside the top three, if you finish second or third, your team gets an international pick. And it doesn't specifically say where that pick is, but think of, for example, Sebastian Walcott. He is now the Rangers' top 5 prospect. He's a 17-year-old shortstop. He's 2 to 4 years away from being possibly a major league player. But you might find the next Sebastian Walcott with that top pick that you got for your player winning Rookie of the Year.
I have to admit, I didn't know this either. And by the way, multiple people are saying your tease was really good because it was confusing yet intriguing. And that's where I fell on it.
Good. So there's a lot that goes into this besides just winning Rookie of the Year. There's stipulations on this. So if a player comes out of nowhere and wins Rookie of the Year, somebody you've never heard of on a top 100 list, he doesn't qualify to get you a first-round pick or an international pick if he finishes second or third. It's really weird. But here's the stipulations on this is where it goes to Wyatt Langford and if he'll be on the team or not to start, which I'm going to lean towards now. He will be. So you have to be on 2 out of the 3 top 100 list prospects entering the season. So just to give you an idea, Evan Carter is 5th and Wyatt Langford is 6th on MLB.com's top 100 list. There's also Baseball America and I believe Baseball Perspectives. I know Baseball America is one of them. I'm sorry, I'm not seeing it in the article. But out of 2 out of the 3, you have to be on the top 100 prospect list before the season starts. So Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford, obviously, like Sebastian Walcott qualifies, but he's not going to qualify in this other category. But so 1, you have to be on a top 100 list, 2 out of 3 of them. So that's one of the qualifications you have to have before the season starts. When the season starts, you have to spend a minimum of 172 days on the roster. So let's break this down.
Oh, that's a lot.
There's 162 games. There's approximately 20 to 30 off days. I believe an MLB season is 180 to 185 days.
Okay.
So that means you kind of have to be on the opening day roster.
Right.
In this article from the Sporting News, it says, this is last year actually, so I didn't see this article last year. Oh, by the way, the 3 are MLB.com, Baseball America, and ESPN. Those are your 3 top 100 lists. You have to be on 2 out of 3 of those lists to qualify for the first-round draft pick or just after the first round or the international picks as Rookie of the Year. But it says in this article, that's why last year, Gunnar Henderson, Corbin Carroll, both won Rookie of the Year, both got their team's first-round picks. for their team, but it also talks about Anthony Volpe. If you're wondering, why did the Yankees put Anthony Volpe as the starting shortstop? Well, part of it was, and they named a couple other players, part of it was they felt like he had a chance to win Rookie of the Year. And if he did, like Julio Rodriguez the year before, you could get the 29th overall pick for your guy winning Rookie of the Year because he was qualified to be on the top 100 list and qualified as a guy who spent 172 days on the team. So if you're wondering at some point, why didn't they send Anthony Volpe down? Because he was batting 150 he was striking out half of the time. His first 2 months, he was striking out about at 50% of his at-bats. And they were just like, we still think because of his glove, because of this, we're going to keep riding with this. And there's still the possibility that he finishes top 3 in voting for Rookie of the Year, which, I mean, I'm going to throw this to you guys now. I've been talking enough. This is a lot. You get the 30th possibly overall pick for your guy winning Rookie of the Year. That is huge.
It feels like it accelerates the timetable for some of these kids.
And if you have a really good farm system, like you can be kind of in this conversation every year pretty much too, and add that extra pick.
You always have a candidate. Yeah,
you can always add an extra pick to it.
How about the Baltimore Orioles? Adley Rutschman. Now, he didn't qualify because he got hurt in spring training and didn't play the 172 games. So he qualified on the list. He just didn't qualify because they're like, we can't put him on the team. He's not healthy to put on the team. So
now the Orioles are forced to trade him to another team.
Well, he's great. And Gunnar Henderson won him this award. They have Jackson Holiday. Is Jackson Holiday going to make the team out of spring training? Now knowing this, yes, he is. He's probably going to be their second baseman to start the year. From what I understand, Gunnar, they want to keep him at shortstop. Now, Gunnar Henderson is hurt, so he's playing shortstop to start off spring training. But for the Rangers, if Wyatt Langford has a great year and he's not on the team for the first month of the season, he doesn't qualify for this to help the organization out. We know Evan Carter, he does qualify. You have to have 60 days of service or more to be considered. That's your rookie year. Evan Carter only spent, 20 days on the MLB roster. The playoffs don't count for your service time or anything. So he still qualifies as a rookie. Wyatt Langford qualifies as a rookie. So if one of those guys wins Rookie of the Year, you get a pick around 30. If they finish first and second, you get the first round pick and you get a high international pick to help you out in that situation. Awesome. So the Rangers, 2 rookies that we're looking at, could really help out the Texas Rangers' future. Not only them as players, but them as getting them an extra prospect.
Is this to combat the Chris Bryant situation?
100%.
I'm sorry if y'all already discussed that.
No, and if you don't remember,
that was a big weird thing.
And they did it with Acuna too.
Yeah, and you have those 6 years of service that are very cheap unless you negotiate an extended contract. But if you wait long enough, then you can count that for a season and be like, oh, that wasn't long enough to count. And Chris Bryant always said he never forgot how the Cubs did him wrong like that.
MVP, World Series or Rookie of the Year, World Series champion. He's like, all these things I did, and I'm getting screwed out of it.
The next year he won MVP. Yeah, Rookie of the Year, then the next year MVP. And so this is the rule put in to give teams incentive. If you have a dude who bats 400 in spring training and you know he's going to bat third in your lineup, but you want to keep him down. I think Toronto did this with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. too. But you want to keep him in the minors for a month so his service time doesn't reach 6 years on that 6th year. He reaches 5 years and 5 months. Then you have another year of him under control. This is a way to combat that. By the way, I do believe this. I think like Michael Harris, if you win Rookie of the Year, I'm talking out of my butt here because I think I remember reading this. If you win Rookie of the Year, but you didn't get a full year of service time, I think in this new collective bargaining agreement, you do get a full year of service time for finishing top 3 in Rookie of the Year.
Absolutely should.
So they're showing that even if you hold the guy back because you don't care about this pick or you don't care about the international pick, I believe if you get top 3 in Rookie of the Year voting, I believe they give you a full year of service time. So you do not have to play 7 years in the majors. You only still have to do your somewhat 6 years.
Which that makes all the sense in the world to me. It also feels like a dangerous game to play with somebody who you're counting on in the future, like Chris Bryant, knowing that he's bitter against you the whole time.
That being said, my end of nuggets is now I'm at 75%. Wyatt Langford's on the team opening day. because I'll leave the 25% off for injury, or he just really struggles in spring training and they're just like, it's just, we need to send him to AAA to give him some more time.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, did Micah just take a huge shot at Tank, or was this misinterpreted? We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
All right, before we get to that, I want to talk about if you're just feeling burnt out. Men's T Clinic can help that out. Now, if you're feeling burnt out, you're 22 years old, you probably still have pretty good testosterone going at like that age. But man, once you get into your 30s, especially 40s, your testosterone most likely is going to go down with age. That's just how a lot of men are built. I'm built that way. I remember getting my numbers checked when I was 35 years old. My number was 182, and Men's T Clinic had just started. They had one location in the Metroplex. They have 5 locations now, and they said, look, this is covered by your insurance. We ran it. Let's see if testosterone replacement therapy helps. And 2 weeks into the process, it helped. It helped out tremendously. And I've stayed with Men's T Clinic for a decade now, thanks to Bobby and Derek, the founders of Men's T Clinic. They wanted to make sure that you got treated like an individual there. It's not a cattle call. It's just not a, hey, come on in, get your shot, see you later, alligator. They are making sure that they're taking care of you completely. In fact, now if you're injured, they have PRP therapy. If you want hair because your hair is falling out, they can help out with that. If you want to gain weight, if you want to take off weight, they can help with that. They want this to be a one-stop shop. The number to call, 972-GO-MEN'S T, or their website, menstclinic.com. Guys, let's get back to being you through Men's T Clinic.
by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Did Micah just take a huge shot at Tank, or was this misinterpreted? So we already have some people who are confused about what this is about, which is okay. From the 682, Micah basically said we have no interior defensive tackle, and he's right. He told Jerry we need a super nasty 330-pound defensive tackle. True. However, that's not what we're talking about. I'm going to take you to cut number 11. And this all starts with when we were at the Super Bowl, so a week and a half or so ago, and Tank said, I'm paraphrasing, and it was like, hey, what happened? He's like, oh, maybe we were burnt out. We were tired. It's a long season, blah, blah, blah. And this is Micah on with Stephen A. Smith, essentially responding to the comments of you were burnt out at the end of the season.
Don't get me wrong. Yes, I agree that teams play us like the Super Bowl. We are the Dallas Cowboys. But in the end, that's not a good enough reason or excuse to say that publicly. If you say that to someone else, you know what I'm saying, one-on-one, you know what I'm saying, cameras off, sure, be my guest. But when I feel like once that regular season ends and they get in a playoff, you're supposed to get rejuvenated. Like, this is a whole new me, whole new you. Like, we need to get ready. And that's part of that culture stuff where I was talking about, where I want to dive into the players that we got to change. Like, it should never, you should never go into a game like I'm tired, like I'm ready to go home. Because that's exactly what's going to happen, and it did happen. I'm coming to the game every week like, man, I got 4 more weeks left. I don't know what y'all got, but I got 4 more weeks left. Like, that's part of the culture and identity that I just feel like we're missing. Like, that's just something like I don't agree with at all. Like, regular season, all right, yeah, I'm tired, like I'm wore out. But as soon as playoffs hit, knowing how limited and how hard it is to win in playoff game, I would never say I'm tired or I feel fatigued, because that's my job to not feel that way.
I'm just going to tell you my prediction about what happens from here. Either Micah or DeMarcus Lawrence said that's not what they meant, and they were misinterpreted. That's why they don't like the media, because the media is always trying to stir things up and everything like that. That's my prediction for what are the next steps in this.
Here's the next thing. If any of us, not only us, but media in general, it could be G-Bag Nation, it could be Sean and RJ, whoever it is, other people in the media that aren't up here, they're going to call us complete liars if we say, sounds like DeMarcus and Micah don't like each other. To me, when you do that, when you say we need a change, and he's specifically talking about DeMarcus Lawrence's attitude, that doesn't sound like those guys are best buddies. Like, one of Mike Zimmer's first things that he's going to have to do is DeMarcus Lawrence not to go kill Micah Parsons. Because if he just specifically said, we have to change the culture and I don't want people like that on my team, he's specifically saying, I don't want DeMarcus Lawrence on the Dallas Cowboys. Now, he'll say he didn't, and the Cowboys will say I'm lying. Like, I understand how the game works. But, like, that's what he just said.
And that's frustrating, Mike, because this is, what would Jimmy do in this situation?
Hopefully get them in the room together and be like,
I don't think anybody ever quit on him in the playoffs, so he wouldn't have to deal with this.
I think, well, and don't forget also, Jimmy had to build that team first. And I think Jimmy would say, you know what? That guy's right. See you later. And I think that's where when you talk about the culture starts at the top, and there has to be some sort of fear within it and walking on eggshells about it. I know Kevin Money gets involved in this, and how much cap space and all that really becomes a huge factor for it. But if it was discussed and it was, hey man, he was one of those soft guys as we were trying to prepare for a playoff.
Sure.
We don't need him anymore. Now, a lot of people will fight for DeMarcus Lawrence and, hey, keep that guy around. He does all these things. And a lot of people will say, well, are we getting the right production out of him? And that's where if you're making decisions about this team and you're hearing this guy who's your star, your probably future star, say this, is it because he's just trying to point fingers at other people, or you really don't have a competitive enough team to go out there and win a championship? what you saw on that playoff game was that you don't have a competitive enough team. They gave up. So I think you really have to do a long look in your mirror and figure out which guys need to stay around and which guys don't, because something that was told to us was the culture in that locker room was as good as it's ever been. And as soon as that game was over, it fell apart.
They're all pointing fingers at this point. And
Let
what
me
they're
ask you
doing.
a quick question, just real quick, Mike. Is that the way you interpreted this? As Micah pointing the finger back at DeMarcus Lawrence and being like, you shouldn't be saying that.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure before we go on.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
no, I think that in a way, yes, that he's pointing the finger at DeMarcus Lawrence, but I feel like everybody's pointing the finger at themselves going, it wasn't my fault. That's also as bad.
Except for CeeDee Lamb, who's like, I have to be better.
Or Dak, I do honestly feel like.
And Dak is always going to say the right thing.
Dak says the professional thing. Like, I just look at a lot of these things, like the Chiefs just won the championship. Who's getting interviewed more for the playoffs? The Cowboys are. This is also the major issue. I was watching ESPN this morning, and Bart Scott is like, God, these Cowboys love talking. Like, that's what these guys love doing. He's like, Micah, shut up.
Yeah.
And stop doing all of these podcasts and everything and play football. If you want to be considered one of the best, you have to be the best. You have to play the best also in the best moments. You also have to lead a team.
Mm-hmm.
You also have to be, he mentioned Ray Lewis, and he said he played with a bunch of great players and stuff like that. I don't know all of Bart Scott's career and all of his teammates, but like it's getting to the point now where this is just ugly. Like this loss was more than just a loss. And I'm starting to figure out, how do they overcome this as an organization? Because I don't think they want to.
And this is where I start to think about this a lot, is the imperfect messenger. Because I totally hear what Mike is saying. And when he talks about changing the culture, and like, I'm here for all of that. This is where I start to wonder about, is this the right message from an imperfect messenger? Because just my follow-up questions would be, all right, Micah, are you showing up to all the things and doing your part all the time? Are you showing up to all the other not game obligations? Are you giving your all in practice every day because people follow your example, or that sets the tone for an amazing week? I can't remember who it was we were talking to at the Super Bowl. They were like, oh yeah, some of these weeks of practice, I think it was Michael Irvin. He was like, some of these weeks of practice, you would be like, oh my God, we're going to destroy whoever we're playing because everybody in practice this week is unbelievable and on point. And so that would just be my question, is if you're talking about the culture, and I think he's right about that, I just want to make sure that I know that you're setting the example in practice and giving it all you got, or you're showing up to the other thing.
And that's why, again, if I'm going to, let's just say it's Will McClay. All right. Let's say it's Will McClay that's the one that's the GM. Does that sound reasonable?
I mean,
Steven
truly
Will,
he is. He doesn't have it by name, but he's the general manager of the team.
When it comes to, let's say those two guys are the GM together in this instance, all right? Those guys have to have the finger on the pulse more than anybody else in the entire place, because they got to know what the coach is doing, what he's trying to get, the message he's trying to get across, and how those players are responding to that. And so that's where they have to be observing just what you said. And if they are looking at it and saying, yeah, he's doing all the things that the great leader needs to be doing, and he's pointing a finger and saying this guy's not, or there are other guys that aren't, then we need to pick and ride with that guy if they believe that he is.
Okay.
That's what Kevin. Again, that's they're the ones running that. They're the ones observing it. If he's not, then they got to find a replacement for him. Or they got to make sure that he is doing those next step leadership things.
And this is where I think the Cowboys run into a ginormous problem. And I will tell you, I see some people, for example, who disagree. From the 972, that's not what I heard from Micah. He generalized that we don't need players like that. Wasn't referring to Tank. I hear what you're saying, because he didn't say.
Who was it then?
He didn't say Tank's name, but when he used the phrasing that Tank used, I understand. This is where I run into the issue about changing the culture then. I think Micah has a lot of valid points. So let's just say, let's go on either side of it, right? Let's say that DeMarcus Lawrence is the problem. I'm not saying that at all, but let's say he was. Okay, do you believe in the Cowboys to do the legwork or make the hard cuts and say, we got to post June 1st him right now. We'll take a hit. We'll save some money on the salary cap, and we'll regroup either in the draft or free agency to try to figure it out. I do not. If you think
that culture needs to change too.
Yes. Oh my God. I so agree with that.
Approach and mentality.
And same thing with Micah. Let's just say, I'm not saying he is, but if for some reason you found out Micah was the problem, okay, do you have what it takes to put your best player out or one of your best players out in the market and be like, he's available now because he doesn't fit our culture? Because I don't think they do. So if we're changing culture, the issue is you can change that part of the culture all you like, but there's a certain part of the culture that I know people have been talking about for 30 years that I just don't think they have the work ethic or the stomach or whatever to cut out a piece that doesn't fit in their culture if that player's too good.
This is tough, Corey. I'm just going to leave it at this, and I want you to work off of it. I feel like this is very combustible. I know they just got Mike Zimmer, a new defensive coordinator,
and he's going to be a hard ass on all those players.
This whole team right now, I don't know how they overcome all of this. Won the loss, but now they just keep adding on to it.
Well, and Mike, this is,
would you want to play with a guy who just said that about you? Because I guarantee you DeMarcus Lawrence took it as a personal shot.
Probably not.
Whether the audience did or didn't, I don't care.
The other conversation that's about to happen is Dave Campos said this, right? That he felt that Dan Quinn was a little too buddy-buddy with the players. A little too right next to you, I'm your guy kind of guy. Mike Zimmer is not that guy. Mike Zimmer is like, hey, how do I challenge you to go do something better? How do I challenge you? And if you're not going to accept, that's the thing. Are you willing to accept that challenge and be coached? We just talked about this last week. Are you willing to be coached to go to that next level? If he's trying to motivate you in a way that pisses you off, are you going to take it as I'm quitting and taking my ball and going home? Or are you like, I'm going to go show that MF for what I have to do today? And so that's another, Mike, you're talking about combustible. That's another thing that's about to enter that locker room is a guy that's about to really challenge them and not be buddy-buddy with them. And if you don't end up doing what you're supposed to be doing, benched. You're just going to go, you know what? Fine, sit over there then. That's where I'll put you. That's where you're going to be. You want to play? You want to be great? Then get out here and let's do it. So that's where this whole combustible part of it, Mike, is even going to add something new to the mix. And I really do hope that Zimmer pulls the best out of all these guys. That he is able to kind of push the buttons of the ones that want to be there and want to go to that next place. And then the ones that don't, the ones that, whether it's DeMarcus or Kevin, whether it's Micah, that isn't really putting in all the work that it takes to be there, they fall off, they go somewhere else.
And by the way, I know we're talking about these two. I don't mean to make it sound like these are the only two choices that you have.
And these are your two best players on defense, to be honest.
Or at least
I guess you could look at Diggs maybe.
Yeah,
is that?
But they're pretty high up. At least two like the top four. If you don't, but you know what I would love to see, and maybe they just hash it out or they text each other and they're like, hey, it got twisted, blah blah blah. But if they really meant it, I would love for them to just away from cameras. I don't need to know about it. I would love for them to already have had a conversation. It was like, did you say this? What the hell? Yeah, I did, because that's what I think. Hey, this is what I think that you need to step up your game. And then it's two grown-ass men. They're just like, you know what? I hear you. I don't necessarily agree, or maybe I do agree, and I'll do better. Or I don't agree, but I'll show you the effort.
And then Oklahoma drill it.
I mean,
go out there and just square up one time with each other.
I do
right
kind
in
of
front
think
of the whole
you need
team.
that sometimes.
Wolfpack gets to watch it all happen, and then one wolf goes, you know what? You're the new wolf in town.
I would say that this offseason took another hard shot because Micah loves talking.
He does.
And I have no clue what he thought was going to go on the Stephen A. Smith show. He already, in a way, if you go back to the Super Bowl one, he didn't take shots at Dak, but because Dak is so tough to defend at this point, then when he asked him questions about Dak, he was like, yeah, I can't defend that. That's not good either. I know that you can have your own thoughts. As he said, you can have your own thoughts individually and talk to us individually. Don't say it in front of the camera.
He said that.
But he's saying stuff in front of the camera too.
And Kevin, to the stuff that was discussed right out of the gate with the players in front of him and around him, we'll discuss more of those at 1 o'clock today in the C block, as I have brought that topic back to the stage.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Because we had a one-on-one talk that let us know where we stand on things, and we Oklahoma drilled it.
Oh, my goodness.
That's how we do it up here at the station.
That does actually sound kind of right. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Wanker of the Weekend. Who is the best at being the worst this weekend? 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com. Text line. Hit us up. We'll do it next right here on The Fan. Sciencey masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. It's time for Wanker of the Weekend. Who was the best at being the worst this weekend? And I don't know if you count this as the weekend, and I hate throwing him in there, but is Jordan Spieth on the list for on Friday signing the wrong scorecard or an incorrect score on a scorecard? And he got eliminated from the Genesis Invitational.
Friday is the weekend.
Okay.
I guess Friday morning isn't the weekend, but Friday afternoon is, and this is when he messed up.
Okay.
So,
is it only after you get off of work, though?
I think so.
Okay.
He was off of, well, I guess he's still on work, so he has to sign out.
That's true.
He has to sign the card to sign out. And I guess I didn't know this about him. I was actually listening to 105.3 The Fan during the weekend. And
look at you.
Chris Arnold and Alec, I believe you're on the show. And you guys were talking about, I don't know if it's on our page or not, but there was a guy who says that Jordan Spieth doesn't keep his scores while the round is going on, that he's somewhat lazy about this.
Oh, no.
And he doesn't write down his score immediately after the hole. Sometimes he will actually not take care of his card that well, and then maybe 3 or 4 holes later just write down the last 3 or 4 scores. So he's not really looking at his card after every hole and writing it down and making sure that, all right, I just played this hole. Because I don't know if you've played golf. I know, Kevin, you haven't. Sometimes I try to keep real score, so I can have an idea what my handicap is. I'm competing against myself to get better. I don't just play golf for fun. I think that golf is fun, but I don't play it for fun. I play it to get better at it. And so I try to write down my score immediately. There's times where I forget, and then there's 3 or 4 holes. I'm like, let me write. I'm like, crap, I forgot the last 3 holes. And I guess that he plays professional golf where at times he won't write down his score immediately after the hole's over, and then that's how he messed up.
I wonder his caddy's keeping track of that for him throughout then.
I don't think you can.
But I think his caddy's got to be like noting it in some way and then discussing it. I don't I don't know.
Weird. Alec, you were on the show. You have that. Do you know the audio I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's a weird situation, man. I'm not going to lie. I do the same thing, though. I cannot keep track. I'm so like locked in.
Really?
We're also not playing for $4 million this weekend.
Yeah, fair point.
That's a very good point.
We always ask, why does it take you so long to putt a ball? And they're like, well, guess what? If you had $100,000 on that putt, you would probably take your time and make sure that you have everything in your head. You know, which way is it going to break? All of these things. Is it a faster putt, a slower putt, all these things. And so it's just interesting to me that Jordan Spieth, and look, I don't know, is he 30 years old now? Maybe
something like that.
Like he's played, I don't know, 100 plus, 400 plus professional events. This is the first time ever that he screwed it up. So he is a wanker. Is this the wanker of the weekend?
Yeah.
He is a wanker for this. I love Jordan Spieth. It's really tough that you get kicked. I had no clue you get kicked out of a tournament for accidentally writing down the wrong score on a hole.
This is going to be a dumb golf question. Do they also do that if you make your score higher? So, like, what if he had written down a 5, but his score was actually a 4?
Yeah, I think you get kicked out of the tournament. Which should you just make this? Should you change this up? Back in the day, I get it. These weren't televised. They didn't have
the honor system.
There was really an honor system in golf. Because there's a lot of people out there playing the course at the same time. So there's an honor system that the people playing against you are keeping your score too.
Yeah.
And so should you, like nowadays, there should be a penalty. You turn in the wrong score, you should get like a 2-stroke penalty. So if that misses the cut, like if you're -6 after 2 days, now you're 4 under instead of 6 under because you screwed up your score. We'll correct it and then penalize you too. So maybe it would be 3 under for the day. Like, I feel like kicking a person out is a little bit tough, but I understand, like, you better keep your score because you get kicked out of the tournament if you don't.
Get rid of the scorecard altogether now. Like, that's what I say. Just get rid of it because, like Mike just said, everybody's keeping track of the score anyway.
Okay.
There are a whole bunch of people with paddles that say "shut up" out there. They're like, "Shut up." I'm sure they can keep score. TV, they all got it taken care of, so they don't even need to do the scorecard crap anymore. Get rid of that and get rid of the whole rule about not being able to put your club down on the sand in a bunker. That's stupid too.
Oh, there are multiple people who are saying if you put a higher score, you don't necessarily have to get disqualified.
It just keeps it that way?
But you keep it that way.
Oh, okay.
And if you want to go back, then you can get DQ'd. Well, at that point, it just makes more sense to be like, I'll take the extra stroke. And so
I guess the scorecard, like the only cool thing for the scorecard now is that like somebody might be able to buy it, like in an auction or something, right? Like that would. Otherwise, just let them do it digitally.
Do you have to give back your little pencil at the end of that?
Oh, like the app I have that keeps my handicap?
Bam. It's done. The score is taken care of. Again, somebody is charting it for you. Why should you have to? It's not like the Rangers at the end of the game have to go across and be like, all right, guys, here's our. I guess they do kind of keep their score books and everything, but nobody's looking at it. They know what the score was. We know who won the damn game.
See, now
Mike McCarthy's walking across, handing somebody a piece of paper that says, hey, there's the official score we have. We lost by 20.
Now that we have this, I want further analytical golf information, like who's the best per predicted outcome in each tournament. You're like, yeah, that guy won, but
his EPA.
Zalatoris really won because he was 16 strokes under what we thought was going to happen. These are the kind of statistics that I would like to hear. Now, you know who is definitely a wanker of the weekend? The Loyola Marymount pitching staff. Because
Bo Kimball?
It's not Bo Kimball. That was for basketball. Is Matt Moscangelo. He made his debut with Sacramento State over the weekend. They played a doubleheader. He got hit 7 times in the doubleheader. No, not got a hit.
Oh, yeah, no.
Got plunked.
In the knee, in the
7
hip.
times.
That seems like too many.
Don Baylor of baseball now, it sounds like.
It looked like all these pitchers didn't know how to pitch inside. Most of them were right-handed pitchers from what I saw.
Okay.
And they didn't know how to pitch inside to a left-handed hitter.
I think you bring up a valid point.
He got to go to first base.
Because on the one hand, it sounds pretty bad for the weekend. In those 2 games, Loyola Marymount beaned 11 people. And it just sounds like they just don't know how to pitch then.
Mm-hmm.
But you remember, this one kid got hit 7 times.
Yeah.
And so it feels like, did he do something?
Like, did he intentionally? In college, they're trying to get that out of the game. In college, you'll see, like in the College World Series, guys take their elbow out and everything. The reason they don't do that in the major leagues is the repercussion for that is, okay, you're going to get first base next time. Let's see how well you wear this one in your rib cage.
No, I'll tell you this. I saw the first, I think, 3.
And they were really at
the
him.
second one, he got hit in, it looks like the knee.
Yeah.
And the first one, that pitch, like, he could have been standing at the edge of the box, and it probably still, the other edge of the box.
Yeah.
And it probably still would have clipped him.
But you know what I'm talking about in college. Because people will ask me, how come in pro ball they don't do that? And it's like, because I'm going to face that team the next 2 days, and it's 1 of 162. So if I intentionally stick my elbow guard out to get hit, then the next time I might intentionally get hit where there's no protection.
At least 3 of the first 4 were like really blatant. Like, he didn't lean into that at all. It missed by a lot.
I feel like the lead of this story is, Corey, is that Sacramento is not a state, and yet they have a college that's a state.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this happens a lot around, like, in there Boston State University. There's a lot of them. I don't get.
How many others are there like that have states that you're like, you're not a state?
I think there's like a northeastern.
There's a lot of them.
State university in Oklahoma. And you're like, that's just a direction. That's not even a city. It's just a northeastern state.
We'll see when the tournament of 64 comes out. There'll be plenty of cities that have a state. Norfolk State University. I'm like, that's a city in Virginia. Why aren't they Norfolk City University?
Do you think it makes it sound more impressive, or perhaps it's a state representative school?
I feel like they really had to impress the people that are going there and be like, we're a state.
Are you about to just take a shot at all the people that went to Norfolk State?
I mean, I'm sure they should just be, I feel like you're not getting the best education when Sacramento calls themselves a state. I'm like, I don't know if I want to take geography here.
They're the capital of the state, though. Does that help at all?
Then they should be Sacramento capital of the state of California University.
Southeastern Oklahoma State. Like, that's a direction of Oklahoma, yet it's called State University.
Was it Southwest Texas State, but now they're just Texas State?
Oh, Appalachian State.
Yeah, that's
Appalachian
a mountain
state if you prefer. So you can't You can be named after mountains, just you
Yeah.
want them to be Appalachian University.
Yeah.
Nah, okay.
Appalachian Mountains University.
Okay. All right.
We cover a lot of area.
That makes sense. Now, you brought up Corey.
Tarleton State.
Yeah, that's not.
It's in Stephenville.
I always want to say Charlton,
It's
too.
Tarleton. I think Bobby.
It's with a T, though.
Isn't Choppy going to do one of their
on
call their
Thursday,
game,
right?
and then Bobby's going down there to hang out? Sam Houston State. That's a man.
Do you
I thought it was just
Not
a
a
statue. That was a scary statue when you drive by it at
You
nighttime.
did not think it was just a statue. Why would they make a statue for somebody not real?
Angelo State.
Although that probably exists. You know what? I take that.
There's
comment
no
back.
Angelo State in America. It's a city of San Angelo.
See how I took us off the rails?
Yes. Now, earlier, Corey brought up that Jock Vaughn got fired.
Rice University. That's a food.
But it's not
Kevin,
state,
you were
though.
talking about John.
Okay.
Vaughn.
Is
Sean Vaughn.
John Vaughn. Jock Vaughn. Giannis over the weekend talked about what the Bucks have been dealing with. And this is his actual statement that he actually made. And some people had an issue with it. It's hard. This is my fourth coach in the span of 6 months. Budenholzer, Griffin. They had an interim coach and Doc Rivers. Different philosophy, different game plan. It's tough, man. It's draining. Now, multiple people on Twitter were like, right, but isn't that mostly your fault? And people were like, I wonder who had the input on all of those coaches changing. And then somebody even posted a great meme of SpongeBob looking at a wanted poster of himself and trying to figure out who the culprit was.
Do we know that he's the coach killer in all this? Or is this an assumed thing because he's the best player on the team and he's gone?
I definitely believe it's the second one.
Okay, because like that's a really difficult thing, maybe front office, but it just does seem like whenever you have a star player like that, and you've moved on from coaches, that he's the one that's involved.
Yeah,
the most there. But I don't know. So maybe everybody's going after him when they don't need to. But again, he's had lots of meetings with that front office about the future and him signing and him being around that team.
You know what? And I appreciate the fan texts were like, what about the Rocky statue? Look, that's why I looked at Alec and I said, you know what? I'm going to rescind that statement. That is probably inaccurate. And I bet there's lots more statues that are up for fictitious people. So I retract that statement. Absolutely. And then...
Like Rocky.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mike, for that. You're doing...
What about the Rocky statue?
That's an example, I think, that we've all brought up now.
Do you have any other examples?
Is there an Apollo Creed statue somewhere?
There should be an Apollo Creed statue.
You had another story. What are we waiting for?
Yes, that's from Rocky 2. There should be an Apollo Creed statue. Before that first Rocky fight, in his fictitious world, he was 46-0 with 46 knockouts. That's amazing. That's way more impressive
happened after
than
that?
Rocky. He beat Rocky.
And then
Ivan
he lost.
Drago killed him.
He died, dude.
That doesn't count as an official record. That's an exhibition fight.
Rocky's still alive.
That is...
yeah, he is.
Even the actor is still alive right now.
That is true.
R.I.P. Carl Weathers. He was amazing. I love that dude.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
You had another.
I thought you had another.
You know
one.
what? It's Bayern Munich, and it was about soccer hooligans.
Oh.
But I bet they just heard you two idiots talking, and they decided to rush the field. I get it. I do. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, the next stage in the Luchador Mask saga, plus Mike Evans' watch. Next on The Fan.
Hey, check out all our amazing reviews. Our customers.
Chevrolet in Grapevine, they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
3rd and long. Mayfield off his back foot. Wants Mike Evans. Got Mike Evans. Touchdown Tampa.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
5-time Super Bowl champions.
Dallas Cowboys. Dang it. I was hoping we would avoid that. All right. Let's talk about Mike Evans. Now, I do believe...
I will take him on this team.
Okay, and I thought you might say that. I do believe Mike would like Mike Evans to go to the Chiefs.
That would be outstanding.
Now,
They have money to do it.
That's true.
Cowboys don't.
And that is also, well...
Cowboys can.
They can. They just don't want to put in the work.
Got to take out some loans.
That'd be amazing.
We got to take out some money.
What if they allowed you to do that?
That would be
Jerry
awesome.
would have to take out more loans.
Like, who's trying to be the worst team next year? I'm just trying to think off the top of my head. Carolina. They're like, we've loaned them $20 million of our salary cap.
Yeah, that would be amazing. Or if you could borrow ahead against just the cap. And so they're like, we're going to take $100 million against next year's cap and just
in a way, you kind of can.
That is true. That's
like,
true.
we're going for it this year.
That's where Buffalo is at. That's why they are almost $60 million over the cap right now for next year.
That's a good point. Is Tampa Bay is set to take on $7.4 million in dead money if they don't get a deal done with Mike Evans today with those ghost years and everything like that. Last I heard, as of about an hour ago, said that the two were far apart in terms of negotiations, and it was looking more and more like he's going to be heading tord free agency.
Interesting.
So I know he's getting older, but I think there'll be plenty of demand for
Wasn't
him.
that Michael Irvin was all about it at the Super Bowl.
Yes.
He was like, Mike Evans is the type of player you need with CD Lamb.
Yes.
You need a guy like that so that, third down you can just put it up. And he is one of those guys.
Get it.
Like, go look at his catch percentage because of the types of passes. He's like a 55, 60 kind of guy, somewhere in that range, because they're like, hey, we're just throwing it up to you a lot. But he catches enough of them to get big yards and big time scores. He's an end zone threat too. So I don't know, man. That'd be fun. That'd be fun that would signify to me we're actually going for it.
And this might not be the time to have this conversation again, but I'm going to throw it out anyway. Mike Evans has played in the NFL for 10 years. Every single season, he's had at least 1,000 yards. He has 94 touchdowns because 5 of those seasons he had double-digit touchdowns. Is he a Hall of Famer? Or do you think people will reflect and be like, no, he was always like really, really good, but maybe not the best
For
most
his,
years?
For his, and he has 53.9% right there in that range. For his career to go into that status, I think he needs to make like another run, another deeper run. Yeah, because he is one of those guys that you're just like, he's right there in the top 5 conversation every year, and he has been almost every year of his career.
This is interesting. If you're better than Mike Evans, he's the Mendoza line for the Hall of Fame.
Oh.
If you're better than him, you're in. If you're not, you're out, which is an interesting conundrum when it comes to actual Mike Evans himself and if he gets in.
I'm wondering I know you're talking about Hall of Fame and stuff, but I'm wondering at this point in Mike Evans' career, I'm not saying this is the smartest move. Most players do regret this. Most players regret taking less money to play on a better team. Almost all of them will tell you when they're 45, 50 years old, I should have just taken the $3 to $5 more million per year on that deal. Because you're not guaranteed going to Kansas City, you're going to win a championship. But I'm like, I wonder at his career if he would say Kansas City wants to keep Chris Jones. That could eat up most of their cap space. Like that'd eat up probably all of it, and they'd have to do a few things to make sure they have enough money for him. So then if they wanted to open up another $15 million, which that would kind of be a low number for Mike Evans. Like, would he take $15 million to play with Kansas City and Patrick Mahomes versus I deserve 20 I don't know. Does he deserve $25 million?
See,
like, what's his number at?
I think if it's structured in terms of it's closer to a realistic 3-year deal, not a you can get cut after this year deal.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'll be with the Chiefs for 3 years. Well, we're going to win a championship. You know, I wonder if that makes the difference.
What do you think his market is?
I think it's 20 to 22. I know he's coming off a really good season. He is also
31.
Older.
Is Jefferson and Lamb and Chase about to get over 30 a year?
Yeah,
Are they getting 30 a year?
St. Brown's talking 25 with Detroit right now. So
and he just played his 3rd year in the NFL?
Yeah, so like that's where I would say an older Mike Evans.
So
Kevin might be right because of where he is in his career.
I think 20 to 22 is reasonable.
Okay.
His agent might stop
I'm just kind of looking at his all-time stats. He's in like the top 30 in touchdowns all time. At 95.
Okay.
So I mean that's really far away from Jerry Rice's 208.
Sure.
But that's just life. And he's also in the top, 35 for yards. He's in the top 40 something for receptions. So he's in that range for when you're talking about Hall of Fame credentials later down the road.
I think he'll get in.
How many All-Pros?
He's only got 2, I think.
3. He was an All-Pro his rookie year and then second team All-Pro.
Just this year, right?
In 2016, it says second team.
Isn't it
No,
weird?
I mean, I'm saying, and also just this past
And this
year.
year, yeah.
If he played for the Cowboys, that wouldn't be close to the resume you need. To be honest, like it's really weird, but playing for Tampa is actually better for Hall of Fame status than playing for Dallas.
So it would just be weird to me that, like, let's say he plays 3 more years, right? And he doesn't make another All-Pro, to your point, Corey. Let's say he doesn't. But every single year he gets 1,000 yards again. And he retires and he played 13 years and had 13,000-yard seasons.
Pretty good.
Don't you think people would be like, oh, that seems like a Hall of Famer to me, even if he doesn't get those other, like, All-Pro bona fides and everything?
Yeah, and somebody said Andre Johnson just got in. Was he that much better than Evans? I mean, I think, again, we talked to Michael Irvin about this. That was the beginning of that generation of receiver. Mike Evans is a different mold than that, too. But I think he's got the championship to go along with it, with Tom Brady. He's got a lot of the credentials.
I think people forget how good Andre Johnson was.
Besides Tom Brady from that 21 team, who else is? They'll have to put somebody else in on that team, right? I guess Gronk makes it because he was on that team.
And then I wonder about the futures for some of their defensive players. Like, a lot of those defensive players were significantly younger, though. So it feels like they have more career left to go. All right, let's go from that to Jason Kelce. Jason Kelce is on the quest to return the luchador mask to the Dallas 8th grader. I did not.
Elijah Smith.
Yes, I guess I forgot that the roots were here in Dallas. And
I said it 3 times during the C block, Kevin.
But what day was that?
Friday.
Okay, it's been 3
It's
days.
weekend.
So I forgot.
It's weekend also.
Your
brain was already going into the weekend.
Exactly. What if you found this lucha mask, like somebody just handed it to you?
Huh?
Did you just give it back?
Sell it
straight
to
away?
Mike.
Oh,
Mike's
come
willing to pay
on.
lots of money for Lucha Max.
They do make pretty cool luchador off market because I don't think the NFL has decided not to market luchador masks.
I don't know why. It seems ridiculous.
But they look like they're pretty cool. Some of them people are making look pretty cheap, but some like there's a Falcons one I showed you, and the mask is blue, and I'm like, they're not.
I didn't totally get either.
Same with the Ravens, and so, but there are some ones like the Cincinnati Bengals luchador mask is the best.
Yes, that one is really cool.
And Jerry knows there's a market for it, and especially when he talks about his Los Vaqueros. Remember when we were talking to him, he just kept saying
how big
that over
Lucha
and over.
Libre is.
Yeah, but he's not wrong. They have a huge Hispanic following as Cowboys. But Kevin, no, I would definitely give it to Mike or sell it to Mike.
You wouldn't give it back to that kid?
And then if Mike wants to sell it to the little kid, then Mike can sell it to him.
Man, I'm surprised. From him, I expect that. From you, I expect you to give it back.
Well, I guess this kid's like, hey, this is like my good luck charm. And Kevin, I don't want the Chiefs to have any more good luck. They've had enough. It's time.
Why not, man? Dynasties are fun.
It did kind of feel like Jason Kelce just stole it. The more you hear him, he
picked it up and then he put it down and he walked off with it. And you're not going to tell Jason Kelce to go. Like Trayvon Diggs when he took Wolchuk's charger. And I was like, hey, can I get seriously, though, he needs his charger.
Yeah, he was absolutely going to take that. That's a true story. Franchise tag window opens tomorrow. safe to assume we do not anticipate this being used for the
Guy can
Cowboys.
put Tank on the franchise tag, right?
Well, Tank is already under contract, so
Franchise player, though.
I feel like that would be a that would actually just be really
Tank.
confusing.
At no point during that game that they lost 400-0 until the fourth quarter, and then they figured the Green Bay Packers out, I never thought he wasn't trying in the game or burnt out or getting destroyed or whatever. So it was weird to hear him say he was burnt out or the team. I don't know. He maybe was specifically saying as a team. I don't know. But it is weird when not that I'm ever going to go back and watch that game, but that was him. And then franchise tag, you're not worried about Lamb, right? Because he still has a fifth-year option.
Correct.
I'm just wondering if Lamb takes the advice of Ezekiel Elliott's agent. I know they don't have the same agent, but just sit out and they'll give you the biggest contract in football history for a wide receiver.
Kind of looking around, Kevin, and people have Cowboys. They have Tony Pollard.
What?
And
please no.
As a potential tag player,
don't do it.
That's done, right?
Yeah.
Like that's completely it. Based on the feeling I was getting, Kevin, it just felt like. By the way, Tony Pollard will be out there at Nebraska Furniture Mart tomorrow at Grandscape.
True.
So if you want to come see us, see Tony Pollard, it's happening.
We'll still be in the
maybe
Metroplex
potential franchise tag.
No. Look,
candidate Tony Pollard.
I don't know what's going to happen if they franchise tagged him again. I would just be like, I give up. I have literally no idea what we're doing here.
They couldn't. That would be close to $1 million a game, wouldn't it?
They could, but
they won't.
They won't. They won't. Say they won't, Corey.
They're not. You can say it, Corey. They're not.
They might.
They might try to work out a deal with him. I'm not saying that they wouldn't just work out like a 3-year, $6 million a year deal.
Yeah, that I could actually see. And then, by the way, I just wanted to bring this up because I think about the same thing every time. The Ravens signed Nelson Aguilar to a 1-year extension. And every time his name comes up, I just think about that guy who made the rescue. And he's like, I don't want to be like Aguilar out here dropping things left and right. That's what I think about every time his name comes up.
I just need to know this to go to the next segment. Text in, Cowboy fans, are you happy with me that I stopped doing the Dak thing? And I'm now going to say that we are the 5-time Super Bowl champs. And be positive.
I'm going to text in about that. For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we need to have a potentially tough conversation about the Rangers starting rotational depth.
World Series champion Rangers.
That's a fair counterpoint. Next, right here on The Fan.
Fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we have afternoon hockey about to get started for the Dallas Stars, which is good news, potentially bad news.
Every day Broadus walks in and he's like, day baseball during baseball season?
Yes.
And today he gets to walk in and go, day hockey, guys?
Think about it. And Daytona 500.
Wow.
This is a bonanza
Daytona?
of excitement for Broadus today. Miro is not going to be active or playing in this game. I guess the same thing.
What'd you do?
No, it's because he had his first kid last night, or him and his partner had their first kid last night. And
so we're saying
he's
that's
out
okay
today.
now to miss work because you're having a kid.
It happened last night. I
We're
don't
saying
know.
that's all right.
I feel like it's definitely, if your first kid, it's fine. I don't know how many kids in. If it's like 8, I'm like, hey, just shoot me a text or something.
Take that, Phillip Rivers.
Oh, for sure.
There's
Like,
a lot of kids.
Maybe it's magical every single time.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's why we scheduled our kids so far apart. So I'd forget what it was like when the first kid came along and would be able to relive it again.
It's magical and very scary.
Isn't that what happens to moms a lot? Where they're like, I want another baby. And you're like, do you not remember all the terror that we had to go through that night whenever we were having to stay up? And then the next night, and then the next night, and the next night.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Adam and Eve. Now I got to push this head through a spot that it is not big enough for. Right?
You heard it first.
Right here on the Fan. All right.
Part of original sin.
We need to have a potentially tough conversation about the Rangers' rotational depth because it looks scary to me. Right now, the most likely rotation is Evaldi, Gray, Dunning, Heaney, and Bradford. I would say
I agree.
Theoretically, that is the most likely rotation. All right. There's a lot of injury concerns that come along with that group. And there are Cody Bradford concerns in terms of, well, he's never been a full-time starting pitcher at the major league level. I realize he started games and he appeared in games last year.
And got better as the season went along.
It's just you have not seen anything that would make you feel like, hey, he can totally do this for an entire season. Now, he might, because you see that all the time. Oh. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, you just said something that I disagree with.
Oh, great.
You said entire season.
Right.
And I don't think 3 of these guys are going to be pitching for the entire season.
Okay.
I see this as a split season, maybe even thirds.
Okay.
Of a season where, as again, DeGrom, Scherzer, those guys should pitch at the end of the season. We're hoping, right? But I don't think, and that's just Mike's. If they go out there and Dunning and Heaney and Bradford pitch the whole season, holy cow, that is awesome. I just don't think, I think the Rangers went into this prepared by adding to their bullpen, maybe not great pitchers,
sure,
but longer arms, and they foresee that this is a thing where we're probably going to have to add something midseason. And these guys probably aren't pitching the whole year.
So
not even Evaldi.
Here's my concern for that then. You need to make it to at least July, if not August, till you reach there. So how confident are you then that Evaldi will be healthy? I'm not, you can miss a start here and there. Like that feels inevitable. But for the most part, Evaldi is going to be there all the way through. John Gray is going to be there all the way through. Andrew Heaney is going to be there all the way through. I don't think you can sign off on any of those. And as much as I love Dane Dunning, how confident are we that you'll get a repeat or somewhat similar facsimile to last year? And how confident are you that the Cody Bradford that you saw in October is obviously more of a bullpen role, but still, the Cody Bradford that you saw in October will translate to starting pitcher Cody Bradford for the first 3 or 4 months of the season. And I think that is very concerning because now, Mike, if I can go on, unless you want to jump in right there. All right, because then you look at, well, who's the next level of defense? We've talked about Owen White. We've talked about Jack Leiter. If you're looking for more of a veteran presence, you go to Jose Urena, Adrian Sampson, and Danny Duffy. They combined for 10 starts last year. Urena had all of them. And this is his 7th team in
I'm
the
glad
last...
you said that because I was like, I don't think Danny Duffy's started
Exactly.
in a long
Exactly.
time.
And that's the thing but those are your 3 veteran choices if you like really want that. And Urena is on his 7th team in the last 5 years. So you look at it and it's not like you've got all this stuff ready to go in the wings. And I am very concerned about this.
I am too. And to your point, this is the toughest part about making it to the World Series is your pitchers had to throw a month more than all the other pitchers.
Yep.
And so there's a little bit more wear and tear on a pitcher's arm. I think if we had Mike Adams, I know he might be listening right now. He might be awesome playing golf in this awesome weather we're going to have for the next 2 weeks. But when you talk about 2012 to a lot of the, let's say, pitchers on that team, now they had 2 years in a row. 2010 and 2011, they made it to the World Series. I think a lot of arms were dying in September of 2012. That's the tough thing about repeating as a champion. And I would say the main thing about baseball is repeating as a champion or staying at a high level for a long time is your arms get tired on you when you have to pitch an extra month. It is very impressive what the Houston Astros have done. They haven't won the World Series every year, but from 2017 to 2023, they've been in the ALCS every time. So they're putting that almost extra month on their team every year, and somehow, some way, they're able to repeat that process, make the playoffs, and then make a deep run into the playoffs. But to your point, guys are going to get hurt. Most likely, one out of the 5 guys is going to get hurt in spring training and not be available for the opening 5-man rotation.
We will not be doing the predict injury. That is not a good. That is not a good thing to do.
I hope that doesn't happen whatsoever.
But some of the people you named will probably be on your opening day team starting. Now, sometimes you have off days early in the year. You can get away with a 4-man rotation. But I'll say this. I don't think I want a 4-man rotation on Evaldi. Like, Evaldi's our best pitcher for the first 3 months of the year, we assume. But to go, hey, there's an off day. He would be pitching this day if there was no off day. We saw Evaldi last year. Great pitcher, but he needed the extra days because he still missed 2 months of the season.
It might have been the best thing that happened to that he was injured for a stretch of the season and was able to come back and be fresh by the time the play. He was ramped up by the time playoffs started, and he was at his best. So it might have been best for him. And that's why
I understand what you're saying.
That's why I'm saying this is just a different lens to look through. And that, like, you want to say, hey, I have these 5 starting pitchers to start the season. They will pitch all 162 games, and then we finish the season with them. The other lens might be, hey, we might need a lot of help throughout the year to navigate this, and whoever's hottest by the end of the season is what we're going to run with through the race. But somebody did point out you got in by 1 game last year.
Right.
You know, you barely got in last year.
Won
and
that Saturday game.
And you had a really good record. Like, you had a really good record, and you barely got into this thing. And then your coach, your manager was able to manage that through. But I think there are going to be a lot of guys that you see maybe Evaldi might not need to pitch the whole season. You might have to have another thing for him if that's what your ultimate goal is.
Is this what y'all would like to see then? Because in my mind, this would be like an ideal situation that would fit in with my concerns and Corey's concerns. Is I'll give you a group of 4 people. I went ahead and expanded it out, and I'm not saying this is likely, but he's still in the group.
You're going to probably have 10 to 12 starting pitchers this year.
Yeah, absolutely. So Cole Winn, Jack Leiter, Owen White, Zach Kent. I need 2 guys.
One of those guys, I don't know. They moved Cole Winn to the bullpen already. I don't know if they're going to try to start him again.
And you might be right. And I understand why that's the case. Although if he did develop as a very usable bullpen piece, that could bring across some interesting different changes. I would love to see 2 of those guys where you feel comfortable that they can start. Not just that you need them to start. So to Corey's point.
Well, you honestly need them.
Yeah, you probably do.
You want and need.
Yes, because you're not going to go through, let's say, till you get to July, August, and Malley as well. You're not going to get through there with none of your starting pitchers missing a start. I would love to see whether it's White or Kent. I think those are the 2 most likely to really push Bradford. Or hell, maybe one of the starting pitchers can't go the entire spring training, and you're like, Hey, do Owen White and Zach Kent need to be in this rotation? Like, I just want a conversation where they've pitched well enough that you're like, hey, they might not fit yet, but when we need them, I feel a lot better about them.
Here's the scary part about the reserves you named. One, the positive. They're young and can improve. They are not at the peak of their performance. We don't think. Some guys, for some reason, can get worse as they pitch more professional than get better. But all of those guys have command issues.
Yes.
Like Owen White last year, in 108 2/3 innings, walked 55 guys. That's a walk. You'll die in the major leagues doing that. Now, you won't if you're Randy Johnson or Nolan Ryan. So I will put an asterisk on it. If you throw the ball 100 miles an hour or more, or you're 6'10" and doing stuff that nobody else can do, you can walk a guy every other inning and just be fine because you're going to strike out 2 guys an inning. So they're not even going to put the ball in play off of you a lot of the time. But I look at Jack Leiter, command issues. So that's the one thing. I'm sure Chris Young has gone over this in the offseason. It doesn't mean it's going to get fixed. But why are our younger guys struggling to throw strikes? Why are we getting in unfavorable counts? Because if we're struggling in the minor leagues where guys aren't as disciplined as major league hitters, what's going to happen when they get to the major leagues? They're going to face better hitters, more disciplined hitters, which means their walks could probably go up to more than 1 every other inning, which isn't a good number to start with.
And when you go back to it, Corey's right. He said it right before the tease. The world champion Texas Rangers. And I don't mean to discount from that whatsoever. Here's the stat that I saw that I was like, oh yeah, I guess that is true. That makes me nervous. Evaldi, Montgomery, Heaney, Scherzer, Leclerc, and Spores. They threw about 75% of the postseason innings. And Montgomery is not coming back. Scherzer is out until post-All-Star break. So 2 of those 4 starters, they're gone. I'm hoping that Leclerc and Spores keep rocking and rolling to go along with the addition of Robertson, but that is scary to me.
To answer your question, by the way, Mike Adams said yep. So
they all kind of, they ran out of juice, and I get it, man. They had to throw at that point 2 extra months than most teams would throw into that 2012 season. So I get it. I look at this and I go, here's the plan that I'm scared of. Is that Scherzer and Malley 100% are coming back, and DeGrom is 90% coming back.
Okay.
You have to think that.
Yeah.
But we always crush the Cowboys on this. Like, wait a second. You can't, like right now, the Dodgers are not assuming Clayton Kershaw is going to come back and help. He's under contract, and if he does, he does. But they're assuming Clayton Kershaw doesn't pitch this year. If he does, great. If he doesn't, we feel like we're covered. I think the Rangers, because of where they're at financially, they're about 5th in salary in Major League Baseball. So if somebody says they're just not spending money, there's only 4 other teams spending more money this year on a team than the Texas Rangers. And I understand, I want Montgomery too. It's not going to happen. I'd love to have him back. But you start looking at it and go, is it a good plan to say, hey, in August, we're going to have 3 new starting pitchers. We will have more information by mid-June if they look like they're on. That would be 6 weeks out. But we really have no clue if any one of them are going to throw 1 pitch this year in the major leagues. You're just hoping. You don't know. I mean, Max Scherzer's 40 years old with a back and shoulder issue. Tommy John, double Tommy John for Jacob deGrom, who when he had the surgery, you're looking at pushing him. If you bring him back in August, you are pushing it a little bit quicker than what most people do with Walker Buehler, who's in his 20s. The Dodgers wouldn't push him that quick. The Dodgers said remember the start of September when before the season started, Walker Buehler's working hard. He's going to come back. And this was his first Tommy John. He's going to come back for that September run in playoffs. And they got to September and they said, this just isn't smart to bring him back this quick.
Is this the last stand for Cole Winn? With this
I would assume so.
Maybe
because
the whole season, but not
honestly, I'd have to look at it. He might be one of those guys when you start having to add. Remember, Wyatt Langford's not on the 40-man. Danny Duffy's not on the 40-man. Some people that could make this team out of spring are not on the 40-man. Now, you have the option to start putting people on the 60-day injured list. But when you have to open up a 40-man spot, Cole Winn will be one of the first guys that Chris Young has to look at and say, I have to release somebody off of my 40-man to add Wyatt Langford. That is going to be a tough decision.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, This could be because of the NBA All-Star Game, or maybe not. Is there a sporting event you like to hate watch? That, anything happening in the Stars game, and Mike Likes It coming at you next as part of the Expressway on 105.3 The Fan.
Are you
Of the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? Who else has 63 acres with massive savings? New Silverados, more than anyone. Malibus, Blazers, Equinox, got 'em. Why go anywhere else? Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. Find new roads.
And the Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
I don't know if we watched basketball tonight, but it was an exhibition, and the Eastern Conference hit three-pointer after three-pointer after three-pointer, 42 of them, as the East wins it 211 to 186.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It's almost a regular season score.
Not with the Mavericks defense as of late. I was curious, and when I put this out on Twitter, I have to admit, I did get one overwhelming answer that made me sad. Is there a sport or sporting event that you like to hate watch? Now, Mike, in my mind, I was envisioning you watching the first quarter of this and being like, this is effing ridiculous, and quitting, but you did not watch it at all.
I didn't watch 1 second of it. I don't think I think I watched Luka in his first All-Star game for a little bit. So that would have been 4 years ago. Do I have my years right? Is this his fourth or fifth? This is fifth.
This is his
fifth. So 5 years ago, I watched and I was like, this is just out of hand. This isn't, I don't want to watch the best players in the world walk up and down a basketball court,
right,
jack up an uncontested three or go in for an uncontested layup or an uncontested dunk. I'm just like, this isn't, I guess I'm old enough to remember other All-Star games. So I can't tell you the last time I've really watched the All-Star game, but last night I didn't turn it on for 1 second.
And it might be an issue to some. I'm really curious too. Like, I definitely hear what you're saying, Mike. I'm really curious how many people care about the level of effort in an All-Star game. Larry Bird cares. And he said the one thing I would really like to see is they play hard in the All-Star game tonight. I think it's very important when you have the best players in the world together. You got to compete, play hard. You got to show the fans how good you really are. Adam Silver also hoped that it would be competitive. And then the final score was 211 to 186, which, that might not be what you're looking for.
I would say this, Alec, I'm sorry, I forget. You're in your mid-20s or early 20s?
I am 22.
Early 20s. He doesn't, like, Alec, that's the All-Star game to you, right? You've never seen a competitive NBA All-Star game. Am I correct about that?
I haven't. And you know what's funny is a year ago today, it was you, me, and Derek in for the boys, and we were talking about this exact thing that Joey Erickson was producing, and we're like, yeah, we've never seen real competition in one of these games.
So I did go back during the weekend. I recommended to our Tolos to watch the 1988 and 1998 NBA All-Star games. So I actually did that this weekend, and I'll go to I'll go to 1998 since that's more recent, but that's Kobe's first ever All-Star game. He's a starting All-Star, the youngest All-Star in the game. Michael Jordan, it's his final All-Star game as a Chicago Bull. They interview Michael Jordan before the game. It's like Ahmad Rashad, I think, is the person interviewing him. And I can't remember if it's during the interview he said this or immediately after they mention this. Is Isaiah Thomas and Bill Walton are the color commentators on it. And they say Michael Jordan let his team know in the locker room. He said, I'm playing defense, and I'm not giving up any layups. You're playing defense, and we're not giving up any layups. Now, there were some fast break opportunities. You can see Kobe's awesome highlights in fast break opportunities. Dude, Dikembe might have had 2 block shots in the first 5 minutes. Kevin Garnett's trying to lock down Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan's locking down Kobe Bryant. Gary Payton, I think, steals the ball twice from Michael Jordan in the first quarter.
Awesome.
Like, it is real bad. People are sprinting back on defense. Like, no, because Michael Jordan, the leader of the NBA at that time, Larry and Magic passed this along to Michael. Michael took the torch and said, this is very important. The best players in the world are here, and we're going to show the audience why we're the best and why this sport is awesome. And I don't know the exact moment. I do think it was LeBron taking the torch and saying, we're stopping this completely. But if you just go back and watch 1998, now there's some bad turnovers. Because guys haven't played with each other. Even Isaiah saying it's really tough because at times all of these guys on the court are alphas on their team. So they're trying to learn how to play off of each other. And he says, as the game progresses, you're going to see better ball movement / better passes and stuff like that. And you kind of do, because guys start getting used to each other and what their tendencies are. So nobody got hurt in the game. Nobody's ever got hurt in the game as far as I can remember. So I don't know why they don't want to try, but it is what it is. I don't know if it, because LeBron has passed this along. So it's going to have to be somebody like a Magic and Larry that come along as a tandem that say, we're playing this game and we're going to really show everybody what it's like to watch the 10.
Anticipate that, though,
I don't
right?
either, but to watch the 10 best players in the world, at least that are healthy for that game, it is really fun. It is real when you're watching Jordan and Kobe, and they took it. Both of them took it as like, Kobe's like, why wouldn't I want to try? Like, during the game, they interview him at halftime, and Peter Vessey's trying to like play it up, or maybe it was the dude who does boxing. I'm forgetting the dude's name, bald headed dude, but they're really like at halftime. They're like, yeah, they see it as competition, and Kobe's like, why wouldn't I want to give it my best on both ends of the court to see how good I am against Michael Jordan?
Now,
was it Anthony Edwards? Anthony Edwards said that he sees it as a break. The players see it as a break from the regular season.
Yeah.
An opportunity within it to not get hurt. You heard Luka say that in one thing. And then for however many days, it is show up to this thing, show up to this thing, show up to this thing, show up to all these other things. That's what you're here for. You're here for these other events. And then when the game is just kind of it caps it all, and then we move on to the regular season. Whenever your future star player says, I think for me it's an all-star game, so I don't think I will ever look at it as being super competitive. It's always fun, but I don't know what they can do to make it more competitive. I don't know. It's a break, so I don't think anybody wants to compete.
Yeah.
Then
LeBron did it,
then
man.
the mindset of it is what it is. They make more money off of the things that are going on around the outside of it than they do from the game specifically. So that becomes just a formality of All-Star Weekend.
And so what I really wanted
But it had to change at some point.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't, Michael Jordan didn't see it that way. Kobe didn't see it that way.
And again, like, I do wonder when they were in it, Mike, you talked about the Cowboys, and you brought up the other day how, was it Michael Irvin you were talking to? And you're like, you guys did it. Y'all had to win.
Yeah, 20,000 empty
had
seats.
to do these things to
Texas Stadium,
get paid, to get people there.
Can you imagine now, Cowboy fans, you could go to a game for $1 and be in the lower bowl in the 80s?
But you said that. It's the same thing. They don't have to be there.
Yeah.
They don't have to do these things, and people are still going to care about the sport. So that's, as much as, again, get rid of the weekend or get rid of the game in itself. Just call it what it is, move on, and have the weekend ceremonies. But it is something that is lost. It is a lost thing in the fun of going. The best of the best are lining up against each other, and that was a lot of fun whenever we were kids.
Yeah,
and I do see plenty of people texting in or hitting us up on the Twitter saying that they just don't really care. Me, I told you, I watched the first half of the first quarter, and I saw what it was going to be, and I was like, I'm good.
Yeah.
And then I just moved on to something else. So, and that's what I recommend people. I still like NBA All-Star Saturday night, but I know a lot of people don't.
And I did watch Saturday night. Obviously, we talked about that earlier. It stinks for me because I grew up. Right now, I'm looking at Converse's website. They brought back the weapons. They brought back Larry Bird's, and then they have just another white and gray color. I think that's a super cool, iconic shoe in the history of the NBA. And then Jordan took over, and the Jordan brand crushes, right? But I can remember so excitedly in 1986 that the All-Star game was here and that Rolando Blackman and Mark Aguirre were representing our organization. And then Ro Blackman almost won the MVP, and it was such a big moment in Seattle when he made the 2 free throws to send it to overtime. And then 88, which, I went back and watched. It's funny because, Jordan's not perfect. Jordan's making mistakes and stuff, but you're just seeing this effort, and like they're putting in 2 big guys so Patrick Ewing can, swat shots because Hakeem Olajuwon is swatting shots. You're just like, dude, like they're almost playing too hard, to be honest. But it's just, what would it look like? I guess it's never going to happen, but what would it look like if you had these guys playing at close to 100%, how entertaining would it be to see the 24 best players in the world that are healthy competing against each other, and literally nobody in the history of the game's ever gotten hurt. So you can't say, I understand what they're saying. There is a risk of getting hurt, and so they've taken that risk out. But you would almost want to say, yes, because this person got hurt. Like when Robert Edwards, if you don't know who he is, a running back for the New England Patriots, he was like rookie of the year pretty much in the AFC. Great running back, and he's playing sand volleyball football, and he blew out his knee and his career pretty much ended. He came back, but he just wasn't the same. So now you can see we should never play sand volleyball football because like major injury, but nothing ever happened in this game to say, oh my gosh, that just ruined their season.
And there were multiple people who, I tweeted this out last night, and they said the NBA All-Star game. And then one person did say nothing, because if I hated it, then I wouldn't watch it. And then Bobby Belt swooped in with probably the best answer, the Cowboys in January. But I had multiple people who said the Cowboys, and I think a lot of people are there. So are there other things that you like to hate watch? Like for me, for example, I'll usually, if there's teams that I really, really dislike, I'll like cruise into their games if it sounds like they're about to lose and it's a pretty big upset.
Are you one of those watchers?
Hell yeah.
Wow.
Because it happens to me even if I don't talk any trash. Like it's inevitable. Whenever Duke loses in the NCAA tournament, people are like, oh, your team sucks. I didn't even have to say anything to them or engage them.
But they know.
Yes.
They know you're a Dookie.
And so I will admit, for Schadenfreude purposes, sometimes I'll roll up and be like, oh, this team I don't like is about to lose. Let's see how that plays out.
Do you ever flip it, like it flips on you and they end up winning late in the game and you're like, dang.
No, they didn't win because I turned the channel and I moved on with my life.
Because you don't care about that one.
No. I mean, yes, that has definitely happened.
Oh!
And so I want to know how many people have stuff like that.
I guess this is the thing that I loved and now I hate. Does that make sense? I mean, kind of the Cowboys too, but in a way I want the Cowboys, like in my heart of hearts, I want the Cowboys to be a great team again and a great franchise. And I want the All-Star game, the NBA All-Star game to really be played at a high level because that's what I was used to watching from about 1986 to about, I don't know when it changed. I'll say right around 2013 or 14, it started to really change, but I'm not exactly sure what year it was where it became a joke.
One thing I can't tell you that has changed the score in the Stars Bruins game as they were losing 1-0. They just scored a goal to tie it up. Well done right there off the deflection in front of the net.
You said
on
they could
Boston.
Never do it. You said they'll never be able to do it without Miro out there.
I don't believe I recall that.
We got a nick right there, like a tip.
That's Wyatt Johnson, baby. Is
a deflection.
Here's the issue that I think you're not going to change the All-Star game because they had to try to implement rules in the regular season. If you have to implement rules for the regular season, it feels very unlikely.
Can I ask you this? When you watch Luka, do you feel like he is disinterested or this isn't really his vibe?
I only saw a highlight.
The one
where he's just standing. Well, I saw that. I guess I saw two. I saw that, and then I saw one where he's standing at half court because Curry's kind of going one-on-one, and he's just standing there waiting for the quarter to be over. I think it is a little bit tough for him because that game is played at pace, and he doesn't want to really play at that pace.
It is a very free-flowing game.
That's where Dirk struggled with being an all-star MVP candidate, except for the one here. Like, he had a chance to win at AT&T Stadium. He had a chance to win the MVP of the All-Star game. That game was – people played hard in that game. But it is played at a higher pace usually than a regular season game. But I just think LeBron's his hero. Most players on that court, their hero was LeBron James growing up. If it wasn't LeBron, it was Kobe,
sense.
right?
Yeah.
No player in the NBA's hero is Michael Jordan. None of them were alive for Michael Jordan's career. So they've moved on. Just like for me, who are my favorite players in baseball? Don Mattingly, Ken Griffey Jr., right? Like if somebody says lefties. Mike Trout, Bryce Harper or something, that's not my era. But most kids today or young players in the game today would say, gosh, I loved Albert Pujols, Miggy Cabrera, Mike Trout. You know, I know you're not a Bryce Harper would maybe be somebody that they really looked up to. And those are the guys when they're on an all-star game and those guys are in the clubhouse for baseball. Those guys are the ones that take the stage to say, hey, for you newcomers, congratulations. You've seen these speeches before, but this is where they say, go out there, let's have fun, but let's win, let's do our best, this and that. But LeBron took over the room and said, let's just have fun and nobody get hurt and make sure, like, don't contest layups. Don't, let them shoot. They're going to let us shoot. I've already talked to whoever on the other side. We're going to make sure that nobody tries in this game. It's just weird, but all the players look up to him. So when Jalen Brunson and Tyrese Halliburton hear LeBron say these things, they're like, oh, and so Luka's heard these things. So he knows I'm not supposed to try in this game.
Now, some of the other responses we got, sports you love to hate watch, NASCAR, soccer, but the prevailing answer was the Dallas Cowboys, although one person did also say hockey, which is unfortunate right now as the Stars are tied up with the Bruins 1-1. Some of these answers on the fan text are really fun too. From the 214, the 49ers. I hate the overhyping of Brock Purdy so much, and so I hate watch. From another 214, Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers. Any game where they were playing, I would record it. And if they lost, I would go back and happily watch the whole thing. Man, not even seeing it in real time for the suspense. They're like, no. I'm going to wait until I know that they have lost and I can go back and watch. From the 903.
We got a couple of haters.
Yes. The 49ers in this year's Super Bowl. I hate them so much and I wanted them to feel the pain.
That's why I keep saying the Super Bowl. I hate watch it because the Cowboys aren't in it and they didn't deserve to be in it in the first place. I get that. But I hate watch it because whatever team is in it is probably a team I hate anyway. And so I was hate watching for that purpose, but also like watching for the Chiefs. Does that make sense? Like, yeah. I was doing both at the same time. But Kevin, somebody did say WrestleMania, and that makes sense to hate watch WrestleMania because there's somebody on wrestlers that you hate, but also the product is just as poor as it's ever been.
And it's real. Well, I don't know about that, but there are plenty of people who hate watching wrestling, or they like watching it so they can complain about it, and they're like, it used to be better in the Attitude Era, and I was like, oh my god, I know.
Where's the 2x4s?
Oh, okay, well, Hacksaw Jim Duggan is the sparest of the spare wrestlers.
You can use a chainsaw or like a scroll saw or something.
They had somebody who had a fake chainsaw, but yes, I do know plenty of wrestling fans who watch just so they can be like, this is stupid and this is why I don't watch. And I was like, hold on, then why did you watch to begin with?
And that's
just
why,
so I could know how stupid it was.
And that's why Mike did not watch the All-Star
And I appreciate
game.
it. I thought it was going to trickle into your house. I thought you were going to be like, yeah, I tried.
Kids wanted to.
Yeah.
I guess I've done it enough the last, let's say, 8 years of like I've watched 2 minutes of it. Like maybe last year I watched 2 minutes of it and then I was like, I'm good. Like I already, okay.
Did your kids have any interest in it?
No.
See, that's the generation that they lose. But did they have any interest in any of the other stuff that was going on?
Yeah, like son, my 15-year-old, we watched all. Well, I'll tell you what, he got tired of the team skills competition.
It was long.
And so he said, can you call me? He went upstairs and he said, can you call me back when the 3-point competition starts? So we had a blast watching that. And honestly, he had a blast watching the dunk competition. And I was just dying laughing as we maybe get a little bit into Mike Likes It.
Go for it.
I was dying, and we talked about it earlier, but how those 5 former NBA players got together and said Jaylen Brown makes the finals no matter what.
Yeah, and then did you see that some people started posting old Kenny Smith dunks? And they're like, this is the dunk that he wants back. And you're like, okay, that's okay.
From the free throw line, bounce it between your legs, off the backboard, and dunk it backwards, right? That's kind of his, I would say that's his dunk. If you're as old as me, when he was on the Sacramento Kings and he was in the competition, and I think he won. He got second quite a few times too, but his one was he stood at the free throw line and then in between his legs bounced it facing the other way, then turned, ran, caught it, and then dunked it backwards.
Beautiful.
But back then that was really creative.
That's
that's the tough thing too, is you can only do so many things. At this point, like when McClung took the ball out of the guy's hands, brought it to underneath his private area, then dropped the ball and then picked it back up. I thought he messed up. In real time, I thought, oh my gosh, he didn't pick the ball up cleanly and then had to grab it again and dunk it. I was like, in my mind, I was like, that was pretty impressive that he messed up and was able to correct it. And then you see it in slow motion and he intentionally drops it to show that he could he's hanging in the air so long that he could drop the ball and show that it's like almost like a double clutch backwards dunk. He is freaking amazing at it, but I just love the salute to D Brown. Nobody had any clue who was pumping up his shoes.
Yeah.
I had no clue what he was doing. Then he gets Jason Tatum in his mink coat or whatever to throw a pass that he missed by a mile.
And they
on
were
the
like, you
first
got to take off that coat.
Yeah, and then he throws such a bad pass that Jaylen Brown can't repeat the D Brown dunk, so he just dunks it.
Yeah.
He literally just grabs it with his left hand. It might have been his right hand, because then he dunks with Michael Jackson hand on. But he just dunks the ball. I was like, I'm laughing. I'm like, he just dunked the basketball. That's all he did, is they threw it up in the air and he grabbed it and dunked it. And they're like, that's a 50. And I was laughing my ass off going, this is amazing. You knew at that point those guys had got together and said, or maybe the NBA just said, hey, if we're going to ever get Zion, Ja Morant,
yeah.
I don't know who the super stud is, like, the next great dunker that's in the draft that's going to be a top 3 pick. Like, if we're ever going to get these guys to do it, we have to get the superstar in the final 2. And they're like, all right, 50. He dunked the basketball. So anyways, I want to move on here to my next Mike Likes It. And so I'm going to go back to Super Bowl commercials.
Oh,
for just a second. So there was a Super Bowl commercial. I can't remember. I think it was like third quarter. Mark Wahlberg and a dude named Jonathan, who plays Jesus on The Chosen, did a commercial, and they were doing it for an app. And so I'd kind of forgotten about it, but then I was like, well, let me check this app out. It's called, I call it Halo, but it is spelled kind of hollow. It's HALLOW.
And I thought it was Hallow. Yeah.
And look, I'm not supposed to talk about this on the air much. I already know the rules up here. But I just like to say, I do like that app. It obviously is a Christian app, but it is a good app. So if you're looking for anywhere from, I showed Kevin this morning, there's a 1-minute thing Mark Wahlberg does. There's also a 40-minute thing.
Yeah.
Like, there's a whole bunch on that app, and it is free for a month. So just telling you, if you're looking for something for the Lent season or whatever, I do really like that app. I would
and you played
recommend
part of it, one of them for me. So
yeah, so I would recommend it. I will leave it there. But tomorrow, and I do have to watch what I say here. I've said this a zillion times. I do have to watch what I say. But tomorrow, I'm not going to be on the show. And the reason I'm not going to be on the show is, if you're a new listener, thank you for listening. But tomorrow in court, I had some sports cards that obviously I believe were stolen from me. And tomorrow I get to go to court to hear my case out. And so why am I bringing these two things together? Some app and then this is really like on my heart right now, because I do want to stay calm. I do want to, when I take the stand, be a Christian on the stand and just answer the questions truthfully. There's going to be times where I'm sure they ask my opinion on something, but I gracefully give my opinion led by the Holy Spirit. And so I just want to say, in this app, it's kind of, this is heavy on me. This has been a 3-year period. As luckily we shot a video.
You're worried that's not what's going to happen. You're going to like, am I correct? You're going to get caught up in the moment.
I hope not. Right.
Okay.
And that's the tough thing. I've gone to court one other time in my whole life. So it's not like I'm used to this situation at all. So, and obviously the other people that are against me, they're not going to ask me easy questions, or they're not going to be like, sounds good, see you later. They're going to challenge me tremendously. And I know that. So I'm, scared about it in a way, nervous about it, but I'm also happy that I get my day, because luckily we shot a video.
Yes.
March of 21, I believe, is the date. Like, I don't know, like 13th or 14th is
at
like
the Dallas Card Show.
At the Dallas Card Show. And luckily we took a video of this box of cards, and luckily that helps me out tremendously as evidence.
Yeah.
But if you're wondering about this, because it's been a long time now, it's been 3 years. I do at least, whether I win or lose, I want to be cordial. I want to be, you know what I'm saying? Look, it's my day. They're going to say what they have to say. I get to say what I have to say. And then somebody decides on what happens there. And so I'm having to miss the show tomorrow and take a vacation day.
Do you anticipate resolution tomorrow? And if you can't speak on that, we'll just move on.
I do, but I think the judge will make a decision.
Okay.
But I don't think there can be other stuff that happens that stops things from happening.
Yeah.
It's over the weekend I met with my lawyer and he went over a lot of things and everything like that. So it's just, I don't know, maybe people that are lawyers or people that are in court, like their job is to go to courthouses and hear things out. And that's just part of it's probably like just another day. Just like coming up here, if we put a microphone in front of you to do a sports talk radio show, as much as maybe you've listen to us talk sports. We've watched a zillion lawyer movies or lawyer shows and in court and everything. It is really different when you get in there and it's real life and you're the person there. So, obviously, I can't say a lot. I've never said, like on the air, I've never said who it is, what it is. I've just said like, this is it. But, so I don't know. I'm putting it out there that this is weighing on me heavily throughout the weekend. And now that tomorrow is happening, it's going to be interesting. I don't know what's going to happen, but I would just say, like, for people coming in here, you'd think, oh, I'm going to be able to do this, and then you put a mic in front of you and you kind of get nervous, and then
it reminds me, Mike, in my opinion, it reminds me a lot of times when we were going with Lucy to test things and we had in our minds what we thought was going to happen, and the doctor would be like, well, we need to go this way now. We're like, what?
Yeah.
And it just kind of it throws everything off for a little bit, but then you kind of assess the information and move in the next direction, but you have a lot of anticipation going into it, and I'm hoping the best for you, man.
Well, thank you. So that is what is happening in my life, and pretty nervous about it, and so hopefully
understandably so,
everything goes okay tomorrow, and that,
what if Mike ends up having to go to prison?
Well, luckily I'm not the person on the stand for that, and it's a civil case. It's not a criminal case, so nobody will go to prison for any of this.
How long do you think you'd last in prison?
I would hope for as long as the sentence was to get out of prison.
Right.
But I don't. I am scared to death of prison. Like I do think,
as you probably should be.
I do think not a lot of people. How many people are in prison that they just weren't scared of prison? They weren't scared of going to prison for what they were doing.
Yeah,
and so
point, yeah.
I think prison deters me from doing a lot of illegal things. I will say that, right?
Oh, that feels like another interesting topic of conversation.
But like the whole punishment of it all, is a good reason to be like, not going to do it.
I don't know, like. Not that I ever wanted to do this, but I'm just throwing this out there. If you wanted to just steal a whole bunch of jewelry from a jewelry store,
right?
Like, there's a chance of going to prison if you get caught. Like, I'm not going to try that. I'm not going to go try to steal cars because I'm pretty sure I'd go to prison when I got caught.
Yeah.
So that deters me from doing something that stupid and that illegal.
Kevin thinks he can rob a bank.
Hey, but we learned that I got caught eventually stealing cards.
That's not a bank.
So...
Back to you, Mike.
Okay, so I have been a little bit into shoes lately, and this goes into being a father because my youngest son, who just turned 14, is really into shoes. In fact, when your kids get into something and you're not into it really that much, you're confused on all the things they're saying.
Yeah.
They're like, I don't get this because you're naming this Kobe shoe and putting words on it that I'm like, and I get some of this, like they just came out with the reverse Grinches, which instead of them being like a neon green, they're red with green laces instead of green with red laces. I believe, I'm not 100% sure. I think that Dwight Powell wears the Grinches, the Kobe Grinches, so those neon green shoes that he wears. And then when you see these red shoes with green laces, those are Kobe reverse Grinches. And then he'll tell me what they're going for on the open market and all this stuff. And he'll do all of these things with me. So I've kind of gotten into shoes. Well, I'll tell you, I was pumped up because me and my son Saturday morning at 9 a.m. on the Sneakers app, like it's a Nike app, Sneakers, they released the Jordan 4s in black. I think they call them breads, which I believe mean black and red edition. And so they look just like his 1988 or 1989 All-Star Game shoes.
Yeah.
And it is almost impossible to get. I've been told they're going to be impossible to get. All you can hit is you have your information in there, you hit purchase, and you just hope somehow, some way you win this lottery. Within 5 minutes, they tell you if you won the shoe or didn't win the shoe. I won the shoe.
Whoa!
Now, I paid for it. It's like $232, I believe, with shipping and handling. But I was really pumped. It's the first ever time I've gone after like a Jordan wanted shoe that's going to sell out in 5 minutes, and somehow, some way we got it. And me and Cal right now share the same shoe size. We both wear 13, so we can both share wearing it. And I am going to wear it. I know some people buy them and never wear them. I am going to wear the shoe. I'm not going to go play.
Thank you.
I'm not going to go play pickup basketball in it, but I am going to wear it like maybe Wednesday night at our dinner at Nick and Sam's. Maybe I wear my Jordans there.
Fancy.
And I have to get, my son makes me wear these things that they don't crease, which then makes them a little bit less comfortable.
Brandon has those too.
Carter would walk around in his Jordans, like in his shoes. That's all he wanted.
Would he walk flat-footed?
Yeah, he would walk real like on his heels, and I was like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "I don't want to crease them." And I'm like, "Dude, you just then don't wear them."
So if you are into shoes and you were trying to get the Jordan 4 breads in your face, we got them.
Well,
is that the way you end it?
Took such a hard turn right there.
Okay.
We're the KNC masterpiece. Instead, all these people were supporting you about your case.
I know.
Like in your face.
I wonder how many people that are on the text line tried to get those or into shoes and didn't get them, because I heard they were going to be impossible to get. And I was like, well, Cal, all we can do is try. Let's just hit the button and see what happens.
Absolutely. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
What I think Mike will say when he walks into the courtroom.
Oh my God, please don't do that.
And we got to talk about escargot tacos, and Anthony Rendon is back in the media again.
Oh man.
Next on the fan.
Now that we have a Super Bowl champion. Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much. And as promised, this is how I foresee things going tomorrow when Mike Bassick slings open both of those doors, walks down, is it an aisle? Walks down the middle of that aisle, and then slings open the next little door and looks at
You think about the People's Court? Is that the way you're viewing
Yeah, he's
this?
walking in, and this is the first thing Mike says.
I am famous.
And then he sits down and just lets the lawyers take it all. And then whenever he's done with everything, they will announce him.
Salad Master.
And so it's going to be a great day for Mike tomorrow.
What if that's what I won?
That's not. Is that what you're shooting for? Is that
salad shooter? Yeah, the salad shooter.
You
Salad
got
Master.
all the Salad Master products that they make.
Okay, I mean, look, if that's what you're hoping for, I believe it is not what you're looking for from this.
Mike, please, tomorrow, if our show is not done by the time you're done and we still have show left, just text us Salad Master to let us know you won. All right.
I don't think that will happen.
All right, fine.
But you won't say Salad Master, or it won't be done?
Well, 100%. I will not say Salad Master.
What about the I'm famous part?
Salad Master.
Honestly, I might not say I'm famous, but I might have to. Say why I am a public figure.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense.
I just need you to avoid. It's not on the stand. It's if you win, Mike. I need you to avoid walking by and being like, "Hey, good job, Barthead." Like to the defendants.
Here's the line that'll really help you out. It'll make you look humble. Look, I am on the #1 midday show in DFW, but Corey and Kevin are much more famous than I am. It'll make you look humble and come across as, he's. You know what? He loves
I won't even
his
give your
co-host.
last names. You'll be like Ichiro.
Yeah, they'll just know and just be like, see, and that'll make you look good. I like it. I think it's a good approach. And it's on
Should I
record.
say KNC or should I say your names?
Yeah, that's the issue with our imaging. Please say our names as opposed to just the name of the show.
Yeah, Mike and Casey and the Masterpiece. That's what that's the one you rock with right there. All right, Anthony Rendon on playing pro baseball. It's never been a top priority for me. This is a job. I do this to make a living. My faith, my family comes before this job. So if those things come before it, I'm leaving. Or if those things come before it, I'm leaving. So he says faith and family are first, which I think we all kind of agree that in some form we are something other than our job. But whenever a guy who's getting paid lots of money to play a sport says, it's not my top priority, people lose their minds. Now, the follow-up question was, is it a priority? And he said, it's a priority for sure because it's my job. I'm here, aren't I? And then they said, do you want to be here? And he said, I don't want to talk to you guys at 7 a.m. or whatever time it is. And he said, do you want to be here playing baseball for the Angels? And he said, I've answered your questions, so why do we keep picking at it? So this is a guy who said he was going through some emails and he found a segment of emails to himself, pros and cons of playing Major League Baseball. And he said, looking back at it, it's a lot different now because whenever he was younger in his 20s, he saw the game differently. He said, so definitely my perspective on baseball has been more skewed since it was whenever I didn't have a wife or 4 kids. My priorities have definitely altered and changed since then.
And that part I do get is, but how many people are going to look at the rest of that answer versus baseball is not Anthony Rendon's top priority?
Life.
I think this is tough because I had heard, remember, I was working with you guys, so I can't remember the year. It was before COVID though, right?
We did have the show a little bit before COVID.
So this is when I started working with you guys, and Anthony Rendon was a free agent, and we had been told that the Rangers are very interested in him because they won the championship in 19. So now I'm remembering it come together. Washington Nationals win the championship in 2019. Anthony Rendon's a free agent, and he wouldn't sign the extension that they offered, and the Rangers are really interested. And then the Rangers offered less than the extension he wouldn't sign with the world champion Washington Nationals. We thought, this doesn't seem to be a very competitive offer if you're offering less than what he said no to before he won the World Series with the team he just helped win the World Series. But in that time, I'm asking questions. And people in the Rangers organization are saying they're worried that Anthony Rendon doesn't love baseball. So once he gets this big contract, they're just not sure his commitment to being great throughout the contract, which was weird. I'm like, then why offer him anything type of deal? Like, I'm wondering, I'm like, this is confusing. I hear what you're saying, but then why would you want him for any money if, I'm not saying any, but why would you still offer him 20 something million if you're worried that he's not going to want to like fulfill this contract with total commitment to the game, total commitment to the team, sacrifice and all this stuff. And he has been hurt a lot. Obviously, I don't know his pain tolerance. We can only take that he's been hurt a lot. But this coming out and saying this, I guess this is the stuff that we struggle to know until it comes out, is that you hear things, but you don't want to report it too strongly because you don't know the person and you're not part of the organization. And then when he says this, you're like, wow, this kind of confirms going into that off season for the 2020 season that people were concerned with his, how much do you love baseball? Because, man, just think about in most of our lives, if you do get $100 million, which he got, I think it was more than that, but you get $100 million, you're set. Like financially, it's all guaranteed. It's not like football in a way where you can say, here's a $100 million contract, and after 2 years, we only owed you $42 million because you weren't good enough and we release you. Like every dime of that is a guaranteed contract. So it is tough for normal humans to say, like, now I'm going to give it even more that you've given me $100 million over a 6-year period or whatever.
Yeah. And I think the other part of this is a job that always kind of pops up to me because I worked many jobs in my life. Like a lot of things that I was like, this isn't a career. This is a job. Waiting tables. I wasn't planning on making a career. I needed to make some money. 877-881-1053. What did you do that you were like, this is a job, but it's not what I love?
Man, and that's kind of tricky. And that's eventually why I ended up finishing school, is because it was working at a car wash. Because when I was at Blockbuster, clearly I was going to be incorrect about this. I thought that's what I was going to do for the rest of my life. I thought I was going to like move.
You're going to manage a Blockbuster?
No. I thought I was going to like move up the ranks and eventually one day be in charge.
Be Mr. Blockbuster?
Yes. Actually, their corporate office was in Dallas. I'd been to that office and I was like, all right, here we go. Not too much of a different commute.
So when they said, what do you see yourself doing in 5 years? You told them sitting where you are.
Yes.
Okay.
Pretty much. And so clearly that was not have worked out with the advent of streaming and our inability to buy Netflix.
You would have just been at the forefront of saying Blockbuster needs to go that direction. That's what you would have done.
I do like to think, I was like, yeah, man, Netflix, DVDs in the mail, it'll never get better than this. Let's do it. But then when I worked at the car wash, that was just a job. And that's why I ended up finishing on my degree and everything, because I was like, okay, this is not what I want to do. At Blockbuster, when I quit school and was just doing that, I absolutely was like, I could do this for the rest of my life.
Yeah, and so that was that's just where Anthony Rendon. I had lots of I waited tables. I worked for the father-in-law. I was dumping nasty paint buckets. I was cleaning things. I was doing lots of really tough work as a contractor with him. And at one point, I was like, hey, what if I just took over this business? What if I did this? Like, what if I learned all of this from you and then just took this over from you whenever you got done? And he looked at me and he said, you don't want to do this for the rest of your life. He said, I see it. You love writing and talking about sports. He said, go do that. And I was already in college doing these things. And he was like, go do that. Don't do this. He said, this is something I loved. I loved the artwork. I loved all that part of it. You go do something you love. And so I was like, you know what? That is something that I'm passionate about. And everybody always tells you if you do something you love, it doesn't feel like work.
Never work a day in her life.
And while there are days that do feel like work, there's a lot more fun that goes into it. And you get to do cool things. Like, again, we're going to Nebraska tomorrow, where we're going to be in the
colony.
What time are you leaving?
You got a flight right after this.
It's not that far of a flight, though. It's mostly just right over the cornfields, and we're there. So yeah, like a lot of that going on.
I wanted to throw this in there. Mike, you shouldn't do this.
Okay.
But if you did, I think it would be hilarious. From the 817, what if Mike went on the stand and started doing ads? That man stole my cards, but you know who won't steal from you? My friends at the Low T Center. I think That would be amazing if you just started doing commercials.
Even more amazing if it was from Men's Tea Clinic.
That's true. That's a good point.
I understand what you're saying.
That is a good point.
Yeah, I am not doing bits tomorrow, but
that's probably wise.
Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
I also did stink at that job, so yes, there's definitely I was at the father-in-law's job. I was like, man, this is tough.
I've been lucky enough to not have that job.
Like a paper route.
The only thing that was really tough that I honestly didn't like most of the time was being a substitute teacher.
I would have loved to see that. I'm not going to lie.
I will say this, and I did it for one off season. Substituting, I'll always say this, and your wife, I don't know how many, Jess has taught what ages? Always?
No, she has taught elementary school, junior high, and a little bit of high school.
Okay.
She said junior high is the worst because those kids are ruthless.
Okay. She would agree with, I only did it for a semester. But high school, the kids kind of know they need to get the credits to graduate high school. There's a reason.
She said junior high is way worse than high school.
And then little kids, they kind of look at you a little bit like you're the authority figure.
Yes.
Man, 7th and 8th graders look at you like you're a Nimrod and watch this. And there's nothing you can really do. That was the tough part. I always will remember this. And this is the tough part about our educational system. And I understand why they do it. But I'm like, this was his third year in like 7th, 8th grade. And I told the kid, I was like, hey, aren't you like a kid who's repeating 8th grade? And I said, yeah. I said, man, don't you want to do the work so you can go to 9th grade? You don't want to stay in 8th grade forever. He said, no, I automatically go to 9th grade. I just have to show up. So I guess, and this is late 90s, early 2000s, is for public schools, they need the kids to go to 9th grade because they get so many, I don't know how it all works, statewide and everything like that. But after 3 years of junior high, if you go that last year and you qualify for you went to school enough, they'll just throw you into 9th grade and just be like, you're in 9th grade. Now you can fail out there. And they're like, you're failed out. There's nothing you can do. We're not giving you free credits. But I guess I can't.
I did not know that.
Oh, I learned. That was when I learned something. I was like, oh, crap. These kids that really hate school, in a way, they know that if they go to 7th grade for 2 years, then 8th grade or whatever, they need to push them to 9th grade to get the numbers that they need statewide. But they can't pass them to 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade, but they can somewhat pass them into you are entering high school.
Also, Mike, last night I had a dream.
Okay, Martin Luther King.
This is probably the lesser known version of that.
Okay.
I dreamt that we were at spring training, which we will be next week, by the way. We leave Sunday. We'll head, if y'all want to come out to the airport and wish us goodbye.
That'd be cool.
Mike will sign all the autographs, unlike Micah. And we're heading out to Arizona, and we'll be out there all week long doing the best interviews we could possibly do. But I was dreaming that I was, for some reason, playing in shallow right field in a spring training game. I don't know why I got put on the field.
Garth Brooks style.
Shallow right field. And
he played left field.
Right behind, weirdly just past the grass behind first, near the line. I know better. I'm not supposed to play there. There's no reason for me to play there at first base or in right field. Yet there I am. Shohei Ohtani's up at the plate. And he hits... Kevin, I can't say the things that I said this morning about how hard that ball was hit. He hits a bomb. 1,000 miles an hour. I see it, and I take off running. And that thing lands, and it goes over the fence. But I'm still running. I'm like, I'm going to get it. And then it hits the back of a truck and bounces back into the field of play. I catch it.
A truck?
Yeah, and I catch it. I don't know, Mike.
Dreams are awesome.
Again, it went into a parking lot, I guess, and the other side. Hey, you're right. Dreams are awesome. Because here's the thing. I know I'm running in the middle of this, but guess what happened? I see the ball hit the back of the truck. My camera angle goes to wherever the truck was. It bounces back. I catch it. They call him out. And they're like, you're out of here.
I have a huge problem with that. It hits an inanimate object, but it's still alive.
We end up getting that ball autographed by Shohei Ohtani and auctioning it off for Peace-a-thon. But it didn't actually happen. It was just a dream. But that makes me think, is there a team out there that wants me to play shallow right field for spring training? And should we just go around and talk to all the teams to see if they want me to get some work in?
I give a kid a lesson who I've given lessons to for a while, and his mom is taking him to spring training during spring break because he's in 8th grade. This is kind of the last year to do it. It's really tough in high school if you're going to play baseball because you're playing baseball through spring break for your high school team. And so I tell him, I said, it's unbelievable. Like, it's like going to, I named Keast Park because that's the park closest to us, where it's like a 4-pack of fields. And I'm like, it's kind of like that. There's just a chain link fence between you and the action and everything. And he's like, is it like the All-Star game? Can I go in the outfield and shag the balls? Well, because I was like, man, you'll watch Corey Seager just take batting practice back there, and you're 30 feet away from Corey Seager taking batting practice behind the chain link fence. But I said, no, it's not that. You don't get that immersed in spring training. We're like, all the kids, come on out to the outfield. Corey Seager's rocketing ball. I still don't know why they do that finally a kid got hurt at this last.
In the home run derby.
Yes,
yeah.
Finally. I was like, I don't know how every year a kid doesn't get smoked by one of these balls that they accidentally line drive it.
Yes.
Did we score another goal?
Yes, we did. The Dallas Stars have now taken the lead over the Boston Bruins. It is 2-1 early on, thanks to Mr. Ryan Suter, or Sutter if you're not fancy, they have now taken the lead in the second period. So let's talk about the Stars. We have afternoon hockey. Let's talk Stars and who thinks they're still the favorite to hoist the cup. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
and affordability.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
We go back to what we always say about the Oiler power play. Struggled lately, but a chance to win it right here. Bouchard scores! Right off the draw! Edmonton prevails! 4-3 in overtime!
Now, that might just as well have been a highlight from today's game in the commercial break when we talked about them leading. As soon as we went to break, the Bruins scored again to tie it up. Now, the Stars did get a point in their last game, the overtime loss to Edmonton via that goal in overtime from Evan Bouchard. Right now, it's 2-2 against the Bruins. You got some President's Day afternoon hockey. The Stars were slight underdogs going into this, and we already talked about how Miro wasn't going to be playing today. So we can talk about this game, obviously, if you guys like. But I have another thing that I would like to discuss as well.
Hey, look, man, they might have lost the lead, but they're still not losing.
That's true. It just is frustrating, and I realize quality of chance has a big impact on this, but when the other team only has 10 shots, they do have 2 goals, and you have almost twice as many shots, that is agitating.
That mean all the good
It's
shots.
quality, not quantity, remember?
Yeah, man. It's what Mike said.
Okay.
That's what they always say. You want quality over quantity?
Something like that. Yeah, we want, or do you want more quantity?
Well, okay, that's fine. Quality, we both have 2 goals.
So you'd rather
we're tied in
shoot
quality
60 times and make 2 goals than shoot 4 times and make 4 goals and lose.
No, I would rather
60-4.
What? I think he lost.
The first time I ever heard about quality and quantity was on my Nintendo games.
Oh, really?
Like, I wanted them all. But my mom and dad, I remember, for some reason it's weird, like around 3rd, 4th grade, like, hey, don't you just want the good games instead of like us just going to Toys R Us and buying all the games? And I'm like, buying all the games sounds pretty awesome too.
Because then you would have the good games as well as the rest of them. That's just common sense. All right. Now, I want to talk about the Stars from the perspective of The Athletic. They put out their NHL predictions 5.0. And so basically, Corey, they do still have, it's a smaller group of experts, but they do this every month to update. Who will win the Stanley Cup? At the end of October, it was the Stars as their favorite.
Oh, that's awesome.
End of November, tied for the Stars. End of December, the Stars again.
Oh, wow.
And in January, go ahead.
Can I guess?
Yeah?
Edmonton?
Stars.
Ooh, Edmonton.
Because they were on a big win
That's
streak
true.
at that point.
The Stars and Edmonton were tied for second in that poll. I'm going to take one more guess about who might have been ahead of them.
Isn't there a team in the East that's running away with things right now?
It is still a team in the West that they picked.
Colorado?
No, they're behind us. Who's leading in the other? It's the other side. It's crap. Why am I? It's not Vegas.
Vancouver.
It's Vancouver. Because Vegas is in second over there, right? Vancouver's 1, Vegas is 2.
Correct.
And we're 1, and Colorado is 2 in our
Correct.
division. So I kind of know things.
And I think the East is closer than you might
There was
think.
one team that had like 80, last I looked, 80 points to 68 points in one of the divisions.
That's the Vancouver. That's Vancouver in the Pacific, in the West.
Oh, okay. Oh, well. Tried my best.
The Colorado, I appreciate it.
I quit now.
No, you should not. Is the Colorado Avalanche was the favorite. But now, as we move into February.
It's not good to be the favorite at the end of the season. You know why? Because the Boston Bruins last year were easily the favorite to win the Stanley Cup.
Greatest regular season ever, most points. They got wiped out quickly. The Dallas Stars are back atop the Athletic predictions for most likely Stanley Cup winners. One of their writers said, I've been in on the Stars since October, and I'm not about to veer off course. They're one of the very best 5-on-5 teams in the league and top 5 in points percentage and goal differential, all without Jake Ottinger being at his best.
Okay, that's good.
Absolutely, and I think that last point is really telling. Go ahead.
Do you think that this will push? I'm sorry, it's not Jim Neal. Who's the general manager for the Stars?
Jim Neal.
Jim Neal. Thank you. I got it. Do you think that this? It's an article. I know he's not going off of this, but the way his team's playing, first in his division, do you think this pushes him to be more aggressive for a defenseman?
Yes.
And more selective in the approach that they do it. Like, you're not just, I don't think his list is 10 people long. I think there's more of a 5 persons long. And this is really going to take us over the top. Like, that's where I think his approach has to be, is not that, hey, what am I sacrificing the future here? No, it's less about that and more about the right now is I have the team to do it. If I can get the right person, it will really give us that edge.
And it's tough because you are crunched on cap space. But if you get a top 4 defenseman, I think a lot of people will look at
a top 4 defenseman on this team or in the league.
On this team.
Okay, gotcha.
Like if you get a top 4 defenseman in the league, I want to know how the hell we pulled that off. Let's effing go. A top 4 defenseman for this team.
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha.
And Miro is a top 4 defenseman in the league, right?
Yes. So a top 4 defenseman for this team, I think people will look at it and be like, man, they're in first place. They just added to their weakest spot, and Ottinger has not played particularly well this season.
Mm-hmm.
I think you would have to look at that as a team to really, really be reckoned with.
Do you still feel the same way about Canada, that Vancouver will screw it up in the playoffs because they're a Canadian team?
It just happens.
Absolutely. It's
nothing
been
we have control over.
Since 1993 that a Canadian team, I do believe, that a Canadian team has won the Stanley Cup. Now, people will tell you.
How many times have they been in the finals, I wonder? Like, a Canadian team has made it to the finals.
They have been in the finals because I know, was it the Rangers in Vancouver maybe that very next year? But they don't win. The Canadian teams don't win. And you have the Cowboys of the NHL and the Maple Leafs. You know they're going to beef it in the playoffs. So, yeah, don't worry about Vancouver. Give me the Stars over Vancouver because Canadian teams don't win the Stanley Cup. This is an American trophy.
They're going to beef it. Maybe this is the year of the Rangers. The Rangers are in first place in the Metropolitan.
Ooh.
And the Rangers won the World Series.
Would you? No, you would definitely make that deal. I was going to ask if you'd be okay if we lost to the Rangers in this, if that meant the baseball Rangers won another World Series. I know the answer to that.
I think I might have figured it all out. In 1993, the year of 1993, the Montreal Canadiens win their 24th Stanley Cup by defeating the Los Angeles Kings 4-1.
That was Gretzky.
That was in June. In October, the Blue Jays won their second World Series, beating Philadelphia.
Yeah, Juan Guzman was one of my favorite pitchers back then.
And then in November, the Toronto Raptors were established. I think that they had so much sports in Canada that year, they said, that's it, no more championships. So I think the sports gods said, we've given you enough good sports. Good luck for the rest of your lives, Canada.
This is not the year of Montreal. They are only beating the Ottawa Senators in their division.
Yeah.
Ben Johnson was also permanently banned from international competition.
For the 100 meter?
Yep.
I do remember that. Now, I'm going to go to another athletic writer, and this is what I like, that people are super high on them, is the Stars are 4th in the league in standings and have been around the top all season, which is true. They could get even better at the deadline if they add some depth on defense. I haven't changed my Stars pick over the past 5 months, and nothing is telling me to ditch them now. So now you see multiple people who were in on the Stars to begin with. They're still rolling with the Stars.
18-10 shots on goal.
And that's why I'm agitated.
But now it's even better. 25 quantity shots to 13 quantity shots.
And
that's a lot more shots.
I realize that is not always.
We went from 8 to 12. We're up by 12 in shots on goal.
And I realize that does not
you said
automatically
take more shots.
Mean you're going to win. But no, I said I'm frustrated that we've taken so many more shots, and yet the game is still tied.
What you have to do is start talking trash and remind the Bruins, say, hey, did you know this is round 1 of the playoffs right now? And then they'll start giving up goals and they'll lose the game because that's what happened last year.
They'll lose their water, dude.
They're like, oh, no, we aren't good in the playoffs. And then they lose.
That's how it happens.
Something as simplistic as that, you think would shatter them to the point that they're like, oh, no.
Is that Carla's husband in goal for the
No. If you recall, I know what you're referencing. Eddie LeBeck died on that show on Cheers.
Fake death or real death?
No, it was a fake death because he badmouthed kissing her in an interview. So the urban legend goes, is he was like, oh yeah, what a prize, I get to kiss her. And so they took him off the show and then had him die just to hammer home how mad they were about it. There's your Cheers trivia for the day.
That's awesome.
But Carla was upset he died.
Well, yeah, it's called acting.
She's a damn good actress. She should have
been happy. Wasn't? Oh, he was having an affair and was married to another woman. Do you remember that? Because then the other wife came in.
Him.
Yeah, and then they became friends because he was living two lives.
Yes, because they were mad about what he said in a real life interview.
So they wrote him on. They wrote death into his life.
All right.
Is there a way to get an Eddie LeBecq jersey? That would be a cool Boston Bruins jersey to have.
I am very confident that those exist.
Sam Mayday Malone.
Yes, I am sure you can get both of those. All right, while Corey investigates next Christmas present, I wanted to ask you what you think about the plans for the MLB All-Star Village here in the Metroplex. Have you heard about it so far?
Nope.
Okay.
Looks like you're going to have to make that jersey on your own.
What?
Yeah, sorry.
You can't get a
Cheers was
LeBecq
so
jersey?
mad. I'll figure it out. I'll spell it. I don't know how to spell it.
L-E, capital L, little E, capital B, E-C.
Okay. I would have added a K.
And you can put Eddie on there if you want so that people really know. Eddie LeBecq.
Then they think it's Cousin Eddie.
So, the plan for right now is...
The Zamboni ran over him?
Yes.
That's how he died?
Oh, he was in he wasn't playing hockey anymore. He was like in an
ice show.
Yeah.
An ice capade.
I wasn't on that episode yet.
It was 30 plus years ago.
So?
And it
was new to me.
Okay. The All-Star Village for the Texas Rangers, who are hosting the All-Star game this year.
What village?
I'm trying to tell you that, Mike.
Get to the point.
I'm going to send you to the Middle Finger Village in a second. The All-Star Village will incorporate more than...
How many events does that have?
650, a lot around here. 650,000 square feet. It's going to encompass Choctaw Stadium, which is the former Globe Life Park, and then the North Lawn, which is over by the Mark Holtz Lake area, and the esports arena. Because you know how you'll see the esports arena driving up to the stadium. So they're going to have the old stadium, a lot of the open outdoor spot, and then the esports stadium. Yeah.
I'm glad you raised your hand.
The esports stadium is going to be nice and air conditioning. So I want to go to these things, but you're telling me it's going to be 106 degrees. I remember my skin burning off of my legs at the last All-Star game here. I went to the home run derby, and it was the seats were
burned off your legs.
Yeah, we had to buy waters and pour them on the seats because the seats were so hot for the. Back then, the home run derby was during the day, like 3 in the afternoon, and it was so hot. So this is cool, but how are they going to shade this event besides the esports arena, which is indoors?
How are they going to shade this event?
That's interesting. Now, I don't know if you guys are going to freak out about this other part.
They're not shading it?
No, they're also talking about having the Fort Worth Stockyards as a location, which I'm sure people will complain about because the other ones are like all in that little area right there, and Fort Worth is not right next to all.
And they're going to run the Longhorns through the event, too.
Stockyards is dope, dude.
I agree.
That area is so cool. Sure, I was escorted out of Billy Bob's, but even still.
Was that for a fan event?
No, it was a different story. But
I like Joe T. Garcia's, but that's not really in the Stockyards. It's just like a mile or two away from it, I would say.
Stockyards is so much fun. There's so much cool stuff to do down there.
You want fajitas or enchiladas? You get to choose.
What does that have to do with anything, Mike?
You said the Stockyards. He said he likes a place that I'm forgetting already. Billy Bob's.
Oh, yeah.
Billy Bob Thornton's. And then I like Joe T. Garcia's, which is just a bit outside
of the place where they may or may not have the All-Star Village.
Mike's working on his TV broadcasting skills. Oh, don't forget whenever you make your announcement that you're famous, you're the famous salad master, in there, you got to also say you're also on TV. Can't just talk about the radio career.
Okay. Thanks.
Man, you know what? don't
What
get
would
me
you
wrong,
do without
Mike.
me as an advisor?
I want you to win.
I don't know.
And I want you to win emphatically tomorrow. But I also hope at some point during your testimony, you tell this weird non sequitur that has nothing to do with the question that got asked. And you're like, I just remember because I had been to Whataburger. Man, the Whataburger was slow that day. I thought I was going to miss the cutoff for breakfast. Have you been to Whataburger?
But then at the last second, they gave it to me. It was the best.
Yes.
The best burger, just like I
So
always get.
you just hit one of my fears, is that they're going to ask me a question. I'm going to answer it for about 10 seconds and then forget the question. And then have to ask them what the question was.
$1,000,000%. I am $1,000,000%.
That is one of the things I'm most scared
happen.
of, is that I hear the question, I start answering it, and then in my answer, I forget what the question was, and then have to go, wait, where am I going with this? And then what was the question again, so I can get back on point?
At least even money on that tomorrow.
Is it the judge or the lawyer at that point that's assigned to keep you on track?
Well, that's tough because it would
they
usually
go to the
be
script writer, right?
the opposing attorney, but it could be the opposing attorney that's like, objection relevancy. But if it's the opposing attorney that asks, is his attorney just going to sit there and be like, hey, Mike?
They go, I want them to go to the typewriter. What's that person called? The
stenographer.
The stenographer. I want them to go to the stenographer at some point and be like, can you please read the last 30 minutes of what Mike Bassett just said?
At which point Mike said, oh, yeah, I was a fart head that morning. I wanted to go to. I have high hopes for you tomorrow, Mike.
Can you imagine if I was a stenographer?
Yes, I can.
I would be like, slow down. I never learned how to type.
See, I actually think you would divert in the testimony, and it was like, and then he pulled out a weapon. Hey, did you realize in only 20 games for the Rangers last year, Evan Carter had 18 extra base hits? He's only 21 years old. Isn't that amazing?
What do your thumbs do when you're typing?
Can't see.
Spacebar.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Which finger? Which hand?
Both. It depends on
at
where.
the same time?
Yeah.
That'd be double space.
Not if you hit it at the exact same time.
I never learned. I tried, and I was
All
like,
right.
let me just use my two fingers really fast.
You know what to do. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on your home of all things court and typing.
You're
105.3 The Fan.
DFW's number.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, tomorrow we'll be doing the show at Nebraska Furniture Mart in the Colony. We've talked about the All-Star game, but I wanted to see if y'all heard this interview. Let's go to cut number 5. This is Wemby with the best answer of the weekend, asked about how tough Pop is on him.
When we talk privately, he knows I understand. I'm smart. I'm trying to do my best. But sometimes he tries to send messages, and sometimes I'll remember maybe 2-3 months into the season, we were in film in front of everybody, and he goes like, "Yeah, what the is this? This is what you were doing day one. Why did you take a step back? You got to keep getting better."
Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, to perhaps discuss that or whatever the heck they want. It is those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Awesome. How are you, Hagee?
I'm doing very well. We've had afternoon hockey, and then the Daytona 500's coming up. And Wemby likes to swear.
Yeah.
You think is he at Daytona?
Or he's just taking in all the hockey and all the Daytona at the same time.
When we're learning new languages, what's the first thing we want to know?
F.
Yeah, we want to know all the bad words. Mm-hmm. So that's probably, he grew up learning English, but.
So you think that's one of Wemby's first English words?
I don't know. I mean, he got to learn it at an early age, but usually when we're trying to learn a new language, when we're 15 or 16 or whatever, we're kind of like, hey, what's the bad words in this language?
Probably what all the Spurs teammates wanted to know too. Like, how do I swear in French?
I could definitely see that. Now, it is a President's Day. I'm curious. If all three of you work together, or you can use Lucius as well, how many of the presidents do you think you could list? Eric does not seem very confident in this. Neither does Mr. Wolchuk.
I think I could get into the double digits worth of presidents.
Okay.
There's 48 or 49?
46.
Oh.
And there's actually only 45. This is just...
I thought there had to be one from every state.
No, that is not accurate.
I think you get 2 representatives from every state. Is how
I think you could easily get 20. To be honest, I think you could easily get 20.
Some states have more.
Down. Give me 13 for the 13 original colonies.
My dad would be so disappointed. He can name them all still.
In order.
Yeah, which is pretty cool.
In reverse order.
I think I'd be more with Chief. Maybe around 12.
Yeah.
Now, if you guys all use your combined brain power, do you think y'all would fill in the gaps at all, or do you think you would all be going Lincoln, Washington, that kind of deal?
I'd like to think Dawson's got a couple
Franklin,
of his sleeve.
Benjamin.
Yeah, maybe together we get to 20.
I think we get to 2025.
No, you do better. I think you do better than you'd think. Now, nobody wants to hear that on the air, but I think you do better than you think.
John Hancock. Where is he on the?
It's Herbie.
Yeah, it's Herbie.
Herbie Hancock.
And he was not a president.
What? Why did he sign the presidential declarations?
Do you think everybody who signed the Declaration of Independence was the president?
Yeah, I think they said in 1776 you had to be a former president.
We didn't have
or future
There
president.
was no such thing as a president, let alone a former president.
That was when Columbus came over in 42, right?
Mm-hmm. Discovered the ocean. As Mike told us.
Yeah, in 1942, Columbus discovered the ocean blue.
I think him and Alexander Hamilton.
Yeah.
Basky, when you go get your cards signed from players and stuff, do you ask them for their Herbie Hancock?
I will if you want me to.
How many will get that reference?
Do you know what that reference is?
I'm afraid if I don't say Herbie, they're going to be like,
I don't know.
Hey, you're a weird dude.
Yeah.
It's not hand.
Would it be worse if you said, can I get your foot penis, right? Like, that would be way worse. Right?
You need to get control.
That would be worse.
You need to get control.
You need to
of
ask
this
what's coming
right
up
now.
on the show at this point.
Hey, how locked in are you going to be to the Stars and Daytona today at the expense of your show?
Very. We'll probably be,
Okay, 35-17, we're winning.
It'll only be bad for the people with radio only. If you're streaming us, you can get our video reactions at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Maybe we'll go viral like we did, I believe, 3 years ago when Ryan Newman went inverted on Broadus's first night on the show.
Ooh, Tom
we
Cruise
thought he was
style.
dead. A lot of people thought he was dead that day.
Oh, no.
But he's still with us, right?
It was scary.
Yeah.
Okay.
He survived.
Yeah, so we're good.
I hope everybody's okay. And no, Mike, I'm not excited that the shot differential continues to expand because it's still tied.
Eventually, one will go in.
The more you shoot, the more.
Yeah, the more you shoot, the more
theoretically,
you
that is how it should work.
Yeah.
Anything else coming up on the program that we need to know about?
Just pure gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. At 3 o'clock, Wolchuk's going to give you some Micah Parsons audio we'll be reacting to as he has responded to Tank saying they were too tired to play good in the playoffs. So, of course, everything big over the weekend. Our thoughts on that right out of the gates here in about 5 minutes.
And then we didn't end up doing this because I got too scared. Do you think you could do a segment where you ask people who's their favorite president for non-political reasons?
It's not going to work out.
Or do you think
We've
it would
discussed
instantly
this.
devolve into
No.
a problematic segment?
It'll be a problem.
Because Corey Blue R attempted it up in about 45 seconds.
Problematic, probably.
Okay.
No, I think you could pull it off, dude, because from what I understand, like every female, like if you do this with a female, they're going to go JFK because he was hot.
Mm-hmm.
And
See,
it's
and
like,
that's
boom.
the kind of answer I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nixon, because he was crooked.
LBJ, because he talked about how big his ding dong
Okay, all
was
right.
in that
It's
one
been a
interview.
great show,
Have you never
guys.
heard that
Talking about
audio?
Jumbo?
No. Look it up. It's when he's getting pants specially made for him, and he's like,
Yeah. Oh,
sure,
yes, we have
got
heard
plenty
that.
of room in the crotch.
What's wrong with
It's
you?
amazing.
Let it out
Lyndon
around my
Big
bunghole
Johnson.
a little bit.
Yes, that's exactly the one. All right, I can already tell it's going to be an amazing show. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, or come see us at the Nebraska Furniture Mart
Thank you.
in the Colony. We'll be right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say 4 more years, Kevin. 9.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Adam and Eve. Now I got to push this head through a spot that it is not big enough for.
DFW's #1. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a wonderful time. It is about to get really fun around the sports world here in DFW, and we're excited about to talk about it with you every afternoon, 2 to 7. Here on your home of the Cowboys and your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers. General at your service, Addies. Broadus is out all week. Send him some love on social media. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are here. Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. And you can follow us all at G-Bag Nation there on your Twitter X machine. How you guys doing? You have a good weekend or what?
Yeah, it was good. Went to the Stars game on Saturday. Unfortunately, lost in overtime. It still was a fun game. The second period was electric. 6 total goals scored. And now we get some day hockey. I mean, it's always fun when we have sports going on during the show. So we got Stars, Bruins, and then we'll get the Daytona 500. I think that always just makes the show that much better.
Yeah, man, this is a sweet spot right now. Feeling good, feeling great. Feels like a victory Monday for some reason. I don't know why. Fresh, recharged. Walchuk and I did our BetQL show yesterday for the first time for the spring sports of 2024. And we were golfing, and we were NBA All-Star.
Nailed the Luka Doncic under because Luka does not try, and the Jokic under.
Nailed that. I thought Saturday night was entertaining, though, for the All-Star festivities.
Oh, yes, it was good.
I got entertainment out of that, even if it was via some incompetence and just funny things to laugh at, you know?
Yes. I thought it was an action-packed All-Star week, and, of course, Lillard's my guy, won the three-point contest, wins the MVP, shooting half-court threes, just having a ball out there, and you know, I think he was the veteran that took his license to have a green light, and a ton of them went in. That was exciting. But I'll tell you what, it is a Victory Monday here in the G-Bag Nation because Saturday night, it was my birthday weekend. I took the opportunity to ignore my family for the most part for the better part of 7 hours.
That's a real birthday gift.
Happy birthday to you.
And I took down an online poker tournament. First place, baby.
Congratulations, bro.
You got gold?
You've been knocking on the door. You've been getting close and just had some bad breaks.
Yeah, and I wish I could play more, so I can only play every now and then, maybe like 2 days a month. And you're right, I had been knocking on the door, especially last August in training camp, and I was close. Everything fell my way. You know, I played good, tight, solid poker, no big risks for about 5 hours. But, boy, I went card dead there for over an hour as the final table approached, and my stack was just dwindling down, and I was like, holy cow, I was the short stack with 6 players to go. I thought, not meant to be tonight. I guess I'll finish 6th or 5th and, take my prize and be done with it, and, maybe next time. But over the next 10 or 15 minutes, everything just fell together for me. Like the universe opened up and said, here's your tournament, sir. They kept giving me good starting cards. Yes. Bad starting cards were hitting, and about 5 or 6 minutes into it, the whole table was ticked off at me because I kept raising, right? And they're like, there's no way anybody's this really red hot. And I stayed that hot for like the next 5 minutes, dude. And then I just looked around and everybody was gone. And I'd secured the first place prize.
You were the aggressor, just bullying everybody at the table.
Perhaps my best birthday ever, even though nobody got me anything, and I had to make all my meals.
Yeah, I know. You told me. I was like, what'd you do? You're like, I made filet mignon. I'm thinking, okay, so this is what I have to look forward to when you get older. Birthdays, you're cooking for yourself, and you're gifting for yourself, essentially.
Pretty much. But it was my best birthday ever, living in the afterglow of taking down an online poker tournament for the first time in some years.
Gosh, what an amazing feeling. That must be the adrenaline rush of a lifetime.
Well, it's championship season in DFW.
Damn right.
The Rangers kicked it off. I wanted to do my part and make sure I brought one home for the dub here.
Thank you.
Inside this calendar year before they go back and repeat. NFL free agency in the new league year is going to begin March 13th at 3 o'clock Texas time. Legal negotiation period will begin March 11th. Okay, so the next week is the 26th through the 1st. The franchise tag deadline is coming up on March 5th. And players with their original teams are working on getting deals done that would take them off the market or avoid the tag, including one Mike Evans, who Diana Rossini reported today. Today is the day that could save the Bucs some money by re-signing Mike Evans. However, that deal will not happen. Look for the two sides to continue to negotiate in good faith as they work towards the start of free agency. So we're starting to get free agent storylines. Could he go to Kansas City? I don't know. I hope so. That'd be badass.
That'd be
Texans.
awesome. Yeah, it would be.
Mahomes definitely needs it, but I mean, Rice was coming along strong there at the end, so maybe they'll look at it like, hey, we got Hardman back in the mix here. We'll draft another guy. I don't know. I'd love to see, Mike Evans go somewhere where he can finish his career on the big stage, though.
Yeah. I wonder how aggressive the Texans are going to be in pursuit of another wide receiver playmaker, for C.J. Stroud. Because he was getting it done with, Nico Collins is probably becoming one of the most underrated players in all of football, so credit to him. But outside of him, Tank Dell, the rookie, he was banged up, though he was really, really good before then. But it was Noah Brown, it's Dalton Schultz. Like, these are the guys you're having to depend on. If you're C.J. Stroud, you're going, hey, can you get me somebody? Maybe it's not Mike Evans, maybe it's Calvin Ridley or one of these other free agent receivers. But I think if you're Mike Evans, that seems like a nice place with some young talent that seems like is on the right trajectory to go do something. But if you're going to the AFC and you want a Super Bowl, do you want to do anything other than be on the Chiefs?
No, I'd much rather just go to the Chiefs. The Chiefs are just in such a weird spot where it's like, man, we got Chris Jones, we got L'Jarius Sneed, we've got some of our own guys we want to keep. But gosh, him and Pat Mahomes would be so much fun. The longest active 1,000-yard receiving season streaks right now, it's Mike Evans with 10. Wow. The next closest is Stephon Diggs with 6. He's just been a model of consistency, and he's 30 years old, but he's aging like a fine wine. I'd pay Mike Evans.
What's interesting is I'm seeing from Warren Sharp, he just randomly puts out different types of numbers, and Pat Mahomes was dead last in the sport this year when it comes to average length of touchdown passes. His air yards were dead last, was under 4. 3.9 was the average touchdown pass for Pat Mahomes this year. Last in the league. When he was with Tyreek Hill, you were looking at 17 yards of average, touchdown, which for this year would have been third in the league behind Tyrod Taylor and Will Levis, which is really would have been first because both those guys are small sample size. But nonetheless, you see the difference. It's a Pat Mahomes, another edition of how great he is, because he can win this way where he's just bombing it all over the place for touchdowns, or he can do it a little bit differently here with this version of the Chiefs. And if you need me to just be dinky dunky at times and be accurate, short range, no problem, I can do that there. But if you're the Chiefs, do you want to have that extra layer of explosion? And that's what Mike Evans is. He's just a 9-route, 40-yard touchdown waiting to happen.
Absolutely.
I think number one, you've set the difficulty level to extremely hard without giving you that ability to take the top off the defense. And number two, it's just not very entertaining. If I'm Clark Hunt, I'm like, guys, let's put on a show. We have Patrick Mahomes. Why are we trying to win scoring 23 points per game?
Yeah, that whole winning with defense thing, and it was fun for a year. I'm glad we did it. Another notch on your belt, but let's get back to the laser show.
Let's go back to the offense with Andy Reid and Mahomes.
I want to watch SportsCenter Top 10 Plays and know every Sunday I have one, if not multiple, Pat Mahomes to so-and-so for 50-yard bomb skis.
Now, unfortunately, Mike Evans to the Cowboys is a total non-starter. I feel like the Cowboys are in the position of taking salary cap allocation away from that spot. I think Michael Gallup comes off and you continue to go young around Lamb and Cooks. That's a pretty good duo to build around. I'm excited about where they are with their pass catchers. Don't get me wrong. I just don't want to spend any more salary cap space on it.
Yeah, and I think that as always, we look at this NFL draft, and every year it's like, damn, there's a lot of good receivers in this thing. It goes 3 rounds deep, where it's like, oh, you could find somebody that you're pretty excited about, but they're going to have to pay CeeDee Lamb. They're probably looking at that as, all right, well, that's where we're spending our wide receiver money.
So the other interesting thing about the story from a Cowboys perspective is Evans goes into voidable years on this contract. So the contract is over. They still have double-digit of millions on there. Tampa could have done a deal to make that number lower. That's where Dak is going to be next year. I believe that's where Zach Martin is going to be next year. And the Cowboys are about 12 months away from some really, really difficult decisions about their future. It could be a pivot point, and we'll be covering the countdown to that, obviously, after the season. Hopefully that season is glorious. 512 says, that's badass, Dawson. I got a tournament tonight. Best of luck to you. 512-817. I'm better than you, Gavin. Play me. I would love to play
Play me.
Yeah, I'll play anybody in poker. And if you're better than me, I'll acknowledge that. I can definitely feel it when somebody's better than me and they got my number. Okay, Rangers spring training is hitting full swing. Game 1 is Friday against the Royals. Ooh. Most of the games are at 2 o'clock, so right as the show starts, you're going to have Rangers baseball on. And when we're out there next week, it's going to be cool because we'll be able to describe that action to you. The only thing standing between the Dodgers and being a huge favorite is health. As Shohei Ohtani did not participate in live BP Sunday. His Dodgers spring training debut is on hold for now. Manager Dave Roberts saying Ohtani, who's coming back from elbow surgery, will not play in Thursday's opener against the Padres. The two-time MVP signed that $700 million deal as a free agent December. Rangers-Dodgers World Series Ohtani and Seager. That's what I expect going in. I think it would be a magnificent storyline. I think the opportunity to go up against an iconically built roster like they have done out there. I just can't wait to see what CY is going to do here to make sure that we're locked and loaded and up to the task in every way possible. Because he will.
Oh, yeah.
If this team is coming up short early, CY is not going to rest. I think they've taken a conservative approach because of the TV money situation. But that doesn't mean they're done adding or spending. And as we saw last year, they're so full of depth in the minor leagues that they can make trades for players and basically pay the other team in prospects to pick up the salary. So you can kind of get around, adding luxury tax threshold or dollars over the luxury tax threshold. It's a pretty cool way of doing business. Okay, Stars visiting the Bruins this afternoon. How's that game going on right now?
Tied at 2 right now. And the Stars are a little banged up when it comes to their defensive pairings in this one. So you've got Niles Lundqvist, who's hurt. They've had to call up a couple of pieces. But 2-2 at the end of 2 as they look into the third period here. And it's really annoying because it's the same thing that we saw on Saturday when they were taking on Edmonton. It's like the Stars will score and then boom, here's a response by somebody. So Ryan Suter actually got on the board, which was shocking because Ryan Suter I don't think is very good, but he was able to get the Stars' first goal. Then Wyatt Johnson also got on the board. So 2-1, but then here comes Boston tied at 2. So we'll see how this third period goes.
They'll be in New York tomorrow and Ottawa on Thursday, not home until next week. They do lead the division. They are 5 points back in the West behind Vancouver. And, yeah, trade deadline's coming up, I believe, March 5th. They need defense. That's clear. They're below average defensively, and that's just not going to cut it when you get to the playoffs. So it's cool right now. You have clarity, and you're amazing at so many parts of this game. Mavs have a few more days off before they resume their schedule Thursday against the Suns. And hopefully Kyrie Irving comes out looking to make a statement.
Yeah.
Again, if I'm him, I'm sitting home watching that All-Star game, and I'm thinking, man, I'm better than Booker.
For sure.
I'm at least better than a couple of these guys.
Yeah.
And I believe Phoenix is a team that could have, but kind of passed on the opportunity to acquire him. So maybe we'll get a chip on the shoulder Kyrie Irving game like that one in Brooklyn. Luka played 21 minutes last night, had a 777. That's pretty cool.
Just as planned, right? 77 getting the 777.
Okay, yes. I don't think he had a plan for anything other than to just dong around at the highest level until they're like, okay, we can't watch you anymore. I couldn't believe he took that basically full court heave.
Oh my gosh.
With 20
seconds
or whatever left on the shot clock or whatever. Like he gets it. It was completely him and Jokic and everybody just not caring, and that's fine. That's his approach for it. And I did feel a little bit bad for him. Like he tempted fate there. He gets the dunk, and it's rare that you see the Luka dunk. And it was like, okay, cool. And even that one was cutting it a touch close. It wasn't like he absolutely got up so high and yammed it. It was beautiful. He was cutting it close on the first one, and then a few seconds later, he gets another opportunity, and he goes off the glass to himself for another dunk, and then he's rejected by the rim. And I felt a little bit bad for him there.
Yeah, I don't know what his path to the MVP looks like. It's clear that he's still at a stage in his career where he can't demand the ball. Like last night, everybody's deferring to the veterans, and Lillard kind of takes the MVP or takes the shot volume to get the MVP. Will Luka get there? If you're like, if you have his game, it's not highlight reel friendly. You're not going to go dunk it 20 times and score 40 points. You're probably not going to take logo threes because do you have that range? I mean, I would like to see Luka try it at least. Get hot and shoot those shots, because it's annoying when you have a player who's like the secondary star to somebody else that's out there, and like a Steph Curry or LeBron James, like everybody is, and you don't feel like your guy is out there to put on a show. I want to see him go out there and try to put on a show.
The talent's there. Yes. He's definitely capable of doing it.
He's a showman. Luka Magic. He's absolutely capable of going and taking an MVP at the All-Star game anytime he wants to. I just don't know that there will ever be a time that he actually wants to. You would think you become less and less interested over the course of your career. The first couple of years, you feel like you're eyes wide open, starstruck, and you're excited to go out there and dominate. But maybe he feels there is like a passing of the torch, and I got to wait until a certain moment of being a veteran. But I just don't buy it. I think he's got no interest.
Yeah, I don't think he's ever had double digits in an All-Star game in his five appearances.
Yeah, Dirk was pretty much the whole way the whole time as well, almost like sheepish about like, I don't fit in here. I don't want a shot here. You take it. You're the real star. It's like, come on, go put on for the city a little bit. Hey, man, we want to see it.
His favorite thing about All-Star Weekend is just to Luka's is just do the trick shots while you're hanging out at the arena throughout the weekend. He's doing all sorts of long distance shots, high into the sky hang time. He's bouncing it and making it. He's doing all the trick shot stuff, but he doesn't want to be a showman during the game.
Just party with his buddy Jokic.
Joey Logano on the pole. Daytona 500 starts in about 45 minutes. That's a bucket list event, especially if you and the boys like to get a little rowdy. I think that's one you got to cross off your list. And I know I always salute Kenton Nelson and the folks out at Texas Motor Speedway for taking us about a decade ago. It was a hell of a time. Okay, G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. 5 biggest NFL offseason questions is coming up next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, buddy, we're 8.5 minutes now from the G-Bag of the day. We'll get you the best audio from the world of sports. Coming up here in just about 8 minutes. A segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to truckwreck.com. Here's Zach Wolchuk, 5 biggest NFL offseason questions. What do you got for us, Zachary?
Thank you very much. We start, of course, with the quarterbacks. This is courtesy of Steven Ruiz of The Ringer. And it's, will the quarterback market get reset? And how many times can this happen? We saw it with Joe Burrow and Justin Herbert claiming the title of highest paid player in history. Trevor Lawrence is eligible for a new deal. Dak, we've heard the rumors, could be the highest paid player in the NFL. Jared Goff. Jordan Love as well. All of these guys are about to get paid, and then you throw in Tua as well, and it seems like it doesn't matter how good you are. It's just the quarterback market in general. Next guy gets to be the highest paid. The guy after that gets to be the highest paid. I'd love one team or the owners to kind of band together. I mean, I want these guys to get as much money as possible, but there should not be a world where Daniel Jones is making $40 million a year. We've got to find a way to kind of make this a little bit more fair where everybody's not becoming the highest paid guy and making $60 million a season. But hey, we're in another offseason where it's probably going to happen. I think Dak Prescott of your Dallas Cowboys is going to be a big, big part of that.
I do too. And, I think to answer the question, you have the percentage of the average quarterback contract relative to the salary cap increasing over time, and you have the TV dollars increasing over time. And I do believe the quarterback's percentage of salary cap is going to stop or maybe even reverse trend. And I think the TV money is going to stagnate. Okay. So I think at some point in the not too distant future, we're going to level off for a significant period of time or maybe even come back down. The NFL has an advantage that MLB and NBA and NHL don't, and that is their main games are on over-the-air TV still. They're not going to be as prone to the dips that other leagues suffer.
Yeah, and I get it. I mean, a lot of people are already texting like, how the hell is Dak going to get even close to the highest paid? That's how the market is with these quarterbacks, man. It's just what is going to happen inevitably, whether you like it or not.
Unless the Joneses step up and say, forget this.
If they say, let's let it ride and let this thing go for a year, and you have Dak and McCarthy, and we'll see. But I don't know. We'll have to wait and see if they actually do that. But
another team would just make him, a top 3 paid player next year.
Yeah, somebody would pay Dak if he hits the open market. Then it's, what do the Chicago Bears do with the number 1 overall pick? Apparently at the Senior Bowl, there was already a ton of conversation. Bears haven't been shopping Justin Fields, but teams have already been calling them about potential Justin Fields trades, in which case do they then keep the number 1 overall pick, take Caleb Williams, or whichever quarterback they deem is the best, or do they trade number 1, move back a little bit? Which team is it that moves up? Is it Washington? Is it Atlanta at 8? Could it be New England? But that is a fascinating conversation. Yet again, as the Bears did it last year, making the trade with Carolina, they're sitting with all the power. That's going to be fun.
I know there's a lot of critics out there that think because Caleb Williams painted his fingernails and wanted to be comforted by his mom in the worst moment of the season, he's a bad prospect. But I think a team would be insane to pass on anybody that resembles a number 1 quarterback prospect. Fields isn't legendary. Take your next shot at him. And if it's in a eccentric package, so be it. Fans will fall in love with it. Fans will start painting their fingernails if he wins them enough games.
Everybody's just doing the fingernail painting.
Yeah, they'll have no problem writing what he was writing about. It was like F Utah, right? Like that was his whole deal.
F Utah, I think he did
whatever the opponent
was. F Texas, yeah.
F the Packers or whatever. That'll be.
Oh yeah,
they'll have no problem with that. At this point, I'm going to be surprised if that's not what ends up happening here. Justin Fields is going to be traded, and then they're going to keep their pick, and they're going to draft Caleb Williams. That seems like the most obvious thing at this point. It's just how much can you get for Justin Fields, and where does he end up going?
Yeah, and that's going to be a fascinating situation. I think you could probably get at least a second-round pick for Justin Fields. Maybe a bidding war ends up making that go a little bit higher. Pittsburgh's a team that I think has expressed
crazy
potential. What? The
3.
second-round pick?
3.
A 3?
At most.
Yeah. Ooh, at most?
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, we'll see.
He's a reclamation project at this point.
You think so?
Yeah.
You think that low of him?
Yeah. I mean,
I just think his biggest issue is health. Like, he just hasn't been able to stay healthy. I think he played pretty well the second half of last season.
I mean, you're taking a quarterback in the first round with the hope that he's that magical Hall of Famer guy, right? He's as good as Burrow or Mahomes, or even as good as what Deshaun Watson was before everything went bad for him. And Fields right now, at best, you're going to figure out a way to make him an average guy who, is a great athlete, but doesn't see the field or throw it well enough or throw with enough anticipation to be that guy that's going to win games for you.
I do think Chicago needs to reset that market and go ahead and just take a quarterback at number one, but it will be interesting to see what Fields goes for. Then Harbaugh's first offseason back in the NFL. Do the Chargers just end up taking a bunch of Michigan guys, or how does he impact the draft class there? Because he knows these guys probably better than anybody, having just come from college football. So he's got kind of more, I'd say, info, having played against some of these dudes. But it'll be interesting, their cap space as well. Like, the Chargers are a little up against it. Do they already made moves with Corey Lindsey, their center? What exactly does Harbaugh's impact with the Chargers have this offseason? Then the Bengals. What do they do with T. Higgins? I think we've heard the franchise tag be thrown around there. Do they go ahead and try and keep him because they're going to have Jamar Chase they're going to have to pay as well? You're obviously keeping Chase over T. Higgins. And then which 2021 first-rounders get their fifth-year options picked up? That's always fascinating. The Cowboys have been in interesting situations with that where they haven't picked up a fifth-year option. Teams will do that where it's like, this guy hasn't really panned out. Then all of a sudden that fourth year, it's like, here he goes. He steps up. He plays well. And then you're thinking, well, now crap, he's a free agent. What am I going to do? I got to pay him. I wish I had just picked up that fifth-year option, but you've got failed picks like Zach Wilson. Trey Lance is interested in there. Mac Jones, Kyle Pitts. What happens with him in Atlanta? I think they probably picked that up because they went ahead and fired their coach, Arthur Smith, because they didn't believe that he used Kyle Pitts well enough. So the fifth-year option stuff also intrigues me, but I think it's all about what goes down with that number one overall pick, and the Bears are really kind of controlling this offseason.
2-4, horrible NFL knowledge if you think Fields is a third at best. Yeah, I mean, why are the Bears giving up on him? Of course, they have the number one pick, but if you're worth a number one, the team that has you 2 years in isn't looking to deal you. How about other 2-4? You talk about Prescott and putting everything around him to make him successful. What does Justin Fields have around him? Roughly what C.J. Stroud did. It's obvious when guys have it. It's obvious. You don't have to sit there and hope for 4 or 5 years, especially a guy that's going to run. Yeah, as a runner with that blessing, you can run into space away from pressure and make throws. And, I don't know. To me, we've seen enough. And I don't know. I don't need a lot to know. I just look at how a player is reading and how he reacts and how comfortable he looks in the pocket. It tells me so much, So show me a trend of statistical success. I'll turn on the TV and watch the guy for 5 or 10 minutes, and I'm like, this guy isn't comfortable enough in the pocket. He's not seeing enough of the field. He is, not showing me the body language in the pocket of a guy who is, going to be the guy in the NFL. And those traits pop off the screen. We champion them. Like, wow, this guy, he's so tough. He got all these edge rushers coming in around him, and he's just so cool. He just got this sixth sense of where he needs to slide or escape to. So when you don't see those, the opposite is true. It's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius Alexander.
Yeah. Slip, slide, trying to provide some laughs for the Tolos.
Let's go.
Hey. All right, so our champion so far right here is Caleb. Tolo Caleb. He's back with another one in the key of shady. How many days is this right here for this man? Number 2? Number 2, he's defending it. All right.
Yep.
All right, let's see what's going on here. He knocked out the pastor last week. Pastor said, you got to fix them jubblies, baby. You got to pick them up. Yeah, here we go.
I'm a Tolo. Hi, y'all. Do you like sports talk? Listen on the radio or watching YouTube with your eyeballs? A wife asks what's wrong while you crying in the bathroom. I just found out Sean has bigger hands than I do. This song might blow up like RJ on a Blue Chew. My man, Bobby Belt, don't you dare think I'll forget you. said our quarterback was good enough to win the Super Bowl. Guess what? Dak just threw another big a-hole. Kevin Corey, no, I'm listening every day. Mike hyping Luka till his earpiece screams. Call it a Rangers game. G-Bag on my drive home, traffic's in a rage. It's amazing how Broadus is even awake at his age. Gavin had emotion for the first time since 5th grade. Eric aggravating Brian might catch headphones to the face. Dak, I want you to know that they should double your pay. P.S. Please vote for me. It's G-Bag of the day. I am a shout out Reggie. If you ain't right, then get right with the get right. Yo, Pepe, Lucius. I'm out. I'm a solo. I am a.
Salute to you, Caleb.
Unnecessary shots right there, Mr. Broadus.
Yeah, it was.
Unnecessary shots to Mr. Broadus. But I will say, I was looking for my phone before I left the house, and I was in a frantic. I was like, "Where's my phone? I just had it there. I just had it in my hand. Like, I just texted my sister. What's going on?" I went up and down the stairs like 3 times. Damn phone was in the back pocket. Bro.
Oh, that's always the worst.
I said, "This is how Broadus must feel every damn day." I say that respectfully.
Yeah,
I do. Let me take you into my world real quick, yo.
And for love's sake, each mistake.
Yeah.
Oh, you forget.
I was listening to this while working out today. It just came up on the playlist. I've saved it a long time ago, but it popped up. I was doing curls. I had an emotional moment. I started crying while doing curls, bro.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, this song is so motivational.
Now it's solid.
Oh!
I like this jam. Yeah.
Solid as a rock.
I seen the sweat coming off of me, and it was where the lights were in the gym.
Yeah.
Maybe it was the microdosing, too. I seen the vein come out of my bicep, and I was like, oh, my God, it's working.
Everything hit.
It's working.
Perfection.
I'm alive.
Then I said, pull yourself together, man. There's people in here. But yeah.
It was just one of those no Sean Moreno tears, though, right? Just the manliest single tune I've ever seen.
Yeah, just watered up. If you were paying attention, you would have seen it.
It was just testosterone leaving your body.
That's what it was, to leaving the body. Hey, you guys like the relationship between Joker and Luka?
I do.
Yeah.
You guys like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that too. But Joker kept it real on Luka. Listen to this.
Those two to play with you. It seems like you guys have a special connection.
Yeah, Luka is terrible. Luka is really bad for this game. He's worse than me, 100%.
100%.
What a friend. Yeah, Luka is terrible.
Yeah, I saw a great weekend or a video this weekend of Jokic. I think it's from him, like in Serbia or something, because it seems like they're in a foreign land. But he's in the middle of some dancey club area, and he is 100 feet taller than everyone in there. Everyone is like up to his waist, and he is just singing and dancing all by himself, singing to like a love song that's kind of like this. And it's just one of those awesome videos where he is just having the time of his life, and he looks like he's surrounded by elementary school kids.
Yeah. Yeah. And he even dwarfs Luka.
He does.
He would be a threat to me if he was on the Lakers or the Knicks or the Heat.
I know where he was about to go. I was like, oh, what, you can wash Luka out here? Dawson got them hands. I'll wash them.
Yeah,
I didn't know what you meant. Basketball threat of teams.
Yes.
I thought you meant one-on-one, mano a mano. Gavin Dawson will get out of the paint.
I bet.
That'd be amazing.
See, Jokic is so big that I don't think you even have to know how to fight that much. Just be aggressive at that size.
Yeah, just grab you, move you around, throw you.
He'd be such a problem. But yeah, I don't think Luka would go to Denver would be my point. You know, so I like their bromance right now because I think the more likely reunion would be in Dallas.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I'm not against that. I've been wanting that for a while, by the way.
That would be sick.
Yeah.
Especially if you could keep Kyrie.
Yeah. Woo!
Oh my, it's over. It's over. Yeah.
Let me go. Former college coach Carolyn Peck. You guys familiar with her?
Absolutely not.
Okay, well, Google her up real quick. She used to play for Vanderbilt back in the day. She coached the Gators. I remember coaching the Gators at one point. But she was on the call for LSU and Vanderbilt game.
Okay.
Listen to this. We're talking about girls right here.
As a coach, I say, bench, stay in this ball game. Stay excited. Stay enthusiastic. Pull your team through. I don't care if the officials are telling you to sit down.
She went B-word there?
She's got that country twang on her.
As a coach, I say, bench, stay in this ball game.
That's incredible.
Yeah, little country twang.
Hell yeah. We need more of that during these broadcasts.
Way
we
to
really
coach. Yes, dude.
She's 6'4". Okay, I did the Googling. 6'4". She must have been.
Yeah.
She must have been dominant.
Dropping the B word on lots of people of that size.
Dude.
Bench. You know, she's talking about the bench.
Oh, she was saying bench?
She was talking about the bench, but that twang, that country twang.
I would never have known that if you didn't tell us that.
Oh, my God. What would you think I was just saying, country twang?
No, I got it because I had a coach. I had a coach. I can't remember his name, but freshman year we were running 98 bench was like the offensive play, and he made sure he goes, "I'm not talking about your mom when I say 98 bench."
98 bench. All right, how about this one? Yesterday's a church day. Hope you got your blessing. Over the weekend, it was a holy day, right? Like Sabbath is on Saturday for some.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, yeah, hope you guys, whatever you out there looking for, shout out to my pastor, Reverend Ike and Freddie Haynes. This right here is some couples ministry.
Give that man some pasta. Give that man some peace. And I'll let y'all fill in the other pea.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, you know me.
Somebody should have ran around the church. I'm just playing.
I'm just playing.
The 3 P's.
And you know what that woman needs? She needs dedication.
Yes.
Some dollars. And I'm going to let y'all figure out the other D.
Deposits.
Somebody scream, preach.
Directions. Trying to get on right there.
Discipline.
Yeah, discipline. And then third P for man was privacy.
Please.
Happy President's Day, everybody.
Yes, sir. All righty. We are looking for 2 here with our champ, Caleb, or are we going with Joker, keeping it real on Luka? He's bad for the game, constantly complaining. Don't let your kids watch him. Carolyn Peck addressing the bench.
Bench? Stay in this game.
Stay.
Sound like too short there on the call.
Yeah. What's my favorite word? Bench.
Or is it the 3 Ps? Man, it's tough to vote today. Obviously you got to give Caleb his flowers for that. And if he does lose, he'll be an honorary 5-time champion for sure. But I'm going to vote for him. Chief, how about you?
I'm going to vote for Caleb as well.
Lucius?
Bench.
Well, Chuck?
Man, I think I got to go with the
Go with your heart, Bo.
I got to go with the bench.
Go with your heart.
Okay, we're tied at 2, which means you jump onto the Twitter account at GBagNation. Follow us all when you get there.
Sorry, God.
No, I liked it.
We're all sitting right there in the bio.
Live radio.
That's right. Sure. Yeah, we're all right there in the bio. We'll create an Insta poll. You vote on who is your G-Bag of the Day champion. We'll come back and announce it. And then we have Krusty's Corner on the other side. Will the Cowboys avoid these 9 mistakes moving forward? We'll review them and then vote on them. That's next in the G-Bag Nation.
Coming up Tuesday morning.
Yeah. Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. NFL News of the Day coming up at 3 o'clock. I believe we have Micah Parsons audio. That'll be interesting. The Stars scored. They went up 3-2. Can the Cowboys avoid these 9 mistakes? Here's Wolchuk with his scouting mentor, Brian Broaddus's Crusty's Corner.
Thank you very much. Feeling very crusty today. I hope Brian's having a great time out there on vacation. Stars up 3-2. By the way, shout out to Essa Lindell. He's got the Stars on the board. So with 5 minutes to go, let's see if they can hold on to this 1-goal lead. But this is courtesy of Blogging the Boys. Excellent article. 9 free agency mistakes the Cowboys should not repeat. Number 1, you're going to love it. The veteran running back. Don't do it. Don't go after the veteran running back. And my goodness gracious, you look at the last 2 years, the teams that have done this outside of one, and that would be David Montgomery, who went from Chicago to Detroit, signed a 3-year, $18 million deal. He's the only one that saw his yardage increase from the previous season the year after when he signed with his new team. Otherwise, everything is just drastic drop-offs. Miles Sanders, Jamal Williams, Dalvin Cook. The year before, Leonard Fournette, Rashad Penny, Brandon Bolden. I mean, it is just a who's who of don't do this. It's not going to go well for you. And the big name this year is Derrick Henry. And I saw videos today. Derrick Henry's working out. It's probably not going to work out for you if you go ahead and pay Derrick Henry, the veteran free agent running back, big money, because it doesn't seem to be working out for any of these guys.
You know, I think teams ultimately have to take an even stronger approach to this free agency, and there's still a couple of teams keeping this alive that, you know, is providing the idea that maybe one of these guys will get 8 or 9 mil, but it's got to reset down to like 4 or 5 million. Then the 26, 27, 28-year-old back coming off of a good year will have a great, comfortable spot in the free agent marketplace. You know, at that point, getting an assurance that I have a guy that's going to know, his pass protection assignments, who has a track record of avoiding tacklers or breaking tackles. You know, I can get all that stuff on the free agent market without killing my cap. But once you're over $5 million, every smart team left in this league is going to say, absolutely not, you know. And I think the Cowboys cross that, you know. That's what I would like to say. I don't believe the Cowboys are still naive to this fact, Giafalo.
Yeah, I don't think they are either. We've already got the Gilkin report this offseason that they're like, okay, we're done with this. And they're certainly late to the party, but welcome to it. Glad you're here. And they're not going to put a tag on Pollard. They're not going to throw a big contract at any free agent running back. I do think like having a veteran guy on the super cheap is fine. Like, how cheap is he? Because if he is like $1 million back, it's not that big of a deal. So I think getting one of those guys in free agency would be smart, and then obviously get somebody in the draft that you think can be sort of your future at the position.
Yeah, all these guys they specified was like $6 million or more. So if
yeah,
you're paying
can't
something
do
like
that.
$3 million, I'm okay. And we talked about like Zach Moss is a guy that you could look at, and he's probably going to stay in Indianapolis because he had a great year there. But that's a name that you could kind of monitor and say, okay, maybe that's a dude for you. Now, the veteran defender from a top defense is another thing that you should try and avoid.
Really?
The issue with a veteran defender from a top defense is that you're not sure whether the player you're acquiring is good because of his talent or because of the scheme his team employed, or his teammates playing alongside him. Now, this relates to kind of what we've talked about with Patrick Queen, like one of the best linebackers on the market. We saw, and Brian Baldinger talked to us about this, he changed as a player the second Roquan Smith got there. He took away the call on the defense, right? That was something where Patrick Queen was playing slow. He was overthinking things. And as soon as he has that taken off of his plate, he ends up being the player that they thought they were getting when they drafted him in the first round. So I think this is circumstantial. I don't think you should say like, oh, I'm never going to sign a top defensive player from another team. But you do need to kind of look into this and be like, all right, how does this guy fit in with our new scheme, our talent? Is he going to be in a position to succeed much like where he was before? Because you got to kind of weigh all the nuances with that conversation.
Yeah, that was the case with Earl Thomas in Seattle. They were just so dang good at putting him in the best position to succeed that he was an all-pro. And then as soon as he left and, you know, the defense wasn't catered to his specific skill set, his career fell apart really quickly. So, you know, you look at the bullet the Cowboys dodged with Nnamdi Asomugha. I would just say, you're looking for diamonds in the rough, more than you're looking for now, especially in the middle of the field. But I know an edge can win. I know a corner can win, regardless of circumstances. I think it's the middle of the field players that are going to be dependent on how much pressure and how good of a job your defensive line's doing containing things.
Yeah, and it should be relatively easy to know, like, okay, I am a man-to-man. I need a legit corner. I'm not going to get, just because you were an awesome cover 2 corner for a team like Mike Zimmer says he can find at Walmart, but you're not running that, then that's not going to be the guy for you. But L'Jarius Sneed, hey, just line up and let me press man on a guy and run with him. Like, okay, you can do that for me, no problem. Chris Jones, you're going to be fine somewhere else, even though they both probably remain Chiefs.
We're tied at 3 with 1:45 to go.
Son of a gun, dude.
They're banged up.
We were trying to milk a lead for what? We needed 5 minutes. We needed 5 minutes of a milk lead there.
Hawk and Paw's out. Now you've got 2 guys that were playing with the Texas Stars that are both getting big-time playing time for you. I mean, it's an issue. I mean, the defense is being leaky. They're probably going to go to an overtime again. All right, the second and third wide receiver in an effective passing offense is something you should also potentially avoid. Bill Barnwell referred to this as the Alvin Harper rule. Cowboys found themselves in this when they traded for Roy Williams in 2007. And then, of course, you saw this when the Jags paid Laurent Robinson from the Cowboys. It's like, oh, this dude just put up monster numbers. Then he gets to Jacksonville, and unfortunately his career was cut short because of the concussions, but he just wasn't quite the same. So just because these guys, and Jawan Jennings, I think, might be the player that we look at this year. He's the third option there in San Francisco, certainly had a monster Super Bowl. Does somebody end up overpaying for that type of player in free agency? You probably don't want to be the team that does that.
Cedric Wilson going to Miami fell off, after looking so good for the Cowboys. Yeah, a lot of those guys have a lot of success because of a specific role that team has carved out for them. And it was a real shame the Cowboys lost Wilson because I was excited about, what they were able to do with him.
The pass rusher coming off a monster contract year. You got guys like Leonard Williams, Carl Lawson, Marcus Davenport in recent years that went ahead and crushed it, then got paid, weren't quite the same players after that. Also, if you're going to go ahead and bring in a player and you're asking him to do something different, this goes with like some of those defensive players we were talking about earlier. You're like, oh, we really like the guy. We think he's got a great skill set, but now he's asked to do something on our team, whether this dude was a guard, we're going to kick him out to tackle or center or defensive tackle. He was playing 3-tech. Now we're going to move him over to 1-tech. You got to be careful with that. And then number 6, something this team might have an issue with, the dumb player. Now, you're probably not going to know this unless you ask around the league. You call that other team, coaches, scouts, you get the player in here, but Bill Parcells had the quote, dumb players do dumb things. Smart players seldom do dumb things. And Mike Zimmer in his introductory pressers seemed like that was something that was going to drive him crazy. When he teaches something and you don't do what I've taught you to do, I'm going to lose my mind. I think we've already seen maybe this team has some guys that aren't the most when it comes to instinctive. The football IQ could be in question. You don't want to add more of those to the locker room.
Yeah, discipline's what I need. I think you can have a low IQ, but be so on the ball that you're like, man, I'm just not going to be the guy making mistakes because I'm focused. That's what I want. I want focused players who play with discipline.
The other ones are just ignoring why a team let an older player go. You got to do your homework on that. Not being active in free agency at all, which the Cowboys often fall into that category. You got to at least look and try and improve your roster in some areas. And then not using your late round picks as trade currency to circumvent free agency altogether. They did a great job of it last year. We applauded them for it. It was the first time we'd really seen them do this. You gave up late-round picks to go and get Brandon Cooks and get Stephon Gilmore, and they were big for you this year. But ultimately, they haven't done it enough, and if they go ahead and evaluate a player, maybe you don't get a free agent here, but there is a player that's going to be a cap casualty, I'll give you a 6 out for somebody else because most of the time you're getting players like a Danny Cole who doesn't end up working for you, or a Bradley Anai who I was hoping would work. He didn't. The list goes on and on. Now, they've hit on some of them. Deron Bland, for example, is a guy that they definitely hit on, but more often than not, you're taking massive flyers with those late-round picks. Go get yourself an established veteran if the opportunity presents itself.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Krusty's Corner every afternoon at 2:40. Brian Broaddus is going to be out all week long. Best of the Weekend's coming up at 3:40. Eric Chiafalo will tell you about some great things that happened this week. And I saw something terrifying yesterday at a little soccer practice that I did for a few girls. And I'll tell you about that coming up in 1 hour. I nearly it took my breath away. I'll say that. NFL news of the day coming up next, though. Woolchuck, what do you have for us?
Free agent updates, the latest that we've got from Jimmy Johnson, and we're throwing up the X. That's next.
We will gladly. Odyssey app. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yes, sir. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. By the way, forgot to mention Bench won in a very close vote off. By the way, Bench is your new G-Bag of the Day champion, which means we'll make Caleb an honorary 5-time champion there, and he's now eligible for the 2024 G-Bag of the Year. Stars and Bruins in overtime. It's time now, though, for some Micah Parsons audio edition of an NFL News of the Day with Wolchuk.
Yeah, Micah was talking on Stephen A. Smith's podcast. We'll get to more of these cuts coming up at 5:20 when we hit the expressway. But some of the things that he said was regarding Tony Pollard. I would say towards the end of the season, Tony Pollard was catching his rhythm again. I do think he's an every down guy. You got to think he broke his tibia, something that's a catastrophic injury. You're talking about a guy that's really been off from that January. He comes back week 1, didn't really do a lot. It takes time to get back into football. He didn't do OTAs, didn't do minicamp, did a little bit in training camp. You saw him increase. I'm just now getting back to myself, like he said. I would give Tony Pollard another shot, says
That
Micah
sounds like
Parsons.
the excuse train. Chugga, 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 chugga. I mean, sure, we him or Zeke, if you want a veteran running back that can get you 3.9 yards in attempt and protect the quarterback pretty good, one of those two will be fine.
Yeah.
Did he say fibula and tibia?
Yeah, he just said both.
He just was like, I'm not sure which one it is. So
He
I'm
might have
just gonna
broken
put
both. Hell,
of these
I don't
out
know.
there and-
I think that it's possible that he did break both.
I think it's the 2 bones in your lower leg.
Yeah.
They might break simultaneously, which would be unfortunate.
He definitely got better though, as the season went on. So
It was so bad to start. But yeah,
he was terrible to start.
He did get better. Again,
Where is this better you guys speak of? How do you define that?
I define it by some of the advanced metrics will indicate that he was well. I mean, it's not even an advanced metric to say he was breaking much more tackles.
He was.
But yards over expected, I think, got much better for him as the season went on. The offensive line was doing him no favors. He certainly wasn't the same type of game breaker that he was the year prior, but by the end of the season, he was certainly not the problem when it comes to your rushing attack. I think your offensive line was, the long speed
did not come back. But you did see towards the end of the season some noticeable, okay, that looked like the Tony Pollard flashes of last year just in the initial burst to and through the hole. But he would get caught from behind on some runs that you're like, Tony Pollard's probably taking that to the house last year.
High-powered offense, good quarterback, all-pro quarterback, lighten it up, multiple players in the passing game that can threaten the defense. I don't know. I see a lot of sub-4 yards per attempt, and I get it. The analytics help us, but I think in this way they're not helping us. They're not helping us see what really happened in the game.
Mm-hmm. But you would acknowledge the offensive line was much worse than the running back there. Like if you could fix one of those things, it'd be the run blocking, and heck, probably even the schemes and the nuances of the way that they were running the football before you were getting to the running back.
And I think 2022 Tony Pollard would have broken so many wide open that it would have made his yards per attempt big because he would still have that juice, that wiggle, and that long speed to make you one every, 2 or 3 games, a touchdown out of nothing.
For sure. Yeah, even by the end of the season when he was much better, it's not to say that he was back to being his old self. Like 2022 Pollard we'll never see again. He's one of the best running backs in the league. The latter half of last year, Tony Pollard was a starting capable running back in the league.
Serviceable back.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So I think a team will sign him, and as long as it's just to a relatively small running back deal, it'll be okay. If the Cowboys were that team, like, hey, we'll get you back for 1 year on a couple million, sure, but more than likely that won't be the case. He'll get a little bit more, and the Cowboys won't want to touch it, and they'll be right for it. They shouldn't have franchise tagged him last year, and they shouldn't be giving him a multi-year deal that's worth anything more than like $2 million a year.
Yeah, speaking of problems from the past you need to erase, it's the signing of hurt players.
Yes, 100%, and the Cowboys love to do that for whatever reason. Now, Tony Pollard will be, I think, at Nebraska Furniture tomorrow with the KNC Masterpiece, 12-1. I'll be out there. You can go.
Salute.
But we've got Micah on the Stephen A. Smith show. This
Had
is
a hell of a run.
He did. Micah was responding to Tank's burnt-out comments, which he made, of course, on First Take during Super Bowl week. We got to ask Brandon Cooks and Stephon Gilmore their thoughts on it, DeMarcus Ware's thoughts on it. Everyone was pretty frustrated. Here was Micah's response joining Stephen A.
Don't get me wrong. Yes, I agree that teams play us like the Super Bowl. We are the Dallas Cowboys. But in the end, that's not a good enough reason or excuse to say that publicly. If you say that to someone else, you know what I'm saying, one-on-one, you know what I'm saying, cameras off, sure, be my guest. But when I feel like once that regular season ends and they get in the playoff, you're supposed to get rejuvenated. Like, this is a whole new me, whole new you. Like, we need to get ready. And that's part of that culture stuff where I was talking about, where I want to dive into the players that we got to change. Like, it should never, you should never go into a game like I'm tired, like I'm ready to go home. Because that's exactly what's going to happen, and it did happen. I'm coming to the game every week like, man, I got 4 more weeks left. I don't know what y'all got, but I got 4 more weeks left. Like, that's part of the culture and identity that I just feel like we're missing. Like, that's just something like I don't agree with at all. Like, regular season, all right, yeah, I'm tired, like I'm wore out. But as soon as playoffs hit, knowing how limited and how hard it is to win in playoff game, I would never say I'm tired or I feel fatigued, because that's my job to not feel that way.
Oof. That was looking right at you, DeMarcus Lawrence.
Yeah.
That was 90 seconds worth of DeMarcus Lawrence. You shouldn't have said that. You were wrong for saying that. If you want to feel that behind closed doors, fine, but that is not what it should be, and that is not me, and that is not a good enough excuse.
Yeah, we've heard, no, we weren't tired, and we shouldn't say that. You know, I hope this brings them to a place where they can have some great leadership results from it. You know, sometimes you suppress things or complaints about the way things are going, and it takes until you have a really bad blow up for people to come together in a meeting and put all their cards on the table. And on the other side of that meeting, you have a potential to be a much tighter group. So that's what we got to hope for now, is this venting is going to force them to have a conversation that creates better leadership dynamics.
Yeah, well, leadership, attitude, culture, and accountability are definitely a theme in what Micah was talking to with Stephen A. And we'll get to some of the more audio cuts later.
That's a big project for Mike for Mike Zimmer.
It is.
You got to get everybody on the same page.
Yeah.
Do you know that everybody has each other's back right now?
It seems
they do not sound like a team that's going to rally together.
No.
You cannot. I mean, playing selfish football has already been a problem for this defense for a long time.
There's an issue there. Bart Scott, then on Get Up this morning, they played this audio. He responds to Micah's comments with Stephen A.
What does that mean? It's the playoffs. Everybody playing hard in the playoffs. This is what I don't understand. Attitude reflects leadership, right? Attitude reflects leadership. Mm-hmm. Who's the leader on that team?
They don't have one. Let's be honest.
Well, are you going to pay? No, bro. I'm talking on that defensive side, because that's who didn't show up. Like, I don't expect Dak to get in defensive players' face and say, not today. If you're going to be that generational player, if you're going to be that Lawrence Taylor player, like, listen, I played around great players that, Micah Parsons is supposed to be that. Ray Lewis ain't letting no team show up and lay no dud. Ed Reed ain't letting no team show up and lay no dud. Darrelle Reeves ain't showing up letting nobody lay no dud. He gonna perform and play with such an energy that's gonna make everybody else play. So that's what I'm talking about. He's lacking leadership, right? He doesn't understand what winning in this league is all about. Is he a great player? Yes. But just because you're a great player don't mean you're a great leader. He needs to go to a leadership school and learn how to lead by example and quit talking so much and being so damn sensitive. You're a linebacker. That's supposed to be a tough guy spot. He's the most sensitive guy I've ever seen. He responds to everything. Get off of social media, quit tweeting, quit talking about responding, and go about your business, man. That's how you change the culture. That's why Emmitt Smith came out and had something to say. That was directly to you, bro. So instead of responding to what Lawrence said, respond to what Emmitt Smith said and maybe sit down with guys that know what winning is about in this league.
Wow, I appreciate Bart Scott's perspective. I think he's a hell of a broadcaster. I do think Micah responds to a lot. He's trying to build a broadcasting brand, okay? And that's what you do as the modern day athlete / content creator, is you're out there engaging in opinions. So maybe the world is different from when Bart Scott was at the top of his game. I think when you're saying attitude reflects leadership, though, that is looking at the coaching staff. And to me, that is a criticism of Dan Quinn, and it's the disciplinarian versus the cupcake approach that these head coaches and coordinators take. And I think there's an upside and a downside to both. In Seattle, it worked on a championship level because you had so many highly motivated alpha dogs on defense. That Pete Carroll and Dan Quinn's approach of bring me the great athletes. Maybe they're a little rough around the edges. Maybe there are discipline issues, but we're just going to let them come here and be themselves. And them being themselves was being complete badasses. I don't think you have the same makeup in this Cowboys locker room. No. So maybe you need a coach to draw it out of them intentionally a little bit more on a daily basis.
Yes, yeah, I think they absolutely do. That's why hopefully I do think Zimmer emotionally is the right hire here. They need some of that. And if that means that you end up having a lot of people hating each other at the end and it doesn't even work, then all the true colors will show. I think either way, this is a good move here. Hopefully he gets him going in the right direction. But, I mean, you're talking about Micah Parsons and building his media brand. It's like, where are the priorities? Where are your priorities? That's fine that's what you want to do there, but you have plenty of time after your career to worry about that. And the best thing you can do for yourself, heck, Bart Scott. Who is Bart Scott? He's on ESPN talking right now. It's not like he didn't have to do a whole bunch of things throughout his career when he was a Baltimore Raven. He's not, sorry, Ray Lewis, I can't really talk to you right now. I got to go tweet some things and respond to people. No, Bart Scott now has a great media job, and he didn't have to do anything like that throughout his career. Well, Micah Parsons, go win a Super Bowl, go win a Defensive Player of the Year, go be a dominant NFL player. You have the star on your helmet. The brand will take care of itself, dude.
So my only pushback on that would be, it's different than generations in the past, but does that necessarily mean it's bad? Can't you do both? There's a lot of time in the day. They're not even practicing that much.
No, for sure. But then all of a sudden now you're talking to Stephen A. Smith when you should be talking to DeMarcus Lawrence.
You're right about that.
Yeah. When you're talking to Stephen A. Smith, it's, hey, yeah, I actually picked up the phone and I talked to Tank about that. He probably feels like he'd like to have a couple of those words back. I don't think he actually feels that way. And as the leader on this team, I wanted to confront it with him. And I think we've got this thing figured out, and you don't have to worry about the burnout thing ever being a problem. I don't even think it was just a problem. I think he misspoke there. But don't worry, we've got it figured out, and we're rocking and rolling. And I'm not worried about telling you, Stephen A. Smith. I'm worried about dealing it with my teammate, DeMarcus Lawrence, who I would guess Micah hasn't even discussed this with.
No, because how do you feel?
Because he's too busy discussing it with other people.
The rest of the locker room, when you hear Micah say that, and he's basically throwing DeMarcus Lawrence under the bus, how do you think that's going to make everybody else feel in that room? And I get it. From a media standpoint, hosting your own podcast and all that, it's entertaining. You're saying the right thing. You're being honest. That's awesome.
Yeah, Draymond Green does that after he's a world champion 3 times. But he does that later in his career. You don't start your career with this.
Yeah, when you talk about the culture and accountability, and he does take accountability during the Stephen A. Smith show, and we'll get to some of that at 5:20. But that is also part of the problem right there. He needs to look himself in the mirror and be like, dude, I also need to do a better job here. Because I don't think he is a natural leader. I don't know that there's many people in that locker room that are viewing Micah as that go-to leader right now. Maybe he tries and does that over the offseason. But again, like we've talked about, I don't know that that's something you can just become.
Yeah, it's tough. You're bringing in a lot of different generations. Now you have maybe your 2 best leaders in Gilmore and Cooks haven't been around for a long time. Dak's a great leader as well. I shouldn't say that. But 2 of your better veterans haven't been around here a long time. You have the young superstar who's better than your old star, and I think the leadership should come from one of the best players. So it's a difficult needle to thread. But again, I think you look at the coaches here to understand that's what they're trained to do. The football players are trained to play. The coaches are trained to get everybody on the same page, and through experience and hopefully self-reflection and education, they have a lot of tools in their book to create some great team unity. I think that's a huge priority as we go into this. And I think you sell them on the idea of, guys, our cap is screwed in 2025. Many of you will not be around. This is our last chance in this window, and this might be your last great chance. So, whoever you feel like pointed the finger at you, it doesn't matter right now. We got to go win some hot damn football games.
They got to come together in a big way, and hopefully Mike Zimmer can help with that. We heard Dave Campo talking about, maybe Dan Quinn was a little too buddy-buddy with some guys, and maybe getting that different voice in the locker room will help a little bit. You talk about best of the weekend, which we're going to have coming up in a little bit, but holy crap, Des Bryant, throw up the X. Our guy hits a 13-leg college basketball parlay on Saturday. Yes.
Another one, bro?
Yes.
13?
Let's go, 88.
13-leg, and he posted it, so it's legit. He put down $767. to win $416,970. He's posted another video today with the stack of bills that he is just stacking up right now. I mean, look, Dez, I know he's another guy who's wanted to do something with the personal corner and all that. Dez might need to go get one of these gambling jobs over there with BetMGM or something, because our guy is hitting at a pretty consistent rate.
He can point out the mistakes they're making in their lines that allow him to hit a 13-leg parlay.
Dude.
That's outstanding. I thought my poker tournament win over the weekend was huge, but that's small potatoes. And Des, I recognize you're a champion as well, just like myself. Congrats to you. I also notice you're into the Web3 stuff and the NFTs. We've talked about that on this show before. I'd love to connect with you on that again, so holler at me. It'll be just two champions hanging out.
Just a couple of champs.
Talking gambling wins and
just winning.
crypto and maybe some sports.
Yes, dude. Man, shout out.
Hey, I'm subscribing to that, just so you know.
Nice.
I am following you on Twitter as well with your crypto stuff, dude. Sick.
Right on, bro. No, I had such a fun
Keep pumping
weekend.
out the videos, dude.
Okay, I will. Okay, it's time to go around the bases, though. Let's keep cranking out the baseball content. What are we doing there, sir?
Yeah, okay, so the Rangers, we got everything new from Surprise. We had Corey Seager speaking about his mic drop moment. And how's Josh Young doing? That's next.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion, with laughs along the way.
the A1 Air warehouse clearance sale. 1-800-NEW-HEAT, 1-800-NEW-HEAT, or A1air.com.
Some restrictions apply.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Maverick Windows.
Tired of high energy bills and noisy streets? Upgrade your home today with Maverick Windows. Our energy efficient windows reduce noise and cut costs. Choose Maverick Windows and see the difference. Call 800-972-3631 or visit us at maverickwindows.com now.
Welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a good one. We're going around the bases. 254 says, Gavin, defending the bad Cowboys culture and making Micah excuses is peak Cowboys culture. I just think it's accidental that it happened, that there isn't a real daddy of the defense. There's nobody that commands respect and attention. Dan Quinn didn't do it. So I'm with you. I'm on the same page with you. I just don't think it's natural to say, oh, you're not a good leader. Well, I'm mad at you now as a fan for not being a good leader, or this is something you're doing wrong. They're just not good leaders. And in the absence of one, they're all trying to step up and do it. But it's very hard. Leadership isn't something that you just decide to do and go do it. And if your coaching staff isn't good, if you don't really have a functioning GM of the team to keep the coaching staff, thinking that way, and your GM isn't capable of doing it, like, who's going to do it? Asking the players to do it? That's crazy. The people that are actually, it's in their job responsibility to coach leadership or to, provide a culture and a general set of standards. That's coaching. That's exactly what that is. If you get more of it from your players, that is a bonus. But all you're looking for from them is consistent hard work, focus, and playing with passion. And that is leading by example in a way. But, I just think it's weird to look at non-leaders and then get mad at them for not being a leader. Okay. And I don't think you have any on this football team right now. I don't know if the coaching staff situation has been conducive to identifying them. Maybe, that's another thing on the coaching staff. You got to identify leaders and help groom them. You got nothing. I think you salute Dak, for being what I believe to be an amazing leader. Brandon Cooks as well. And there's tons of guys that lead by example on this football team on a daily basis. But what you're talking about is the Ray Lewis leader. That kind of dude they clearly don't have. It's time now to go around the bases. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Tell us about the baseball, Wolchuk.
Well, I don't think the Rangers have a leadership problem. Marcus Semien, after setting a record with the most plate appearances in the history of the sport with 835, what did he do after the World Series championship parade? Quote, I went right into it, said Marcus Semien. I thought about our opponents and the team that didn't go as far as us and had an extra month to prepare. So I thought to myself, why should I take a 3-week break? Because we went this far. Now I need to do what I did last offseason. Marcus is just the man.
He's
just an absolute badass.
He's sick in the head in the best way possible when you're a fan.
He's just a workaholic.
The team that he plays for.
Yes,
absolutely. And I know that he was talking about dipping into the I believe his son's little league team.
Yeah.
Got right into right into coaching there. So I mean, he's a stand-up dude. He is picture perfect discipline. Everybody knows. It was one of my favorite things of last year was reading the story where everybody talks about Marcus in a particular article, and all these players are just quoted as like, yeah, you know exactly what you're going to get from him, Mr. Consistent, and at every time of the day, anybody could just if you want to know where Marcus is, just look at the clock and he's Mr. Routine guy. You know exactly where to find him. That's who he is. And that was, man, what a great signing he was just for being that the stable force and playing all of these games. I wonder how many he sets out to try and play this year and how much the team is like, hey, we're going to schedule some days off for you because we don't need that September or October slump.
Yeah, Boach said that he has talked to him about that. He said, look, if he's beat up and he's banged up, a day off is beneficial, but he loves to play, and if you take that away from him, if he's healthy, is that beneficial? We're in this game to play, and some guys don't want to sit.
Well, I think he's got special makeup. His durability, his reliability speaks for itself.
He's an
in
Iron
that
Man
department. I think other players, it does break them down, and then they get hurt, because something's tired, something's fatigued. But he has the ability to be consistent. So I would just do it to protect against a mental break.
I agree, and I think you've seen that with like Adolis Garcia. He's a guy that certainly you need to give some time off because that will affect him not only at the plate, but he will also get banged up over time. I think Corey Seager, he's coming back now from the sports hernia. He was talking to the media, said he's feeling okay right now. He's really not sure if he's going to be doing much at all in spring training. He kind of doesn't like to know. Really, he wants to just be told, like, okay, now I can do this, or else he's going to start pressing. He's going to try and be like, okay, I need to make sure I hit this goal, that goal. But Seager was asked about his mic drop moment in response to Alex Bregman of the Houston Astros that made the claim of, I guess people wondered what it'd be like if the Houston Astros didn't win the division. I guess we'll never know. Seager famously goes, people wondered what it would be like if the Rangers didn't win the World Series. I guess we'll never know. That ended up kind of being a rallying cry for the entire postseason. Here was Seager's back and forth with the media.
What's been the reaction that you've gotten to that from people that you run into?
Repeating it to me, which is great, right? Like I'm happy they were excited about it. Obviously, it was a really fun time for us, but it's got to move on for me. But I'm glad they still enjoy it.
Did you surprise yourself with that?
Yeah.
Or did you plan that?
No, that was very at the whim. Yeah, I was. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Well, did what he said, it appears to have stuck with you guys?
Yeah, absolutely. It for sure did. It's something that motivated us. We used it, and it was great for us. It brought us more together in a time that we were trying to regroup. So it was a good thing for us.
I love it. The rivalry between Houston and Texas, it's at an all-time high right now. Whatever you need to use to galvanize and just get that extra motivation. I mean, look, the postseason is in itself, but that was something that the team was able to come together for.
Yeah.
And Seager's moment will go down in history as one of the best mic drops in sports.
Absolutely. I don't know if they win, if Bregman doesn't say that. And that's why Belichick was so notoriously constantly playing defense against bulletin board material.
Yep.
Only good things about the other team can be said. You never know when something's going to go viral or strike a nerve in a way that inspires people to be so laser focused and adrenalized. Now they're operating at a higher than 100%. You can't maintain higher than 100% for long, but you definitely can through a postseason run when every time you step foot on that field, it's lighting you up. It's refilling your tank. And that I believe that was a huge factor in the Rangers getting it done.
We also have Max Scherzer, who was out there at Surprise talking with the media 10 weeks after he had surgery to repair a herniated disc in his lower back. And you've always got to make sure you say that a little bit slowly unless something else comes out. But he said that he feels great. I feel completely normal right now, which is really weird considering I had back surgery. I'm just idling. So that's good news for Scherzer. He's still on pace right now to probably come back after the All-Star break. He's on schedule. But, that's also a guy you kind of just want to make sure. Max, just calm down. All right, don't overdo it because you are a crazy person that we love, but we also don't want you to do anything that's going to end up being a setback there with that back surgery.
Yeah, and he's going to work out like a maniac. Hopefully he doesn't pull a Dak where he works out so hard that he needs to redo the operation. That's going to be really important, especially at his age. He's going to heal a little bit slower. And obviously the training staff has a great deal of experience with these kind of things, but I just want to protect him from himself, and hopefully the team's playing so well that we don't feel any added sense of urgency to get him back in there. And hopefully at this age he can bounce back and still be the same. Anytime you have a significant surgery like this at any age, there's a threat that you won't be able to come back 100%. But I think they have gotten pretty dang good at this operation, Wolchuk.
I think they have too. The bummer was Josh Young, and this happened, of course, over the weekend, but he ended up having a calf injury. He was fielding a ground
happened
ball
during our show Friday.
Yeah, there's a video of it. So the diagnosis is 3 weeks for Josh Young. So he said, I guess I really just don't like being in spring training. If I could get through the first day, maybe the rest of the year would be a little bit easier, said Josh Young. But the team doesn't expect to add any veterans. It's going to increase the workload probably of guys like Ezekiel Duran, Josh Smith. Duran's probably the club's top option. If either Josh Young or Corey Seager are not ready for opening day, Rangers had hoped to get Duran more work in the outfield this spring to increase his value, maybe get him some more everyday playing opportunities. other infielders in camp.
Man, it's great to have him on the team, isn't it?
He's just a jack of all trades. You talk about a utility guy. Durant is that dude. But other guys that could see a significant uptick in playing time, Jonathan Ornelas, Davis Wenzel, Baylor's own, and then veteran non-roster signee Matt Duffy as well is a guy that they could take a peek at. This was a fascinating article from Jim Bowden on The Athletic, and I was cruising around. I heard Alec and Blake and CA talking about this, and that's why you turned on Leave It On over the course of the weekend. But the Rangers in Montgomery, Monty's still out there, and it seems less and less likely. I know Chris Young said he doesn't expect massive roster additions, and it's all going to come down to the money in the contract. But Bowden wrote about what if he decides to do a shorter-term deal or even a pillow contract that allows him to go back on the free agent market next offseason.
A 1-year deal in baseball is called a pillow
contract.
A pillow deal?
So like we saw Adrian Beltre kind of do this at points too when he first came with the Rangers. Then he got a big extension with the Rangers and ended up having a Hall of Fame career. But maybe you do the 1-year pillow-like contract. You talk with Scott Boras, his agent. You pay him whatever it is, $25 to $35 million for this 1 year. And the hope is, hey, you're back with Mad Max. You're on a team that you just won a World Series with. If you go out there and you perform, you carry over that postseason run of success, now you're going to hit the free agent market again next year, and you're probably going to make even more money. So I do think there's a sell here, and there's a pitch where this could make some sense for Monty and the Rangers to maybe hopefully get reunited.
That'd be beautiful, man. That really would be nice. I trust CY and company no matter what. Even if they get into the season, there's no Monty deal. By the time you get to the deadline, they're going to make the necessary moves that they need in order to get over the hump. And they will. I mean, ultimately, as constructed, doesn't feel like this is going to be the roster that gets you where you ultimately want to go. And so moves are going to have to be made. But bringing Monty back, what a shot in the arm that would be, too. Like, just before this season, everybody would be pumped. And he still, I would imagine, gets the lifetime Hurtado deal, even if it's just a 1-year deal with the club.
Oh, yeah,
so,
you honor that.
Yeah, you honor that. Yeah, Brandon's a stand-up guy, so he's going to honor that, and that's a no-brainer situation there for Monty. But the pillow contract is not something I've heard of before. This is the first time I've ever heard of pillow contract.
Yeah,
so this was educating.
The pillow contract. Yeah, Rangers are pillow talking. And,
I guess we're not baseball guys like Wolchuk and Sands.
Yeah, just pillow contract this thing, man.
Or how many pillows generally do you guys sleep with? Like, how many do you need to get a perfect night's sleep?
Used to be two. Now it's down to one.
Oh, what happened? Oh, you've punted on you trade.
I don't know. And this
just cut one of your pillows.
I could have gotten ball sacked on this, but wifey was like, "What you want to do is not sleep with your shoulders on the pillow." So now I kind of just sleep with one because if I have two, like naturally, I don't know, I have to have my pillows on the pillow, my shoulders on the pillow.
Oh, so you were double stacking pillows for your head? Okay, I was thinking maybe you had a different,
I was getting a little
between
bit
the legs pillow, perhaps.
I was getting some leverage, just a little bit of a lift.
You wanted to be up a little bit.
Yeah, now I'm just going flat.
I think that's really the healthiest way to do it.
I have two big heavy ones. They're thick. They're like the memory foam style ones.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I encase my head. Okay. And it started just as like a coping mechanism for the noise when Abby was born.
Yes.
And then it turned into such a habit that that's now how I'm most comfortable sleeping.
So you cocoon your face in pillows.
Yeah.
That's
I got
awesome.
a little pocket down here I can breathe
So
out
you
of.
guys don't you guys don't body pillow this thing? Lucius, how many pillows are you using? Because I love it like a between the legs pillow if I'm laying sideways, or maybe like a under the legs pillow if I'm laying flat.
Yeah. I usually rock with about 4 of them joints.
Wow.
Yeah, sleep with like 2. You know what I mean?
Like cuddling, like holding them.
And I'm laying my head on it. Then I have one laying against my back, one between my legs.
Okay,
wow, dude.
Yeah, I like to be smothered in pillows, man.
Yeah,
I dig that.
We're doing a lot of pillows. No, I've never
feather
done
pillows. I love a good feather pillow.
Never done the between the legs.
Oh, the goose down?
Yes, dude.
Those are exceptional.
Oh,
yeah, I had one as a kid. Okay, there you have it. The proper round tripper from Wolchuk. We've got to get out of here. Sands is coming up at 6:20. Okay, we'll talk more baseball with Sands coming up at 6:20. Coming up at 4 o'clock, we'll get you some Cowboys news. But up next, Chief, where would you like to take us?
Best of the weekend, a local legend has to apologize, but I think the sport he plays for should be the one apologizing. And a PGA Tour ball sacking for the ages next year in the nation.
They poke fun out of mutual love and then get into fisticuffs. G-Bag Nation from Surprise. Your world champion Rangers play here on 105.3 The Fan.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
Yeah, buddy. Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Hope you're having a great Monday. It's time now for Eric Chiafalo to entertain you with a little best of the weekend. Here's the Chief.
Congratulations to Hideki Matsuyama for winning the Genesis Invitational. He did it. He was like 200-1 odds coming in. He goes ahead and gets that thing done. Jordan Spieth, local legend, was disqualified, and it's because he signed for an incorrect scorecard.
Yeah.
Signed for a 3 and made a 4 on number 4. And so he gets the boot there. He's very sorry about that, but I think the sport of golf should be more sorry about that. Like that.
We all saw it on TV.
I'm not Mr. Golf guy, so maybe some people are more passionate in the other direction. But to me, it just seems like what are we doing having to score this thing?
Can we have some scorers out here?
Yeah. Why is the guy he's not able to ride in the golf cart? He's got to walk the whole thing. He's got a lot on his mind here, and he's got to score himself. Like what's the deal here? Why can't we have some other technology that allows for the scoring to happen and the guy doesn't have to score himself?
I'm not a golf guy either, but it's like the honorableness of the sport or whatever it is. Like we should be able to trust each other to score our own.
I get it. And that was well said, dude. The honorableness of the sport is important.
That's exactly what it is. I think word for word. I think the deal is, you're so spread out. Golf has been a game that's required integrity and honesty because I can't see you hitting your shots all the time. I know you went behind that tree. Did you do anything to the ball? So you get.
Yeah.
But we've reached a point now, especially in the pros, where you should have a scoring system that doesn't involve the players.
There's definitely a way around this, so where we could do this with modern technology. Like we shouldn't have to score
and if you get
game,
caught,
but golf purists are probably thinking like, "Go after yourself. You guys are idiots. You don't know what you're talking about."
For sure.
I like the tradition of signing it, but if I'm wrong, don't kick me out. Just be like, hey, you're wrong, and we're going to add a stroke for being wrong. Not Dunsky.
Penalty.
It wasn't intentional. You think I'm going to do this intentionally? We're on TV, dude. If I make a mistake, it's 145% an accident. Jack wagons.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Is that more? I mean, we're all football guys in here, and there's definitely some archaic things about the way football is done.
Yeah, but don't mess with my football, but I can mess with your golf.
No, because
that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, but like the chain gang.
Yeah, I'm with you there too.
There's a couple of things about
let's get
football.
A chip in the damn football so we know is this actually a first down or not.
Yes. The arbitrary 70-year-old that's running out there spotting the ball. I mean, maybe it's a yard one way or the other.
Card trying to figure out was this a first down or not.
And at least he was trying to provide some level of nuance there with the index card.
Yeah.
You could do a better job at spotting the ball with one Logitech C920 webcam than these referees can.
I don't know.
I swear to God.
Is that that's a low level basic cam, isn't it?
Yeah. Consumer level.
It's a run of the mill cam.
$80. Yeah, it'll map the whole thing out.
Dude, I got ball sacked so bad. I wanted this to be true so bad that I didn't even spend a second considering the fact that this wasn't true. And it's during the golf, and you see Tour Golf verified account. I mean, they hit all the right notes with this fake account here. PGA Tour at PGA Tour, except the U and the O are flipped. So that's where I should have known.
Okay.
But there's a video. It shows golfer Tom Kim almost missing his tee time, and he is running out at the start of this thing. He's running in his tight white pants. He's running out so that he doesn't miss his tee time. And Tour Golf at PGA Tour verified tweets out the video, and it says Tom Kim almost missing his tee time as he approached the tee box. He said, quote, "I just essed my brains out, never eating In-N-Out again."
Oh, man. I wish that were real.
We all want
That's
that to
amazing.
be real, except for probably Tom. Tom is probably the only person on planet Earth that does, and In-N-Out. I don't know that that's necessarily a great marketing tactic.
Right.
For
In-N-Out doesn't want that out there.
But like those are the only two entities that don't want that to be true.
Like Taco Bell, that's happening. We get that. But you said he ran out in white pants. That should have been right there what did it for you. Where you're like, there's no way this guy just had a pooping issue and then he's going to rock white pants to play in.
And that was my play when I quote tweeted it and sent it out and started perpetuating the fake news here. I put it out to the world very quickly after seeing it, quote tweeting, just like, man, the in and out in the white pants, like that was a recipe for disaster. And then
he was almost late, but didn't say that.
Yeah, like the whole thing is real up until the fake quote of him essing his brains out and never eating in and out again.
Because we're all eating in and out again.
Yeah. So that
Maybe not the fries, but yeah.
Yeah, now we'll pass on the fries unless you get them animal style.
I formally apologized on Twitter, but I did want to, be vulnerable with you guys as well here in the safe space.
I appreciate that.
Letting you guys know that I am sorry. This is my first sacking of the year, so I'm kind of proud of myself. I made it to almost March.
Yeah.
I think you did a hell of a job. I think you were on a streak.
3 weeks ago,
I
I said I can't get sacked or cracked, and I'm still throwing the shutout. But I'm nervous about that on a daily basis. I did tease 1 hour ago a story from Best of the Week, and I'll try to make this short, Chief. The good news is the best of is the guy was okay.
Thank God.
But we're doing a little soccer practice yesterday at the park. I noticed a guy driving his motorcycle in the parking lot. Okay, he's kind of, weaving and trying to learn how to turn it and stuff. You see this from time to time, people in a parking lot with their motorcycles trying to learn how to go through the gears and everything.
Okay, so this wasn't donuts. Like, this wasn't just going buck wild.
No, but he was accelerating and braking, like he's trying to get the feel of the bike or whatever. And I kept looking over at him, and at one point I hear, boom, right? Ooh. Which was his tire checking and then his bike hitting. I snap my head over. Dude is still airborne, kind of trying to hang on to the not the steering wheel, but the handlebars. Ends up getting rolled over by the bike. Okay, as he comes down, the bike kind of slides over him, and I'm like, oh my goodness. So he's down, and the bike goes sliding away. He tries to get up, falls down like he was hit by Tyson. So I'm like, oh, Abby, here we go. So we pick up our stuff, we run, we drop it in the truck, we use our truck to drive over there real quick. And dude is so bloody, like jeans all torn up, one shoe is off, hands are bloody, like road rash everywhere. Oh. And he's just like in this state of shock. Calls mom comes over, she's hyperventilating. They just lived a couple of miles away or whatever.
Oh, so he doesn't have bones sticking out of his arms?
Bones sticking out.
That's a miracle.
I'm like, dude, how are your bones on your legs? He's like, I think it just rolled a little bit and scraped, but it appears no broken bones, no spinal damage. He's probably going about 40, I think.
Helmet?
Did have a helmet.
Thank God.
Yeah. But a young man
cool leather jacket?
No leather. He's like, man, I just got this bike.
That's
no gloves, no anything.
That's obvious, bro. You did just get this bike. Damn, man. They should have some level of, like, when you go snowboarding or something for the first time, they have that little class, right? The little tutorial. Maybe there should be some level of mandate when the 19-year-old comes in there with the speed bike. Like, hey,
I would think
let's we have a parking lot here at the place that you just bought it. We're going to take you outside and show you how this thing works a little bit.
Yeah, this is free.
Yeah,
this is free.
Wheelies, let's go ahead and tutor.
Yeah, this is complimentary.
I think that runs counter to the motorcycle guy sort of life ethos.
That's a great point.
That's true.
He's going to push back on that every time.
I got this.
Oh, yeah, go 100 through traffic. Let's go. Get out my way.
Give me 3 minutes. I'll be ready for the race.
Dude, but that's one of those things. Like Abby, 12 years old, she'll be telling that story for the rest of her life.
Yes. And I was so happy it happened because I'm like, I don't have to worry about ever wanting a motorcycle. That's very true.
You lucky dog. I mean, the last place you want to find your daughter.
Nobody had to get seriously hurt in order for it to happen.
Oh, man. Well, good for that guy. Good for that guy. Glad he's okay. That's a scary one.
His bike still ran.
Oh, okay. So the bike wasn't even
shaking. He was like, whew, and he drove home very slowly.
No parked cars that got messed up in the making of this film?
Nope.
So it was a wide open lot. He picked a good lot.
Just about a dozen maybe silver dollar size scabs.
Okay.
That's about it.
That's a dub.
That's a big dub for that guy.
Considering the circumstances. I did that.
You'll take that.
Where my older brother got a Christmas gift of a gas powered motor scooter when he was probably in like 6th or 7th grade, and so I was probably in like 4th or 5th grade, and I hopped on that thing on Christmas Day, and I gave it a gun, and I went flying off that thing. And that might have been the reason why after that my parents forced my older brother, anytime he rode that scooter in our neighborhood, he had to wear his full football uniform.
Okay.
That's an L.
From
That's
helmet,
amazing.
face mask, shoulder pads, jersey, gloves, like knee pads and thigh pads, hip pads. He's got
I'm
the
not
whole
getting
thing,
hurt.
bro. It wasn't long before. I'll never forget. I have images in my head of my schmo brother driving through the neighborhood in full football. Like, you're not going to practice, kid. You're just making laps here.
And this wasn't a bet payoff.
It
He's
wasn't.
doing this by
No,
choice.
it wasn't long before he was like, "Dude, this is just not worth it anymore."
That's the ultimate parenting move right there. Sure, you can have a motorcycle. You're going to wear your football uniform. Every time you ride it.
Not just a helmet. We're going full pad.
I don't think I'd make it to 10 times riding that before I was done.
Yeah, no, it cut the motor scooter dream very, very short for my older brother there.
Okay, the text line is all coming in with, you do have to take a driver's course when you get your motor license. So maybe this guy just didn't get the license.
Okay, cool.
Or he did and still just didn't know what the hell he was doing.
Very possible.
Either way, glad he's okay.
Thank goodness.
We got some more stuff, but we'll hit it a little bit later.
Right on, dude. There he is every Monday at 3:40. Best of the weekend for you, G-Bag Nation. Cowboy stuff's coming up next. We'll chuck a little C-note. What's on deck?
3 trade suggestions for the Cowboys offense and maybe some cost-effective free agents they should consider as well. That's next.
Take your turn it on, leave it on fan experience everywhere you go. are rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 3, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And man, Wolchuk has some more juicy Micah Parsons content, several other things. It's time for the C-Note. Cowboys news of the evening. Here's Zachary.
Yeah, we'll get to Micah's thoughts on new defensive coordinator Mike Zimmer here in just a moment. But this is good news, I think, for the Cowboys and the rest of the National Football League. It appears that the salary cap is going to be bumping up quite a bit. The over-the-cap projected numbers were around $242 million to $243 million is what it should be. It was about $225 million last year. Now, a report from PFT just a little while ago said that this thing could be getting up to $250 million for this next season. So that would be quite a nice jump. $25 million more in spending for every single team. You've got the Commanders, the Patriots, the Bears. They're expected to have some of the most cap space in the National Football League. But hell, the Cowboys sure will take this. This is a good thing.
Yeah, I wonder what they will do with it.
That's a great question.
I don't know if they will do anything with it substantial.
Maybe just pay them their own guys like they usually do.
For sure.
Hey, here you go, CD. This is for you. Dak, this is for you.
I'm keeping my fingers crossed, guys.
I am too. I'm hoping the all-in is real.
It's coming for you in 2025. There's no way you can avoid it. The best thing to do now is to make the most of 2024 before salary cap hell comes for you. It's only like a year of hell, and then you'll be out of it. So maybe Jerry will look at it like, oh, well, we'll see what Dak's made of in that year, and maybe he can drag a bad team into the playoffs for us like Baker Mayfield just did for Tampa. And shoot, the more I think of it, maybe that's the most likely thing. But I'm going to hold out hope till we get there, Wolchuk, and we're not too far away. Just a couple of weeks now away from the start of NFL free agency, and I believe the negotiating period starts March 11th.
Yes. So you start the franchise tagging will start to happen here pretty quickly as well. You'll see more teams decide, do you want to do that, do you not? And then before you know it, free agency is going to be here, and then we'll be all speed towards the draft. Now, Micah on Stephen A. show, we'll get to the Zimmer thoughts here in just a moment, but he did say that he's been talking with Jerry Jones. Apparently, he caught up with Jerry in Vegas at the Super Bowl. He said, Jerry sees me walking out of the win. Jerry was at the win. He says, hey, you going to the Super Bowl? I said, yeah, I'm going. He said, come see us. And I was like, all right, you got any extra tickets? I got a couple of friends that want to come. Jerry sends him 4 extra tickets to the Super Bowl suite. And we just sit and talk before the game until the whole half about players I want to be in, players I want to be around, who do I need, who do I want to be with, the future of our team. And that's just dope to have that type of feedback with an owner that loves to hear your ideas and what you think and where the team can be. So Micah apparently was chatting it up with Jerry about some of the additions that he'd like to see this offseason with the Cowboys. We'll see if any of those happen. Now, some fans out there are probably like, well, we know you wanted Mozzie Smith. And did Mozzie Smith end up working out rookie year? No, not necessarily. But this is kind of cool. Maybe Mike is in the ear of Jerry telling him, hey, we need to do this, we need to do that. Maybe they will be more aggressive. We can only hope.
Well, I'm glad that Micah is sharing his opinion. I think he's got a good opinion on this. I think frankly, it needs we need to get a little bit more Philly mindset in the Cowboys defense, and I think Micah Parsons is just the guy to deliver that message. And however Jerry needs to hear that, the better. Because he's going to be the guy that's still making a lot of decisions and calls on the overall direction. And I want Micah Parsons and Mike Zimmer and anybody else that's speaking that kind of language to be bending Jerry's ear. What we know from his tenure is he is a guy that listens a lot.
Yeah, and he does call him Jay the whole time, like Jerry is Jay to him, which is great.
That is pretty funny.
That's awesome.
I mean, I do love the idea that Micah can get the Super Bowl invite from Jerry Jones and
get his friends in
and immediately hit him with not only a +1 but a plus like 3 or 4.
Yeah, here's 4 extra tickets to my
good looking
suite.
out, man. That's the kind of friend you want.
That's
when you
pretty awesome.
When you get a friend like Mike, he turns to you and he's like, sorry, I'm gonna go hang out with Jerry for the Super Bowl. You guys can do what you want here in Vegas. He's like, no, I'm bringing my guys in there with me. I bet his friends tore it up in there, dude. I mean, just probably all sorts of delicious free, let's crush.
Let's do that. Now, apparently Mike is not the only one that is now being an advisor for one Jerry Jones. Jimmy Johnson. This is going to be music to a lot of fans' ears. He was on with Joe Rose in Miami, and he said, quote, since the Ring of Honor, I am on Jerry Jones's advisory board now. We were talking on the phone for about an hour after the Green Bay loss, and he was talking about what all he needed to do because he had big decisions on Mike and Dan Quinn and Dak, Everything is hunky-dory now. I'm back in the fold with the Cowboys. How about this for Jimmy?
I bet McCarthy loves that.
Yeah, I don't know if do you think Jimmy's still a coaching candidate?
No, I don't.
Think so. I don't think he wants to. I think he just doesn't have that same. He doesn't believe that he can maintain that same fire and drive for a full season.
That's the Jimmy expertise is coaching, and so he's if you're Mike McCarthy, you're thinking, okay, anything Jimmy's talking about here, how does this reflect on me, the coach? I don't know. I just think McCarthy gets bugged by all the Cowboy things that happen when you're the head coach of the Cowboys.
Yeah, no doubt him talking more about the Cowboys, and it's just another voice that I think fans are going to listen to that's going to maybe put more pressure on Mike McCarthy going in. I definitely see that point. But I like Jimmy being back with the Cowboys. I think fans want to see it. It's good for the overall vibe and the nostalgia of it. And hopefully he can talk some sense into Jerry if they are legitimately talking again. I do believe it's for show. And, things are about the same. But this is, I think, Jimmy and Jerry trying to end it, providing a new image and a new lasting memory of what their relationship is. Yeah.
It's all hunky-dory now, just like Jimmy said. Now, in regards to hiring Mike Zimmer, Micah was on with Stephen A. We'll get to more of that audio at 5:20 as well. But here's one of the cuts talking about Zim and some former Viking players, one a former Cowboy teammate that have already reached out to Micah about their thoughts on Zimmer as a defensive coordinator.
New defensive coordinator. Quinn is going, Zimmer is in. Your thoughts?
I'm excited. Anthony Barr reached out to me, told me how good he is. Daniil Hunter talked to me how good he is. Man, I'm just excited for a fresh start, really. And not that I don't miss Dan or won't miss him, because I love Dan. I love Dan. He's like uncle, father, our friend, however you want to look at it, dope dude. Wish him all the success in Washington except for against Dallas Cowboys.
Right. I like Quinn a lot, the job that he did up until the Green Bay game.
Yeah. But man, to me, I just want to pull that stuff aside. I just want to play winning football. I want everybody to be accountable. I want everybody locked in. I want, and what I hear is Zimmer's one of them guys is going to have everybody accountable. I looked at all his press conference quotes. I just want a fresh start, man. I just want to change the culture, the identity of the Dallas Cowboys, and win a championship.
A lot of talk about changing that culture for Micah during this entire interview.
Yeah, he is on the career arc of, Cowboy greats. You start, you're excited, you're looking forward to getting it done. You're talking about it happening. That was Micah last year. Now after year 3, you got another year under your belt of disappointment. You're like, all right, guys, we got to change the way it is. We don't want to be standing around here in 5 years talking about we're going to do it next time. And the next time, we'll hear from him about this. It's going to be a couple more years down the road. He's like, I'm not that young anymore. We better get it, before it's too late. And then, maybe he'll go to another team where they can win a Super Bowl at the end of his career like D. Ware. That's the Cowboys, superstar career arc.
Gosh, it'd be heartbreaking. But he is pumped about Mike Zimmer and the accountability stuff. I mean, that seems to be a reoccurring theme as well. Not just with Micah, but from everybody that we've heard from inside that building. And maybe that was something Dan Quinn was lacking, and hopefully Mike Zimmer can bring that over.
Exactly.
Now we've got some trade suggestions and some free agents that might be, cost-effective signings for the Cowboys. Cost-effective, I think, is music to Stephen Jones' ears.
Yeah, he just perked up whatever island he's on right now.
What do we got?
Get about 7 or 8 guys for $12 million.
Cost-effective? All right, now you're speaking my language. All right, here's a linebacker for you that could be cost-effective. Linebacker Jordan Hicks. He's coming off one of his better seasons in his career with the Vikings. Graded out as the 22nd best overall linebacker, according to PFF. Take that with a grain of salt. But his run defense grade, pass rush grade, coverage grade, all pretty consistent. He's 31 years old, 6'1", 238 pounds. He's one of the better free agents available at the position. Signed a 1-year, $3.5 million deal last year. So he'd be cheap. I think he'd want a little bit more. Maybe it's 1 for $5 this year.
Well, I don't know if we can do that.
1 for $5 might be too much for you.
We'd love to have you, but
Jordan Hicks is a guy that I think he's been a little underrated throughout his career. He's playing good football right now. Smart player. And you need that, somebody that can come in and help go ahead and educate everybody on Mike Zimmer's system. Now, of course, he wasn't with Zim last year in Minnesota. He wasn't there. But Jordan Hicks could be an interesting name to look at.
Absolutely could. You're going to need at least one veteran linebacker, Wolchuk.
At least one.
Yeah.
Free agency is definitely the place to go handle your linebacker need.
I agree. There's a lot of good ones.
And it's not to say that you avoid it entirely in the draft, but there are plenty of solid veteran linebackers that can come in and be the best linebacker you have on your team right now, and you don't have to break the bank for them. And I think the same goes for defensive tackle. If you want a big run-stuffing defensive tackle, you can definitely get one of those in this free agent class as well.
DJ Reader, certainly a name that's out there that would intrigue me. But Jordan Hicks did play with the Vikings as well, so he knows the NFC East a little bit. Eric Hendricks is another name that was with Mike Zimmer. Now, he's aging. He's a little bit older. But if you want to trade for him, maybe that's an option for you. If you want to trade a low-round pick, maybe Minnesota wants to go ahead and upgrade or move on, get younger at the position. A couple other names. Offensive lineman Isaiah Wynn. If you're looking for a backup swing tackle to upgrade over Chume Adoga. Wynn, his career has been marred by injuries. He was a first-round pick out of Georgia with the Patriots. Pretty excited about him coming out of the draft. He's got position flexibility, though. I don't know that he's a starter because you haven't been able to rely on him to stay healthy. But if you're looking for a good backup lineman, which this team desperately does need, Isaiah Wynn could be a candidate on a low-budget deal to go ahead and upgrade that spot over Adoga. And then the other position would be running back. Here's another guy that the Cowboys would like is he's come off multiple knee injuries and a torn Achilles.
Oh, jeez.
That's J.K. Dobbins.
Come on.
Now, anytime J.K. Dobbins has come back, he's played well, but he's a guy.
He's got a couple good games in him a year.
Yeah, like 6 games, and then boom, here's another Achilles. But he's averaged 5.8 yards per carry in his career, and he's shown flashes of being, potentially what he was drafted to be there out of Ohio State. Good player, veteran back, but you just got to keep him healthy. I don't know. Maybe he gets like a 2-year, $4 million deal. You're paying him $2 million a year, so he's not going to be very expensive. But, I mean, though that just kind of seems like it's in the Cowboys' wheelhouse a little bit.
Yeah, he's just injured enough, and he's off an injury for them to feel like, oh, we'll get him on a discount, and then it'll pay off for us.
He's just been unlucky.
Yeah.
These unlucky teams that had him up to this point.
We're going to get him. He's going to be healthy.
Same goes for our Super Bowl aspirations.
You kidding me? 5.8 yards per carry?
The last 30 years, just been unlucky.
That's what we want. All right, trade.
I think, by the way, Devin Singletary is, I think, the veteran free agent running back you can get on the cheap that I most want. 26 years old, so he's not like, holy smokes, old. And I don't think there's a ton of mileage on his body, and he's been productive. I think he could be the guy you pair him with a Trey Benson or whoever, relatively early in the upcoming NFL draft. And now I think you're cooking with gas, and you're doing it for super cheap.
He's just got ball security issues is the only knock with Devin Singletary.
Hey, man, secure that ball. Secure that ball.
I'm with you. I wouldn't mind that addition. Joe Mixon, of course, is a guy that could be a cap casualty in Cincinnati if you want to try and work a trade there. He's a guy that I think wants money. I don't think the Cowboys are going to be doing that. Wide receiver, Hunter Renfrow of the Raiders. Michael Thomas of the Saints. We saw Michael Thomas was kind of throwing his quarterback under the bus.
Yeah, we don't want to be spending money at wide receiver. I feel like we got to get tougher in the trenches and at linebacker.
All right, we got a center here. How about Garrett Bradbury?
Nice.
Minnesota Vikings. Trading for Bradbury is an aggressive move. There's other names out there. He's expected to remain the starting center for the Vikings next season. However, their current general manager and Bradbury won one of his draft choices. So he's a former first-rounder. He started 71 games in his career. Him and Zimmer have a history dating back to when Zim was head coach for Minnesota, so they could get some information on him. And he brings an appealing contract should the Cowboys make this deal. Carries a base salary of just $4.65 million next year.
Yeah.
Goes up to $4.9 million in 2025. He'd be a good replacement or a stopgap center for Tyler Biadasz, who's probably going to leave in free agency. So trading for Garrett Bradbury is an interesting one. I mean, you've also got Lloyd Cushenberry, who's been the starting center LSU Tiger for the Denver Broncos.
All the Barry options are there.
But Bradbury intrigues me a little bit. He's a good player.
Yeah, if it wasn't for, and you know this better than anybody, Walchuk, this draft being so center heavy, especially in that first round, you should be able to get a legitimate starting center that could be a true Pro Bowl level stud right there in the first round.
You hope. I mean, you do have a veteran here that's proven, and there's no risk involved of a potential swing and miss. And right now, Jackson Powers Johnson, his stock is raising so high. I don't know that he's going to be there at 24. But yeah, you can definitely address center in the draft if you want to do that. I don't have an issue with doing it.
I mean, I trust my scouts. This this front office and this scouting department have a great history of offensive linemen in the first round.
Graham Barton.
If they say you're good at this point after what just happened with Tyler Smith,
we trust him.
Okay,
absolutely.
He's good. Good pick, guys. Way to go.
You absolutely do trust him. And then, some other all-in moves. We've talked about the running back position. I don't think that any of these that I really want to do with a Saquon Barkley. People text all the time about it. Like, would you go for Barkley? Like $10 million a year? No. I just don't think that that's something that you want to do. But there's some names and some options for the Cowboys.
I'll give that a double heck no.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Boy. Okay, thank you, Wolchuk.
My pleasure.
All righty, we're rocking and rolling here. Again, Broadus is out. He'll be gone all week long. Go ahead and send him some love on social media. I'm sure he would appreciate it. I believe he's out on the left coast.
He's
hanging out
in California.
And enjoying some of that California sunshine.
Yeah, he said his only goal was to do a little skinny dipping in the Pacific. He said he hadn't done that in about 40 or 50 years, and he wanted to get back to it.
Wow, what a freaking legend. You get out there on the road with Broadus. He's a freaking wild man. What a dude. Okay, when we return, though, it's time for the top 10. Wolchuk, where are you taking us?
Let's celebrate President's Day. I got a couple of lists for you. Every U.S. president's favorite food and the top 10 best actors who played presidents on film. That's next on The Fan.
brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online at truckwreck.com. Here he is, the Woolly Bully, Zach with an H with your top 10.
Thank you very much. We've got the top 10 U.S. presidents' favorite foods. Which one are some of their favorites? And then also actors who played real presidents in movies. I did just see this. Shout out to Cody, who sent this over to me. On President's Day, we had a site come up with their quarterback Mount Rushmore. They're going with Joe Montana, Tommy Brady, Peyton Manning, and Patrick Mahomes. That is their quarterback Mount Rushmore. You guys agree with that, or would you subtract and add somebody else?
I mean, on the surface here, that seems pretty fair. I don't think anybody can really be up in arms about that.
You know, of course, I go Joe and Tom, like everybody else, and I also go Patrick Mahomes. I'm pretty sure that's fairly common these days.
Those three, I'm with you.
But I don't know how everybody's overlooking the great Troy Aikman here, Wolchuk.
Troy, if you want to sub Peyton Manning and put Troy on there.
I mean, just for the jawline, okay?
Yeah.
Let's increase the aesthetics of our quarterback Mount Rushmore.
I think John Elway should be in the conversation.
It does become more aesthetically pleasing. I mean, if you could find a way to get his six-pack on there, and I'm not talking about his playing day six-pack. I'm talking about right here today.
Well, and he looks damn presidential.
That's what, yeah, no question.
He really does. So, it's an interesting. Well, who would be your Mount Rushmore of quarterbacks? 877-881-1053. 682 says Peyton over Marino. Yeah. I would go Peyton over Marino, but a lot of people do love themselves some Dan Marino.
Yeah, I mean, when you're doing that, I don't think you can't lose your mind about it. If you want to do Marino and I want to do Manning, both of us are in a pretty good place here. I think the only two for me personally, and I know I'm speaking a little bit out of turn as I didn't get to live through the Joe Montana years, but like the only guaranteed two for me, no-brainer surefires are Brady and Mahomes.
Yeah.
After that, I think you can have conversations. If you want to sub out Montana for somebody, here's an OA or whatever, okay. But I think you got to have guaranteed Brady and Mahomes in there.
Montana 4-0 in the Super Bowl.
4-0 in Super Bowl.
Yeah, no
interceptions thrown.
Yeah, that's why he absolutely belongs.
Yeah.
He does belong, but he's not as surefire as Brady and Mahomes.
I can't fight you too hard on that. I would take Mahomes over Montana.
I would too, but I think Montana's pretty surefire. He's going to be on there.
Okay, so
he's going to be on most people's. Yeah,
three surefires.
Yeah, and then the fourth one I think is up for debate. Some people are going to have Peyton. Some people will have Elway. Maybe Troy. Maybe Roger. Maybe some people want to put Terry Bradshaw on there for 4 Super Bowls.
Settle down over there.
I saw an article today. People are like, "Yeah, we need to stop underrating how good Terry Bradshaw was." So I was like, I don't know. I can't really speak to that, but
I didn't see it on TV. But the stats, yeesh,
not good.
I think Broadus was saying something about just like the chunk plays, though.
That one Super Bowl, they won 35-31 over the Cowboys. You watch the highlights of that, he's airing it out.
Just air, yeah. So I might need to put a little bit more respect on Bradshaw's name than I have over the years. But him being on the Mount Rushmore seems a little crazy.
And it's tough that, you're right, 214. I don't know if there's enough to really carve out the full forehead of one Peyton Manning. I mean, that's going to take up a lot of room there on that Mount Rushmore.
Yeah.
With Marino, sorry to cut you off.
No, you're good.
With Marino, I discredit that a little bit because he played in an era where the AFC just didn't win the Super Bowl. And it was clear when they got to the Super Bowl, the NFC teams were better for like 2 straight decades. And he couldn't get there after, his second year in the NFL?
Yeah.
He had one trip against a fairly beatable AFC. There was no Brady.
That's true. I mean, look at poor Jim Kelly. Got his butt kicked 4 straight times there.
Yeah, he couldn't even get past that.
No. Okay, let's look at some of the U.S. presidents and their favorite foods. Some of these are also just kind of bizarre when you look at, the olden days, if you will.
What was the culinary dominance of the 1800s?
Like, how about James Buchanan? His favorite food was fresh Philadelphia butter.
Okay. I like that, dude. I mean, that
on a roll,
like
some pancakes.
Can't go wrong with butter. Bread and butter.
The right pat of butter really set it off.
100%, dude. He was onto something.
Grover Cleveland, corned beef and cabbage.
Okay.
That was, his birthplace was in New Jersey. This was 1837 to 1908.
That's a really interesting favorite thing.
Very random.
Yeah.
What about Ronald Reagan? What do you think his favorite food was?
What year was he?
Cheeseburgers.
1911 to 2004.
I bet it's some type of.
It's obscure.
Some type of bean.
It's a jelly bean.
What?
Oh, wow. Jelly beans are Ronald Reagan's favorite food.
I think that was fairly common trivia in the 80s.
That was
got it.
Not the bean I was thinking of. Thinking more of maybe a, like
the bean Nancy was thinking of.
A barbecue bean or something,
Baked beans.
Yeah.
I heard Abe Lincoln enjoyed some edible cannabis in the evening hours.
Did Abe?
Hash brownies for old Abe?
It was the way it was most popularly consumed in that time in America.
I heard he hid them in his top hat the whole time.
He did. Anytime he took off the top hat and he was giving you a tip of the cap, he was really just going to get his edible arrangements.
Wow.
Delicious.
He was ahead of his time.
Now, this says Abraham Lincoln's favorite food was the chicken fricassee.
What's
which
that?
Is chicken
Fricassee.
simmered in sauce.
Yeah. Simmered in sauce? Okay, she's a chicken guy.
Apparently, Mary made it a lot for him. Mary Todd Lincoln, his wife. It was his absolute favorite dish. Maybe that was the only thing Mary could cook. And he
You're
was
a
like,
dish, Mary.
Keep making that for me, please.
I'm not familiar with Mary Todd's work. I feel like President probably could have shot a little higher there.
Oh, do you?
Have you guys ever seen Mary
Must
Todd?
have been real love.
No.
First lady.
Woo! The liberal use of lady, sir.
Yeah, that's a mustache. You see that too?
Oh, no. Maybe we just weren't shaving back then.
Yeah, peach fuzz was actually like a sign of sexiness back then.
Man, William McKinley, his favorite food was the McKinley omelet. He made this for himself.
Ooh, what did it consist of?
It was like a casserole-like version of the classic morning dish. So he's taking an omelet but making it into a breakfast casserole.
I
love those, dude.
My mom has started doing that for us on vacation. Now Abby's doing it at home, but it's got like tater tots inside of it.
Yes, it's got the hash browns. Here's some sausage. Obviously, you got the eggs in
It's
there.
like
It's
the
just
pancake pot pie at Ellen's.
yeah, it's just all the good breakfast things.
That's some good stuff.
Crammed into a little casserole.
George Washington loved his hoe cakes and honey. That was his favorite food.
How would you describe a hoe cake?
I think like a pancake.
All right.
I don't know. What do you think? Lucius, do you know what a hoe cake is?
Yeah, it's like a pancake.
Okay.
They were really popular during the gold rush.
Okay.
People would make money selling
makes
hoe
sense.
cakes out there to the gold. People trying to find gold.
So do you guys feel like right now on the work computer I could Google hoe cakes?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
everything's
I think you'd
cool.
be fine. I think it's
we're
kosher.
good.
All right.
John Adams loved his New England cheese.
I think it was for the garden hoe. It was about that size and flat.
That makes sense.
So it's a hoe cake right there.
Franklin Pierce loved fried apple pies. I mean, that's a hell of a food.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Shout out to Barack Obama. Cheeseburgers was his favorite love.
Okay, let's go. Okay, that's awesome. Go back to the other guy real quick. The fried
Franklin
apple pie
Pierce?
guy.
Yeah.
What was his years of dominance?
1804 to 1869.
Were we doing scoops of vanilla ice cream with our apple pie
Hell of
at
a
that
question.
point?
I don't know.
Or does he not even understand how much better, like the leveling up of the fried apple pie and how much better it got over the years when it was accompanied by a cold frozen scoop of delicious vanilla ice cream?
That's a great question.
I hope he got to experience that at least once.
Good old Teddy Roosevelt loved his fried chicken and gravy. That's a hell of a meal right there.
Yes, please.
William Taft might be your favorite president, Eric.
Willie
12-ounce
T?
steaks.
Yes,
12-ounce
dude.
steaks was the Willie Taft special.
I mean, give me a 16 or an 18, but I'm hanging with you.
John Quincy Adams, just very traditional. Fresh fruit was his go-to vice.
Okay.
And shout out to Thomas Jefferson, man. Mac and cheese. Mac and cheese was Thomas Jefferson's favorite food.
That's a guy after your heart.
I know. You love a good mac and cheese. But number one, Harry Truman, his mom's fried chicken. Specifically, his mother's fried chicken. He also had an affinity in meatloaf, which he acquired later in life.
Oh, man, but he never got to try Broadus's meatloaf.
That's next level. That might have been
Broadus's
his
meatloaf
favorite.
is fantastic.
The glaze he puts on that thing is just insane. And his secret that I'm not going to reveal because I think he's like, the chefs, how they are about their recipes. Did he go all in with what he did with the additional meat that he threw in? It wasn't just a beef meatloaf.
I think he did say it, but just to be safe, we're not going to
Don't mention the breakfast sausage you put in there.
All right, top 10 actors who played real presidents. Now, Lucius, I know you are big into the historical films, which I admire because I am as well. Do you have a performance that stands out?
That dude that played Bush. Remember George Bush W?
Yes, W?
Yeah, he killed that one, bro.
Was that? Who was that? Did Sam Rockwell?
I don't know. It seemed like
he played George W. Bush in Vice. Sam Rockwell did. James Cromwell. That's who it was.
I would have never got that.
James Cromwell. I wouldn't either because I don't know anything else that I've seen him in. but James Cromwell played George H.W. Bush in the 2008 film W. Also, apparently played some fictional presidents in The West Wing and The Sum of All Fears. And we got a lot of big West Wing fans in the audience. Top 10, John Voight played Franklin D. Roosevelt in Pearl Harbor. Also played George Washington in An American Carol in 2008. Shout out to John Voight. He's doubling up on U.S. presidents. On
DFW guy, actually. I saw him. There used to be an Albertsons down there. Yeah, I saw him my first couple of weeks living here.
Let's go.
I remember him from Anaconda.
Yeah, God, that movie's. Oof. That was a one-time watch for me.
Really?
Yeah, I hate snakes, dude.
It was like the Adam Sandler movie where he's a gambler.
Yeah,
just one and done
Uncut
for me.
Gems.
Yeah,
no doubt. Josh Brolin, number 9, played George W. Bush in Oliver Stone's 2008 film W.
What about? Does it have to be real presidents? Or could it be fictional?
This specifically is actors that played real presidents.
Because I'd be all in on Independence Day's Bill Pullman president. Whitmore, I believe.
That speech is epic.
Iconic leadership.
Alan Rickman played Ronald Reagan in the 2013 film The Butler, which is a great movie. Bryan Cranston won a Screen Actors Guild Award for his portrayal of Lyndon B. Johnson in the 2016 HBO film All the Way. Shout out to Brian.
We had some interesting Lyndon B. Johnson education in the crosstalk from the Kansas City Masterpiece today.
Did.
I had no idea his middle name, that B stood for big.
Huge.
I believe his nickname was Jumbo. Yeah.
Number 6, Jared Harris.
Wait, so Jumbo Elliott stole that from him?
I think so.
I thought Jumbo Elliott was a one of one.
Apparently there's more Jumbos.
Fool me once.
Jared Harris played Ulysses S. Grant in the film Lincoln in 2012. Of course, we got Robin Williams, who portrayed Theodore Roosevelt in the Night at the Museum films.
Good morning, Vietnam.
Good pull, man.
man.
Good morning, Vietnam. Paul Giamatti, 2008 miniseries. He played John Adams. He also played Theodore Roosevelt in the 2014 documentary, The Roosevelts. Gary Sinise, the 1990 film Truman. He received an Emmy nomination for that performance. Number 2, Anthony Hopkins portrayed John Quincy Adams. I think we just got a text about the Adams family there, that we have some. John Adams and his son John Quincy Adams are my relatives from the 325. So shout out to you, Anthony Hopkins.
Luke runs in the
got
family.
to portray a relative of yours. And then Daniel Day-Lewis, number 1, for his portrayal of Lincoln, Abraham Lincoln in the film Lincoln, which I did fall asleep in when I went and saw it in theaters.
Was that
kind
an
of meandered
indictment
along
on the film? Bad film?
It just, I think it's very slow.
Yeah.
It's a great performance, very historically accurate. I'm sure some people love it. For me, it was a very slow burn that was difficult to sit through.
We needed some more Hollywood taking creative license on the plot and the storylines a couple of times.
Absolutely. Josh Brolin played W. Okay, that's being texted quite a bit. I think he was honorable mention. Josh Brolin was honorable mention on the top 10.
I bet Walchuk and Dawson aren't falling asleep in this Abraham Lincoln movie if they're taking some liberties with the hash brownies and the hat.
Yes.
All of a sudden now there's some level of entertainment here.
Yes, and I was definitely more into the Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter movie that came out starring Benjamin Walker.
Ooh, that
was a hell of a film.
That just sounds too realistic for me, Walchuk.
Hey, who knows? He might have been a vampire hunter. There's your top 10.
Thank you, Walchuk. Speaking of former presidents, I fired a shot at trying to get Dez on the show earlier. I want to fire a shot at W. We need to talk some sports. I can't believe I've been doing this show for damn near 15 years. We're 5 miles away from Highland Park. Had never had him on the show. Never met him. You guys, you and Brian at the World Series are right behind him.
He winked
I missed
at
out
me.
on that day somehow. He winked at you?
He winked at me. When he was walking up from his little dugout area that he gets to arrive. No, I was staring dead at him.
He was winking at Brian.
And he knew I was looking at him with respectful eyeballs, and he hit me with the wink. And I do actually need to formally apologize to him for spilling on his Secret Service.
In honor of the Rangers being World Series champions, Mr. President, I'd like to invite you on the show on Friday.
We'd love to have you on, sir.
I bet he's a Tolo. I bet he is. And I know he's a big Ranger fan, and we'd love to get his thoughts, his updated thoughts. Obviously, a baseball family. His dad was a legend at Yale, like captain of the team, college World Series champs. Huge baseball family. Very talented. And we're coming back with a trip around the rim. Let's get the latest on what has suddenly become a very exciting basketball second half of the season with the Mavs catching fire, 6-game winning streak. Chief, what do you have for us?
What was your big takeaway from All-Star Weekend? 877-881-1053. We have a coach fired on his day off. And how has this guy just met that guy next year in the nation?
Okay, I want to chat D&M Leasing with you before we do anything else, because if you want or need a new vehicle, I know you have to call D&M Leasing. It's the only way I acquire new vehicles. You can save a bunch of money right now. Number one, there's no down payment, nothing due for 60 days. So let's go ahead and reset that family budget. But on top of that, when the payments kick in, up to 50% less compared to buying, because we only pay for the part of the vehicle we're going to use. With the high interest rates, what happens when that happens is people flee to the lease. Oh, yeah, they want the safety and comfort of knowing they won't be upside down on their purchase and they won't be trapped in it.
It's time to run it back. 105.3 The Fan is teaming up with Sonic to bring you DFW's best spring training coverage of your world champions. Jared Sadler with daily reports and the KNC Masterpiece and G-Bag Nation doing their shows live from Surprise beginning Monday, February 26th. Thanks to Sonic, On-Time Experts, and Best Buy Windows and Siding for their support of our exclusive spring training coverage on 105.3 The Fan.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
All righty, thank you, Lucius. If you missed some Micah Parsons audio, we'll re-hit that for you coming up at 5:20 in the Expressway. LA Live is now less than an hour away. It's time now for some basketball stuff, and here's Eric Chiafon with that rim set.
Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids to bed. The G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when we are less than 24 hours removed from the first ever meet and greet between two Boston Celtic legends. Larry Bird and Jason Tatum met last night for the very first time.
What? I thought you were going to say Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce.
I am blown away, dude. I think I was reading up on Larry Bird sort of being distant to the Celtics organization. I don't know what type of issue he has with them, but he hasn't attended a game in quite a few years, things like that. But I just find it to be crazy with how much success Jason Tatum and the Celtics have had over the last few years.
Last night being the first time Larry Bird and Jason Tatum ever met, and they took a picture and everything. It was a seminal moment. It's pretty hilarious. Not hilarious though is coach being fired on his day off. All-Star break. He's probably somewhere, around some sand and some water. If he wasn't when he got the news, he definitely is now because he's got nothing on the schedule. Everything just opened up for him. So that's a victory. Jock Vaughn, see you later, sir, in Brooklyn with the Nets. He's out. Looks like Kevin Ollie is going to be the likely replacement there, who we know from college basketball ranks.
Right.
But he's on that staff, and so he's going to get the call up.
He was a pretty good player back in the day for the Pacers, like the Dale Davis, Antonio Davis, Reggie Miller Pacers.
Nice.
I think he was the head coach when UConn won the national championship here at AT&T Stadium.
Yeah. Shout out to, who was that? Shabazz Napier?
Yeah, Shabazz Napier, yeah.
Well, we had the All-Star weekend. Plenty of talking points from it. Everybody's railing against the All-Star weekend. I think we have the perfect description, the perfect sound here that really just represents and understands what the mentality is when it comes to the All-Star. Here's some sound. Anthony Edwards. And this is one of the best personalities in all of basketball. He was doing bits all weekend. This is him on the front end of it, like Friday night or Saturday, talking about his plans. Listen to him just completely trolling the All-Star.
What is your goal in the All-Star game? Like, what are you trying to do?
I'm going to shoot our left hand the whole game.
I seen you doing that in warm-ups right now.
I'm going to shoot a left hand the entire game.
That's going to mess up your field goal percentage, though.
It's an All-Star game. Ain't no field goal percentage.
There's no field goal percentage. Nothing matters here. This is the All-Star game. We're doing bits. Nobody cares. I'll go left-handed. At times I was thinking about blindfolding myself for the second half of the game. And then next year I'm actually going to play in handcuffs and just going to see how that works. This is the All-Star game. Ha ha.
That'd actually be funny if they did that.
Nobody cares. It would. Like, I actually like what Anthony Edwards did, leaning all the way into the bit. Luka sort of did as well, where he's heaving 65-foot shots with 22 seconds left on the shot clock.
Apparently, the league asked them to try harder this year, and it looked like they did for like the first half of the first quarter, maybe. There was some effort to play a little bit of defense, but it very quickly deteriorated. And the first half-court shot and the first ill-advised throw off the glass for a trailing alley-oop that was missed, it really deteriorated there. I think just a little bit more like every minute by the minute.
It was bad.
We had fun though, because that doesn't bother us in the house. We're just like, we want to see the longest three. We want to see the best alley-oop. So it's like a live highlight reel to me.
Yeah, like when you know what you're getting into. Like if you turn your TV on last night to watch legitimate basketball, that's on you. I mean, they've set the standard for what this is. It is a bummer. It would be much cooler if these guys were going toe-to-toe and actually cared. It'd be more entertaining. But Anthony Edwards doing that is pretty funny. And he followed through with part of that because during the skills competition or whatever on Saturday, he went lefty on it. And every single shot he took was a left-handed shot. But Adam Silver was clearly not happy. Clearly not happy at the end of that game. And he looks like when he's angry and he's got this mad scientist look on him, it feels like this is a dude that's capable of doing something. Like if he's mad at all of us, all of a sudden there's a weird potion we're all drinking and we're out for the count.
Well, he was part of the broadcast when Luka's just heaving up that massive full distance of the court shot with 20 seconds left in the quarter. He's like, yeah, this is bad. Like, Luka's got to try a little bit harder here.
Not a good situation. We did have Saturday night. I was entertained, though, by the Saturday night All-Star festivities. It was pretty funny just watching some of these guys struggle through, like Scotty Barnes, through the skills challenge. But then you get to the three-point contest, which was a ton of fun, and Damian Lillard showed up and maybe shot himself out of a slump this weekend. I think the big winner of the weekend, Damian Lillard, who entered All-Star Weekend struggling mightily. His team, the Bucks, really struggling. Damian Lillard, synonymous with great three-point shooting, not so much as of late, but he wins the three-point contest. He wins All-Star Game MVP. Good news for you, Damian Lillard. But you also had Steph versus Sabrina, the battle of the sexes three-point contest, and this was
epic.
This was probably the most fun of the night.
Yes,
and it was interesting and funny to see Steph on like through the broadcast and stuff, and they go into the locker room with him, and you could sense the nerves that he had. Like this had been built up in a big way. He did not want to lose, and he came out and he performed after following up Sabrina. She shot the lights out. It was a ton of fun. Kenny Smith was going viral.
Not in a good way.
Not necessarily in a good way, because he was complaining that she wasn't shooting from just the general women's 3-point line. He wanted her to do that for whatever reason.
Which, look, if she struggled to make the threes from the men's line, then okay, that's justified. She comes out and drills her first 7 shots.
No, she was dynamite.
She was fine.
26 points.
The point of this kind of a battle of the sexes showdown is to say we can do it too.
Yes.
And to make it easier in any way, sort of flies in the face of that idea. So I would want none of that if I'm Ionescu.
She was fine.
Yeah, and she was great, but if I'm Steph Curry, I'm absolutely worked up to win any competition that I'm going to, but especially this one. They would talk about for decades how you had lost if you lose this one. So that's no disrespect. That's actually respecting you to absolutely get the most out of me. There's a little bit of anxiety. That's what you want.
Yeah, it was a great competition. Great competition that I'm excited to hopefully get to see a little bit more. But they both put on a show and executed it very, very well. The dunk contest, not so much. Jaylen Brown of the Boston Celtics was trying to be the one sort of big NBA household name to be in the mix there, and kudos to him for that. But when you follow up a guy who's starting off the proceedings jumping over Shaq Diesel, and then you roll out a lawn chair and stick a 5-foot YouTuber in that lawn chair and have him sit down, and then you're going to jump over him and think it's going to be cool. That's a recipe for disaster. I mean, we have the evolution of the dunk contest has gone so backwards. We have Blake Griffin jumping over cars. We just had Jaime Jaquez jumping over Shaquille O'Neal. We've had all sorts of cool things. Dwight Howard
blowing out the cupcake on top of the boards.
That was cool. Putting the Superman cape on, dunking on a 14-foot goal.
Yes.
And here comes Jaylen Brown trotting out a 5-foot YouTuber, sits him down in the chair, and then he jumps over him. And he can't even complete it on his first try. He's getting booed. Jaylen Brown's being booed. And he blamed the LED court. He says, I wish I could have done what I had planned in my head, but I had fun when I was doing it. I can live with those results. The LED court was too slippery to do what he wanted to do.
Dunk contesting is just not his thing. That's like kind of coordinated, dance moves or something. He tried to do the D Brown thing, and it just, the timing wasn't there. Hell of a basketball player, but not everybody is an artist.
No, but Mr. Mac McClung, professional dunker,
can't ball.
G Leaguer,
but he's
Mac
a pro
McClung.
dunker.
Now you're back-to-back NBA All-Star Dunk Contest champion. That is beautiful.
I don't want any randoms. I don't care if the random dude is the best dunker for TV.
Oh, man.
Okay, we did it once last year with McClung. He won it. Now okay. I can't tell you how disappointed I was.
You got to defend your title.
Like in 1989 or 1990, we had just been treated to the greatest 4 years in dunk history, where it was Neek, it was Jordan, it was Spud Webb, and along comes Kenny Skywalker. Now, granted, he had awesome chains that he dunked in, right? He put on a good show, but I'd never heard of the dude, Apparently, he was a pretty good college basketball player at Kentucky, and he was on the Knicks bench and could dunk better than anybody, so he wins the dunk contest. Then Harold Miner wins the dunk contest, and it was ruined, okay? If you can't get the greats to do it, don't do it. How do you get the greats to do it? Pay more money. Right, Chief.
I mean, that's probably the only way to end up making this thing competitive again is you got to pay them.
No question about it, man. Mac McClung, by the way, 4 NBA games under his belt, 2 NBA All-Star dunk contest championships. So he's halfway home from that respect.
I wonder how many points he has in those 4 games.
Dunk contest, one commentary was dunk contest was on life support, and then Jaylen Brown unplugged it. So that was the general sentiments about All-Star dunk contesting.
Awesome stuff. Eric Chiafalo, Around the Rim, most days here in the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We'll play that Micah Parsons audio for you coming up at 5:20. Corey Seager is talking about when he can return from that sports hernia. We'll hit that in the expressway as well coming up at 5:20. But I haven't had enough football yet in my life, Chief. Can we fix that?
Yeah, let's do it. We got a little football's finest and some other fun things. But Steve Sarkeesian, big man on campus. Holy smokes. Look at the contract details next year in the nation.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy. Hour 4, G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And we're about 20 minutes now from the expressway. We'll go commercial-free all the way from 5:20 to the top of the hour. LA Live's coming up at 5:40. We'll get you some Micah Parsons audio, the latest on the Rangers and what Corey Seager says about his return from that sports hernia injury. Plus, we'll take a look at the Daytona 500 and so much more. All the developing sports stories coming up in 20. Here's Eric Giafalo with an edition of Football's Finest.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Congratulations to Steve Sarkeesian, head coach of the Texas Longhorns. He gets the extension, the contract extension, $74.2 million. And that's not even the coolest part of this thing, man. They gave him some nice little perks and incentives inside of this contract. Which one of these would matter more to you? Now, he made $5.6 million last year. Did Steve.
I'm good.
The pay bump should move him up from 30th on the list of top paid coaches in all of the country.
It seems low at the University of Texas.
I know. He's going to be well in the top 5 now. Dabo, Kirby Smart, Ryan Day, all those guys are close to $11 million a year.
Should be number 1. It's the toughest job in sports.
Head coach of the Longhorns?
Yeah. After so many people failed at that, it's just the level of difficulty is cranked to the max. You get a lot of the same problems with the Cowboys, plus a very difficult to dissect leadership structure. You know, I think it's why Charlie Strong, Tom Herman, you know, even to an extent Mac Brown. Mac Brown made the most of it by being a hell of a glad-hander. Yeah, he was very good to smooth things out really, really well from that leadership perspective. But I genuinely do believe that's the hardest place to win in America, and what Sark has done there should not be overlooked. I would not hesitate to make him the highest paid if I'm the Longhorns right now. We finally got something that works. This guy's got the unique blend of traits that it takes to continue to win here.
Well, that's quite the endorsement by you, and I do think everything you just said, and then you add on the highest of expectations in terms of winning.
Exactly.
You know,
like that's a huge part of it.
9 wins ain't getting it done here for much more than a couple of years. Otherwise, we're expecting to do, you know, college football playoffs and so much more. So I totally understand what you're saying from that standpoint. But he's going to be making the Fatty Boom Bod direct deposits. Congratulations to him on that. He's also, now this is where I'm asking you guys, and I'd like to think like he sat down strategically with his agent and like put all of this together for his contract, but he's got 2 cars that'll be free. Like, so in the contract, he gets his big money raise, but then he also gets 2 new cars.
Okay.
So I'm sure he gets to handpick whatever that is. Wifey, you get yours. I get mine.
I'd imagine the Escalade.
These are
pretty awesome.
Top flight. Yeah, if you got a bunch of kids, the Escalade's going to be a big winner right there. If you want to go big pimping on it and hit one of these G-Wagons, you know, like that's the thing. The world is your oyster at this point. Like when you're Sarkeesian, there is no vehicle that you can't get. The Lexus SUV, that's like the GX 460, but now it's like the LX something crazy, and you're like going, you're kicking your feet up back there.
That's what I
want. Mean, you might as well have a kitchen. You can do a lot of cool stuff back there.
Now, what's your daily driver if you're Sark? She's going to get that. Are you thinking Mercedes sedan? Are you going a sports car, a big truck? What do you want?
Yeah, that's interesting because you're roaming around a campus here. It's going to be, you know, everything's a little bit tight, I would imagine. I also can't imagine that he's got a very long commute. You know, so he's probably got a gas card. So he's not worried about that either. Gas is covered. I'm probably going to rock with a truck. You know, I'm trying to be comfortable ultimately. I can still be fly, pimping, everything, but I want to be comfortable seated up high. I'm the big man on campus. I'm going to drive like it.
The AT4 then?
Probably going to get a F-250 from Platinum Ford. I'm probably going to call up my guy Adam Benzie and just say, hook it up here.
Adam, we need you.
I need it platinum. Obviously, I want the full moonroof situation going down. I need the bun toasters because it gets cold at times.
Man, the bun toasters have been a life changer.
Yeah, that's mandatory at this point.
Oh my gosh, the temperature seats are beautiful. No, I mean, if the steering wheel as well. If you're in a cold place and you get that heated steering wheel,
that's the next level.
That feels like one of those things where you never even consider it, but all of a sudden you get in one of those and you're loving it.
Now, what about the cooling seats?
Yes, the cooling seats. Yes. Got to have the cooling seats as well.
See, I've never experienced the cooling seats.
The cooling seats are beautiful, bro. In the summertime, when you get the swamp ass hitting you at a crazy level.
And you know me, I have a lot of swamp ass problems.
I know you do. This would combat that.
Life.
You need to get that in your next contract with Odyssey. That would actually be beneficial to everyone in this building.
Odyssey.
It'll help Walchuk Swamp Ass if we can just get him one of these cool seat vehicles.
Listen to that, management.
So he's got 2 of those, 2 of whatever vehicles he wants, I presume. A country club membership, which I think is funny because it's like, dude, so how much golfing are you doing here, Sark? We just raised your salary quite a bit. How much golfing are you trying to do? But you can have it. Sure, fine. Country club membership. Golf as much as you want.
Probably 2 rounds per month, okay? You got to keep the boosters happy and in on your plan.
That's a great
point.
point.
So this is the schmoozing.
Yes. That's a great
This
point.
is the salesman.
Yeah. If they don't like you, they're going to raise hell and create distractions and fires inside your department. That also goes along with making it the most difficult job in America.
Yep. The boosters are the problem.
20 hours of private jet flight time for personal use per year.
Oh, just 20 hours per year?
Yeah, I didn't
take this bad boy to like Sydney, Australia.
Initially, when I saw this, I saw just private jet, and I'm thinking he's got full use, and it was personal use, so it wasn't just, hey, you can go recruit with it, you can do whatever you want with it, but he's just got 20 hours worth. But
that's probably like 3 or 4 round trips a year.
Yeah,
couple of cool vacations with the fam.
Either way, that's pretty strong.
I'd try to move that up to 50 if I was Sark, but I get it.
A special one-time payment of $300,000. I don't know what that means. One day we're just going to surprise you with $300,000 extra dollars.
That day's going to be fun.
Don't worry about it, Sark.
We're going to Vegas.
Direct deposit. Up to 12 tickets for all home games, parking passes, 8 tickets for road games, 8 tickets for the conference championship game, just a bunch of different kind of tickets or whatever. Which one of those? And then he's got all sorts of different incentives if he hits different benchmarks and stuff, but that doesn't matter. Which of those perks would you jump on first?
Just the $10 million.
Yeah, other than the salary. Is it the 2 cars? Is it the country club membership? Is it the 20 hours of PJ flight time?
I think it might be the PJ flight time.
I want the wheelbarrow of cash. Just bring in the $300K to me.
Okay, that's the
At
one.
one point.
Okay,
Like
no
your
direct
Des Bryant
deposits.
right now, just stacking the stacks.
You just surprised me with a wheelbarrow full of cash.
I open up my front door. Hello, it's just green.
Cash, not pennies.
Yeah, and I'm never going to deposit that money. I'm never going to spend that money. I got 10 mil coming in, but I want to put that somewhere in like my man cave. Just bricks of money.
The ultimate flex,
that'd
dude.
be awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, come check out my room.
That would be pretty awesome.
Is that $300,000? Yes, it is. Glad you asked.
Yeah, you can Google it. That's my signing bonus from 2024.
Just got it mounted on the wall.
Yeah, it's only worth like $50 now due to inflation from what happened in the 2020s, but I think it's pretty cool art.
It is pretty cool art.
Pretty cool art.
Michael Irvin was during Radio Row. He's hanging out with the KNC Masterpiece, talking about the ideal complement to CeeDee Lamb being Mike Evans. And we talked about the free agent waters that we'll be swimming in here in the next couple of weeks. Mike Evans is going to be a top flight dude. And if he's available, I'm sure plenty of teams are going to be all over him. The Cowboys will not be, but I did just want to look up and just see what the deal is on where the Cowboys stand with their wide receivers. The open rating, like how often is your guy open here for the Cowboys? CeeDee Lamb, of course, sitting nicely at number 2.
Wow. Machine.
Very much so open. Now, this is out of 109 wide receivers. CeeDee Lamb.
Pretty small sample size.
CeeDee Lamb, the best, second best, at getting open. Then the next best guy at getting open on your Dallas Cowboys as a wide receiver.
Ferguson.
Just as a wide receiver.
Damn it.
Sorry, I don't have the Ferguson metrics. I could pull them up here in a little bit, though. Brandon Cooks.
Okay, that makes sense.
But out of 109 wide receivers, CeeDee Lamb's number 2. Where would you expect Cooks to land?
80.
37.
74.
Damn it.
So there's a drop off. Number 2 to then number 74.
Now, was Michael Gallup 109?
yeah, that was the biggest surprise, is that Michael Gallup's actually 103 out of 109. So he wasn't dead balls last.
Our guy's moving up.
He is, because last year he was 122 out of 131 back in 2022. And then Jalen Tolbert is 100th in open rating out of 109. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I
receivers.
don't think anybody expects Gallup to remain. Like, he will be that post-June 1st cut that opens up, a nice amount of space there. Tolbert's just going to be around, but he shouldn't be your number 3 wide receiver. So you got to go on the hunt for a number 3 that maybe can
can morph into a number 2, as this is going to be Brandon Cooks' final year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Gallup's like your barometer, I think, as a fan. If they keep him because people like him, then you will know it's the same old Cowboys. A lot of people like him, too. He's a great guy, great teammate. It's just sad.
He's a great dude.
Awesome.
I've loved anytime we've gotten to talk to him, but unfortunately, he just hasn't been the same player.
Okay, I have some sound that I want to play for you from the hockey world that we'll get to here in a moment as we pivot from football's finest. But this is a quote from Rick Pitino. Now, this is the maker of, we remember a few weeks ago where he talked about how losing made him literally want to kill himself.
And I know that this is not a ball sacking because I heard the audio.
Yeah, that is real.
I've seen the visuals. He has said this from his own mouth.
Well, now we have his squad not playing good basketball. It's been a tough year. St. John's. And so over the weekend, they're up and they end up blowing a lead and they lose the game. And so he ends up taking to the microphone, and the quotes from this are pretty phenomenal. He describes it as the most unenjoyable time of his career doing what he's doing right now. He says, "We are so unathletic that we can't guard anybody without fouling. For me, I've always enjoyed the first year," because this is his first year at a new program. So he's saying usually first year's fun. He's like, and I'm not going to lie to you, this is the most unenjoyable experience of my lifetime. This has been so disappointing.
Brutally honest.
Oh my gosh, man. The line of "we are so unathletic that we can't guard anybody without fouling" is a great way to open up a press conference. And then to immediately get to identifying as this being the most unenjoyable experience of his lifetime. Rick Pitino, man.
Like somebody brought up, followed up his Boston Celtics tenure, which I don't think went very well. But he said he even enjoyed that, even though it was miserable. But he had fun.
I know he enjoyed the honesty that you get from this guy every now and then. He's an absolute gem. I wish his programs were more successful so we could get more of him. But yeah, because he realizes I can't make anything happen with these players. I'm just killing time. There's no hope. We need a recruiting class to bring talent in here that they can actually, line up across from some great athletes. It's becoming more and more difficult in all levels of basketball to play one-on-one defense, though. You cannot touch the damn ball handler anymore at all, especially in the NBA, but even college is coming along with that. And I think it's more important than ever to teach team defense, and that's what Pitino should be emphasizing. I mean, hell, with that short three-point line in college basketball, you shouldn't let anybody in the paint. How can you not close that off?
And it's just like, dude, you're 71 years old. Have you not done enough here? Why are you suffering through this? You can go kick your feet up somewhere. You don't have to suffer through unathletic defenders that can't defend without fouling. You don't have to be in the most unenjoyable time of your life right now at 71. Why don't you go enjoy something? And then finally, let's get to some sound from the hockey world. Yeah. This was pretty fun over the weekend. You had Jaromir Jagr giving his jersey retirement speech for the Pittsburgh Penguins. And this dude is as legendary as it gets. 52 years old, still getting it done. Like he played. We marvel at Brady, but this dude played forever. And he gets the jersey retirement situation going down. He's at the microphone. He's on the ice. This is over the weekend, and I believe this is quite the flex and one of the greatest moments in delivered addresses. Take it away, Mr. Jagr.
Hello, guys. I want to say thanks to Dominica, my girlfriend. She's too young to remember I played in Pittsburgh, but
He's right.
But I told her all the stories, so don't worry about it.
No more about it.
He's 52 years old. She's 25 years old. Absolute rocket, standing like 10 feet from him as he says this.
And he is still playing. He's playing in the Czech Professional Ice Hockey League at 52 years old. It's unreal.
It really is. He's one of the great divas in any sport era. But the thing about his reputation back in the day was that he was soft, which is incredible that he's made it to 52 and playing at a high level. But throughout his 20s and 30s, he would sit out,
and in hockey, that was a big no-no.
Yes.
And he'd be sitting out playoff games and stuff.
Oh, wow.
So people really question his toughness and whatnot. And, so to make it to 52 years old, quite an accomplishment for any athlete indeed. And his talent unquestioned, as talented as anybody to ever play the game.
And apparently his Riz.
Right? Yes. Okay. We're coming back with the Expressway. We'll take you commercial free to the top, have Micah Parsons audio, what he told Jerry Jones, and we'll take a look at the top headlines, including Rangers, an update on when Corey Seager might be able to return. That's coming up next right here, the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I have to chat Men's T Clinic before we do anything else, though, because if you want to get your edge back, you owe it to yourself to call our friends or go to menstclinic.com.